Emergency notice. A virus rain has swept across the globe. Those soaked have turned into zombies. Survivors, please lock your doors and windows and await military rescue. Xiagua Security Bureau. Looking at the news on his phone, Yuan finally confirmed that he had been reborn. Just his luck. Having been reborn on the second day of the apocalypse, there was no chance of stockpiling supplies or building a safe house in advance. Intense gunfire came from outside the window. Yuan walked to the balcony. Looking down, the alley was densely packed with zombies. In his past life, he had barely escaped with his life. He might not be so lucky this time. Yuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled his frustration. Looking up, he saw a girl on the opposite balcony, also observing the situation below. Strangely, there was a transparent card above her head. Jiang Xiaofan. Trait 1, 3D printing orange. Trait 2, dance green. Trait 3, singing white. Yuan thought it was an illusion and rubbed his eyes, but the card remained. The old district's alley buildings were poorly planned. The two balconies were 7 or 8 meters apart. Yuan's eye rubbing was caught by Jiang Xiaofan on the opposite side. What the hell are you looking at? Rubbing your eyes to get a better look. Haven't you ever seen a beauty? I demand a bride price of 888,000. Can you afford it? This stunned Yuan. Bride price of 888,000. It's the apocalypse, wake up. Then Jiang Xiaofan straightened her slender figure with ample curves. Come on, take a good look. Eyes full but starving elsewhere. Loser. Not satisfied, she grabbed a broom and threw it over. Though it didn't hit Yuan, he couldn't swallow the insult. Damn. Where's my gun? Yuan instinctively reached for his waist, then realized he had no weapon after rebirth. Damn. Once again he experienced the fury of the Sichuan Chongqing female dragon. Yuan calmed down and couldn't help thinking about the card above her head. In my past life, I never saw a card on Jiang Xiaofan's head. How come I see it now after rebirth? Could this be my cheat? As soon as he thought this, a voice seemed to answer in his mind. Yes, host. Any beauty reaching the goddess level evaluation will have a trait card above her head. Only you can see it. Use your mind to strip the trait, and it becomes your ability. Traits become abilities. Holy shit. I must have cheat for rebirth. The novels weren't lying. Just then Jiang Xiaofan had fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a tall figure with generous curves. She met the goddess level evaluation, so the trait card appeared above her head. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaofan was an internet celebrity with millions of followers. She streamed singing and dancing daily. She also had a 3D printer at home, and during streams, she would save data slices provided by fans and print anime figures on the spot as gifts. Jiang Xiaofan's traits were 3D printing, dance, singing. It seems traits are related to occupation, hobbies, and specialties. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaofan had gone back inside. He needed to find a way to lure her out. Yuan called out a few times from the balcony, almost alerting the zombies below, but Jiang Xiaofan didn't show up. This made him anxious. Without seeing the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, he couldn't strip those traits. Just then gunfire came from outside the alley. Immediately, a military vehicle rushed in. Through the windshield, he could vaguely see two soldiers in camouflage. The driver had turned into a zombie and was biting his comrade in the passenger seat. The military vehicle was now out of control. After knocking over 7 or 8 zombies, it crashed into the building below Yuan's home. The soldier in the passenger seat broke free from the bite and got out. He aimed a shotgun and fired repeatedly, blowing off the heads of 3 zombies. More zombies lunged at him. The road was blocked. There was nowhere to hide except the building behind him. The soldier holding his shotgun turned and rushed into the building. At the same time, Jiang Xiaofan heard the gunfire from the alley and immediately ran to the balcony. Is the rescue team here? She leaned on the balcony railing, looking around expectantly, but only saw a wrecked military vehicle. I clearly heard gunfire. Why can't I see anyone? Damn. Finally she appeared. The card above Jiang Xiaofan's head was still there, and the 3 traits remained unchanged. 3D printing was the most prominent, with bold orange capital letters indicating it was the most important trait. The opportunity was fleeting. Yuan immediately locked onto the 3D printing trait with his mind and imagined the action of stripping off clothes. I strip. The next moment, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head changed. Jiang Xiaofan. Trait, 3D printing, 60 taming degree required for second force strip. Current taming degree 0. It could be stripped again forcibly. However, after stripping 3D printing, the traits dance and singing disappeared. It seemed he could only choose 1 out of 3. At the same time as Yuan stripped Jiang Xiaofan's trait, a mysterious force surged into his body. A card then appeared before his eyes. Yuan. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Ability: 3D printing. Tap to view details. The trait had truly become an ability. Yuan quickly tapped to view the details. 3D printing consumes spirit energy, can replicate and print objects weighing no more than 10 gene, about 5 kilograms, that have no life characteristics. Consumes spirit energy. Replicate and print. Yuan's mind raced. This was essentially infinite replication. Holy shit. An ordinary 3D printing trait had become an infinite replication ability. Is this real? Yuan casually pulled out half a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket. Then he used his mind to channel the mysterious force within him and enveloped it. The next scene almost made his jaw drop. The mysterious force formed an invisible 3D printer. In 3 seconds a pack of Huazi materialized on top of the original one. He opened the lid. Inside were also 10 cigarettes with identical wear and tear on the packaging. Holy crap, it really can replicate 1 tin. Calm down, don't get excited yet. Yuan controlled the energy printer, targeting the replica, and in no time replicated another half pack. The replica could also be replicated. Now he was relieved. With infinite replication ability, why bother stockpiling? Food, water, medicine, clothing. Even weapons and ammunition, as long as he got a sample, he could replicate infinitely. Taking off. In this life he would soar. He looked up at Jiang Xiaofan on the opposite balcony. This female dragon was truly a treasure. You pervert, what are you looking at? Believe me, you'll gouge your eyes out, get lost. After cursing, she turned around coquettishly, her long ponytail swishing, and strode into the living room, drawing the curtains. Yuan chuckled. Let her be arrogant for a while. When she gets hungry, he would cook hot pot on the balcony and see if she begged him. The card above her head hadn't disappeared. 3D printing could still be stripped, but it required 60 taming degree. In Yuan's understanding, taming was like taming an animal: first let her starve, then use food to tame. Of course, forced taming was also possible, such as threatening with weapons or even torture. But this kind of forced taming easily planted seeds of hatred, which might backfire later. It was best to be like taming animals: carrot and stick. Obey and get food. Disobey and starve. Make the other willingly submit. Just then gunfire suddenly erupted outside the security door, followed by a man's scream. Yuan quickly moved to the door and looked through the peephole. It was the soldier who had rushed into the building earlier. He was pinned to the ground by 3 zombies being savagely mauled. The shotgun lay on the ground. The shotgun outside the door is a replica of the 870, and it's an export version. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Given the current industrial strength of Xia country, its quality is definitely not inferior to that of the Eagle country's military factory. In his past life, Yuan also obtained this gun. But at this moment he was exceptionally excited. 3D printing could replicate infinitely. As long as he retrieved this shotgun, he would essentially have unlimited ammunition. Even weapons could be endlessly reproduced. However, the zombie outside was still devouring the soldier. He had to wait until they left before going out to pick up the gun. Yuan stepped back and decided to replicate a batch of food first. The kitchen was fully equipped with a refrigerator, rice cooker, microwave, and induction stove. But the cupboard only contained instant noodles and bottled water. It wasn't that Yuan was lazy. He had never planned to cook at home from the beginning. This apartment was rented for him to monitor Jiang Xiaofan across the street. To avoid attracting attention, he hadn't even pulled open the curtains, let alone cooked. Strictly speaking, Yuan had no direct connection with Jiang Xiaofan. But she was the first step of his revenge. A year ago his parents died in a man-made car accident, and one of the masterminds was Jiang Xiaofan's sycophant. Yuan planned to use Jiang Xiaofan as a breakthrough to lure out and quietly eliminate his enemies. But unexpectedly, before he could take revenge, the apocalypse had already arrived. Pulling back his thoughts, Yuan took stock. He had half a box of instant noodles and 8 bottles of water left. He decided to replicate 5 boxes of instant noodles, not for himself to eat. Why eat instant noodles if you can replicate infinitely? But he could trade with neighbors for ingredients. Chicken, duck, fish, meat. Whatever he could get, he could replicate endlessly. Yuan summoned the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible printer. Then he enveloped the half box of instant noodles. With a mere thought, the mysterious power began to print and replicate like modeling. It took about 2 minutes. Half a box of instant noodles was successfully replicated. How amazing. Even though he already knew the wonders of 3D printing, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Yuan combined the 2 half boxes into 1 full box. Then he continued replicating. As long as the weight didn't exceed 10 Jin, it could be printed and replicated. A box of 24 instant noodle cups, including the packaging, weighed about 3 Jin. No problem at all. Even if it exceeded the weight, he could replicate it in parts. After about 20 minutes, Yuan had replicated 6 boxes of instant noodles. 5 boxes were for trading, and 1 box was kept as a base sample for future replication if needed. Next, he would replicate some bottled water. Although replicating the instant noodles had consumed some mental energy, the impact was minimal, about the same as playing video games for 2 hours. Yuan was only 25, in the prime of his youth, full of energy. But a problem occurred while replicating the bottled water. When he tried to replicate 8 bottles at once, the printer indicated it was overloaded and stopped working. Of course, there was no literal or audible prompt. The printer was formed from the mysterious power within Yuan, so he could instantly sense what was wrong without any explicit indication. No choice. He removed 1 bottle. The printer immediately started working, replicating 7 bottles of water in less than 30 seconds. Strange. Why is replicating water so much faster than instant noodles? And the mental consumption is negligible. What's the reason? As soon as the question arose in his mind, the answer automatically appeared in his brain. Reply to host: instant noodles are organic matter, while bottled water is inorganic matter. Replicating organic matter consumes more energy. So that was it. After understanding the reason Yuan continued replicating bottled water, he quickly produced 2 boxes of water. That should be enough. Yuan moved the 5 boxes of instant noodles to the balcony behind the kitchen. Many old houses in the main urban area had a balcony both in the front and back. The balcony behind the kitchen was exactly 1 meter away from the neighbor's balcony, close enough to hear each other talk. Yuan picked up a mop and knocked on the neighbor's balcony a few times. After a short while, a woman in her 40s poked her head out from the kitchen. She glanced at Yuan, confirmed he wasn't a zombie, then walked carefully to the edge of the balcony and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? What kind of question is that? You're over 40, I'm in my 20s. That's not how you take advantage." "No way. Big sister, I just wanted to ask if you have any fresh ingredients. I can trade with instant noodles." Yuan lifted all 5 boxes of instant noodles onto the balcony railing. The railing of the old house was made of brick, wide enough that they wouldn't fall. "You see, we only have instant noodles here, we're sick of eating them. I'd like to trade for some other food. Rice, flour, oil, soy sauce, tea, chicken, duck, goose, fish, pork, beef, mutton, hot pot-based snacks, vegetables, fruits, salad dressing. Anything is fine. I don't need much, just a variety of things." Yuan's spiel left the woman across the way completely dumbfounded. "Young man, do you think I run a supermarket? But most of the things you mention I do have. How do you want to trade?" Yuan dared to list so many foods at once for a reason. The family next door had 3 people, and he could smell cooking every day. For a normal family like that, the refrigerator was likely stocked with a wide variety of food. The apocalypse started yesterday morning, so the family's food supply should still be plentiful. "Big sister, let's not haggle over the specifics. Take a little bit of everything you have at home. As long as the quantity is enough, these 5 boxes of instant noodles are all yours. Look, there are zombies everywhere downstairs. The military won't clear them out anytime soon, and the power might go out. Then fresh ingredients will spoil. But if you trade for instant noodles, you won't have those worries, right?" Although the neighbor woman would also turn into a zombie in a few days, Yuan couldn't tell her. If she knew she wouldn't survive, she might refuse to trade, causing trouble. "Okay, handsome young man. Wait here, I'll get them for you." The neighbor felt she had made a great deal. The young man had become handsome young man. The exchange went smoothly. The apocalypse had just begun, and survivors weren't yet overly cautious. Plus, they were next-door neighbors. Soon Yuan had a bag of food. When he opened it, he was stunned. A piece of pork probably weighed only about an ounce. It seemed the neighbor was also a sneaky woman. But the variety was indeed abundant: pork, beef, chicken, eggs, frozen shrimp, and vegetables, fruit, snacks. Various seasonings were also included in small jars and bottles. It didn't matter if the quantities were small as long as he had samples. Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. He hurried to start replicating a batch. At noon, he would have a hot pot on the balcony and start the taming routine with Jiang Xiaofan. If the taming level reached 60, he could peel another trait. He wondered what surprise the second trait peeling would bring. He followed the same method: replicate 1 sample of each vegetable and meat, then replicate 2 copies together, then 4, 8. Then 4, 8, and so on. But Yuan soon noticed a problem. Replicating raw meat, including vegetables and fruits, consumed more mental energy and took longer than replicating instant noodles. It seemed that organic matter also had different levels. Replicating fresh items consumed more. By noon, the food Yuan had replicated filled the large double-door refrigerator to the brim. He was quite exhausted, like he had pulled an all-nighter playing games. But having food gave him a sense of security. Now all he needed was a weapon. Without something in his hands, he never felt safe. Yuan quietly approached the door and peered through the peephole. Lucky for him, the 3 zombies had finished eating and left. Only the soldier's skeleton remained on the ground along with the dropped shotgun. Just then a strange noise suddenly came from behind the kitchen. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yuan immediately became alert. In his past life, no thugs had ever broken into his home. Could the butterfly effect have been triggered by his rebirth? Just then a voice came from the back of the kitchen again. "Handsome, are you there? I still have something to trade with you." It was just a neighbor. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He went to the balcony at the back of the kitchen where the elder sister was holding a bottle of beer. "Handsome, I don't drink. Do you have any more instant noodles? Trade me another pack." It seemed the neighbor lady also had a hoarding habit. Yuan was more than willing. In both his past and present life, he hadn't had beer in a year. "Wait here." Yuan quickly brought some instant noodles, swapped them for the beer bottle, and then replicated 10 bottles in one go. He first put them in the freezer. Later he would enjoy hot pot with ice-cold beer. Just the thought was exhilarating. Considering that the neighbor lady would turn into a zombie in a few days, Yuan locked the anti-theft window on the kitchen balcony. Even if the neighbor turned, she couldn't climb into his home. Returning to the living room's security door, Yuan gently turned the side lock and pushed it open a crack. No zombies outside. He pushed it open a bit more. Still no zombies. Inch by inch, when the door was fully open, the stairwell was completely visible. 2 zombies with their heads blown off lay on the ground. They must have been killed by a soldier earlier. The living zombies had already left. But they couldn't have gone far, they were probably just downstairs. Yuan tiptoed out. He picked up the shotgun on the ground, feeling a bit more secure. The soldier whose body had been gnawed down to a skeleton had a belt of ammunition around his waist with 3 12-gauge shells inserted. As long as there were bullets, even if only one, he could replicate infinitely. Yuan took the belt. The soldier's right leg had been chewed to shreds, but a holster with a pistol was strapped to his pant leg. Yuan slowly unfastened the holster. The entire process was cautious, constantly alert for any movement in the stairwell. If a zombie showed its head, he would quickly retreat into the room and close the security door. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After removing the holster, there was nothing useful left on the soldier. Yuan quietly returned home. He gently closed the security door and let out a long breath. Although it had been somewhat risky, the rewards were substantial. A high-quality imitation 870 shotgun for export and a domestic 20-round capacity 5.8mm pistol. The ammunition belt and holster were also included. However, they were covered in blood and needed to be cleaned. In his past life, Yuan had handled guns. He skillfully disassembled the shotgun and pistol, wiped off the bloodstains, and reassembled them. He then washed the ammunition belt and holster clean and put them in the dryer. Next, he began replicating weapons and ammunition. Fortunately, there were still 3 shells in the shotgun, and the pistol still had bullets, 8 rounds in total when ejected. Although the pistol was a 5.8mm small caliber, it used pointed bullets. Whether for armor penetration or the trauma caused by bullet tumbling, it was more powerful than 9mm. The key was its low recoil. Replicating weapons and ammunition was fast and consumed less energy, because metal was inorganic. After 15 minutes, Yuan had replicated 10 shotguns and 10 pistols, 1,000 12-gauge shells, 20 magazines, 400 rounds of 5.8mm pointed bullets. He took the ammunition belt from the dryer, loaded it with 20 shells, and also had space for 3 pistol magazines on the left. He fastened it around his waist. He then inserted the pistol into the holster and strapped it to his leg. Yuan picked up the shotgun, loaded 8 shells, and felt a deep sense of security being fully armed. He'll practice my aim on the balcony later. I wonder if my marksmanship has gotten rusty after rebirth. He checked the time. It was exactly noon. The beer was already chilled. There was an induction cooktop at home. Taking out food and hot pot base from the fridge, Yuan moved the coffee table to the balcony and started cooking hot pot. The broth quickly came to a boil. He put in thin slices of beef, picked them up after a dozen seconds, and dipped them in chili sauce. It was absolutely delightful. After rebirth, Yuan's body didn't crave meat as much, but having struggled for a year in his past life, the hardship was indescribable. Now taking a bite of meat felt like pure bliss. After eating a dozen slices of beef and downing a large glass of ice-cold beer, he felt slightly full. But Jiang Xiaofan hadn't come out. To show off, he needed an audience, otherwise he couldn't tame her. Yuan had a sudden idea. He stood up, picked up the shotgun, beside him leaned out of the balcony, and aimed at the zombies below. His home was on the 5th floor. In the old city district, each floor was less than 3 meters, so the 5th floor was about 12 meters above ground. The optimal shooting distance for a shotgun. Yuan held his breath, focused, and pulled the trigger. With a low roar, a dense cluster of steel pellets shot out, instantly blowing a zombie's head apart. Amazing. Only a man could understand such violent aesthetics. The gunshot indeed attracted Jiang Xiaofan from across the way. It also drew other zombies from below, probably 70 or 80 of them charging in with low growls. Fortunately, zombies had no intelligence. They gathered under the building, howling up at Yuan on the 5th floor balcony. Looks like I'll have to clear them out before I can eat in peace. With a click, he ejected the shell and chambered another. The zombies were clustered below, so Yuan didn't need to aim carefully. He raised his hand and fired. With a roar, the dense steel pellets sprayed out. This shot was lucky. It blew one zombie's head apart, and some pellets pierced another zombie's skull. Double kill. The steel pellets and 12-gauge shells came in various sizes. Yuan was using standard 3.5mm pellets, each shell containing 12. As long as the zombie density was high enough, a double kill was normal. Yuan kept firing. Soon he had emptied 8 rounds. Although he had 9 more fully loaded shotguns, he wasn't in a hurry. So he picked up the shells and leisurely reloaded. This scene piqued Jiang Xiaofan's curiosity. Hey, where did you get the gun? Yuan glanced up, but ignored her. To show off properly, he had to maintain an air of superiority. If he answered every question like a loser, how could he tame Jiang Xiaofan? After loading 8 shells, Yuan raised the gun and continued firing at the zombies below. One by one, zombies were shot in the head, their headless bodies collapsing. In less than 10 minutes, Yuan had cleared the 80-plus zombies downstairs. There were more in the distance, but at the early stage of the apocalypse, zombies hadn't yet evolved acute hearing or smell. They wouldn't come over for a while. Yuan reloaded the empty gun, then sat down, poured himself a glass of ice-cold beer, and continued eating hot pot. Jiang Xiaofan hadn't left yet, and she saw Yuan taking a sip of beer and a bite of beef. He ate with such relish. There were even watermelon and grapes on the coffee table. Gulp. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed hard. She couldn't cook and usually ordered takeout. She hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday, and she was starving. Her stomach was growling. Handsome, do you have any food left? They'll buy it from you for 10 times the price. Yuan was already full, contentedly lighting a Huazi cigarette. and smoking leisurely. 100 times. He'll pay 100 times the price, okay? I'm really hungry. Yuan finished the last half glass of beer. Washing the dishes was too much trouble. He simply threw the pot along with the broth down from the balcony. He could always replicate it. Jiang Xiaofan was stunned, but she clearly saw that there was still plenty of food and meat left in the pot. Thrown away just like that. You idiot. If you can't finish it, you could have given it to me. Jiang Xiaofan stomped her foot in anger, but Yuan had already turned and gone back inside. It wasn't time to engage with her yet. Let her starve for another day. Yuan returned to his room, intending to take an afternoon nap. The morning had been spent endlessly duplicating food, weapons, and ammunition, draining his mental energy, as if he had been gaming all night. He needed proper rest to recover his strength. However, the sound of zombies pounding against the front door outside the living room disrupted the peace. He guessed the gunshots from the balcony earlier had alerted the zombies in the corridor, drawing them upstairs. I need to deal with the ones outside the door, he muttered, or I won't be able to sleep soundly. Yuan picked up his shotgun, pressed the muzzle against the peephole, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A single gunshot rang out. A dense spray of steel pellets instantly tore through the peephole, striking at head height. Whether the zombie outside was killed or not, he couldn't tell. Nor did he need to. He had plenty of ammunition. He would simply keep firing. Boom, boom, boom. The shots came in rapid succession. At such close range, after 8 shells were spent, the peephole hadn't been ripped open much wider, but the snarling from the zombies outside had noticeably diminished. Yuan reloaded his shotgun and shoved the barrel into the hole. Whenever a zombie approached, he'd fire a point-blank shot into its head. In no time, the few zombies in the hallway were all eliminated. Now he could sleep in peace. The hole blasted through the peephole wasn't large, just enough to fit a ping-pong ball, so he didn't worry about anyone reaching in to unlock the door. Even a wire hook wouldn't work. The deadbolt was locked tight and nothing could move it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan slumped on the sofa, utterly weak. Her stomach was full of water, sloshing with every move, yet she felt no sense of fullness. In fact, she was even hungrier. All she could think about was food. She had scoured the apartment several times, but anything edible was long gone. What do I do? She whispered. At this rate, I'll starve to death. She pulled out her phone and opened Douyin. The videos she scrolled through were either survivors begging for help or zombies devouring people, each one more despairing than the last. She had already contacted all her relatives and friends. None dared to come and rescue her. Even her parents were unreachable, likely having met with misfortune. Just then, Jiang Xiaofan's WeChat notification chimed. Tapping it open, she saw a message from Hisu, the young master who had been pursuing her for half a year. Xiaofan, are you still alive? Send me a message. Jiang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, then finally replied. Hisu, I'm still alive, but I'm so hungry. The building is swarming with zombies. Despite Hisu's distinguished status, Jiang Xiaofan secretly looked down on him. He was short, fat, lecherous, arrogant, and conceited. After all, she was a web celebrity with millions of followers. She had money and beauty. There was no need to compromise herself. However, the He family wielded significant power in Shudu, and she dared not offend Hisu. So Jiang Xiaofan kept him dangling, planning to leave the city if things ever got too difficult. With money, she could live well anywhere. But she never expected the apocalypse to erupt, trapping her at home and starving her. Hisu, whom she had always despised, became her only lifeline. Hisu, please save me, she pleaded. I don't want to be eaten by zombies, nor do I want to starve to death. Xiaofan, don't be scared. As long as you're alive, I'll find a way to get you out. Jiang Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy. Really? Have I ever lied to you? Hold on for 2 more days. They'll send a helicopter to rescue you. 2 more days. She was so hungry she could eat herself. I don't think I can last that long. I'm so hungry. Xiaofan, you know my family's word carries weight in Shudu. But the apocalypse came so suddenly. The authorities are in chaos right now. Helicopters are scarce. Just hold on a little longer. Try to borrow some food from your neighbors. Endure for 2 days, and I'll send one to get you. The mention of borrowing food made Jiang Xiaofan think of Yuan. There's this idiot across from me who has more food than he can eat, she said. He'd rather throw it away than sell it to me. As she spoke, she sent him a photo she had secretly taken earlier. She figured that even if many of her fans had turned into zombies, some were bound to still be alive. She could post a Douyin video to get her fans to cyberbully that idiot across the way, or it would make her feel a bit better. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sent the photo, Hisu replied immediately, I know this guy. His name is Yuan. An acquaintance. Then tell him to give me some food right away. Alright Xiaofan, don't worry. As long as I give the word, Yuan will definitely give you food. Meanwhile, Yuan had slept soundly, just as he opened his eyes. His WeChat notification rang. He picked up his phone and saw a video call from Hisu. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yuan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and answered the call. Brother Yi, you're alive. That's great. Looking at Hisu's feigned surprise on the screen, Yuan felt a wave of nausea. His parents' deaths were tied to both Hisu and his father. In his past life, Yuan's revenge had failed, and he had been tortured by Hisu before dying. A grudge he would never forget. Hisu didn't know that Yuan had spent 6 months investigating and had discovered that his parents were murdered by them. Since that was the case, Yi Yuan decided to play along. Thanks to your blessings, brother He, I survived against all odds. Brother Yi, where are you? Wutong Garden in the Old City District. You're living in that rundown old place in the city instead of your villa at Deer Lake. Although the houses in the old district were once called dilapidated, being in the city center, they had been fully renovated inside and out. Not only were they fresh and new, but they also carried a sense of historical depth. Many people preferred living in such places. However, Yi Yuan's real reason for being there was to use Jiang Xiaofan to monitor He, planning to use the He family as a breakthrough to lure out and eliminate his enemies one by one. He just hadn't expected He to take so long to win over Jiang Xiaofan. This had delayed Yi Yuan's revenge plan. Brother Yi, to be honest, my girlfriend also lives in Wudong Garden right across from you. She sent me a photo, and that's how I happened to see you. Please, brother Yi, take care of her and give her some food. And at most 2 days, I'll send a helicopter. They'll take you with us when it comes. Heh. You killed my parents and tortured me in my past life. If I trusted you, I'd be a fool. But your girlfriend, I can certainly take care of her. To take a foe's love and strengthen oneself. How satisfying. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofan had nothing to do with his parents' deaths and was completely unaware of them. Since he needed to tame her anyway, this would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Since brother He has asked, I'll certainly take care of your girlfriend. Thank you, brother Yi. After hanging up, a meaningful smile spread across Yi Yuan's face. The Yi and He families had always been close. His father Yi Jianmin had founded Giant Semiconductor, a pillar industry in Shidu with business ties to the military. The He family was the company's second largest shareholder, and the 2 families were often in each other's company. Yi Yuan and He called each other brothers. Later, the board pushed for the company to go public, which would skyrocket the net worth of all shareholders. But his father opposed bringing in foreign capital. Having founded the company himself, he held veto power regardless of others' shares. As a result, every board meeting ended in discord. Then his parents died in a car crash. Yi Yuan, also injured in the accident, spent half a month in the ICU before being moved to a regular ward. By the time he was discharged, the board had taken control of the company. It was then that suspicion took root. The car accident might have been deliberately orchestrated. Yi Yuan spent heavily to hire private investigators. After 6 months of gathering evidence, the trail pointed to the company's 3 major shareholders, including the He family. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough solid evidence to convict them. Left with no choice, Yi Yuan decided to avenge his parents himself. But before his plan could be put into action, the apocalypse struck. This was also why in his past life he had risked life and limb to fight his way back to Deer Lake. All his enemies lived there. If I can escape the main city this time, it'll make you all regret being born. In truth, Yi Yuan had no confidence that he could leave the main city alive. Within the second ring road, the density of zombies was extremely high. This was only the early days of the apocalypse. More people would continue to turn into zombies. In his previous life, the military had launched a large-scale operation that lured the zombies in the alleys away. Yi Yuan seized the opportunity to go downstairs and escape in the wrecked military vehicle. The perils along the way were too numerous to mention. Finally cornered by the horde, he drove the car into the Shu River, using his last bullet to shatter the windshield. Fortunately, zombies could not swim. Thus, Yi Yuan swam back to Lu Lake with the current. In this life, he lacked no supplies. If he chose not to seek revenge, he could live comfortably in the city. But that was not Yi Yuan's style. So he placed his hopes on Jiang Xiaofan. He would try to extract the entry again. It might allow his superpower to evolve, unlocking new abilities that could help him escape the main city. After a good night's sleep, he felt much better. Yi Yuan replicated another 2,000 shotgun shells. Only with ample ammunition could he have confidence. He glanced at the time, 6 in the evening, and felt a pang of hunger. Let's have chicken soup hot pot tonight. Yi Yuan moved the food and beer to the coffee table on the balcony, plugged in the induction cooker, and started boiling water. He poured himself a glass of frozen beer to rinse his mouth first. He glanced at the time, 6 in the evening, and felt a pang of hunger. Let's have chicken soup hot pot tonight. Yi Yuan moved the food and beer to the coffee table on the balcony, plugged in the induction cooker, and started boiling water. He poured himself, yet eerily a fog began to roll in. And it was a red fog. Many survivors came to their balconies, watching the thickening red mist with panic in their eyes. Yi Yuan was not worried. In fact, the viral rain yesterday had also been red, and everyone who got caught in it had already turned into zombies. But this was only the beginning. The red fog was also a virus, only less virulent, accumulating in the body through inhalation. Once a certain threshold was reached, the immune system would completely collapse, and then they would become zombies. Only a very few with antibodies could survive. Yi Yuan had antibodies, so he was not concerned. The red fog grew thicker, and soon nothing was visible beyond 100 meters. Yi Yuan sat down. The chicken and mushrooms in the pot were already cooked. He picked up a piece, dipped it in chili sauce. Ah, delicious. Just then Jiang Xiaofan came to her balcony and saw the scene, her mouth watering with envy. Hey, handsome. Handsome, it's me, you know he's us girlfriend. Hisu said he already talked to you. Talked? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Talked about what? Still pretending. At a time like this, he couldn't bring himself to ask. If you want food, lower your posture, but you're too embarrassed to speak up. I have no idea what he talked about. Yuan played dumb on purpose. To tame Jiang Xiaofan, he had to trample her dignity first. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed her saliva. Although begging for food was humiliating, what was face compared to an empty stomach? Handsome. I'm so hungry. Please give me a bite to eat for the sake of your friendship with Hisu. I beg you. Just then the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head changed. Jiang Xiaofan Entry 1, 3D Printing, 60 Taming Level, can be forcibly extracted again. Current Taming Level 5. As soon as her attitude changed, the taming level immediately increased by 5. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Yuan naturally would not agree easily. If he gave her food now, she would mistakenly think it was for Hisu's sake. He couldn't let that confusion stand. That kid Hisu. He knows me, but am not very familiar with him. Jiang Xiaofan panicked instantly. It was clearly agreed that he had already talked to him. Why did he change his mind? Jiang Xiaofan quickly said, Hisu will send a helicopter to pick me up in a couple of days. If you give me food, he'll ask him to take you along. Admittedly, Hisu truly liked Jiang Xiaofan. After all, she was so beautiful. And men had a strange psychology: the harder to obtain, the more interested they became. He was the young master, he of Shu capital, wanting for no woman, yet Jiang Xiaofan had him wrapped around her finger. He had become her simp. In his previous life, Hisu did send a helicopter for her. But when Yuan later returned to Lu Lake, he did not see Jiang Xiaofan, which meant something had gone wrong along the way. The first week after the apocalypse was the most dangerous, because anyone around you could turn into a zombie at any moment, including the helicopter pilot. Theoretically, everyone was now a virus carrier. Those who got wet in the rain and turned immediately were Class 1 virus carriers. There were no longer any survivors among them. Another group had only been exposed to a small amount of rain. These were Class 2 virus carriers. They would continue to turn into zombies over the next week, the speed depending on how much rain they had been exposed to. The third group consisted of those who had inhaled a large amount of viral water mist during the downpour, Class 3 virus carriers. In principle, they would not turn. However, with the appearance of the blood fog, they kept inhaling the virus, and after 7 days they would begin to turn one after another. The remaining ones who had neither been rained on nor inhaled a large amount of water mist were Class 4 virus carriers. Yet they could not escape their fate either, because the blood fog was also a virus, just with a later transformation time. Strictly speaking, the month after the apocalypse was fraught with uncertainty. Countless people were bitten to death by sudden turnings. Yuan looked at Jiang Xiaofan's confident expression and shook his head with a smile. I have my own way to leave, so Hisu's helicopter cannot be your bargaining chip. Damn, you were so arrogant before. Now you're begging me. Jiang Xiaofan was clever enough to realize immediately that it was her earlier attitude that had caused the problem. Handsome, I apologize. I didn't mean to scold you this morning. You know, the apocalypse came suddenly, zombies everywhere, and I was really agitated. Can you forgive me? As soon as Jiang Xiaofan softened, the taming level increased by another 5. Not bad, not bad. Keep it. Just then on the balcony below Jiang Xiaofan's, a man saw Yuan eating hot pot and was so tempted that he swallowed hard. This guy had a dragon tattoo on his left arm and a tiger on his right. Clearly a gangster who never cooked, already starving. Hey bro, looks like you have plenty of food. Throw some over here for me. We're neighbors, gotta look out for each other. Yuan glanced at the gangster and ignored him. Hey, I'm giving you face right. Do you know who I am? I run this whole old district. Believe me, you'll make a Molotov cocktail and toss it on your balcony tonight to burn your place down. Don't be ungrateful. Throw the food over now. Yuan was speechless. Where did this wild beast come from? I've killed so many zombies. Was he sleeping that whole time, not knowing I have a gun? Yuan calmly lit a cigarette, then quickly grabbed his shotgun, stood up, and aimed at the gangster. Holy shit. Bang. The gangster only managed to say holy shit before a large hole was blown through his chest. Dead as a doornail. Damn. Trying to act tough with me. You've had enough of living. Yuan put down the gun, sat back down, and prepared to continue eating his hot pot. Casually, he noticed that Jiang Xiaofan's taming level had gone up another 5. What happened? I didn't do anything to you. And it went up. Yuan looked at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head. The taming degree had indeed increased by 5, now reaching 15. Only 45 more was needed for another attempt at the entry. However, the recent increase of 5 was somewhat inexplicable. He pondered over it. There was only one possibility. Women inherently admire strength, and Yuan's display of dominance by killing a thug with a single shot instilled a sense of awe, especially in women. Awe is also a manifestation of submissive psychology. Thus, the taming degree could be obtained through various means. Of course, intimidation and torture could also instill fear in Jiang Xiaofan. But at the same time, it would fill her heart with hatred. These two opposing psychological states would counterbalance each other, making it impossible for her to gain a taming degree no matter how submissive she became, because it wouldn't come from the heart. Yuan took a bite of chicken. He gulped down a large glass of beer. Refreshing. The survivors in the nearby buildings were all scared back into their rooms by Yuan's earlier shot, leaving only Jiang Xiaofan pitifully leaning on the railing. Brother Yi, I'm so hungry, please give me something to eat. Jiang Xiaofan had decided to let go of her pride. If she had to humble herself, so be it. As long as she could endure the next 2 days once Hisu sent a plane to pick her up, she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. How do you know my surname is Yi? Hisu told me. Yi Yuan felt it was about time and solemnly looked at Jiang Xiaofan. I can give you food. But you scolded me for no reason this morning. I was very unhappy about it. If you kneel down and apologize to me, I can give you a bucket of instant noodles. Kneel down. Jiang Xiaofan was stunned. She was a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. Even the renowned He Xiao from Shudu had succumbed to her charm. I've already humbled myself this much, and he still wants me to kneel down and apologize. This bastard has no sense of romance. Yi Yuan, don't go too far. I'm a beauty, you know. Yes, exactly. If you weren't so arrogant, how could I increase the taming degree? Beauty, can you eat? Is it delicious? Yi Yuan sneered, engrossed in his hot pot, enjoying his drink. He was thoroughly relishing the moment. Jiang Xiaofan squatted pitifully on the balcony, watching Yi Yuan feast and drink, wishing she could perform the star absorption technique. From afar she imagined she could suck all the chicken out of the pot in one gulp, even draining the broth. This wasn't an exaggeration, that's exactly how she felt. Having never been hungry before, she now understood the pain of starvation, wishing she could eat herself. It had been almost 2 days without food. Jiang Xiaofan felt her once proud figure had shrunk. If only I had just given birth, I could feed myself. As soon as this thought emerged, she realized how foolish it was. Stealing from the baby's food supply. The baby must not starve to death. When a person is extremely hungry, they tend to have wild thoughts, seeing everything as food. Hisu often boasts about how great he is, and about being the young master of Shudu. But in reality, Yi Yuan doesn't even take him seriously. What a useless person. Jiang Xiaofan muttered as she dialed Hisu for a video call. Xiaofan, how are you? Have you eaten? Eat? Yi Yuan is currently eating hot pot, and he wants me to kneel down and apologize before he gives me food. What? Hisu immediately felt a sense of humiliation. How dare he make my woman kneel? Damn. Wait a moment. Oh, I'll send Yi Yuan a video. Soon Yi Yuan received Hizu's plea through a video call. After connecting, Hisu's face was not looking good. Brother Yi, I heard from Xiaofan that you want her to kneel and apologize before giving her food. Yi Yuan didn't respond immediately. He leisurely picked a piece of chicken, finished it, and then took a large sip of beer before casually replying, keeping Hisu in suspense. That's the case. She scolded me for no reason this morning. Is it wrong for her to kneel and apologize? Yi Yuan was intent on continuing the charade with Hisu. This was a game of mockery. Brother Yi, am I hearing you right? You know Jiang Xiaofan is my woman. Given the relationship between our families, you give her no respect. Relationship? Between us there is only hatred, no relationship. But since we're playing a game, those words definitely can't be spoken. So Yi Yuan changed the subject. A relationship can't be eaten either. If I give Jiang Xiaofan food, I'll have to starve. How hard is it to have her apologize? After saying that, Yi Yuan picked another piece of chicken to eat. Hisu finally understood. Yi Yuan was clearly toying with him. Yi Yuan, you're something else. You dare to play me. Haha, not only am I playing you, but I'm also going to toy with your beloved woman. Do you know that Lu Lake has become a gathering place and the officials have taken over? With my He family's connection, sending a helicopter here is easy. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Yuan certainly understood. Sending a helicopter not only means rescuing people, but also killing them. This was a blatant threat, but I won't fall for it. Perfect timing. When you send the helicopter, take me along too. Damn. Playing dumb while knowing the truth. Hisu felt as if he had punched a pillow, infuriated, and hung up the video call. Yi Yuan sneered, placing his phone aside as he continued to enjoy the hot pot. You want to play with me? Let's see how I can take you down. On the other side, Jiang Xiaofan soon received a text from Hisu containing only 2 sentences. Borrow some food from the other neighbors. I'll send a helicopter to pick you up the day after tomorrow at the latest. After reading the text, Jiang Xiaofan realized the negotiation had fallen apart. Borrowing from other neighbors was simply impossible. The survivors were hiding in their homes. There was no chance to even speak. Outside in the stairwell, there were zombies. Stepping out was like sending oneself to death, like borrowing from a ghost. The helicopter won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. By then I'll be starving to death. Moreover, there's no guarantee there will even be a helicopter the day after tomorrow. Just then a helicopter appeared in the sky, and Jiang Xiaofan immediately stood up and waved. But as she waved, she felt something was off. The helicopter swayed like a broken kite, and then plummeted down, crashing. At that moment, Yi Yuan had also finished the hot pot, and happened to witness the scene. So he casually remarked, at this stage helicopters are only for rescuing important figures. You have no hope. Moreover, the pilot could turn into a zombie at any moment. If you really got on the helicopter, you might die even faster. After saying this, Yi Yuan threw the hot pot down from the balcony. He couldn't be bothered to wash it. Jiang Xiaofan looked at the wasted food, and at that moment she finally let go. Starving was truly difficult. It was just dignity, it couldn't be eaten. Besides, I indeed scolded Yi Yuan first. Oh, what's the harm in apologizing? It's not shameful. Once I completed this mental shift, my knees softened. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The once proud goddess finally knelt down, tears streaming down her face in this moment of grievance. At the same time, the taming degree above her head surged by 20, reaching 35. Just 25 more, and she could attempt the entry for the second time. Although your apology isn't sincere, at least you knelt down. Wait, I'll get you some instant noodles right now. One must keep their promises. A mix of stick and carrot. It can't be all about the stick, or else it might break her spirit, making it impossible to continue increasing the taming degree. Yuan tossed a bucket of instant noodles across the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan poured a full bucket of boiling water over them, waited only 2 or 3 minutes, and then eagerly dug in. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never tasted food this amazing. Unbeknownst to him, on the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, the taming level increased by another 5, reaching 40. After a bout of noisy wolfish gobbling, he finally gulped down every last drop of the soup. His stomach was full, and a warm sensation spread through him. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Xiaofan felt a moment of pure happiness and contentment. That Hisu is useless. When it counts, I have to rely on the neighbor. Even though Yuan has a strange temper, he's not a bad person. If it weren't for him, I'd have starved to death. As these murmurs drifted through his mind, the taming level rose by another 5. But Yuan was unaware of this. He was on the balcony, eating fruit, watching as the sky fully darkened. With no evening entertainment to speak of, he slid the security bars on the balcony shut. There might still be survivors in the apartments above or below. He had been acting rather conspicuously. If he fell asleep, and someone rappelled down to his balcony, it would be dangerous. Locking the security bars was essential. Back in the living room, he duplicated 20 more shotguns and 4,012 gauge shells. With more weapons, he felt more secure. Besides, he had slept in the afternoon. If he didn't expend some mental energy, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. However, metal was inorganic. Duplicating this amount of weaponry and ammunition didn't drain much of his mental strength. Yuan loaded all the guns, and as the night was still young, practiced his reloading drills over and over. Shotguns were devastatingly effective against zombies, especially in hallways and stairwells where one man could hold off a horde. But their weakness was fatal. The magazine held only 71 shells. Once empty, reloading had to be done manually. That soldier had likely been ripped apart while trying to reload. Even though Yuan could duplicate an unlimited number of weapons, he couldn't carry that many guns on his person. Better safe than sorry. There would inevitably be desperate moments when he'd have to reload under fire, so it was necessary to practice until the motions were second nature. He envied those protagonists in novels who had spatial storage rings. If only he had one. He could duplicate 10,000 shotguns and instantly switch to a fresh one when the current ran dry. The thought was incredibly satisfying. Yuan continued his relentless practice. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. He checked the time. It was past 9 p.m. By the way, the neighbor lady gave me some yeast. I could prepare the dough now and make steamed buns tomorrow morning. Make 2 and I can duplicate an infinite supply. So Yuan searched for a tutorial on making steamed buns and learned the basics in about 10 minutes. He prepared the dough and let it ferment. After a shower, he went straight to bed. Because he had slept so early the previous night, Yuan woke up just after 6. After washing up, he began chopping the meat, filling, and scallions. It was his first time making buns, and his technique was clumsy. They were finally ready a little past 7. Though they were ugly, they tasted pretty good. He duplicated a few dozen, stored some in the fridge, grabbed a carton of yogurt, and headed to the balcony for breakfast. He ate 2 small buns, but Jiang Xiaofan didn't appear. Showing off requires an audience, or otherwise how could he raise the taming level? Just then a few zombies wandered below. Yuan swung open the balcony's security bars and, shotgun in hand, blasted away at the crowd below. He killed over 20 zombies. The gunfire finally drew Jiang Xiaofan out. Brother Yi, good morning. Jiang Xiaofan smiled ingratiatingly. Yuan glanced at him and immediately noticed something odd. Taming level 45. What happened last night that made it jump 10? Yuan didn't know it was the instant noodles doing. Jiang Xiaofan had eaten them at home, so the increase had gone unnoticed. Brother Yi eating buns. Damn, all he thinks about is food. Yuan ignored her. He couldn't let the relationship get too familiar, or it would be harder to increase the taming level. He picked up a small bun and took a big bite, savoring the burst of savory meat juice. Watching Yuan devour the buns, Jiang Xiaofan's stomach began to rumble. She had been hungry for 2 days. Last night, all she had was a bucket of instant noodles. Even though the soup had filled her up after a couple of trips to the bathroom, the hunger had returned. Staring at the large plate of buns on Yuan's coffee table, Jiang Xiaofan was drooling. Hunger was truly unbearable. Forget it, she had already knelt before him yesterday. What was there left to hold on to? Brother Yi, could I have one too? Yuan had been waiting for this exact request. Give you one. And why is that? The question left Jiang Xiaofan speechless. Right, why should he give her one? Were they really that close? After thinking for a long time, she stammered, well, you already forgave me yesterday. Ridiculous. I forgave you yesterday, which is why I gave you that bucket of noodles. I've done my part. I don't owe you anything. Forgiving her didn't make him her personal meal ticket. Jiang Xiaofan was at a loss for words. Then a flash of inspiration struck. Brother Yi, how about I dance for you? You can't finish all those buns anyway. If I dance, will you give me one? Yuan didn't say a word, continuing his breakfast. Jiang Xiaofan took his silence as consent. She began to dance energetically on the balcony. It was her specialty, and she was quite good. Though she was fully covered, her impossibly long legs and figure were a striking sight. Yuan pretended to eat, but his eyes were stealing glances. It was quite a view, no wonder Hisu was so infatuated. Just then Jiang Xiaofan's expression changed. She rushed to the railing and yelled down, "You son of a bitch! I dare you to come up here and say that again." "What's going on?" She turned into a tigress again. Yuan was baffled. "Brother Yi, I'm not dancing anymore. There's a pervert below your apartment making obscene gestures at me. Damn it, I was just getting into it. Which bastard is ruining my fun?" The man below shouted, "Slut, shaking your ass for a bite of food. I've got food at my place too. Dance a striptease for me, and he'll give you 2 buckets of instant noodles. You son of a bitch. I'm trying to increase the taming level here, and you're out here causing trouble." Yuan grabbed his shotgun and leaned out, but he couldn't see the man below. "You're the slut, your whole family are sluts." Jiang Xiaofan cursed back. The fearsome reputation of the Sichuan tigress was no joke. "You dare tell me to strip? You're asking for death." Jiang Xiaofan grabbed a flower pot from the balcony and hurled it down, but it missed. The man below laughed heartily, taunting, "Come on, you crazy bitch, throw another one. I love seeing you angry. Hey, you dare stick your hand out on the balcony. Forgot that I've got a gun." Bang! The shotgun roared and the man below screamed in agony. The dense swarm of steel pellets instantly shredded his entire hand. "Oh, my hand. Hey, you upstairs. Why the hell did you shoot me?" "Why did I shoot you?" "Because you dared to disrupt my taming process. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you." Jiang Xiaofan watched Yuan put the man in his place, a warm feeling blossoming in her heart. Brother Yi looks fierce, but he's actually a good guy. He even dealt with that pervert downstairs for me. As this thought crossed her mind, the taming level rose another 5. Yuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that helping her vent her anger had earned her gratitude? It seemed there were many ways to gain taming points. This was a good thing. Just 10 more, and he could extract another trait. In a good mood, Yuan packed 2 buns in a plastic bag and tossed them over. 2 small buns were hardly a meal, but that was exactly his plan. Keeping her perpetually half-hungry made her easier to tame. A favor in need is a favor indeed, but too much becomes an obligation. If it came too easily, it wouldn't be as effective for building loyalty. After breakfast, Yuan sat on the balcony sipping tea. Jiang Xiaofan showed no sign of leaving. "Brother Yi, how about I sing you a song?" She seemed eager to get closer, laying the groundwork for her next free meal. Yuan, however, was not one to be deceived. "No need, I just want to enjoy my tea in peace." "Brother Yi, have you ever thought about how well get out of here?" "No. Where did you get that gun?" "Scram." "Oh, okay." Jiang Xiaofan wrinkled her nose and muttered something under her breath as she headed back inside, probably cursing him. It didn't matter. Let her curse. It was the carrot and the stick approach. The 2 buns earlier were the carrot, and his attitude now was the stick. Alternating between the two was the only way to keep her tamed. That's just how women were. You had to be stern when needed and gentle when required. If you were always kind to them, they'd start taking it for granted. Take Hisu for instance. He pursued a girl for 6 months without even tasting a single bite of her cooking. If Jiang Xiaofan got food too easily, it would become much harder to tame her later. With nothing else to do, he glanced at the dense horde of zombies outside the alleyway. Without absolute certainty of success, Yuan wouldn't risk fleeing the main city. Now that he had this golden finger, he had to play it safe and secure victory. His enemies were all at Deer Lake Villa District, and with revenge still unfulfilled, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose his life recklessly. He needed to at least check Jiang Xiaofan's status one more time before making any decisions. Yuan practiced loading ammunition while sipping his tea. The fog had grown thicker today. Visibility had dropped to almost nothing beyond 70 or 80 meters. In this apocalypse, the worst part wasn't the zombies. It was the unrelenting fog that even sunlight couldn't penetrate. Plants were severely deprived of photosynthesis. Before long, some would die, and those that survived would barely cling to life, making it impossible to grow crops or vegetables. Good thing I can replicate infinitely, Yuan thought, feeling a wave of relief. At least he wouldn't have to fight others for food. After practicing loading until his hands ached, Yuan leaned against the balcony railing, smoking a cigarette to rest. Looking out, he noticed more zombies in the nearby buildings than yesterday. People who had been caught in the light rain hadn't turned immediately and had gone home only to transform. They'd even bitten their own family members. What a tragedy. Occasionally he'd spot someone forced to jump from a building. They chose falling to their deaths over being torn apart by their zombified loved ones. Having lived through this once before, Yuan had grown accustomed to it. With nothing better to do, he resumed practicing loading. Meanwhile, in the building across from Yuan's, besides Jiang Xiaofan, there were 2 other survivors, a hook-nosed man and a bearded man. They had ample food supplies at home, enough to last them half a month without worry. The hook-nosed man scrolled through his phone, cursing under his breath. Damn it, all these short videos are either people begging for help or zombies biting someone. It's like this everywhere in the world. Is humanity doomed? The bearded man beside him wore a worried expression too. Trapped at home, the only way to understand the outside world was through short videos. Shit. There are more and more zombies. Looks like rescue isn't coming. We're going to be trapped here until we die. The two fell into a despondent silence, surrounded by zombies and stuck in the city center. Even with food at home, they couldn't stop the despair from spreading. No hope, no future. And definitely no rescue. The only thing they could do was wait for death. The hook-nosed man mechanically scrolled through videos as if that was the only way to ease the anxiety and fear gnawing at him. Then he stumbled upon a familiar face. Jiang Xiaofan. She's still alive. Hey Beard, that big shot internet celebrity next door is alive. The hook-nosed man's despair vanished, replaced by excitement. The bearded man leaned in for a look. In the video, Jiang Xiaofan was asking for help. Even in her dejected state, she couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Especially her perfect figure, slender waist, generous curves. One look was enough to make anyone's blood run hot. Damn, the world's ending anyway. How about we have some fun, the bearded man suggested. The hook-nosed man's eyes lit up instantly. Just what I was thinking. Both were professional thieves. Climbing walls and picking locks was second nature to them. Electronic locks in particular were the easiest to crack. And as it happened, Jiang Xiaofan's door had exactly that. Grab the gear, let's go. Soon the hook-nosed man fetched a rubber mallet and a screwdriver. Just then the bearded man remembered something. Wait, wasn't there gunfire in the alley yesterday? What if there's a military presence? If we break into Jiang Xiaofan's place and get caught by soldiers downstairs, we're screwed. Little did they know the gunfire from yesterday was just Yuan using his shotgun to take out zombies below. The building Jiang Xiaofan lived in had 4 units per floor, 2 facing the front, 2 facing the back. The hook-nosed man and the bearded man's homes happened to face away from the alley, so they had no idea what was happening there. What's there to be afraid of? Gunfire is echoing across the whole city, not just here. And there's no shooting in the alley right now. Maybe the soldiers have all been bitten and turned. That reasoning made sense, and with their minds clouded by lust, they didn't care anymore. The bearded man first peered through the peephole to check the hallway. All clear, no zombies. The hook-nosed man quietly opened the door. Jiang Xiaofan's home was directly opposite, less than 3 meters away. Leave the door open. If we attract any zombies, we can bolt right back. The two crept over to Jiang Xiaofan's door. The hook-nosed man pressed the screwdriver against the bottom of the keypad lock and struck it upward with the rubber mallet. His technique was precise, his force well measured, and the knocking was barely audible. The keypad lock looked high-tech, but it was actually the easiest to crack. Its motor was highly sensitive with a long locking bolt inside. As long as you found the right spot and hammered the bolt at the bottom, triggering the internal motor was simple. Sure enough, after just 5 strikes, the electronic lock let out a crisp beep. The motor whirred, and the door swung open. The two slipped inside in a flash and gently closed the door behind them. They were in. They exchanged a knowing smile, the kind that only old perverts understood. Jiang Xiaofan, hearing the commotion in the living room, rushed out, only to see her neighbors. How did you get into my place? Clearly Jiang Xiaofan hadn't yet grasped the severity of the situation. She couldn't recall their names, but she had often run into them on the stairs and occasionally exchanged greetings. They were familiar faces, so her guard wasn't up. Beautiful, we're here to protect you. With all those zombies outside, a girl like you must be scared all alone. We're here to keep you company. Seeing their lecherous expressions and hearing their sinister tone, Jiang Xiaofan finally realized what was happening. The end of the world meant the collapse of all order. 2 men breaking into her home. The outcome was all too clear. What do you think you're doing? Stay away. Get out. The hook-nosed man and the bearded man let loose, laughing as they charged at her. Jiang Xiaofan grabbed whatever she could from the living room and hurled it at them. Vases, cups, stuffed toys. She threw everything, but it did nothing to stop the 2 grown men. With leering grins, they backed her all the way onto the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan reached for something else to throw, but the balcony was empty. There had been a broom, but she had thrown it at Yuan yesterday. Yuan. He had a gun. She spun around and screamed, "Brother Yi, save me." Yuan had long been aware of the events happening at Jiang Xiaofan's home. Strangely, in her past life, there were no intruders breaking in. Could it be that after my rebirth, a butterfly effect occurred? Although the butterfly effect is merely a theory, individual actions cannot fundamentally alter the grand wheels of fate. However, the situation at Jiang Xiaofan's home was indeed likely related to her. Because when she killed the zombie downstairs yesterday, the gunfire attracted the zombies from the opposite building, making the corridor safe enough for the intruders to venture out. Jiang Xiaofan cried out in a pleading tone, waving her hands to fend off the intruders. Even if she hadn't called for help, Yuan would never allow the bearded man and the hook-nosed man to harm Jiang Xiaofan. He was counting on continuing to extract her attributes. Jiang Xiaofan crouched down. Yuan shouted. Jiang Xiaofan, quick-witted, immediately realized that Yuan was about to act. He asked her to crouch down to avoid friendly fire, so she quickly complied. This left the bearded man and the hook-nosed man dumbfounded, both staring at Yuan on the balcony across. Kid, what do you mean? I don't understand. Do you want to be a hero saving the beauty? Come over then. Oh, I don't believe you can jump over. Ha ha ha. The oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse was completely released at that moment. The two laughed heartily. At this moment Yuan also smiled, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, as he swiftly grabbed the shotgun from the coffee table. He aimed without a second thought. With a distance of 7 to 8 meters, there was no need for deliberate aiming. Bang! The low gunshot echoed. The dense steel pellets burst forth, instantly piercing the bearded man's chest. The gunshot created a hole larger than a fist. The hooked-nosed man was momentarily stunned, his mind clearly short-circuiting. What was happening? That kid had a gun. Before the apocalypse, the Summer Kingdom had strict gun control. Ordinary people lacked the instinct to crouch down immediately upon hearing gunfire. In that moment of distraction, Yuan had completed the shell ejection and reloaded. Bang! The second shot struck the hooked-nosed man's head, instantly exploding it like a watermelon, blood splattering all over Jiang Xiaofan. She stood up screaming in fright, while frantically trying to wipe the blood and bits of flesh from her hair as she rushed into the bathroom. The crisis was averted. Yuan sat down to continue drinking tea. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan was desperately scrubbing her hair with shampoo, washing it over and over, feeling it still wasn't clean. Although she had seen zombies devour people, having blood splattered on her head made her feel deeply unsettled. She stood under the shower head for more than 10 minutes. The cool water gradually helped her regain her composure. Recalling everything that had just happened, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank goodness Ego was here. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened. Ego actually cares about me. Although he can be a bit fierce at times, he has a certain manliness about him. Unlike Hisu, that sycophant. All he does is give me gifts and try to please me, lacking any semblance of masculinity. As Jiang Xiaofan thought this, the taming degree on the card above her head surged by 10A, reaching 60. After taking a shower, she dried her hair, changed into clean clothes, and then went to the living room. There were still 2 corpses on the balcony outside. One had its head blown off. The other had a hole in its chest. Blood flowed everywhere, making it a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Even though she had witnessed zombies eating people, and her psychological resilience was strong, deep down Jiang Xiaofan did not see zombies as human. Instead, the gruesome deaths of the 2 intruders made her hesitant to approach. Thank you, Ego, for earlier. Jiang Xiaofan didn't go out onto the balcony, but called out from the living room. Yuan looked up and noticed that the taming degree had increased by another 10. It had now reached 60. Could it be because he saved her earlier, sparking gratitude that boosted the taming degree by 10? The reason didn't matter. What was important was that he could extract her attributes for the second time. Yuan focused on 3D printing. I will extract. The next moment, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head changed. Jiang Xiaofan. Attribute 3D printing, 95 taming degree, allows 3 extractions, current taming degree 60. Not bad, not bad. Reaching a taming degree of 95 would allow for 1 more extraction. Yuan suppressed his excitement. After extracting the attribute earlier, a mysterious power surged into his body. This indicated the birth of another new ability. First, he checked the changes in his powers. Yuan summoned his attribute sheet. Yuan. Attribute Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9, Ability 3D Printing. Click to view introduction. 3D printing had turned into 2 stars, but the second star was transparent, indicating it didn't belong to the 2-star abilities. It could be considered 1.5 stars at most. He estimated that after extracting the attribute 1 more time, it could rise to 2 stars. Yuan clicked on the ability introduction to check. 3D printing attribute 1, Unlimited Replication, consumes spirit, can replicate and print objects weighing no more than 20 pounds, without any life characteristics. Attribute 2, Partial Integrated Replication, consumes spirit, can perform partial replication on objects and alter their structure and size. Hiss. It seems to be rather useless. The weight for unlimited replication increased from 10 pounds to 20 pounds. It didn't fundamentally change anything. As for the newly added ability Partial Integrated Replication, it couldn't help him safely escape from the main urban area. Its function was to alter the structure and size of objects based on the original. For example, Yuan's shotgun is 1 meter long. Previously, he could only replicate the entire gun. Now he can replicate a barrel that is 2 meters or even 3 meters long. This is what Partial Integrated Replication means, enlarging and lengthening through local replication. As a normal man, Yuan's first thought was a shield tunneling machine. However, such thoughts could only remain thoughts, as he couldn't replicate objects with life characteristics. A shield tunneling machine is part of a living entity, thus also counted as a living object. Just as Yuan thought this, another voice in his mind replied, Host, 3D printing cannot replicate complete living entities, but it can perform partial replication. Damn, it can work this way. This is truly a benefit. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan was still in the living room looking at Yuan. What? Do you want me to replicate your fruit into a basketball? What, Jiang Xiaofan? I have something to do now. You can handle your own business. Like cleaning up the corpses on your balcony. After saying that, Yuan ran to the bathroom. Moments later, he came out having completed the upgrade of the shield tunneling machine. He now had the ability to alter local sizes. In the pre-apocalypse world, he could have opened a cosmetic clinic by himself. There would be no need for injections or fillers, and it would be purely natural. What a pity though, partial integrated replication wouldn't enhance his combat power, so he would need to think of another way to escape the main urban area. Oh right, partial integrated replication has no restrictions. Can I replicate space? For instance, an internal space of a box is part of that box. Theoretically, it should be replicable, right? Yuan thought this, and the voice in his mind replied, yes host, as long as it has a carrier the space can be replicated. Yuan never imagined that space itself could truly be replicated. Well, it made sense. Unlimited replication. Anything could be duplicated except living beings. Strictly speaking, all things in the world are living beings, but the living beings restricted by 3D printing were likely those with sentient consciousness. Space was not within the restricted scope. Since space could be replicated, what about time? Time and space are inherently one. They cannot be replicated separately, the voice in his mind replied. Well, it seemed this localized integrated replication still held many undiscovered capabilities. He would research that later. For now, he decided to try creating a spatial storage. He had once envied the protagonists in apocalyptic novels who possessed spatial storage, never imagining he would soon have one himself. Yuan picked up a bottle to experiment. He channeled the mysterious power within his body, transforming it into an energy-based 3D printer that enveloped the bottle. Then he directed another surge of power to initiate localized replication. The target was the space inside the bottle. With a thought, the energy form printer began its work. To Yuan's astonishment, the process was incredibly smooth. In just 1 second, the bottle's size remained unchanged, but its internal space had doubled. Moreover, the mental strain was negligible, even lower than when replicating metal. Why was that? The voice in his mind answered, the material structure of space is of a lower grade than metal, hence the lower consumption. However, only the internal space was replicated. The external container remains unchanged. Consequently, the spatial structure has altered, and the interior no longer possesses the flow of time. What did that mean? The bottle's exterior remained the same, but its internal space had expanded, altering the spatial structure and pausing time within. Holy shit. Perfect. This was exactly what he wanted. Although Yuan could replicate endlessly, he couldn't guarantee the freshness of food, meat, and vegetables in the fridge. Even if he replicated them daily, the food had already been stored for a day. Over time, both vegetables and meat would eventually spoil, especially the vegetables. They would wilt within a week at most. But now a storage with pause time perfectly solved this problem. Yuan also discovered another issue. After the bottle's internal space expanded, its structure changed, becoming a pure space devoid of any energy field. Consequently, his consciousness could easily enter the bottle's interior. And within it, his consciousness was exceptionally powerful. To use a vivid analogy, once humans set foot on the moon, they could become supermen, easily leaping 5 or 6 meters high. It wasn't that humans had become stronger, it was that the moon's gravitational acceleration was only 1/6 of blue stars. By the same principle, the expanded internal space of the bottle, having lost its time and energy fields, became a pure space, where Yuan's consciousness faced no restrictions whatsoever. His ordinarily feeble consciousness was incredibly potent inside the bottle, comparable to divine will. This sparked a flash of inspiration. Yuan tossed an egg into the bottle, but it didn't fall to the bottom and shatter, because the space inside the bottle had no energy field at all, including gravity. But his consciousness inside the bottle, akin to divine will, could guide the egg with a mere thought, gently lowering it to the bottom. Perfect. In the future, I can use my mind to sort and organize supplies stored in the spatial warehouse. Yuan continued his experiments. He sealed the bottle with its cap, and his consciousness could no longer enter. So he drilled a small hole in the cap. Now his consciousness could slip through the hole. The current challenge was retrieving the egg. Since he was building a spatial warehouse, he needed to ensure easy access. According to Yuan's plan, he would replicate a massive spatial warehouse and fill it with 10,000 shotguns loaded with bullets. When one ran dry, he'd instantly pull out another and keep firing. With caution, he could fight his way to the riverside. Then he'd find a boat and row to Deer Lake. Yuan pondered briefly and soon found a solution. There was a small hole in the bottle cap, wasn't there? If he replicated and expanded that hole's space dozens of times, couldn't he retrieve the egg? No sooner said than done. Yuan immediately replicated the space of the small hole, expanding it 50-fold. Yet from the outside, the hole's size appeared unchanged. Only the spatial volume within had altered, invisible to the naked eye. His consciousness, manifesting as a powerful hand inside the bottle, grasped the egg and guided it toward the small hole in the cap. Then a miraculous sight unfolded. The egg passed through the hole, no larger than a chopstick tip, with half protruding outside and half still inside the bottle. With a thought, Yuan's invisible hand will push the entire egg out. Holy shit! It worked! Yuan was overjoyed. The spatial warehouse was a success. However, a bottle wasn't a suitable container. For one, it was ugly. For another, it was hard to carry and prone to shattering. If it broke, the internal space would collapse. All the stored supplies would spill out. Yuan suddenly remembered there was a stainless steel hip flask in the wardrobe left behind by the landlord. He immediately went to the bedroom and retrieved it from the wardrobe. This type of flat flask was often seen in Western films where the protagonist would take a sip to look cool. It was made of stainless steel resistant to damage. Its capacity was only 200 milliliters, slightly less than a can of soda. Small and exquisite, it was wrapped in a leather sheath and could be hung directly on a belt, making it extremely portable. He unscrewed the cap on the spout. No need for drilling holes. Yuan grew more satisfied with each look and immediately decided to use this flask as the vessel for his spatial warehouse. First, he replicated 10 flasks for future use. If he ever needed to create more spatial storage, he'd have materials ready. Next, he selected one flask and began replicating its internal space. The mental consumption for replicating space was essentially negligible. Yuan replicated it 12 times in succession. The tiny flask's internal space had reached 0.8 cubic meters, equivalent to a cube with sides of 1 meter by 1 meter by 0.8 meters. He continued to expand it. After 10 more replications, the internal space exceeded 800 cubic meters. Still not enough. Since the mental drain was so low and replication was unlimited, he decided to create an ultra-large spatial warehouse. Of course, while the mental consumption for replicating space was low, it wasn't zero, especially as the space expanded geometrically. The mental strain became quite noticeable. Yuan replicated the space 15 more times, bringing the flask's internal volume to 26.83 million cubic meters. Over 20 million cubic meters, equivalent to an ultra-large warehouse measuring 300 meters in length, width, and height. That was more than sufficient. Moreover, the flask's internal space included the spout, which had been expanded hundreds of millions of times. Even a large truck could easily fit through it. Of course, from the outside, the spout's diameter remained less than 1 centimeter. No one could tell anything was amiss. Yuan was in high spirits. He spent a few minutes transferring all the food from his double-door refrigerator into the spatial warehouse. Now he felt secure. No more worrying about food spoiling or expiring. But his work wasn't done. Next, he needed to mass replicate shotguns. Since Jiang Xiaofan's trait could be harvested again, he'd likely be staying in the rental for a while to tame her. In the meantime, he'd replicate as many shotguns as possible. Although the shotgun's magazine capacity was only 71 rounds, he could instantly switch to a new one when empty, effectively granting unlimited ammunition. Yuan picked up a shotgun ready to replicate it when a sudden inspiration struck. Why am I replicating guns? I can just replicate the internal space of the magazine tube to hold more shells. In theory, that would give me truly near-infinite ammunition. Holy shit. It felt like discovering a new continent. Yuan was so excited he slapped his thigh. The localized integral replication proved remarkably versatile. Yuan swiftly retrieved a shotgun, and the mystic power of 3D printing enveloped it, locking onto the internal space of the magazine tube to commence replication. This time a bit more finesse was required. Previously, when replicating the wine flask's interior, he had aimed for a storage space, expanding the internal cavity in all directions. Replicating the magazine tube was different. The goal was to maximize ammunition capacity. Thus, the internal diameter remained unchanged while the spatial length of the tube was extended. Yuan replicated it 7 times in one go, extending the internal space by a factor of 128, allowing it to hold 896 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells. This time he replicated not only the space, but also the bullets and the spring. Had he merely copied the space, the spring would have been too short to feed the shells into the chamber. Yuan continued replicating. A capacity of just over 800 rounds was far from sufficient. He replicated 3 more times. The magazine tube extended by 1024 times, holding 7,168 rounds. That was roughly enough. Whether he could actually fire them all wielding a shotgun with a 7,000-round capacity gave him a sense of security. Moreover, the shotgun's power was immense. Theoretically, it could fire 10,000 rounds, but with bad luck it might fail after 9,000. So he only replicated a capacity of 7,000 rounds. Yet it remained a super shotgun. It barely cured his fear of insufficient firepower. Theoretically, it could fire 10,000 rounds, but with bad luck it might fail after 9,000. So he only replicated a capacity of 7,000 rounds. Yet it remained a super shotgun. It barely cured his fear of insufficient firepower. Next, he replicated another shotgun for his spatial storage, ensuring he could switch weapons instantly if the barrel needed replacement. Then he replicated 100 spare barrels. Since the old gun was more comfortable to use, he could simply replace the barrel when it wore out rather than swapping the entire weapon. The replication ended. Yuan was utterly exhausted. 2 super shotguns and over 10,000 rounds of ammunition took a heavy toll on his mental energy. He washed his face and decided to lie down for a short nap. Once his energy was restored, he would continue replicating. At noon, he woke up with a growling stomach. Cooking was too time-consuming. He took a small steamed bun from his spatial storage, replicated a dozen more, heated them up, grabbed a carton of yogurt, and headed to the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the bodies of the hook-nosed and bearded thugs he had killed earlier still lay on the floor. Blood had already stained the balcony red. What's going on? Didn't I tell her to get rid of the bodies? Bang! Yuan fired a shot, and Jiang Xiaofan immediately rushed out from the bedroom. But as soon as one foot stepped onto the balcony, she quickly retreated. Brother Yi, I can't bear to touch those bodies. And they're too heavy, I can't move them either. There was nothing he could do about that. Yuan picked up a small steamed bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and spread his hands. Figure it out yourself. Seeing Yuan eating, Jiang Xiaofan swallowed hard. She was already hungry, and the food Yuan gave her had never been enough to fill her stomach. Brother Yi, how about I sing a song for you? Yuan knew exactly what she was up to. Rather than directly asking for food, she was trying to curry favor first. Sure, then sing Dare I Ask Where the Road Is. Hearing Yuan's request, Jiang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Although Yuan was harsh, as long as she obeyed, she would get food. She immediately began to sing. As soon as she finished, Yuan tossed her a plastic bag containing 3 small steamed buns without waiting for her to speak. The extra bun was a reward. After all, Jiang Xiaofan had helped him solve a major problem. All his abilities were derived from her, so giving her an extra bun was fine, as long as she didn't get too full. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're so kind. You weren't this obedient yesterday, you know. You called me a pervert and tried to gouge out my eyes. In the apocalypse, beautiful women are worthless. The one with food is the boss. Jiang Xiaofan quickly finished the 3 buns, but this time the taming level only increased by 3. Currently at 63. Strange, he mused. Why is it less? Before giving food would increase it by 5. Yuan wondered if the increase diminished as the level rose. It wasn't impossible. Just like leveling up, the higher the level, the slower the experience bar grew. To level up quickly, one had to change maps. In other words, to gain more taming progress each time, he needed a different method. But for now, he couldn't think of what to do. The characteristic approach never goes out of style. However, relying solely on food was too slow. He had no idea how long it would take to reach 95. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaofan started making small talk again. Yuan ignored her. She didn't take offense and continued, Brother Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Why do you care? Just asking. It's boring, that's all, idle chat. If you're really that bored, throw those 2 bodies off the balcony. It's hot, they'll start to stink by tomorrow at the latest. Yuan shot Jiang Xiaofan a glare. He didn't bother with her anymore. But the 2 bodies were a problem. Once they decomposed, the smell would reach his own apartment, which was disgusting. Though there were plenty of zombie corpses outside the door, their odor was different, like rotting plants, something Yuan had grown accustomed to in his past life. Human corpses, when they decay, produce an unbearable stench. No normal person could endure it. Summoning her courage, Jiang Xiaofan stepped onto the balcony, but she was too weak. Trembling, she tried several times to heave the bodies over the railing, only to end up covered in blood. What should I do, Brother Yi? I can't move them. Could you come over and help me? You wish. The place is crawling with zombies. You want me to come help you move bodies? Have you lost your mind? In truth, the zombies in the alley had mostly been cleared. With the super shotgun's 7,000 round capacity, one man could hold off 1,000 foes. If Yuan were careful, he could easily make it to Jiang Xiaofan's apartment. But I'm not a simp. Why would I go out of my way to move corpses for you? Sorry, Brother Yi. I forgot about the zombies in my panic. The thugs are dead. What are you so nervous about? But I'm scared that more thugs might break into my place. Now that zombies are everywhere and society has collapsed, all kinds of people are out there. I'm terrified. Jiang Xiaofan's concerns were not unfounded. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and already people were committing crimes. As time went on, every survivor could become a thug. Killing for a piece of bread would be commonplace. Hisu had said he would send a helicopter to pick her up, but who knew if he was just humoring her. Brother Yi, let's make a deal. Come to my place to protect me, and I'll cook and do your laundry. When Hisu sends the helicopter, I'll take you with me. I swear I mean it. Take me with you. That was quite a tempting offer. But Yuan didn't trust Hisu. His parents had been killed by them. How could he trust such people? Besides, in his past life, he hadn't seen Jiang Xiaofan at Lu Lake, which meant she had met with an accident along the way. The only explanation was that the pilot had turned into a zombie, causing the helicopter to crash. Even if he begged me to get on that plane, I wouldn't dare. Yuan was about to reject Jiang Xiaofan's proposal when a thought struck him. This was an opportunity. Using food to increase taming level was too slow. He had been thinking about changing maps. Why not move directly into Jiang Xiaofan's apartment? Close contact would give him more chances to boost the taming level. And once Hisu learned that Yuan was living with Jiang Xiaofan, what would his reaction be? The woman he loved hosting another man. Wouldn't that drive him insane? Pain for the enemy, joy for the one close to him. Plus, he could rapidly increase the taming level. A triple win. Why not take it? Although Yuan wished to relocate, he didn't hastily agree to Jiang Xiaofan's request. He couldn't become a pushover who always said yes, otherwise it would be even harder to raise her loyalty. Returning to his bedroom, he continued replicating the super shotgun. This time it was much simpler. He simply replicated the existing super shotgun 110. Although the super shotgun had a magazine capacity of 700 rounds, it weighed no more than an empty gun when held. This was because the internal spatial structure of the feed tube had been altered, creating a separate space devoid of any energy field. Consequently, the bullets in the feed tube carried no weight. The same applied to the spatial warehouse transformed from the wine flask. No matter how many supplies were stored, they added no weight. Next, Yuan used his partial replication ability to modify a super pistol with a magazine capacity of 1000 rounds. The pistol's lifespan was only 300 rounds, but it could be continued after replacing the barrel. Now Yuan had 1 super pistol and 3 super shotguns. The firepower was sufficient for the time being. However, the mental energy consumed was considerable, so he slept again, waking up at around 4 in the afternoon. Yuan went to the balcony and found that Jiang Xiaofan had already thrown the corpses of the burly man and the hawk-nosed man downstairs. The floor had also been cleaned, but he didn't see her. A dozen or so zombies wandered over from downstairs. Yuan raised his gun and killed them. The gunfire attracted Jiang Xiaofan out again. Brother Yi, you're amazing. You've cleaned up all the zombies downstairs. It should be safe to go down now, right? What does she mean? Does she want to ask me to live with her again? Brother Yi, how about I come over to you? I'm really scared that more thugs will break into my home. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xiaofan looked pitiful, but he knew exactly what she was scheming. She genuinely sought protection, but she also definitely wanted food. She knew well that if she lived with him, she could freeload off him. But it was risky. Although the zombies downstairs were cleared, there could still be stragglers in the corners. The speed and strength of these zombies were similar to those in Train to Busan. If Jiang Xiaofan encountered them, she would have almost no chance of survival. Yuan still hoped to extract another trait from her, so she couldn't be allowed to meet with any accident. But now he urgently needed to relocate. How about this'll come to your place? But there's a condition: you do whatever I say. Can you accept that? Jiang Xiaofan hesitated and stammered. Will you make me do something? Embarrassing. Yuan smiled. If you're willing, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be willing. Hell, whatever. I only want to extract traits. If I can get some extra benefits along the way, so much the better. I'm coming downstairs now. Get ready to open the door for me. With that, Yuan turned and went back inside. He searched the place, confirming nothing was left behind. All useful items had been stored in his spatial warehouse. Besides, this was just a temporary rental, almost bare. Anything truly sentimental was kept at the Deer Lake Villa. Yuan arrived behind the security door in the living room. He held the super shotgun in his hands with the 100 round pistol holstered on his thigh. His firepower was off the charts. He slammed the door a few times with the butt of the gun. The loud noise quickly attracted 2 zombies from the stairwell. There was a fist-sized hole in the security door blasted through yesterday when he shot zombies from behind it. He shoved the barrel through this very hole, pressed it against the zombie's forehead, and fired 2 shots, killing both. It was quiet outside again, but he couldn't be sure if more lurked nearby. After all, people turned into zombies every day, and zombies outside could wander into the alley and accidentally enter the stairwell. To be absolutely sure, Yuan banged on the door a few more times. The noise was loud, but no zombies appeared. Once he was confident it was safe, he carefully opened the door. Holding the shotgun, he stepped over the corpses outside. The process went smoothly, and he didn't encounter any zombies, even at the first floor. Even if he did, it wouldn't be a big deal in the narrow corridor. With the equalizer boasting a 700 round capacity, any zombie that came close would meet its end. He stepped out of the building, and the alley was littered with corpses he had killed over the past 2 days. Nearby was a military vehicle with its engine off. In his past life, Yuan had driven this very vehicle to escape into the Shujiang River. However, there was a zombie in the driver's seat, the soldier who had turned. After biting his comrade, the comrade was forced to abandon the vehicle and flee to the door of Yuan's rental, where he got the shotgun. The zombie driver was restrained by the seatbelt, struggling and roaring incessantly. Yuan walked over, pressed the shotgun against its forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dense hail of steel pellets instantly blew the zombie's head apart. He then unbuckled the seatbelt, dragged the corpse out, and searched it. He found a pistol and a dagger. A latest model assault rifle hung on its chest, along with 2 magazines and a grenade. In his past life, Yuan had acquired these weapons too. Especially that grenade. It had been crucial in blasting through a horde of zombies to escape. Now holding it again, he felt a surge of excitement. Things were different now. With his infinite replication ability, as long as he had a sample, he could replicate as many as he wanted. He stowed the items away first. Once at Jiang Xiaofan's place, he'd replicate a few super rifles with a 200 round capacity. He'd also replicate tens of thousands of grenades. Though it would consume a lot of mental energy, rest could restore it. After looting the gear, there was still the military vehicle. He'd leave it parked there for now and use it when needed. But he had to remove the keys so no one else could drive it off. After doing all this, Yuan observed his surroundings. The gunfire had alerted the zombies outside the alley, but fortunately they were few and hadn't spotted his position. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies' vision, hearing, and smell had degenerated to a certain extent. They weren't as sharp as humans. As long as there was enough food and one hid well, survivors could typically survive the first month. But once the zombies started evolving, they become a nightmare for survivors, and hiding anywhere would be useless. Yuan held his shotgun. With a leap, he crossed the corpses in the alley and entered the building where Jiang Xiaofan lived. He didn't disturb the zombies outside. The stairwell was empty with no zombies in sight for now. Yi Yuan, shotgun at the ready, walked up the stairs step by step. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But having fought zombies for a year in his past life and now armed with the super shotgun, he felt like a god of the stairwell. Whether it was one zombie or a horde, they couldn't get close in such a confined space. Just as he reached the third floor, Yi Yuan spotted a pair of feet at the corner of the stairs above. It was undoubtedly a zombie. He raised his gun, aimed upward, and crept up slowly. Indeed, it was a zombie. Roar! The zombie spotted him too and charged down with a guttural roar. Bang! 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 After 4 shots, the zombie collapsed in the stairwell. The first shot had already crippled it. Over 400 steel pellets had blown a hole through its body and shattered its spine. No matter how tenacious a zombie's vitality was, without the support of its spine, its body would collapse. But Yi Yuan didn't take chances. As long as it wasn't dead, it was a threat. Besides, bullets were free, so he fired a few extra shots for safety. The last one pressed directly against its head to blow it apart. With the zombie in the stairwell dealt with, Yi Yuan arrived at the 5th floor and knocked on Jiang Xiaofan's door. "It's me. Open up." Jiang Xiaofan opened the door and ushered Yi Yuan inside. To be honest, Yi Yuan did not want to visit Jiang Xiaofan's home. Despite her striking beauty goddess level, without exaggeration, he had to do so to improve the taming level. Relying solely on food had yielded diminishing returns. Currently, it was only at 63. It was likely that as they progressed further, the increments would decrease even more, so he had to change the setting. The most critical concern was safety. In the post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts were unpredictable. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most venomous. Do not be fooled by a delicate beauty who weeps easily. When she turns ruthless, she can surpass anyone in cruelty. Thus, as soon as Yi Yuan entered Jiang Xiaofan's home, he delivered his trump card. He quietly retrieved food from his spatial storage and placed it on the table. "Wanna eat beef hot pot?" Jiang Xiaofan stared at the small slice of beef, a single leaf of vegetable, and a meager amount of seasoning on the table. "This is barely enough. How can it suffice?" Yi Yuan pretended to stretch out his hands, mimicking a spell-casting motion, while his consciousness summoned the mysterious power within him, materializing it as an invisible 3D printer enveloping the beef. A miraculous scene unfolded. The beef on the table began to expand, grow, and enlarge further. The single leaf of vegetable multiplied into 2 leaves, 4 leaves, 8 leaves. Ginger, green onion, and garlic continuously replicated themselves. In a matter of moments, the table was laden with a full spread of ingredients. After completing this, Yi Yuan performed a dramatic finishing motion to stop the spell, making it all seem highly ritualistic. "You saw it. I have a special ability to replicate food infinitely. As long as you obey me, you will never go hungry again." "Holy shit." Jiang Xiaofan stared at Yi Yuan as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes filled with admiration and fervor. "Brother Yi, are all the food you have the endless supply replicated using your ability?" Yi Yuan nodded. "And the bullets you use every day while killing zombies on the balcony, are they also replicated?" Yi Yuan nodded again with an air of profound mystery. "Wow, you're incredible." As the words fell, the taming level displayed on the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head surged by 15, reaching 78. He had not expected that showing off his ability would increase the taming level so much. Now Yi Yuan had a deeper understanding of taming. Obedience, admiration, reverence, and even gratitude could all foster a sense of submission and dependence in the target. Thus, all of these factors contributed to raising the taming level. "Brother Yi, rest assured I will do everything you say. You are so amazing. No wonder women are drawn to strength." A beautiful female Tyrannosaurus had quickly turned gentle and obedient. So for a man, there was only one path. Become stronger. Cast aside emotions, pursue conquest, and accept all who are beautiful without hesitation. Go wash these ingredients. He'll handle the seasonings. He prepared the dipping sauce separately, as Yi Yuan was somewhat cautious. What if Jiang Xiaofan tried to drug him? Although the possibility was minuscule. After all, Yi Yuan had played his trump card. "As soon as he entered the house, I have abilities, do follow me, and you'll never lack food. If I die, you'll starve too." He was confident Jiang Xiaofan would not be foolish enough to harm herself. However, having lived a second life, Yi Yuan remained cautious and prudent, always keeping a trick up his sleeve. While Jiang Xiaofan was washing the ingredients, Yi Yuan carefully inspected her apartment. It was a two-bedroom, one living room unit, small in size, but recently renovated, decorated with a warm and cozy feel. In the living room stood live streaming equipment, including that 3D printer. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofan knew how to 3D print, otherwise Yi Yuan would not have obtained that trait, and he would still be starving now. After checking the living room, he went to her bedroom. Pushing open the door, he could smell the unique scent of a woman, a soft and comfortable large bed with a pink mosquito net. Through the half-open wardrobe door, he glimpsed many lace undergarments hanging inside. A watermelon-sized bra was particularly eye-catching. No wonder Sue was utterly bewitched by her. Then he had inadvertently become infatuated. The prestigious young master he of Shudu turned into a groveling simp, never even having tasted the flavor of pot helmet cold noodles. Truly, all kinds of people exist. Yi Yuan finished checking the bedroom and withdrew. He merely wanted to see if there were any poisons or weapons in Jiang Xiaofan's home, though the inspection was not thorough nor could it be exhaustive. But doing so at least gave him some peace of mind. By then Jiang Xiaofan had finished washing the ingredients. She plugged in the induction cooker, and once the broth was boiling they could start eating the beef hot pot. She naturally sat down at the dining table, her stomach already growling with hunger. Seeing the large platter of beef and vegetables, Jiang Xiaofan could not help but swallow her saliva. However, Yi Yuan did not indulge her. "Did I ask you to sit?" "Huh?" Question marks popped up in Jiang Xiaofan's mind as she looked at Yi Yuan's cold and stern expression, momentarily at a loss. This. Yi Yuan's gaze turned icy. "What I? Do not think that because this is your home you are the master. Now I am the master. Any objections?" "What is this? This is clearly my home. How did it change ownership the moment you walked in?" Although reluctant, the power of discourse lay with Yi Yuan. The one with food was the boss. "If you have any objections I can leave right now. And of course I will take this food with me." "That would not do." Jiang Xiaofan was not stupid. She looked at the large platter of beef on the table. Clearly enough for two. Since it was just her and Brother Yi at home, it must be prepared for both of them. Brother Yi was like that, seemingly cold on the surface, but actually warm inside. I am not falling for that. "Brother Yi, I will do everything you say. From now on you are the master of this house." Having said that, Jiang Xiaofan voluntarily stood up and stepped back a meter. Yi Yuan noticed that just then her taming level had increased by another 2, reaching exactly 80. What was going on? Not allowing her to sit at the table actually increased the taming level by 2. Was she masochistic? Thus women should never be indulged. The more you indulge, the more they act up. They need to be kept in check. Just then the broth had come to a boil. Yi Yuan picked up a thin slice of beef, dipped it into the pot, and after a dozen seconds retrieved it, coating it with garlic chili sauce. Absolutely delicious. Jiang Xiaofan stood aside, swallowing her saliva wildly, her stomach rumbling uncontrollably. "I will endure. A little impatience could ruin a grand plan. Once Brother Yi has eaten his fill, he will probably let me sit at the table. If not, I can at least have some of the broth." Whoa. So pitiful, even considering the broth a delicacy. But it was still better than starving. Besides, Brother Yi was not that stingy. There was plenty of beef on the table. Surely I would get a few bites. At that moment Yi Yuan took out a bottle of frozen beer from his spatial storage. He poured a full glass down, half of it in one gulp, and belched, making Jiang Xiaofan swallow her saliva again. Beef hot pot with beer. Was this life in the post-apocalyptic world? The more Jiang Xiaofan acted like a glutton, the more Yi Yuan deliberately savored his meal. A carrot and a stick. First he had to swing the stick fully, but not too harshly. After eating for about 10 minutes, Yi Yuan was half full. He lit a cigarette and watched Jiang Xiaofan, who was constantly swallowing her saliva. "Come sit down and eat together." She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jiang Xiaofan quickly sat down, picked up a slice of beef, swished it in the pot for less than 10 seconds, and then gobbled it down, completely disregarding her goddess image. "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Brother Yi is so kind. He even cares about me. So touching." The taming level increased by another 3. It seemed that changing the setting was the right move, providing more opportunities to raise the taming level. Of course, Yi Yuan did not know that this 3 increase was not due to the food, but to his casual remark, to eat slowly. Was that considered caring? Hisu had been chasing you as a simp for over half a year, yet you never felt moved. So one should not be too good to women, otherwise they would take it for granted. If he had let her sit at the table from the start, he probably would not have gained that 3 taming level. It seemed the stick had to be swung even more. Jiang Xiaofan observed Yi Yuan while eating. He devoured meat and drank wine in large gulps. She envied him, but she was prudent and didn't ask for any beer. Just then Yi Yuan said, "You did well today," and poured a glass of wine, sliding it over to her. "This is your reward. As long as you stay obedient from now on, I'll make sure you never go hungry or thirsty." Yi Yuan only cared about Jiang Xiaofan's compliance. Her private thoughts were irrelevant. His goal was to max out her taming level. He planned to extract another attribute tag. That was his true objective. "Brother Yi, you're so good to me." Whoa. Jiang Xiaofan held the beer glass, sobbing with emotion. Women from Shu were known for their capacity for alcohol, and she downed the glass in one go, letting out a satisfied burp. Her taming level increased by another 2. The feeding method was still effective. However, he couldn't let her take it for granted, or she wouldn't feel grateful, and the taming level wouldn't increase no matter how much he fed her. He still needed 10 more to extract another tag. While eating hot pot, Yi Yuan mulled over his thoughts. Once Jiang Xiaofan's taming level hit 95, it might be his last chance to extract her tags. After that he would leave. But should he take her with him, or abandon her? Even though Yi Yuan was a walking arsenal, fighting his way out of the old city district would still be incredibly difficult. Jiang Xiaofan was clearly a liability. Taking her along was highly irrational. But leaving her behind would mean certain death for her. Betrayal and abandonment were common among apocalypse survivors, and Yi Yuan was used to it. He let out a soft, pent-up breath, pushing those thoughts aside for now. There would be a way when the time came. Maybe there was even a 100 taming level. "Brother Yi, why are you sighing? Got something on your mind? Stop with the chatter. If you're done eating, go wash the pot. But I'm not full yet. Jiang Xiaofan wrinkled her cute nose and buried her head back into her meal. Deep down, Yuan didn't want to take her with him. He couldn't be sure if she had antibodies. With the blood mist, descending survivors inhaled the virus daily. Even without being rained on, most would eventually turn into zombies. Keeping Jiang Xiaofan by his side was like keeping a ticking time bomb. If she turned and bit him while he slept, it would be a tragic death. The moment he thought this, a voice echoed in his mind. After successfully extracting tags from your target 3 times consecutively, they will automatically become your follower. At 100 taming, they will obey your commands absolutely. Followers are immune to the blood mist virus. However, they are not immune to the zombie toxin found in a corpse's bite. What? Extracting tags 3 times would max out her taming level, making her his follower automatically. And she'd also be immune to the blood mist virus. Holy crap. It seemed he had no choice but to take her along. Even though fighting out of the old city with a liability would be tough, on the flip side, having an extra person meant an extra pair of hands. Once she became his follower, she wouldn't dare betray him. Then he could safely train her to use weapons. With 2 people each armed with a shotgun, their chances of blasting their way out would be much higher. Yuan stopped agonizing over the dilemma, and his mood lifted. I'm done eating. Remember to wash the pot. Also, your bedroom is mine now. You can sleep in the guest room. With that, Yuan walked into Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom and slammed the door shut. Jiang Xiaofan was dumbfounded but utterly helpless. She could only mutter to herself, so domineering. He's even taking my bedroom. Also, your bedroom is mine now. You can sleep in the guest room. With that, Yuan walked into Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom and slammed the door shut. Jiang Xiaofan was dumbfounded but utterly helpless. She could only mutter to herself. He laid out the grenades and assault rifles. After a moment's thought, he decided it was better to replicate a batch of grenades first. Assault rifles were mainly for dealing with people. For killing zombies, shotguns and grenades were most effective. Yuan channeled the mysterious power within him, shaping it into an invisible printer. He focused on the spatial warehouse, which was a modified wine flask, and locked onto the grenade stored inside. He initiated a localized replication. Soon 1 grenade became 2, then 4, 8, 16. Before long, Yuan had replicated 1,000 grenades. The entire process took place within the spatial warehouse, and the newly created grenades were also stored there. There was no safety risk. He took one out, feeling its weight. The metal was cool to the touch, giving him a profound sense of security. With this stockpile of grenades, his chances of fighting out of the main city district were significantly higher. Replicating them hadn't taken long, but it drained his mental energy, so he needed to rest. He put the grenade back into the warehouse. He lay down on the bed, which smelled faintly of a woman's perfume, and closed his eyes, drifting into a light sleep. He didn't dare sleep too deeply. After Jiang Xiaofan finished her beef hot pot, the sky outside had darkened. As she cleaned up the dining table, her phone vibrated. It was Hisu calling. Jiang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before deciding not to answer. She felt conflicted. Hisu genuinely liked her. He was rich, powerful, and influential, even sending a helicopter for her rescue. His only flaws were being lecherous, short, and ugly. Logically, in the apocalypse, latching onto a powerful figure like him was the smart move. That's what she had thought before. But everything changed after Yuan appeared. His ability to replicate anything infinitely was a game-breaking cheat, in any era, even more invaluable in these times. Yuan was an even more powerful ally, and she was the first woman he had encountered. Being in the right place at the right time, securing her position with him, was the wiser choice. But Hisu had been genuinely good to her. Even though her compliance with him was born from fear of the He family, she wasn't made of stone. If she were to break things off, she should at least tell him. So Jiang Xiaofan answered the phone. Xiaofan, why did you take so long to answer? How are you? Have you eaten? Hisu's concern was as usual, but Jiang Xiaofan was unmoved. She even felt a hint of disgust. She knew Hisu genuinely liked her, but his lecherousness was well known. Perhaps, even as he spoke to her, there was another woman in his arms. Maybe it was her reserve that made him so fascinated with her. Men and women were the same. The harder something was to get, the more precious it seemed. Jiang Xiaofan pushed aside her tangled thoughts and said calmly, I've already eaten. I was washing the dishes and my phone was on vibrate, so I didn't hear it. Hisu audibly sighed with relief on the other end. That's great. Just hold on for one more night. They'll send a helicopter for you tomorrow morning. I've got word from the higher-ups that the blood mist and blood rain are both viruses, though the mist is relatively milder. But prolonged exposure to the blood mist could still turn you into a zombie eventually. But don't worry, Deer Lake is free of the blood mist. It gets sunlight every day and it's under military control. It's very safe. Once you're here, you won't have to worry about turning. What? Jiang Xiaofan was stunned. Her previously calm mood turned tense again. This wasn't good. Even if Brother Yi could infinitely replicate food and weapons, being in the blood mist still posed a latent risk. The probability of turning was still unknown. It could be high or it could be low. Jiang Xiaofan didn't dare to gamble on it. Now she had only one thought: get out of the main city district and head to Deer Lake as soon as possible. It was a true safe zone free of the blood mist. But she needed to find a way to bring Brother Yi along with her. Jiang Xiaofan had a vague premonition that bringing Yi Yuan along would be difficult. Despite He's claims of knowing Yi Yuan, and even his verbal promise to take him along when the helicopter arrived in exchange for food, it was clear that Yi Yuan did not buy into He's words. This indicated a grudge between the two. Jiang Xiaofan knew He's well enough. Arrogant and vindictive, he wouldn't easily take Yi Yuan away. She needed to devise a plan. On the phone, He's couldn't see her ever-changing expression. Naturally, he couldn't guess what she was thinking. He continued his endless chatter. Xiaofan, there's something I need to tell you in advance. The helicopter can't land on your rooftop, so well drop a rope ladder. Just hold on tight to it. Bear with it, these are special times. Besides picking you up, the helicopter will also go to Yiping Tanxiang to fetch Aunt Rian. She's the wife of Uncle Gu. Make sure to greet her when you see her. Jiang Xiaofan knew of this Uncle Gu Yiming, a true magnate in Shidu. He ran real estate, supermarkets, and hotels. His supermarkets alone had 3700 stores in Shidu covering nearly every residential area. Whether foreign or domestic brands, any supermarket entering Shidu would be crushed by Gu Yiming, leaving him the sole dominator. The Gu family monopolized the livelihood of Shidu's 20 million residents, a true superpower. But now with the apocalypse upon them, Jiang Xiaofan couldn't care less. She was about to brush it off when a sudden idea struck her. He's said the helicopter would drop a rope ladder tomorrow. That made things easier. Brother He's, when you come to pick me up tomorrow, take Yi Yuan along too. You said you'd take him if he gave me food. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Yi Yuan. He gave you food. That's odd. He was messing with me yesterday. Why would he give you food? Jiang Xiaofan had no idea Yi Yuan had toyed with He's. Even if he had, she didn't care. Her only thought was bringing Yi Yuan to Deer Lake. The food was from Yi Yuan. And today he saved me. Jiang Xiaofan recounted how thugs had broken into her home, and Yi Yuan had killed them from across the balcony. However, she omitted the fact that Yi Yuan had moved into her place. You're saying Yi Yuan forced his way into your home and threatened you to take him along tomorrow? Jiang Xiaofan feigned grievance. Yes, he said you promised. And his condition for saving me was to leave on your helicopter. He also said he'd tie a rope around both of us. We'd hang on the ladder together. If you cut the ladder, he'd make sure I fell with him and fed the zombies. You wouldn't throw me to the zombies, would you? Jiang Xiaofan looked pitiful, but inside she was laughing. She deliberately painted Yi Yuan as a thug to make He's tread carefully. As long as she looped a rope around Yi Yuan's waist and her own, they'd be safe once on the ladder. Once aboard the helicopter, Yi Yuan would pull out his shotgun and force the pilot to change course. Deer Lake was vast. They could land anywhere, knock out the pilot, and hide away to grow stronger. With Yi Yuan's strength, he'd soon become a regional power. Then they wouldn't have to worry about He's revenge. Jiang Xiaofan's plan was solid, but He's voice was dripping with murderous intent. Fine, very well. That bastard Yi Yuan. Xiaofan, don't worry. For your sake, I'll let him on the plane. Once we reach Deer Lake, I'll settle the score for you. Daring to threaten me, He's asking for death. Once on the plane, the sky's the limit. I won't let you harm Brother Yi. I'm sticking to this powerful ally. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xiaofan's submissiveness rating increased by 3, just 7 short of unlocking another trait. Meanwhile, at Deer Lake Eco City, Black Pearl Island. The island had 26 lakeside villas with a cluster of high-rise apartments in the center. Given his status, He's would surely live in a villa, but had also bought a high-rise unit specifically to house his canaries. A notorious womanizer in Shidu had slept with countless beauties, some of whom were exceptional enough to warrant keeping. He maintained them for his own pleasure. He's rose from the plush bed ready to dress and leave. Young master, won't you stay the night? Are we both not as good as this Jiang Xiaofan? 2 stunning women lay on the bed. Though not as beautiful as Jiang Xiaofan, they were rare beauties in their own right. He's shot them a dismissive glance. How can you compare to Xiaofan? I kept you both for 100,000 a month before the apocalypse. I offered Xiaofan sports cars and mansions, and she refused them all. She's just a streamer, but she never plays the seductress. Xiaofan is the true pure lotus in my heart, flawless and untouched. By now He's was fully dressed. As he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned back with a menacing glare. Consider this a warning. Tomorrow I'm bringing Xiaofan to Deer Lake. If you see me with her, pretend you don't know me. If you slip up, don't blame me for being harsh. With that he left. The 2 women exchanged a knowing smile. Who the hell wants to be with you anyway, you fat ugly pig? I hope Jiang Xiaofan keeps that fat so He's so busy he leaves us alone. It's the apocalypse anyway. The military has taken over here. Even without He's, we can still get our food rations. It was all just a performance. No one took it seriously. After leaving the building, He's returned to his lakeside villa. A middle-aged fat man sat on the living room sofa, his enormous beer belly inflated like a balloon, resembling a laughing Buddha at first glance. This was He's father, He's. Dad, there's something I need to discuss with you. He's hurried to his father's side. Yi Yuan is still alive, and I suspect he knows we're responsible for his parents' deaths. To avoid any trouble, I want to send someone to kill him tomorrow. Xiaoming stood up from the sofa, staring at his son with a grave expression. Is that so? Didn't Yi Yuan move away long ago? And how do you know he's aware we killed his parents? Su didn't waste words. He immediately laid out the suspicious points from his recent calls with Yuan. Think about it. If Yuan didn't know we killed his parents, why would he toy with me during our video call? He even broke into Xiaofan's home, using her to threaten me into taking him along tomorrow. You know, on the surface Yuan and I had a decent relationship. His sudden change in attitude suggests that during his time away he's likely found evidence of our involvement in his parents' deaths. So we must kill him. Xiaoming listened then mused, you have a point. Su added, Xiaofan mentioned he has a gun, and since he's daring to board the helicopter, he must be well prepared. So I suggest you contact Uncle Gu. He has connections up top, getting weapons won't be a problem. We need to kill him before he boards the helicopter to eliminate the threat once and for all. I'm sure Uncle Gu will help. After all, he was the true mastermind behind Yuan's parents' deaths. After careful deliberation, Xiaoming decided to personally call Gu Yiming. Even if Yuan were to return to Luhu, he wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. But rather than risk the unexpected, having seen too many cases of capsizing in a ditch, it was safer to eliminate Yuan sooner rather than later. After all, the He family had also participated in the plot against Yuan's parents. With such an irreconcilable blood feud once he set foot in Luhu, he might just go for broke and fight to the death. Once the call connected, Xiaoming immediately informed Gu Yiming of Yuan's situation. The other party took it seriously as well, since Gu Yiming was the mastermind behind the assassination. Moreover, tomorrow's helicopter rescue mission included Gu Yiming's own wife, who was trapped at Eping Tanxiang. If Yuan were allowed on that helicopter and did something extreme, if he were to violate Gu Yiming's wife out of spite, Gu Yiming's reputation would be ruined. Ordinary survivors in the apocalypse didn't care about their name, but someone of Gu Yiming's stature, at the top of the food chain even in the end times, had to protect his dignity. Brother, he rest assured. Leave this to me. He'll have a word with the higher-ups and arrange 2 light machine guns and a rocket launcher for tomorrow. I guarantee Yuan won't leave the old district alive. As for your nephew's girlfriend, she might not make it out either. You'll need to keep this from him for now. Neither of us is the sentimental type. You know exactly what matters more. After hanging up, Xiaoming let out a soft breath. Gu Yiming's methods were as ruthless as ever. To eliminate Yuan, he was even willing to kill his own son's girlfriend. But it was a wise decision. Women were just women. In the apocalypse, as long as you had food and strength, you could have as many as you wanted. Jiang Xiaofan had no idea that her seemingly flawless deception had already brought death knocking at her door. But a woman's intuition was sharp. After finishing the call with Su, she couldn't sit still, an uneasy feeling gnawing at her. This was all going too smoothly. So smoothly it felt unreal. Jiang Xiaofan wanted to discuss it with Yuan, but she knocked on his door twice with no answer. She went to the bedroom door and knocked again. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Open up. I have something important to talk to you about. Yuan glanced at the time. It was time to get up anyway. He had known all along that Jiang Xiaofan was knocking, but he simply didn't feel like acknowledging her. When dealing with women, you couldn't be at their beck and call. You had to make them worry about you, fret over you, even cry for you. In short, you had to occupy their heart to better raise their taming level. What's all the yelling about? You ate that much meat at dinner. Don't tell me you're hungry again. Jiang Xiaofan rolled her eyes. Do I look like some kind of foodie? Humph. Brother, you come out here and talk. It's important. Jiang Xiaofan led Yuan to the living room and recounted the whole sequence of events in detail. After listening, Yuan's brow furrowed into a deep crease. So what do you think, Brother Yi? Is there a problem? I just feel like it's all too smooth. Something doesn't sit right. Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said nothing. There was indeed a problem with this. But Jiang Xiaofan wasn't bad. She had been successfully turned actually deceiving Su in an attempt to bring him along. Of course, Yuan knew full well that if he didn't have his infinite duplication ability, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. Human relations were nothing more than exchanges of interest, half truth and half falsehood. As long as you understood that in your heart, it was enough. After finishing his cigarette, Yuan finally spoke. I know Su better than you do. He won't let me reach Luhu alive, even if he considers your safety. Hell, let me on the helicopter. But then what? Do you think I'm invincible just because I have a gun? He'll have 4 or 5 gunmen waiting inside. The moment I board, he'll have a gun to my head, completely at their mercy. So I absolutely cannot get on that helicopter. Jiang Xiaofan immediately shook her head. Brother Yi, we won't get on the helicopter. We'll hang on the ladder with a rope tied around our waists. If the people on board shoot at you, he'll fall too. I believe Su wouldn't do that. The hostage tactic seemed like an unbreakable scheme, but Yuan saw plenty of holes in it. Didn't you say the helicopter still needs to pick up Lu Rian? If we're hanging on the ladder, how are they supposed to get Lu Rian on board once they reach Eping Tanxiang? That one sentence struck Jiang Xiaofan like a wake-up call. If the people on the ladder didn't board, the people below couldn't get on. They couldn't all hang on the ladder, could they? Furthermore, Yuan knew the helicopter pilot might turn into a zombie. He definitely wouldn't board. You don't understand my relationship with the He family or the Gu family. It's too complicated to explain in a few words. But one thing is certain, the real purpose of this helicopter rescue is to kill me. Of course, in his past life, no helicopter had been sent to kill Yuan because he had never revealed himself. But in this life he had been exposed and had toyed with Hisu. Even if Hisu were a fool, he'd be suspicious by now. And once this reached his father Hishoming, things would get even more complicated. To eliminate all future threats, they might even kill Jiang Xiaofan along with him. Yuan knew them far too well. Listen to me. Don't get on that helicopter tomorrow. Of course if you want to leave I won't stop you. Jiang Xiaofan quickly shook her head. I'm not leaving. I want to stay with Brother Yi. Yuan raised an eyebrow. What, you've fallen for me? No, it's not that. I just want to stay by your side. Yuan nodded with a faint knowing smile. He knew exactly what was going through Jiang Xiaofan's mind. But it didn't matter. There was no such thing as love without a reason in this world. Only those with ability could command followers. A man-woman relationship was nothing more than a transactional affair, nothing to take too seriously. But Brother Yi, how are we supposed to leave the main district? Hisu said the blood mist is a virus too. If you breathe it in for too long you might turn into a zombie. Right now only Luhu isn't shrouded in blood mist. We need to find a way to get there. Having lived a second life, Yuan naturally knew Luhu was the safest place. But he had antibodies. No need to worry about the blood mist at all. And once he refreshed Jiang Xiaofan's status page one more time, she would automatically become his follower and gain immunity to the blood mist virus as well. I have my own way of getting you out of the main district. And don't worry, I can guarantee the blood mist won't turn you into a zombie. As for the reason, don't ask. In Jiang Xiaofan's eyes, Yuan was a man of extraordinary abilities, and his words were absolutely trustworthy. I believe you, Brother Yi. Silently, her taming level rose another 2, reaching 90. Just 5 more, and he could refresh her status page one final time. At this rate it shouldn't be difficult. Likely by tomorrow he'd reach 95. Yuan checked the time. It was already past 10 in the evening, normally time for bed. But he had just woken up full of energy. Perfect. He'd take care of business tonight. What's the passcode to your door? I'm going out to handle something. He'll be back later. No need to wait up to let me in. Yuan peered through the peephole. No zombies outside, safe. Jiang Xiaofan gave him the passcode, and he picked up his shotgun, opened the door, and stepped out. Be careful, Brother Yi. Yuan didn't answer, heading straight upstairs. He didn't know if there were zombies on the upper floors, but tonight he'd clear them all out. Tomorrow morning, he'd hide on the rooftop. Hisu wanted to kill Yuan, but didn't Yuan want to kill him just as badly? The way he'd toyed with Hisu during the video call was precisely to provoke him. If that bastard came on the helicopter himself, Yuan would be hiding on the rooftop in advance and shoot the pilot. The helicopter would crash. Of course, even if Hisu didn't come, Yuan would still take down the helicopter. His position was already exposed. Without a doubt, there would be gunmen sent by the He family on that helicopter. Rather than passively take the beating, it was better to strike first. The old dilapidated buildings in the city were typically only 7 or 8 stories tall. After killing 2 zombies, Yuan smoothly reached the rooftop platform, where clotheslines were strung up and 2 sheets hung still waiting to be taken in. They somewhat obstructed the view. Yuan pulled down the sheets and the vista opened up. Tomorrow, hiding in the flat attic beforehand, when the helicopter dispatched by Hisu arrives, he could open fire from the attic. Marksmanship was hardly a concern. In his past life, to seek revenge, Yuan first joined the Luhu border defense forces, lying low and killing zombies every day. He had honed considerable shooting skills. After all, killing zombies required headshots. In a year, even a novice could become a seasoned expert. Moreover, tomorrow he would only need to shoot the helicopter pilot. No headshot required, hitting the body would suffice. The only uncertainty was how low the helicopter would descend tomorrow. If it was close and not high above the ground, he could use a shotgun for a one-shot kill. But if the distance was greater, the shotgun's accuracy and power would be severely compromised, and he would have to resort to an automatic rifle. Seizing the moment of clarity, Yuan decided to modify another super automatic rifle. Fortunately, the zombies in the stairwell had been cleared and the top floor was safe. Wanting to breathe some fresh air after being cooped up indoors, he took a stool from his spatial storage, sat down, lit a cigarette, and began modifying the super automatic rifle. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan, who had stayed home, felt uneasy and was wrestling with intense inner conflict. Should I really do this? She smoothed the hair by her ear, her bright, moving eyes gazing at the hazy, blood-red mist under the streetlights outside the window, while the guttural moans of zombies drifted up from below. Jiang Xiaofan nervously retreated to the living room and sat on the sofa. The world is like this now, why should I still care about such things, eh? I am a defenseless woman. Only by staying with a strong man like Yuan can I survive. Maybe Yuan will have many women in the future. But if I become the first, he probably won't treat me poorly. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes suddenly grew resolute. She pushed open the bedroom door, opened the wardrobe, and from a row of exquisite clothes deliberately chose a thin sheer camisole nightgown. She also put on a pair of black stockings. Standing before the mirror, she looked at her perfect figure, slender, yet lush, which from any angle was enough to stir primal desires. Jiang Xiaofan knew she was beautiful and realized that her beauty was her greatest asset. That was why during college, while all her roommates had dated, she alone had not. Despite countless suitors, Jiang Xiaofan believed that only the most outstanding, tall, rich, and handsome man could be worthy of her. She would not cheapen herself for a loser. Even just holding hands. She would feel defiled. No wonder some said that if you want a girlfriend, choose a pretty one, because the prettier the purer. Not that beautiful women are inherently pure, but because they are beautiful, they cannot lower themselves to sleep around casually. The same goes for men. The customers in foot massage parlors are all ordinary-looking roughnecks. It's not that handsome guys don't want to go, it's that they can't get past the psychological barrier. Walking into a foot massage parlor with a handsome face feels like a lamb entering a wolf pack. No matter which masseuse takes a bite, they feel they've lost out. It was this narcissistic mentality that kept Jiang Xiaofan chaste to this day. She turned off the bedroom light, lay down on the bed with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, pretending to sleep. Even though the man she desired was tall, rich, and handsome. Actually, wealth didn't matter. She had money herself. All she needed was tall and handsome. And Yi Yuan fit both criteria. Moreover, in this apocalypse, Yi Yuan's infinite replication ability was the greatest fortune in the world. Tall, rich, and handsome. Who could compare with Yi Yuan? Unconsciously, the taming score on the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head surged from 90 to 95. It had reached the threshold for the third attribute extraction. But Yi Yuan was still on the rooftop replicating the super automatic rifle, completely unaware of what was happening with Jiang Xiaofan. Now she lay on the bed with her eyes closed, but her thoughts raced like falling snowflakes, wild and chaotic. She worried. After all, Yi Yuan had already taken over her bedroom. What if he was a total straight man and thought she was trying to fight for the bedroom back? What if he kicked her out? That would be so awkward. But Jiang Xiaofan quickly came up with an excuse. If Yi Yuan really doesn't get the hint and wants to kick me out, I'll just say I'm used to sleeping in this bed. After all, it's my bedroom. I slept here every day, formed a habit, and forgot that ownership had changed hands. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but inwardly chuckle, thinking herself terribly clever. With her anxiety set aside, her mood brightened considerably. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yuan had already replicated the super automatic rifle before finishing his cigarette. He had experience replicating the shotgun. Although the shotgun's magazine tube differed from the automatic rifle's magazine, the replication principle was the same, extending internal space and springs. The operation was very simple, provided one had mastered the ability of localized one-piece replication. The super automatic rifle had a magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds. In fact, the latest domestic model's service life could reach 15,000 rounds. But Yi Yuan wasn't short on ammunition. There was no need to push the limits. A 10,000 round capacity ensured absolute reliability in accuracy and safety. Yi Yuan stored the automatic rifle and stool in his spatial warehouse. Stretching, he prepared to go back to rest. As he entered the attic, he suddenly stopped, his eyes catching the louvered window. A flash of inspiration struck him. Behind the louvers was the perfect position to ambush the helicopter. But the view was obstructed. Yi Yuan took out the automatic rifle, broke off 2 slats, and found that not only could the barrel stick out, but the field of vision was also unaffected. Perfect. He'll stake out here tomorrow. He flicked away the cigarette, but casually. Yi Yuan, holding the shotgun, cautiously made his way back to the 5th floor. When he opened the door, the living room light was on, but Jiang Xiaofan was nowhere to be seen. He called her name a few times, but got no response. Has she turned? In his past life, when Yi Yuan returned to Luhu and didn't find Jiang Xiaofan, it might not have been because of the helicopter crash. She could have turned into a zombie earlier. I hope not. I still have one more attribute extraction to do. Yi Yuan locked the door behind him, drew his pistol warily, and slowly approached the door of Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom. He knocked, but again no one answered. He also checked the bathroom. It was still damp and smelled of body wash. It meant Jiang Xiaofan had just showered. But he searched the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony. There was no sign of her. Now only his own bedroom remained. Yi Yuan went to the door, gently turned the handle. It wasn't locked. He raised his pistol in his right hand, pushed the door open with his left. Through the dim streetlight outside the window, he could faintly see a graceful silhouette reclining on the bed. Her posture was casual, yet incredibly alluring. It was Jiang Xiaofan. Her body rose and fell gently, indicating steady breathing. Definitely not turned. What's this? Didn't we agree the master bedroom was mine? Seems I've been too nice to you. After all that scolding, still no lesson learned. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to shout and wake Jiang Xiaofan up. But suddenly his gaze was drawn to the card above her head. Taming score at 95. Well, after a trip to the rooftop, it rose to 95. Time for the 3rd attribute extraction. Yi Yuan put away his pistol and slowly approached the bed. Gazing at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, he noted the 95 taming level. This was the last time he would strip her tags. He wondered what ability he might gain. At this moment, Yi Yuan could barely contain his excitement, his breath quickening involuntarily. Jiang Xiaofan, feigning sleep, heard his heavy breathing, and her mind began to race. Men are all the same, she thought. They turn into beasts at the sight of a beauty. Especially one like me. Jiang Xiaofan was confident, even arrogant. But after waiting for a moment, she saw no further move from Yi Yuan. What's going on, she wondered. Is brother Yi a wooden dummy? Or is he incapable? Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slightly lifted her half-closed eyelids, peeking through the slit to to see Yi Yuan standing there foolishly completely still. He truly looked like a wooden dummy. Could Brother Yi be infected with the corpse toxin, as she mused? Will he turn into a zombie? Probably not. Those about to turn are usually frantic, not as calm as Brother Yi is now. Jiang Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. Little did she know Yi Yuan was only standing still because of the 95 taming card above her head. This was the last time. Once he pulled it off, Xiaofan would become his servant, permanently immune to the blood mist, and he would have an extra ally to fight his way out of the city. Yi Yuan locked onto the tag above Jiang Xiaofan's head with his will. He'll peel it. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into Yi Yuan's body. At the same time, the information on the card began to change. Servant. Jiang Xiaofan. Attributes: Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 9, Spirit 9. Ability: None can be granted by Master. Current taming level 100. After the third tag extraction, Jiang Xiaofan's taming level automatically rose to 100. A 100 taming level signified absolute loyalty. Moreover, he could now bestow abilities upon her. Yi Yuan currently possessed only one ability, 3D printing. Of course, upon closer inspection, it had 3 distinct functions: infinite replication, local integrated replication, and a newly acquired ability. Though he hadn't yet examined the third ability, he assumed it was also related to replication. 3D printing was too overpowered. Even with Jiang Xiaofan at 100 taming, Yi Yuan wouldn't grant it to her. For now, he focused on inspecting his new ability. Yi Yuan summoned his attribute panel. Yi Yuan. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Ability: 3D printing, infinite replication, local integrated replication, life form replication. The third ability could actually replicate living beings. With a thought, the detailed description of the ability materialized in Yi Yuan's mind. Life form replication can print and replicate low-level intelligent life forms such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, shrimp, etc. But cannot replicate memories. Holy crap. Even living beings could be replicated. This was incredible. It was essentially the power to create life. Although memories couldn't be copied, what did that matter? The replicated life forms would have entirely new memories. Wasn't that even better? If low-level intelligent life could be replicated, then non-intelligent life was certainly no challenge. For instance, various plants. Blood mist blotting out the sky, species extinction. Not a chance. As long as I'm here, extinction is impossible. Yi Yuan's primary goal was revenge. But after his vengeance was achieved, he would definitely need to build his own forces. He had to collect various samples in advance for future replication. Plant samples weren't urgent for now. Although the mist obscured the sunlight and weakened photosynthesis, it wasn't completely dark. In low-light conditions, they wouldn't die off immediately. The priority was animal samples. This required careful planning, at least until they escaped the main urban area. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Then with a mental command, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head vanished. This was a new function after she became his servant. Yi Yuan could hide her personal information card at will and summon it back for viewing when needed. This was better. Having a card floating above one's head always seemed a bit robotic. Without that card, she seemed like a real living person. Now that Xiaofan's taming level had reached 100, Yi Yuan planned to take her out tomorrow and let her kill zombies herself. Beyond honing her marksmanship, real combat was more about building her courage. Only by facing zombies hidden would she avoid freezing up when one lunged at her. He didn't want Xiaofan to be scared stiff when they left the city. Losing a hard-earned servant to zombies would be a pity, but having her disrupt his escape plan would be the real danger. As for grenades, he wouldn't let Jiang Xiaofan touch them for now. They were powerful weapons. Even though he could replicate them infinitely, he feared she might panic and drop one at her feet. That would be disastrous. Yi Yuan pondered tomorrow's plan, while Jiang Xiaofan, feigning sleep, was thinking about something else entirely. As she became his servant, and her taming level hit 100, her admiration for Yi Yuan deepened, and her mindset began to shift unconsciously. Is Brother Yi a blockhead, she thought. Why is he still standing there? Fine, I'll make the first move. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes snapped open. She was done pretending. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hisu lay in bed, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with Jiang Xiaofan's stunningly beautiful image. He had deliberately gone to bed early tonight, skipping his usual rendezvous with his mistress. Rest well tonight. When Xiaofan arrives at Deer Lake tomorrow, he would give it his all. At least 5 minutes. He had pursued her for over half a year without success. But now it was the apocalypse. Xiaofan had no reason to reject him this time, right? Only I can protect you, he thought. Tomorrow, after I kill Yi Yuan, Xiaofan can safely reach Deer Lake, and then we'll never be apart. Hisu was lost in his fantasies, wishing he could bring Jiang Xiaofan over right now. Unfortunately, the streets were crawling with zombies. He could only take out his phone and send her a message. Xiaofan, dear, what are you doing? 10 minutes passed with no reply. That's strange, he muttered. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Is she asleep already? Oh, I get it. It's the apocalypse now. Everyone has their phone on vibrate. Xiaofan probably didn't hear it. He'll send another one. So Hisu sent another message. Xiaofan, I miss you. Let's video chat. Another 10 minutes passed, still no reply. No way, he thought. She hasn't seen the message after all this time. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Is that bastard Yi Yuan bullying you? This time Hisu began to panic. Jiang Xiaofan had told him that Yi Yuan had taken her hostage. A man and a woman alone, and Xiaofan was so beautiful. What if that bastard Yi Yuan had ulterior motives? The likelihood was low though. After all, he was counting on taking Hi's helicopter to escape tomorrow. Even if Yi Yuan was driven by lust, he should have the sense to restrain himself. But Xiaofan wasn't replying. Was she really asleep, or was she being harassed right now? Yi Yuan, you bastard, you'd better behave yourself. If I find out you've done anything to Xiaofan, it'll make you wish you were dead tomorrow. Hisu muttered viciously to himself. Finally, an hour later, he received a reply from Jiang Xiaofan. I was asleep just now. The zombies' roars downstairs woke me up, and only then did I see your messages. A reply. Finally a reply. Hisu immediately sent a video request. He had to see with his own eyes that Jiang Xiaofan was safe. As the video connected, Hisu felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw Jiang Xiaofan. Though the room was dimly lit with only a faint yellowish glow resembling streetlight seeping in, he could roughly make out that her clothes were neatly arranged, though she appeared utterly exhausted. It was likely because she hadn't slept well. Xiaofan, seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. You should get some more rest. Wait a moment. Just as Hisu was about to end the video call, Jiang Xiaofan stopped him. Can you come pick me up in person tomorrow? Me? Come pick you up in person by helicopter? That's a bit difficult. Hisu didn't refuse outright, but inwardly he was extremely reluctant. Since the apocalypse broke out, he had never once left Deer Lake. Furthermore, Deer Lake was the only place not shrouded by the blood mist. He had never breathed it in, so he had no idea if he had immunity. If he left Deer Lake and got infected by the blood mist, turning into a zombie, it would be a tremendous loss. He did have feelings for Jiang Xiaofan, that was true, but he couldn't risk his own life over it. After a moment of internal struggle, Hisu stammered, Xiaofan, I'm sorry, but I have important matters tomorrow, so I can't come to pick you up in person. I hope you understand. Jiang Xiaofan immediately employed a woman's classic tactics. Yet no matter how she feigned anger or acted spoiled, Hisu refused to budge, absolutely unwilling to leave Deer Lake. After the call ended, Jiang Xiaofan was deeply puzzled. Brother Yi, why won't you let me confront Hisu directly? Look at how things are between us now. And with the apocalypse upon us, there's no need for all this secrecy, is there? Yi Yuan revealed a meaningful smile. No rush, let's have a little fun with Hisu first. Pity he won't come in person tomorrow. Hearing Yi Yuan sigh, Jiang Xiaofan seemed to catch on. Brother Yi, you want me to lure Hisu here so you can kill him? Yi Yuan nodded. Jiang Xiaofan's taming level had reached 100, so there was no need to keep things from her. But Jiang Xiaofan felt a flicker of confusion. Why had she felt no sense of wrongness when Brother Yi mentioned killing Hisu a moment ago? Even though she had only become Hi's nominal girlfriend as a strategic move. But she wasn't made of stone. Even if she didn't love Hisu, he had never harmed her, and had even acted as her devoted admirer for 6 months. Logically, she shouldn't be this cold-blooded. Upon hearing Brother Yi's intent to kill him, she felt nothing. Why was that? Jiang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. What she didn't realize was that after becoming Yi Yuan's servant, her thoughts had been subtly influenced, causing her to unconsciously view things from his perspective. Brother Yi, how about I send Hisu another video message? This time I'll force him to come pick me up no matter what, and then you can kill him. After saying this, Jiang Xiaofan startled even herself. Why was she changing so rapidly, even volunteering to help Brother Yi kill Hisu? Well, whatever, she decided not to dwell on it. She didn't love Hisu anyway, and now that she was Brother Yi's woman, it was only natural to prioritize his interests. Jiang Xiaofan quickly rationalized her feelings, ceasing to question her shifting mindset. Yi Yuan, however, shook his head. Forget it, don't send Hisu another video. It might arouse his suspicion. In truth, whether Hisu came or not made little difference. Neither the He family, nor the Gu family, nor any of the elite in Deer Lake dared to venture out recklessly. They had never been exposed to the blood mist, so no one knew if they had immunity. Especially considering that after a month the vast majority would succumb to the mist and turn into zombies, meaning only a rare few possessed immunity. This made the elite of Deer Lake even more hesitant to leave. With less than a 10 chance, no one dared to gamble. On the flip side, Deer Lake was an absolute safe haven, but it was also a prison that confined them. Their enemies were all within Deer Lake, and they couldn't escape. He had all the time in the world to play this game slowly to make them die in utter despair. Recalling his past life after his revenge failed, and he was captured, he suffered prolonged, inhuman torture before Hisu flayed him alive. This bone-deep hatred meant he would never let them die easily. The next morning after breakfast, Yi Yuan led Jiang Xiaofan to the rooftop. Before leaving, they had packed all their clothes, pants, and valuables into Yi Yuan's spatial storage. This place was no longer safe to stay. After today, whether or not they shot down the helicopter, they would be completely at odds with their enemies. They needed to find a new place, or they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Yi Yuan knew that his enemies in Deer Lake, while lacking the power to command the military, had good connections with high-ranking officials in the civil government. Using some supplies to rent a civilian helicopter wouldn't be a problem. With some weapons and ammunition, it would be easy for them to enter the city and kill someone. So he couldn't afford to be careless. Upon reaching the rooftop, they hid in the attic, and Yuan brought out 2 chairs for them to sit and rest. Brother Yi, we didn't really need to hide in the attic, did we? Even if you want to shoot down the helicopter, you could just fire directly from the balcony. Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then replied. It's not that simple. Hisu, that rich second generation, doesn't have many resources. With his abilities, he couldn't possibly arrange a helicopter. You mentioned yesterday that this rescue also includes Lu Rian. She's Gu Yiming's wife. So the helicopter was likely arranged by Gu Yiming through his connections. Given his ruthless and unscrupulous nature, he might very well issue an order for indiscriminate attack. He wouldn't give me any time. A single strafing run from a machine gun would kill you too. Oh, Jiang Xiaofan was stunned. She had never considered such an outcome. What do you mean, ah? Do you think the Gu family cares about a mere Hisu? Hisu might be cautious, but Gu Yiming wouldn't care about your life. For their own interests, they'd sacrifice anyone. Jiang Xiaofan wasn't stupid. The more she thought about it, the more she realized Yuan was right. She had heard of Gu Yiming. He was a legendary figure in Shu capital. Setting aside everything else, the fact that the Gu family controlled the livelihood of over 20 million people in Shu capital was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Beyond having formidable backing, one also needed decisive and ruthless methods. Brother Yi, I trust you. They'll do whatever you say. They'll stick with you through thick and thin. I'm holding onto your coattails for dear life. Even if you tried to push me away, I wouldn't leave. Yuan smiled. She was already his servant, so letting her cling to him was fine. She would do whatever he commanded. In reality, Yuan could have simply taken Jiang Xiaofan and fled to some unknown place to build his strength in the shadows. But great wealth comes with great risk. What if the helicopter didn't explode after being shot down? If there were gunmen on board, he might have a chance to acquire new weapons. The weapons on a helicopter would at least be light machine guns. At 8:30, Hisu sent a message saying the helicopter had departed. 15 minutes later, an auspicious Bird 313 helicopter arrived over the residential complex. Yuan immediately spotted a problem. This rescue mission only targeted 3 people, but the auspicious Bird 313 could carry 27 passengers. It was overkill. If his suspicions were correct, there were definitely gunmen on board, and quite a few of them. Yuan became fully alert. He aimed his super-automatic rifle at the hovering aircraft, but due to the distance and angle, he couldn't target the pilot, so he held his fire. Just then Jiang Xiaofan received a text message. It was from Hisu. Xiaofan, the helicopter is here, but I don't see you. The pilot says you and Yuan should come out onto the balcony. After reading the message, Jiang Xiaofan looked at Yuan. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Yuan had anticipated this situation long ago. Regardless of whether the helicopter was truly coming to rescue or to kill, it would at least need to see the target. Rescue aside, if it was a kill mission, stepping onto the balcony would mean being mowed down by the gunner's machine gun, instantly dying. Thus, Yuan had already devised a countermeasure. Tell Hisu that I've taken you hostage, and we're in the bedroom on the 5th floor with the pink curtain on the right side of the balcony. I demand that the helicopter lower its altitude first, and drop a rope ladder before I step onto the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan didn't understand Yuan's intention, but complied anyway, editing the words into a text message and sending it to Hisu. Soon the reply came. Xiaofan, have Yuan pull open the curtain and wave out the window. The pilot needs to confirm your floor and exact location. After reading the message, Yuan said, tell him that only your apartment on the 5th floor has pink curtains. Jiang Xiaofan sent the message. Hisu replied again, no, the pilot insists on seeing you to confirm the exact floor. Damn it, it was already clearly stated, 5th floor pink curtains. But they insisted on seeing him. It was almost certain that the helicopter had a gunner, and the moment he showed himself he would be riddled with bullets. What should we do, Brother Yi? If we don't show ourselves, the helicopter won't land. Tell Hisu that I won't show myself unless the helicopter first drops the rope ladder. Since they came to kill him, they must be more anxious than he was. Now the people in the helicopter desperately needed to confirm his location, probably suspecting that he had already moved. But you're anxious, I'm not. As long as I don't appear, they won't fire recklessly. What mattered now was to make the helicopter fly over and drop the rope ladder. Once the aircraft approached the building and adjusted its position, there would be an opportunity to aim at the pilot. What Yuan had to do now was wait. Hisu relayed the message to the helicopter, and the helicopter relayed it to the person behind the scenes. They must be discussing a countermeasure which would take some time. About 5 minutes later, the helicopter moved, adjusting its body so that the cabin door faced the building where Yuan was. Then the cabin door opened. A man appeared carrying a rocket launcher, quickly aiming at the window with the pink curtain on the 5th floor. Whoosh! A rocket was fired, instantly hitting Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom. With a deafening roar, Jiang Xiaofan's home was blown to pieces, and the entire building shook violently. It wasn't over yet. After the rocket was launched, 2 more men appeared at the cabin door with machine guns, both aiming at Jiang Xiaofan's home and firing wildly. Bastard. Hisu, that beast. He lied that he was sending a helicopter to rescue us, but he wanted to kill me too. Thank goodness I listened to Brother Yi, or I'd be dead by now. Jiang Xiaofan cursed nonstop. Yuan ignored her, instead staring at the nearby helicopter with a fervent gaze. Holy crap. A rocket launcher. Machine guns. Damn, if he could get those 2 weapons, he'd be rich. The helicopter pilot was very cautious. Because Jiang Xiaofan had told Hisu that he had a gun, specifically a shotgun. It seemed the people in the helicopter were also worried about him shooting at the plane, so they kept their distance. Hovering 70 or 80 meters away, even if hit by a shotgun, it wouldn't pose a threat to the aircraft. Moreover, the pilot was careful. After the helicopter arrived over the residential area, it kept its tail aimed at Yi Yuan's building, making it impossible to aim at the pilot. But just now to fire the rocket, they had adjusted the aircraft's body, now exposing the cockpit side to the building. From Yi Yuan's position, he could now aim at the pilot. I've been waiting for this. I don't just have a shotgun, I have an automatic rifle too. Bang! With a gunshot of 5.8mm bullet flew out, instantly hitting the pilot's neck. The tumbling bullet exited through the other side of the neck. The pilot died on the spot. Although this shot involved some luck, after a year of killing zombies in his past life, Yi Yuan's marksmanship was far from ordinary. With the pilot killed, the helicopter lost control and began to tilt. Yi Yuan continued to fire the super automatic rifle, blazing away, switching between single shots and bursts with ease. The 2 machine gunners at the cabin door were also killed. One died inside the aircraft while the other fell out of the cabin door after being shot. Yi Yuan saw clearly. A machine gun also fell down with him. From its appearance, it was the latest model of 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun, with an adjustable 4x scope mounted on the rail. Yi Yuan's eyes burned with desire, especially for the scope. The new domestic gun series had all accessories interchangeable, so it could be mounted directly on the automatic rifle's rail. With a scope and his marksmanship, picking off zombies from mid-range with the automatic rifle would be no problem. But Yi Yuan still had his eye on that rocket launcher. Now the helicopter was severely tilted, swaying unsteadily, and the people inside were completely incapacitated. It's going to crash. Brother Yi is amazing. He killed the pilot with 1 shot. Jiang Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly. Though she hadn't killed anyone herself, she felt a sense of vengeance since the people in the helicopter had fired a rocket at her bedroom. She was a fierce dragon and she only regretted not having the skill to shoot them herself. The helicopter stayed in the air for a dozen seconds, then plunged down with a thunderous roar, smoke billowing, and everyone inside was killed in the explosion. Damn. Yi Yuan sighed. A helicopter crash didn't always cause an explosion, but clearly this time luck was against him. The aircraft had exploded. The rocket launcher inside was surely destroyed. The rockets were gone too, having exploded with it. Yi Yuan felt a great loss. Brother Yi, you look pained. Yi Yuan waved his hand. It's nothing. Let's not go down yet. Follow me. The 2 walked out of the attic together. At the top floor railing they looked down. The crashed helicopter was blazing fiercely and the loud explosion had attracted nearby zombies. The fallen general-purpose machine gun should be not far from the explosion site. To get the weapon, they would have to clear away the zombies. Wait here for me. Yi Yuan returned to the attic alone, replicated a new super automatic rifle with a magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds, and handed the gun to Jiang Xiaofan. This gun is for you. Shoot at the zombies near the helicopter. Remember to aim for the head. It doesn't matter if you miss, I have plenty of bullets. Treat it as target practice. This was also Yi Yuan's plan from before. Once Jiang Xiaofan's taming level reached 100, he could give her a weapon and train her marksmanship. Later, when they left the main city, she could become his helper. Jiang Xiaofan held the automatic rifle. The cold texture gave her a full sense of security. In the apocalypse, only holding a weapon made one feel at ease, but only when alone. If a group of people all had weapons, everyone would be on edge because in the apocalypse there were no laws or morals, and no one knew if someone would shoot from behind. Brother Yi, thank you for trusting me so much. Yi Yuan smiled, but didn't reply. Without the personal information panel clearly showing the taming level at 100, Yi Yuan wouldn't have been able to trust Jiang Xiaofan. Next, Yi Yuan taught Jiang Xiaofan how to shoot. The 2 set up their guns on the rooftop and continuously fired at the zombies below. Without a scope, even Yi Yuan found it difficult to score headshots. But he had plenty of bullets. Constantly firing was still efficient. Jiang Xiaofan showed good talent, quickly getting into the shooting rhythm. However, her headshot rate was abysmally low. But the power of the automatic rifle was not to be underestimated. A hit to the chest left a hole the size of a peanut in front and a fist-sized hole at the back. With a bit of luck, it could directly snap the spine. Even if the zombie didn't die, it would lose its mobility. Just then, Hisu sent another message to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, did you get on the plane? I can't reach the helicopter pilot anymore. Seeing Hisu's text message, Jiang Xiaofan's murderous intent instantly overflowed. It wasn't an act. Having been shooting zombies non-stop, Jiang Xiaofan had transformed rapidly, exuding a sinister and ruthless aura. Bastard, you still dare to send me a message? Don't engage Hisu for now. After we finish all this, we'll toy with him properly. Though Jiang Xiaofan was furious, Yi Yuan's words instantly calmed her down. They'll listen to Brother Yi. The 2 continued shooting zombies, pausing and firing. Don't engage Hisu for now. After we finish all this, we'll toy with him properly. Though Jiang Xiaofan was furious, Yi Yuan's words instantly calmed her down. They'll listen to Brother Yi. The 2 continued shooting zombies, pausing and firing, spending over an hour clearing the zombies near the helicopter. After all, firing continuously takes a toll on the body. Ears ache, shoulders hurt. They needed proper rest. Let's go, we'll head downstairs. Yuan led the way with a shotgun. Jiang Xiaofan followed empty-handed. He still wasn't at ease. It was Jiang Xiaofan's first time handling a gun today. If she walked behind and accidentally fired from nervousness, hitting Yuan would be a disaster. So he had her put the gun away. Only after exiting the building did Yuan hand her another shotgun, and they walked side by side. The zombies downstairs had all been eliminated. Soon Yuan found the Type 20 general-purpose machine gun that had fallen on the ground. He removed the ammunition box. There were still bullets inside. The 4x scope was also intact. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, first storing the machine gun in his spatial storage, planning to duplicate it later. Looking at the burning helicopter wreckage nearby, he gave up the idea of searching it. Even if the rocket launcher wasn't damaged, the rocket had already exploded. Getting the launcher would be meaningless. Let's go first retreat into the building, then plan to find a new shelter. Jiang Xiaofan's home had been destroyed. Yuan's own home was also unsafe. Even the nearby buildings were not safe. No one knew if the He and Gu families would send more helicopters. The unease lingered, making it impossible to sleep without worry. So they had to find a new shelter nearby. Just as they retreated into the building, Jiang Xiaofan received another text message. This time it wasn't from Isu. The WeChat avatar was a woman. Xiaofan, are you still alive? The first message had just arrived, followed by several more in succession. Xiaofan, I'm so scared, zombies keep banging on my door. I saw zombies eating people. If the door gets broken down, I'm dead. I can't reach anyone, don't know if you're alive or dead, what should I do? Yuan stood beside her looking at the messages on the phone and asked, who is it? My bestie Feng Xiaowan lives in the neighboring Tianqing Garden, also a social media influencer. Jiang Xiaofan replied while typing. Xiaowan, I've been sending you messages for the past 2 days, why didn't you reply? I thought you'd been eaten by zombies. The other party immediately replied, Xiaofan, you silly girl, I'm so glad you're alive. I thought you were dead. I lost my phone. On the day the apocalypse broke out, I was about to go downstairs when I ran into a group of zombies. I was so scared I turned back. As a result, I accidentally dropped my phone at the door. Only today, after the zombies outside left, did I open the door to retrieve my phone. But I alerted the zombies again, and now they're banging on the door. What should I do? Reading the messages, Jiang Xiaofan was at a loss. It was too dangerous outside. Even though Feng Xiaowan was her best friend, she couldn't risk her life to save her, and she didn't have the ability. However, Yuan's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaowan's WeChat avatar was a photo of herself. Very beautiful. Even without makeup and filters, she was likely a stunning beauty. The system had mentioned that goddess-level beauties would have tags above their heads. Might as well take a chance. Tianqing Garden is in the adjacent complex, only 400 or 500 meters away via the alley. How about we stay at your friend's place? Taking a chance was one reason. Yuan also had another consideration. If they randomly chose a nearby residence, they'd have to break in by force, leaving the door damaged. Even if they blocked it with furniture, sleeping at night wouldn't be safe. Going to Feng Xiaowan's place would be safer. If she didn't have any tags to exploit, they could find another shelter later. Jiang Xiaofan quickly sent a message to Feng Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't be afraid. Brother Yi and I are coming to save you. Feng Xiaofan didn't dare go alone. But with Yuan to bolster her courage, she wasn't scared. Xiaofan, you silly girl, you're the best. And your brother Yi, thank you both. There are zombies outside my door, be careful. Jiang Xiaofan rolled her eyes. Slut, don't call me silly girl, or I'll beat you to death. No more nonsense, see you soon. She put away her phone, and the two locked onto the location, heading toward an alley. The streets in the old city were not wide. The alleys between buildings were even narrower, perfectly suited for shotgun combat. One man could hold the pass against 10,000. Yuan walked in front, Jiang Xiaofan behind. Let me emphasize again, you only need to watch our backs. If a zombie appears ahead, you are not to shoot. Leave it to me. Damn it, what if you accidentally shoot me? Don't worry, brother Yi, I won't risk your life. The alley was about 5 or 6 meters wide, but both of them walked sideways, taking small steps. Walking sideways had two advantages: they could see each other, and the gun muzzles wouldn't point at their own people. Even if they accidentally fired, there would be no casualties. In truth, gun triggers weren't as sensitive as imagined, unless extremely nervous. Accidental discharge was unlikely. Yuan led the way, brandishing a shotgun with a 700 round capacity, plowing through everything. Jiang Xiaofan behind him faced virtually no danger. She couldn't possibly be overly nervous. The zombies in the alley had been lured out by the helicopter explosion and were already cleared. Oh, it was temporarily safe. The two moved forward. Whenever Yuan saw a corner, he would fire, drawing out any zombies hidden in blind spots. No surprises around the corner. The distance of over 400 meters wasn't far. There weren't many zombies in the small alley. After killing about 70 or 80, they finally reached the outside of Tianqing Garden. But now there was a problem. Tianqing Garden was across a street about 10 meters wide. Yuan quietly peeked out to observe. The number of zombies on the street was considerable. Rushing straight across was possible, but there were also zombies inside the compound. If they were caught in a pincer attack front and back, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Brother Yi, what should we do? Jiang Xiaofan was a bit nervous. But Yuan wasn't flustered at all. Having dared to fight their way through, he naturally had his confidence. On both sides of the alley were residential buildings with the street outside. They could pick any building on either side, enter, find a street-facing apartment, break in, and stand on the balcony to throw grenades down. After blowing up the nearby zombies, they could safely enter Tianxin Garden. Follow me. Yuan led Jiang Xiaofan into the building on the right side of the alley. They climbed to the 4th floor, killing one zombie along the way. Selecting a street-facing apartment, Yuan knocked a few times, and a zombie sound came from inside. Judging by the sound, there was only one. Yuan raised his shotgun and blasted away. The zombie inside was killed through the door, and the door was forcefully broken open. The two entered the apartment together. After searching, they found no other targets. Then they barricaded the door with furniture to prevent any zombies from sneaking up later. After finishing all that, Yuan went to the balcony, took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it down. A few seconds later, a thunderous explosion went off, and the nearby zombies went into a frenzy. They all swarmed over, including the zombies from the opposite Tianxin Garden compound, who were also alerted. Yuan smiled faintly. We'll just blow up the zombies here. When they're all gone, we can enter Tianxin Garden. On the street below, the roar of explosions was relentless. Yuan held a cigarette between his lips. He tossed grenades down as if they cost nothing, their high explosive power immense, blasting the zombies at the epicenter into chunks. Even those on the periphery were killed by the shockwaves. A single grenade could often take out a dozen or more zombies. Jiang Xiaofan watched with excitement written all over her face. After the bloody journey so far, this once voluptuous beauty had developed a taste for slaughter. Brother, you let me throw a couple for fun, okay? Yuan glanced at her, but said nothing. Jiang Xiaofan was obedient in his presence, but she still shamelessly extended a finger. Just one. Can I throw just one, please? Yuan was a bit worried. Unlike a gun, if she fumbled it, and it landed on the balcony, they'd both be dead. However, considering he'd need Jiang Xiaofan's help to fight their way out of the main city later, teaching her to use grenades now could prove invaluable. Alright, I'll teach you. Grenades are different from guns, you must be careful. Throw it early, never hold it to the last second. The street below was packed with zombies. Mindless walking corpses. They had no concept of taking cover or hiding. Even if you pulled the pin and threw it immediately, you'd still kill a huge number, so there was no need to time it perfectly. Yuan spent a few minutes teaching Jiang Xiaofan the essentials of throwing grenades. To his surprise, she was a quick learner. She also had solid mental fortitude. Although her strength was a bit lacking, preventing her from throwing too far, she remained calm and composed, showing no signs of being a rookie. No wonder the world widely believed that nearly 80 of Dragon Kingdom citizens had berserker genes. They were born warriors. The moment they picked up a weapon, their bloodline awakened. It seemed this claim had some merit. For instance, foreigners often vomited the first time they killed someone. This phenomenon didn't seem to exist among the Dragon Kingdom people. Cases of post-war trauma syndrome were even rarer. Just look at Jiang Xiaofan. Before the apocalypse, she was a singing and dancing streamer. Now she could kill zombies with a gun and was even excited to blow them up with grenades. Wasn't that a sign of her berserker genes activating? This was good. She adapted quickly and could be of help sooner rather than being dead weight. The two took turns bombing the area. After using over 80 grenades, they finally destroyed all the zombies in sight, including those near the entrance of Tianxin Yuan compound, which were lured out and blown to bits. Now they could enter the compound without worry. Let's go. Together, they moved the furniture blocking the main gate and carefully walked downstairs, shotguns raised. There were no zombies outside. They exited the alley, crossed the street, and smoothly entered Tianxin Yuan. Which building is your best friend in? Building 8, room 604. It's quite far from the gate. We almost have to cross the entire compound. Yuan nodded. Not all the zombies in the compound would have been lured out. Crossing it would definitely mean running into more. Stay alert. Open fire the moment you see a zombie. No need to conserve ammo. Jiang Xiaofan nodded. She knew Yuan could duplicate infinitely, so she didn't plan on saving bullets either. The old compound had mature landscaping. Camphor trees, osmanthus trees, and various ornamental plants grew tall and dense, and with the blood mist shrouding everything, visibility was poor. They could faintly hear the low growls of zombies deeper within the blood mist. An eerie silence pervaded the old compound. Yet neither felt fear. With truth in hand and shotguns with massive magazines, they were fearless. Besides, the zombies weren't even densely packed. Based on his past life experience, Yuan knew that dealing with scattered zombies was nothing to worry about. They walked for a while, reaching a yellow horn tree. Just then a zombie burst out from a nearby building, charging ferociously at Jiang Xiaofan. The distance was about 30 or 40 meters. At that range, a shotgun's accuracy was questionable. But Jiang Xiaofan didn't care. She raised her gun and fired, not bothering to aim properly. She just kept pulling the trigger and cycling the action towards the zombie's direction, whether she hit it or not. She repeated this action 7 or 8 times. When the zombie was only about 10 meters away, a shot finally blew its head off. She let out a soft breath. A hint of seriousness crossed Jiang Xiaofan's face, but she didn't show any panic. After all, Yuan was right there with her. They continued forward, killing 8 more zombies along the way, 3 of which were taken down by Jiang Xiaofan's wild firing. Now she was feeling quite proud. Holding her gun, she was brimming with confidence. She couldn't help but think how wise she had been to latch onto Brother Yes thick. Thigh. If she hadn't followed Brother Yi, even if Yisu hadn't killed her, she'd probably still be hiding at home starving. Not like now, feeling so formidable. Jiang Xiaofan tightened her grip on the shotgun. The feeling of holding truth in her hands was exhilarating. They walked further and soon arrived at Building 8. Just then Jiang Xiaofan's phone vibrated with a message from Feng Xiaowan. Xiaofan, I see you guys. So awesome you both have guns. But be careful, the zombies outside my door are still banging on it. From the sound there should be 3 of them. Jiang Xiaofan looked up. On the 6th floor balcony, Feng Xiaowan was waving at her. Other survivors nearby were also watching them from behind their curtains. Let's go inside. It's not safe out in the open, Yuan said. Although guns were banned in the Dragon Kingdom, powerful crossbows could still be bought through certain channels. Holding a gun would inevitably make others envious. If someone ambushed them with a crossbow, they could easily get killed in a ditch. The two quickly entered the stairwell. They didn't encounter a single zombie up to the 5th floor, seemingly all attracted to the 6th floor by Feng Xiaowan. Put your gun away. When you see the zombies, don't shoot. Leave them to me, Yuan reminded. Having seen Jiang Xiaofan's wild shooting, he didn't dare let her be so reckless in the stairwell. If she misfired while he was in front, they'd both be done for. Yuan walked to the landing between the 5th and 6th floors, gun raised, and fired a shot. The zombies upstairs were immediately attracted. Growl, growl, growl. 3 zombies charged down from the 6th floor, lunging at Yuan. He stood there calm and composed. The equalizer needed no aiming in such a tight space. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 4 rapid shots, and all 3 zombies went down, though 2 had their spines severed by the penetrating pellets. They weren't dead yet. Yuan walked over, pressed the muzzle against their heads. Bang, bang. After 2 more shots, silence reigned. Yuan thought for a moment and decided to toss the 3 bodies down the ventilation shaft. The weather was still a bit warm. They'd start to stink in the stairwell if left too long, especially since they might be staying at Feng Xiaowan's place for a while. Jiang Xiaofan helped, and together they quickly disposed of the bodies. Just then the door to room 604 creaked open a crack, revealing a pair of bright dark eyes. When she saw Jiang Xiaofan, the person inside threw the door open wide, and Yuan got a clear look at her. She was a fair-skinned, innocent-looking lowly with twin braids and an ample chest. Xiaofan. Xiaowan. The 2 women hugged each other joyfully. Yuan's attention, however, was fixed on the top of Feng Xiaowan's head. There was a card there, but the inscription on the card caught him completely off guard. At this moment, Feng Xiaowan's trait tags had already appeared above her head. Feng Xiaowan. Trait 1, Excavator Operator Blue. Trait 2, Culinary Skills White. Trait 3, Driver White. There were also 3 traits, with the first one, Excavator Operator, displayed in bold, enlarged blue text. The latter 2 were white. Clearly, Excavator Operator was of the highest quality. Once stripped, it would become the most powerful ability. However, no matter how he looked at it, being an excavator operator seemed rather useless. Moreover, how could Feng Xiaowan, a delicate internet celebrity with a baby face and a bombshell figure, be associated with excavators? Let's not worry about that for now. For the first trait strip, no taming level was required. Strip the highest quality one. Yuan locked his mind onto excavator operator like an invisible pair of hands and forcefully pulled it away. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into Yuan's body. Success. At this moment, the card above Feng Xiaowan's head had changed. Feng Xiaowan. Trait 1, Excavator Operator, 60 taming level required for second strip, current taming level 0. Just as expected. Just like with Jiang Xiaofan, after the first strip, a second one was possible. If he could strip it 3 times in a row, Feng Xiaowan would become his servant. However, he still didn't know what was so special about this Excavator Operator ability. Yuan immediately called up his attribute panel. He checked the ability description. Excavator Operator, a super excavator master. Using any digging tool and consuming a small amount of mental energy can instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of earth or rock. And that's it. The ability's effect was exactly as literal as it sounded. Digging. How useless. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration hit Yuan, followed by a look of wild joy. Super excavator master. Maybe it wasn't so ordinary after all. Just by consuming a small amount of mental energy, he could instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of earth or rock. Simply put, it meant digging holes. And it was instantaneous. Regardless of what digging tool was used, he could instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of earth or rock. A shovel was also a digging tool. He could use a shovel to dig tunnels, escaping the main city safely and efficiently without any risk. He could even go anywhere. And since the digging was instantaneous and didn't consume physical strength, it wasn't dirty or tiring, it was incredibly easy. Isn't this just like playing Minecraft? Many ideas suddenly popped into Yuan's mind. Collecting samples would be so much easier from now on. The zombies everywhere were nothing to fear. As long as he had a shovel, he could dig tunnels and come and go with ease. Not to mention anything else. In a city of over 20 million people, endless supplies were hoarded by the zombie horde, most of which would only rot away. But things were different now. He had an ultra-large spatial warehouse that could be expanded at any time. Combined with his ability to instantly dig holes, he might as well claim all the important supplies in the city for himself, laying the groundwork for building his own forces in the future. Although Yi Yuan could replicate anything infinitely, he had to account for the mental energy cost. Relying on replication to support a group of servants was fine. But if he were to develop a force of several thousand, or even tens of thousands, it would be unrealistic to feed that many people by replicating food before agricultural production recovered. Moreover, with the blood mist blocking out the sky, crops would struggle to grow. When the blood mist would dissipate was still unknown. In the future, having food would make one a god. Previously, Yi Yuan hadn't considered collecting supplies because he lacked the ability. Now he could dig holes instantly. He naturally wouldn't let so many supplies go to waste. There was no need to rush to Deer Lake now. Deer Lake was a safe zone, and also a prison. His enemies wouldn't dare leave it. He could stay in the city gathering supplies on one hand and searching for beauties to strip traits from on the other. At this stage there were many survivors, and likely quite a few beauties. Even with average luck, he should at least encounter 2 or 3. A month later, over 90 of people would turn into zombies. By then the chances of encountering a goddess-level beauty would be akin to winning the lottery. So it was better to act sooner rather than later. Of course there were risks. No one knew if current survivors had antibodies or when they might turn. He might find a beauty who would soon become a zombie. But Yi Yuan wasn't worried. Those infected didn't turn instantly. After the virus eroded the immune system, natural zombification typically took 12 hours, and the body would show abnormal signs. As long as he didn't sleep with them, he wouldn't be bitten to death by someone who suddenly turned. Besides, it wasn't a loss. Any goddess-level beauty would have traits, and the first strip didn't require taming level. Finding one was a win. How many times he could strip was up to luck. It was decided. You must be Brother Yi, right? Fang Xiaowan's voice pulled Yi Yuan back from his thoughts. Brother Yi, thank you and Xiaofan for coming to save me. It's not safe outside, you should come inside quickly. Xiaowan's voice was very pleasant. It was crisp, soft, sweet, and gentle. Just hearing it stirred a certain urge to do something foolish. Fang Xiaowan's home was also a 2-bedroom apartment that she rented. Her parents weren't there, and she had long since lost contact with them. They were likely in grave danger. Xiaowan poured 3 glasses of water and sat down to briefly talk about her experiences since the Fang Xiaowan's home was also a 2-bedroom apartment that she rented. Her parents weren't there, and she had long since lost contact with them. They were likely in grave danger. Xiaowan poured 3 glasses of water and sat down to briefly talk about her experiences since the apocalypse began. Yi Yuan just listened quietly. However, his eyes were observing the layout of the house. This was a habit he had developed in his past life, checking out every place he entered. He even planned to thoroughly search the house for dangerous items later that night after Xiaowan fell asleep. Even though he would likely find nothing, the habit from his past life meant he wouldn't feel at ease without a search. Oh my, it's already noon. Let me cook for you too. Yi Yuan remembered that one of Xiaowan's traits was culinary skills, suggesting she was probably a decent cook. People who cook usually have frozen goods in their fridge. That was also why she wasn't short on food, especially since it had only been a few days since the apocalypse. Of course, this was a perfect chance for Yi Yuan to show off. It had worked wonders with Jiang Xiaofan, causing his taming level to skyrocket, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Xiaowan, what are you planning to make for us? Fang Xiaowan looked a bit embarrassed by the question. Well, I still have a lot of rice, but I've already eaten all the meat. I only have 2 potatoes left. There's also some fermented bean curd and olive vegetable in the fridge. To ease the awkwardness, Fang Xiaowan said playfully, rice with olive vegetable is really tasty too. Yi Yuan stopped pretending. His mind entered his spatial warehouse, and like an invisible hand he retrieved a small piece of beef. It was like a magic trick. Fang Xiaowan was stunned, but what happened next made her jaw drop even further. Yi Yuan began pretending to cast a spell again. A 3D printer formed from energy enveloped the palm-sized piece of beef, and he initiated local integrated replication. The beef rapidly grew, bigger and bigger. In less than a minute the palm-sized beef had become as large as a wash basin. Well, what? What's going on? Brother Yi, can you do magic? Fang Xiaowan's mind went blank. Despite her baby face and bombshell figure, she was an airhead. In fact, she was quite sharp. But at this moment, she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xiaofan said with the tone of an experienced person, this is nothing. Brother Yi is incredibly powerful. He has an ability. He can replicate anything. The quantity can be replicated infinitely, and the size can also be increased infinitely. Anything can become more numerous or larger. At that point, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly realized something. Bigger. This rascal. He had used his ability to before Fang Xiaowan could recover from her shock, Yi Yuan produced another bottle of beer and duplicated it into 2 using 3D printing. No red wine for now, he said casually. Steak with beer will have to do. You 2 go and cook. His tone was nonchalant, but Fang Xiaowan was utterly astounded. Earlier when he duplicated the beef, she had still been skeptical. It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but the event was so sudden that even with Jiang Xiaofan as a witness, it was hard to accept. However, when he duplicated 2 bottles of beer right before her eyes, Fang Xiaowan finally believed that Yi Yuan could replicate things infinitely. The admiration she felt was beyond words. With a swoosh, his taming level with her shot up by 10. This was within Yi Yuan's expectations. Admiration and reverence could foster obedience. He had no intention of taming Fang Xiaowan through food deprivation. After all, Xiaofan had already become his servant. Xiaowan was her best friend. Now that she was living in someone else's home, using hunger as a tactic might backfire. Since showing off his power could convert her admiration into loyalty, why resort to other means? Xiaowan took the beef to the kitchen and Xiaofan went to help. Left alone, Yi Yuan decided to search the living room and bedroom. He couldn't feel at ease without checking. After all, Xiaowan wasn't his servant yet, so he had to be cautious. He moved quickly. In 5 minutes he finished searching the living room without finding anything dangerous. He then moved to Fang Xiaowan's bedroom. He wasn't worried about being caught. Even if he was, so be it. In principle, from the moment he entered her home, he already considered himself the master of the house. He had only just arrived, so he wanted to maintain some decorum. That was why he hadn't declared his authority immediately. He would do so during dinner. He was sure Fang Xiaowan wasn't stupid. She had seen his infinite replication ability, as she wouldn't dare to kick him out. So he searched her home. Even if caught, it didn't matter. Fang Xiaowan's bedroom was warmly decorated with many fluffy plush toys on the headboard. He found nothing under the bed, on the bed, or in the drawers. He then opened the wardrobe, which was filled with exquisite clothes and many delicate thin garments. Girls these days really know how to live it up. After searching Xiaowan's bedroom, he moved to the guest room. Only then did he feel somewhat at ease. The meal wasn't ready yet, and the sound of the range hood came from the kitchen. Yi Yuan sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Xiaowan cooked and chatted. Xiaowan, brother, Yi is a golden ticket. You have to make a good impression. Stick with him, and you'll never worry about food or drink. If he acknowledges you, he'll even give you weapons. Like me today, I killed over 20 zombies with a gun and took out many more with grenades. With weapons you can truly protect yourself. Jiang Xiaofan was puzzled by her own words. It was true that she and Fang Xiaowan were best friends. But female friendships often have a plastic element. And Fang Xiaowan was so beautiful, at least on par with herself. Yet she was deliberately advising her to be good to brother Yi and cling to him tightly. Since when was Jiang Xiaofan so magnanimous? Didn't she mind sharing brother Yi with her? It seemed she truly didn't mind. Why was that? Jiang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. Little did she know, as Yi Yuan's servant, her actions were all aligned with his interests. Naturally, she wouldn't be jealous. It's great that Xiaowan is joining us. On the battlefield, she can support me and reduce my burden. Jiang Xiaofan quickly adjusted her mindset. Fang Xiaowan was still mulling over her words. Sticking with Yi Yuan meant no worries about food or drink and access to weapons. In this apocalypse, what could be more important than that? Although she hadn't gone hungry these past days, being trapped alone at home with zombies outside was a despair and helplessness she never wanted to experience again. If she lived with Xiaofan and brother Yi, they could look out for each other and have weapons. Moreover, with brother Yi's ability, he could probably duplicate ammunition too. No matter how many zombies came, they wouldn't be afraid. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiaowan feel an overwhelming sense of security. Xiaofan, I'll listen to you. You're truly my best sister. I didn't think you'd actually come to save me. From now on, you're my big sister. Quietly, the card above Fang Xiaowan's head showed a surge of 20 in her taming level. It had now reached 40. Of course, despite the apparent big jump, she was still 20 short of the next trait reveal. Even though Fang Xiaowan was mentally prepared to play a supporting role, it was partly due to the pressure of reality. It wasn't entirely from the heart. That's why her taming level didn't soar to 90. This was normal. Psychological changes take time and can't happen overnight. Before long, 3 steaks were ready. The two brought the steaks to the table. Brother Yi, dinner's ready. Yi Yuan looked up, and his eyes widened in shock. 40 taming level. Damn. What happened in the kitchen? It jumped 20. That's incredible. It seemed taming Xiaowan would be much easier. After a moment's thought, Yi Yuan understood. He had appeared and dropped a bombshell right away, and with Xiaofan working the middle ground, taming Xiaowan was naturally easier. Nice, very nice. Yi Yuan was in a great mood. During the meal, Xiaowan first toasted Yi Yuan and Xiaofan, thanking them for coming to her rescue. The three then ate and chatted. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something. Xiaowan, you know how to operate an excavator. He could hardly believe it. A beauty with a youthful face and a stunning figure so delicate and fair could drive an excavator. Who would believe that? Yet the trait list clearly showed excavator operator. To his surprise, Xiaowan nodded. Yes, brother Yi. How did you know I could drive one? Oh, I see. Xiaowan suddenly realized. You must have seen my videos before, right? Videos? No. At this point, Xiaofan explained, Xiaowan wanted to start a self-media account, so I suggested she try the contrast style. With her looks, she'd get great results filming at construction sites. So she went and learned to drive an excavator. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaofan pulled out her phone and found Xiaowan's account. The videos on her homepage all showed Xiaowan working on construction sites, each one paired with a corresponding caption. Some were sentimental, some inspirational. The comment sections were filled with guys howling in admiration. They all expressed outrage that such a pure and beautiful girl would be working at a construction site. Unforgivable. Little did they know it was all for show. Brother Yi, do you think I'm a bad person for deceiving those netizens? Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In this age of traffic you didn't scam them out of money, so how can you be judged as good or bad? Besides, this is the apocalypse now. I don't care if you're good or bad. Yi Yuan's real intention was that he only cared about extracting her traits, but Feng Xiaowan clearly misunderstood. Brother Yi, I don't want to lie to anyone, especially you. I swear to the heavens. He'll do whatever you ask. Doing whatever I'm told. That's rather intriguing. Is Xiaowan hinting at something? Yi Yuan was uncertain. Yet when she spoke, the taming level on the card had risen by another 5, indicating she meant what she said. However, the current taming level was only 45. Her loyalty was still far from absolute. Even if she spoke sincerely just now, it didn't guarantee she wouldn't betray him later, unless he could tame her into a servant. Of course, that was on the condition that she didn't undergo zombification, until Xiaowan became his servant. Even if she willingly threw herself into his arms, Yi Yuan wouldn't dare accept. What if she bit him in his sleep? Natural zombification took 12 hours, and the body would show abnormal signs, such as protruding veins on the face and neck, bloodshot eyes, dark circles under the eyes, fever, and so on. But such obvious changes would only become apparent 2 to 3 hours before zombification. If he fell asleep, he might be bitten to death by the person beside him. However, since Feng Xiaowan had said she would obey him in everything, he might as well assert his authority. Since you'll do whatever I say from now on in the head of this house. The master bedroom belongs to Xiaofan and me. You sleep in the guest room. Any objections? In truth, where he slept didn't matter, but as the head of the household he needed to establish his position through formality. Yi Yuan didn't want the three of them to live together without clear hierarchy. The best way to demonstrate this was through room allocation. Feng Xiaowan, being sensible, agreed without hesitation. After a full meal, Yi Yuan felt like resting. The morning's battle, shooting down the helicopter and fighting his way through, had been intense, leaving him mentally drained. A midday nap would help restore his energy. Yi Yuan took Jiang Xiaofan into the bedroom, leaving Xiaowan alone in the living room. Staring at the closed bedroom door, a sense of loss and loneliness crept into her heart. That feeling, watching a couple enter a room together when you're single, arose involuntarily. Though Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan weren't a couple, that didn't matter. In the despair of the apocalypse, at least two people could keep each other company, alleviating their inner fears. Xiaowan wanted to follow them into the room, just for the sake of companionship. Alone in the living room like this, she felt isolated, and the taste of despair from a few days ago began to creep back. In the room, Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan had just lain down when a message arrived from Yisu. Xiaofan, please reply. Where are you? The helicopter lost contact, and you haven't responded. I'm so worried. Jiang Xiaofan looked at the message with a cold expression, even a hint of murderous intent. You bastard, the helicopter you sent nearly killed me, and now you have the nerve to text me. Jiang Xiaofan was about to block Yisu when he sent a video call request. Answer it. We can lay our cards on the table now, Yi Yuan said. In truth, Yi Yuan had long wanted to confront Yisu. He imagined the man's expression would be quite entertaining upon learning the truth. But revealing his hand too early would make the other party more cautious, especially regarding the helicopter. Yi Yuan had run many simulations in his mind, either lure the helicopter close to the building or trick the pilot into being within his line of fire. Otherwise, he couldn't kill the pilot. The true purpose of this setup was to attract the helicopter. Once it was shot down, there was hope of obtaining a new weapon sample. That was why he hadn't provoked Yisu prematurely, letting him act as a messenger to facilitate his maneuvering with the helicopter pilot. Time proved this decision correct. Now that the helicopter had been shot down, Yisu was no longer needed. After revealing the truth, he would surely be furious. That would be a sight to behold. Following Yi Yuan's advice, Jiang Xiaofan accepted the video call. Yisu, upon seeing Jiang Xiaofan, was immediately agitated. Xiaofan, you scared me to death. The helicopter lost contact, and you didn't reply. I was so worried about you. Where are you now? Jiang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. Where am I? You want my address so you can send another helicopter to kill me. What? Kill you? Xiaofan, please explain clearly. How could I send a helicopter to kill you? Is there some misunderstanding? And your tone is so cold. Your eyes are terrifying. Xiaofan, can you not treat me like this? Let's clear up any misunderstandings. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to argue with Yisu. She simply told him everything that had happened that morning. Yisu was stunned. Impossible. I clearly told my father to rescue you, and then kill Yi Yuan. I like you so much. How could I have given an order for indiscriminate attack? It wasn't me, I swear. No matter how Yisu explained, Jiang Xiaofan remained unmoved. Her heart now belonged only to Yi Yuan. Seeing her cold expression, Yisu grew frantic, blurting out everything he should and shouldn't have said. This has nothing to do with me. I get it now. It must have been Gu Yiming's order. The helicopter was requisitioned through his connections, the weapons were his, and the gunman was his man. Yes, it's Gu Yiming. That old bastard has no regard for loyalty. He even dared to go after my woman. He'll settle this with him. Yisu, furious and humiliated, rambled on with a string of nonsense. Jiang Xiaofan replied icily with a single sentence. I am not your woman. I never was. Not my woman. Xiaofan, this is just a misunderstanding. Don't say such hurtful things, okay? Jiang Xiaofan's tone remained frigid. There's no misunderstanding. You're short, dark, fat, and ugly, a notorious playboy in Shudu. How could I possibly like you? I was only humoring you because of your family's influence. I've long planned to leave Shudu when things got too difficult to escape your pursuit. I'm not short of money. And I'm beautiful. Why would I force myself to be your woman? From start to finish, it was your own wishful thinking. What? Hisu felt as if struck by lightning. He had been nothing but a simp for half a year. No, I don't believe you. You're lying. You are the purest woman in my heart. You couldn't have deceived me. I, Hisu, am charming and handsome. How am I not worthy of you? Ha ha ha. Charming and handsome. You're too foolish to be cured. Your family's power means people around you flatter you, and you actually believed it. Go look in a mirror. Does charming and handsome apply to you? Jiang Xiaofan felt a surge of satisfaction after speaking. Every day of humoring, Hisu had been nauseating. Finally, speaking her mind was incredibly liberating. Xiaofan, don't use such venomous words to provoke me. I refuse to believe this is your true feelings. Wait. Hisu suddenly widened his eyes as if trying to pierce through the screen. Xiaofan, are you lying in bed? Your house was bombed. Whose bed are you on? And your pillow? Why does it look like someone's arm? At that moment, Yuan turned the camera. Both he and Jiang Xiaofan appeared in the frame, with her head resting on his arm. Hello there, brother he. Fancy meeting again. Yuan wore a smug, infuriating grin. Bet you didn't expect us both to be alive, did you? Seeing this, are you happy? Surprised? Shocked? Hisu, watching the video feed of Yuan's mocking expression, was consumed by rage. His beloved woman was lying in another man's arms. And this man dared to ask if he was happy. This was psychological torture. Happy my ass. Yuan, I'll kill you. He'll kill you, you bastard. In that moment, Hisu was overwhelmed with shame and fury. An endless wave of humiliation surged to his head. His face was contorted with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Yuan apart with his bare hands. And you, Jiang Xiaofan. You bitch. After all I did for you, this is how you repay me. You two despicable lovers will pay for this. I swear I will kill you both. He'll kill you. Watching Hisu rage like a mad dog, Yuan felt immense satisfaction. The angrier he became, the happier Yuan felt. They had caused his parents' deaths, and in his past life, Hisu had flayed him alive. This was only a small taste of punishment. Couldn't he handle even this? Yuan wore a look of pure enjoyment as he said, brother, he no need for such anger. Don't you remember? You asked me to look after Xiaofan. I've taken such good care of her, so why are you upset? Look after her, my ass. I asked you to look after her, not to steal my girlfriend. Oh, my apologies for caring too much. Brother, you know how beautiful Xiaofan is, and am young and passionate. I simply lost control. You understand, right? We're both men after all. Jiang Xiaofan understood perfectly that Yuan was deliberately provoking Hisu. She harbored a deep hatred for Hisu as well. So playing along dutifully, she added, Hisu, it's your own fault for being useless. Since you didn't come to save me, I had no choice but to go with brother Yi. You can just stay cowering in Luhu. Hearing these words, Hisu was so enraged he nearly spat blood. You wretch! How am I useless? I tried everything to save you. An accident happened, and this is how you treat me. You're doing this on purpose just to torment me. I hate this. Damn it all. The video call suddenly shook violently before the screen went black. It seemed Hisu had smashed his phone in a fit of rage. Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan exchanged a knowing smile. So, brother Yi, how was my performance just now? Hisu looked ready to cough up blood. Huh. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You did very well. Keep it up. I'm not done with him yet. I intend to drive Hisu to the brink of madness. He'll bring ruin upon his entire family. It was past 4 in the afternoon when Jiang Xiaofan woke up and went out to find Xiaowan. Yuan stayed in the room preparing to replicate a new batch of weapons. Having slept for over an hour, he felt refreshed. He should have woken up earlier. But the apocalypse was so tedious. Sleeping more helped conserve energy for replicating more weapons. While inorganic materials drained little mental energy, replicating a large quantity would eventually take its toll. Yuan took out the 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun he had acquired today. He first removed the 4x scope and replicated over a dozen copies in one go. He attached one to his automatic rifle. Raising the gun to look out the window, his vision sharpened, and distances seemed much closer, even though the fog limited visibility to a mere 70 or 80 meters. Hitting a headshot with iron sights was incredibly difficult. With the 4x scope, it would become much easier. Yuan walked to the window and scanned the area, spotting a zombie emerging from the mist. Perfect target practice. He immediately raised his rifle, aligning the crosshair with the zombie's head. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore out of the barrel, but it missed. Without a target, the zombie swayed as it walked, and it happened to lurch, just as Yuan fired. If he had been shooting at a person, the gunshot would have certainly alerted them. But this zombie merely let out a few mindless groans before wandering aimlessly again. Early-stage zombies hadn't yet evolved their hearing. From a distance, they couldn't pinpoint the source of a sound. Soon Yuan took aim at the zombie's head again. Bang! A single shot to the head. The bullet entered through the forehead, leaving a small hole the size of a peanut, but the immense kinetic energy blew out the back of its skull, creating a fist-sized hole. Even a shot to the chest, given the rifle's power, would shatter the spine and immobilize the zombie, even if it didn't kill it outright. Just then the bedroom door was pushed open. Jiang Xiaofan and Xiaowan appeared at the entrance. "Brother Yi, were you shooting?" Yuan nodded. "Xiaofan, perfect timing. Let me attach a 4x scope to your gun too." Yuan spent a few minutes teaching Jiang Xiaofan how to detach and attach the scope and adjust the magnification. Then he sent her to the balcony to practice. Fang Xiaowan watched with intense envy. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan firing at the zombies below looked incredibly cool. "I wonder when Brother Yi will finally trust me. I want a gun too. Even if he won't let me shoot it, just letting me hold one would be enough." The apocalypse left people feeling deeply insecure, especially women. Only when touching a gun could they feel a sense of safety. Jiang Xiaofan seemed to read Xiaowan's mind. "Xiaowan, this gun was given to me by Brother Yi. I can't let you use it without his permission. But don't worry. Brother Yi is a good man. As long as you're obedient, he'll eventually accept you." Xiaowan nodded firmly. "To get a weapon from Brother Yi sooner, I need to perform well. Starting with my image." Xiaowan walked to the bedroom door and knocked. "Brother Yi, may I come in?" "Come in." Xiaowan pushed the door open and entered. Yuan sat by the window looking at her. "Is something the matter?" "Brother Yi, I'd like to change my clothes." The master bedroom was originally Xiaowan's, so her clothes were all in the wardrobe. "Go ahead." After saying that, Yuan continued replicating the machine gun. Since no one could see the replication process, there was no need to be discreet. Xiaowan stood before the wardrobe, her mind racing. "Brother Yi just said I could change, but he didn't tell me to take my clothes out. Does he mean I should change right here in front of him?" But his attention doesn't seem to be on me at all. Yuan was currently looking down at the machine gun in his lap, actually focusing his energy on the printer to replicate the internal space of the gun's ammo box. Xiaowan's imagination started running wild again. No, Brother Yi must be deep in thought, and forgot to be specific. I can't be cheap. If I really did something like that in front of him, he'd definitely think I'm a frivolous girl. I can't ruin my image. Once Brother Yi accepts me, he'll give me a weapon. It was hard to believe she once yearned for luxury handbags, perfumes, and designer clothes. Now all she wanted was a cold hard gun. The apocalypse had changed women's priorities. When your life is threatened, nothing can replace a weapon except food. Xiaowan carefully browsed through the wardrobe. She had to pick the most flattering outfit, but nothing too revealing or Brother Yi would surely think the worst of her. Unbeknownst to her, the taming value on the card above Xiaowan's head increased by another 5. Xiaowan was a woman who knew how to handle things well. She rummaged through the wardrobe, finally picking out a dark green strappy, ice silk micro mini skirt. It flattered her figure without being too revealing. She changed into it in the bathroom, deliberately posing in front of the mirror. Unfortunately, Yuan was fully focused on replicating the ammo box for the light machine gun. "Why won't Brother Yi look at me? I have to get his attention," Xiaowan thought to herself. She cleared her throat. "Brother Yi, do you think this dress looks good on me?" Yuan felt a surge of irritation. He didn't have time to care about her dress. He was busy replicating a super machine gun. He glanced up casually, intending to tell her to be quiet. But that single glance made him freeze. Damn, what's going on? Just changing clothes increased her taming level by 5. How did that happen? Women truly were unfathomable creatures. However, being a straightforward man, Yuan never liked guessing what women were thinking. Seeing that Xiaowan was taming herself, he decided not to make a fuss. So he spoke up. "It looks good, very good. It suits your figure and complexion perfectly. Charming." It was the truth. Xiaowan's skin was so fair and tender it seemed to radiate moisture. The form-fitting, lightweight, strappy ice silk dress perfectly outlined her flawless figure. Xiaowan's heart raced with joy at the compliment. "It seems Brother Yi has a good impression of me. He even said I'm charming. I should wear more pretty clothes for him. He'll try to earn his trust as soon as possible." The moment this thought crossed her mind, the taming level above her head increased by another 5. Yuan was jolted with surprise. Not bad at all. This girl Xiaowan was really something. Her rate of self-taming was astonishing. Could she possess some innate special constitution? If so, he was looking forward to it. "Xiaowan, well done. Keep up the good work." "Okay, Brother Yi. Do you want to see me in other outfits?" What kind of question was that? If she wanted to change, she could just do it. Asking if he wanted to see what man would say no. But he had no mind for appreciation right now. "I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll take a look another time." "All right, Brother Yi. I won't disturb you then." After Xiaowan left, Yuan spent over 10 minutes finally replicating a super machine gun. Its magazine capacity was 30,000 rounds. And it used 7.62mm bullets with power far exceeding the 5.8mm caliber. In suitable terrain, a sweeping barrage could shred a zombie horde into pieces even without headshots. But one machine gun wasn't enough. Because after firing 500 rounds continuously, the barrel needed changing. In a critical moment, there would be no chance to swap it. So Yuan replicated 2 more super machine guns for rotation, plus 100 spare barrels. He checked the time. It was only 4:30 a.m. His mental energy wasn't severely depleted. So he also replicated an automatic rifle and 2 pistols with a 10,000 round magazine capacity each. Then he took out a wine flask from his spatial storage. This was a spare he had replicated before specifically for making a spatial warehouse. He replicated it continuously 29 times. The internal space of the flask was expanded to 130 cubic meters, equivalent to a small warehouse over 50 meters in length, width, and height. It was far smaller than Yuan's own 26.83 million cubic meter warehouse. However, this spatial warehouse was prepared for Jiang Xiaofan. It naturally couldn't be as large as his own. From now on, her personal belongings, including weapons and ammunition, could be stored on her person. This would prevent him from having to carry everything for her, which made him feel like a butler, diminishing his status. Also, when they went out to scavenge supplies, he couldn't be the only one working while Jiang Xiaofan just watched. So it was necessary to craft a small spatial warehouse for her. Not only could it store personal items, but she could also help collect supplies. Although the flask's internal space was large enough, the mouth of the flask was still relatively small. So Yuan expanded the flask's mouth by 100,000 times. This way even a car could be loaded inside. Next, Yuan replicated another identical spatial warehouse, this one prepared for Feng Xiaowan. Xiaowan's self-taming speed was very fast. If all went well, he should be able to extract traits from her 3 times, after which she would become his servant. So he prepared it in advance along with her weapons. Yuan walked out of the bedroom. Jiang Xiaofan was still practicing her shooting on the balcony, with Xiaowan watching eagerly. Yuan called them over to pause for a moment, then handed the spatial warehouse to Jiang Xiaofan. This is a spatial warehouse I've modified. Time is frozen inside, so you can store anything in it. You can also retrieve items with your mental will. It's yours now. I must warn you, just as you can use your mental will to take things out, so can others. So don't leave the flask's mouth exposed. The flask has a leather cover with a flap. When you close the flap, it blocks other people's mental will from entering. You can hang it on your waist or on the outside of your thigh. Whatever is most convenient. Jiang Xiaofan took the small wine flask, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. This? A wine flask? A spatial warehouse? Brother Yi. He didn't seem to be lying. Trusting Yuan, she gave it a try and successfully stored the automatic rifle inside. Xiaowan watched from the side, dumbfounded. The flask's mouth was so small, yet it had swallowed such a large gun. Then an even more miraculous scene unfolded. The gun that had just been stored inside the flask automatically emerged from the mouth again. No. To be precise, it was as if an invisible force had pulled the gun out from within the flask. Wow, it really works. Retrieving things with your mind, that's so awesome. Jiang Xiaofan was so excited she let out a string of expletives. It seemed perfectly normal for a female beast to curse like that. Yuan then produced a shotgun. Magazine capacity of 7,000 rounds. It's yours now. With that, he placed it into Jiang Xiaofan's spatial warehouse. Then he brought out a pistol. 10,000 round capacity. This is yours too. Finally, he also stuffed 100 grenades in for her. They'll provide you with unlimited weapons and ammunition. I only have one requirement: master your marksmanship as quickly as possible. Yuan didn't want his servants to be mere decorations. They could do whatever they wanted at home, but outside they had to be skilled zombie killers. Eventually, they would return to Luhu and face formidable enemies. They had to become strong before that. He couldn't be reckless like in his past life. Now that he had this golden finger, trading his life for the enemies wasn't worth it. You continue practicing your shooting. I need to rest. Oh, and when you're tired of shooting, take a break and teach Xiaowan how to use the guns. Let her practice too. Given Xiaowan's self-taming speed, she would inevitably become his servant sooner or later. Familiarizing her with firearms early on was beneficial and harmless. But I must remind you, when Xiaowan is handling a gun, you must be present. Yuan wouldn't let his guard down. Since Xiaowan wasn't his servant, yet allowing her to touch a gun didn't mean he could trust her with it completely. Jiang Xiaofan had to be there to supervise, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard. With that, Yuan returned to the bedroom to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his words had triggered another round of self-taming in Feng Xiaowan. Brother Yi said I can practice shooting. It means he approves of me. I'm so happy. I must not let Brother Yi down. Come on, I need to practice hard. Silently, Feng Xiaowan's taming level reached 60, allowing for a second forced extraction. It was past 6 in the evening and darkness had already fallen. Normally, it wouldn't get dark in the Shu region until past 7. But the blood mist blocked out the sunlight, making the days shorter. Yuan, having taken a nap, woke up refreshed. As he stepped out of the bedroom, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Before sleeping, he had stocked the fridge full of ingredients, sparing himself the trouble of being asked for them daily. The living room was empty. It seemed Xiaofan was also in the kitchen helping Xiaowan. Despite looking like a girl who had never lifted a finger, Xiaowan was surprisingly skilled at cooking. Her stats listed culinary skill as her second best attribute. Yuan went to the kitchen doorway intending to ask what was for dinner, but froze when he saw Xiaowan. What the hell? Taming level 60. Xiaowan, there must be something wrong with you. I haven't even done anything, and you've tamed yourself again. Let's hope for more good girls like Xiaowan in the future. Yuan calmed his excitement. He then focused his mind on the tag above Xiaowan's head and forcefully pulled it. The next moment a surge of mysterious power flowed into his body. Simultaneously the card above Xiaowan's head changed. Feng Xiaowan. Trait 1, Excavator Operator, 95 taming required for third forced pull, current taming 60. Like Xiaofan, he needed to reach 95 taming to pull the trait a third time. Given Xiaowan's tendency to self-tame, it shouldn't take more than a couple of days to reach 95. For now, check his newly acquired ability. Yuan called up his status screen, navigated to the ability section, and found a new skill listed. Excavation Body Forging, gain experience for every earth and rock dug, reaching 100 grants of free attribute point. Current experience 0. Damn, I can farm attribute points now. Despite his powerful ability to replicate anything infinitely, his physical condition was somewhat lacking. Even though he had trained intensely for over half a year before the apocalypse to avenge his parents, making him slightly stronger than the average person, it was limited. Especially now in this apocalyptic world where strength was the key to survival, Yuan was never satisfied with his physique. Now digging earth and rock could strengthen his body, directly converting to free attribute points for strength, constitution, agility, or spirit. It was incredibly satisfying. And this aligned perfectly with his upcoming plans to sweep the city for supplies and search for stunningly beautiful women. With zombies everywhere outside, digging an underground tunnel was safer for travel, allowing him to earn attribute points along the way. This wasn't just killing two birds with one stone, it was a multi-pronged advantage. Living a second life, my luck is getting better and better. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Just then Xiaofan noticed him at the door. Brother Yi, you're awake. Xiaowan added, brother Yi, dinner will be ready soon. Yuan nodded, went out for some tea, and once the meal was prepared he inquired about the afternoon's events at the dining table. Xiaowan had become proficient with pistols, automatic rifles, shotguns, and grenades, though her marksmanship was still poor. Since most of the zombies in the neighborhood had been killed by Yuan's grenades in the morning, there were fewer targets for her to practice on. Yuan shook his head. You don't have to shoot zombies. I told you bullets are an infinite supply. Anything can be a target. As long as you practice seriously, don't worry about wasting ammo. After all, with his infinite replication ability, he could afford to let them train without restraint. As long as they could quickly become combat ready, expending any amount of bullets was worth it. Reassured by Yuan, both Xiaofan and Xiaowan felt relieved. They had considered practicing shooting without regard for cost, but had held back, unsure of what it might cost Yuan to replicate ammunition. By the way, Xiaofan, didn't you mention earlier that he sent a helicopter to pick up a woman named Yuan? Jiang Xiaofan nodded. Yes, brother Yi. She's Gu Yiming's wife, trapped at Yiping Tanxiang. That made sense. Lu Yuan. In his past life, he had some ties with her. Lu Yuan was Gu Yiming's second wife, young and beautiful in exceptionally rare beauty. And she was different from Gu Yiming. In his past life, after his revenge failed, and he was captured, Gu Yiming's gang, led by him, didn't kill him immediately. The apocalypse was too boring for them. They took turns torturing him daily. Lu Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Though she couldn't free him, she secretly brought him food a few times. Yuan had always remembered this kindness. Based on his past lives experience, when he returned to Lu Hu and didn't find Jiang Xiaofan, but saw Lu Yuan, it meant that after the first rescue attempt failed, Gu Yiming had sent another helicopter to save her. Looks like I need to hurry. A rare beauty like Lu Yuan would likely have traits he could pull. This opportunity couldn't be missed. He had to find her before Gu Yiming rescued her. Turning his enemy's wife into his own servant. The thought was exhilarating. Whether for revenge or to repay the kindness from his past life, Yuan was determined to have Lu Yuan. Tomorrow Xiaofan and I are going out for some business. Xiaowan, you stay home. What? Xiaowan immediately panicked, a look of terror on her face. Yuan explained him coming back, no need to be scared. Xiaofan also chimed in, don't worry Xiaowan. Brother Yi keeps his word. Feng Xiaowan stammered for a while. Finally, she managed to say, can I come with you? I'm really afraid of being alone. I never want to experience that loneliness again. Even if brother Yi gives me a gun when I'm by myself, I fall back into that loneliness and despair. I don't want to feel this way, but I can't control it. It all came down to her own lack of strength. Yuan thought for a moment. Alright, you can come with us. After dinner, pack your things and put them in Xiaofan's spatial storage. Since you're coming, we won't be back tomorrow. Yuan decided to set out the next day to find Lu Yuan as soon as possible. Yiping Tanxiang was also in the main city not far away. Digging a tunnel was safe and risk-free. Most importantly, he could show off in front of Xiaowan. Yuan was experienced in this. Showing off could make his target admire him, and admiration was a form of taming. Meanwhile, at the lakeside villa in Lu Hu, Su lay on the sofa like a lost soul, murmuring Jiang Xiaofan's name intermittently. Sometimes he would let out bitter laughs. When overwhelmed by grief and anger, he would slap himself hard several times. His face was already swollen from the beating. Before long, the villa's door was pushed open and a man with a beer belly walked in. It was He's father, Xiaomin. Seeing his son in such a lifeless state, Xiaomin was startled, fearing he was turning into a zombie. Swear, what's wrong? Do you have a fever? Su turned his head, eyes bloodshot, and looked at his father with a grimace that was both a cry and a laugh. Xiaomin, do you even remember him, your son? If you acknowledge me as your son, why did you blow up the woman I loved most? In my entire life, I've never had feelings for any woman except Jiang Xiaofan. But you and that bastard Gu Yiming conspired to deceive me. Now Xiaofan has become Yi Yuan's woman. Are you satisfied now? Hearing his son's torrent of grievances, He Xiaomin breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could be certain his son wouldn't turn into a zombie. This was merely a blow dealt by matters of the heart. He Xiaomin felt a surge of frustration. Just a woman, was it worth this much distress? Yet he had made a more significant discovery. He Xiaomin's corpulent body rolled over to his son's side like a ball. Swear, what did you just say? Jiang Xiaofan became Yi Yuan's woman, meaning they're both alive. This was He Xiaomin's greatest concern. He had returned home this late precisely because he had gone to discuss countermeasures with Gu Yiming. They had been unable to contact the dispatched helicopter. This matter could be trivial or catastrophic. If the helicopter had crashed accidentally, then there would be no issue. But Yi Yuan had a gun. What if he had shot down the helicopter? The helicopter was equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers. If Yi Yuan got his hands on those weapons and secretly made his way back to Deer Lake, everyone involved in the plot against his parents would be in grave danger. This was not an exaggeration. He Xiaomin knew well that the Wudong Garden where Yi Yuan resided was near the Shu River. Zombies couldn't swim. If Yi Yuan risked everything to plunge into the Shu River, he would have a chance to return to Deer Lake. Many survivors had swum to Deer Lake in recent days. So He Xiaomin and Gu Yiming took this matter very seriously. Yet despite extensive inquiries, they had received no news of Yi Yuan's fate. They never expected to get information from his son. Swear, answer me. Is Yi Yuan dead or not? He Su, who had been wallowing in despair all afternoon, finally exploded at this moment. He sprang to his feet. He Xiaomin, are you even my father? You tried to blow up the woman I love. I'm severing ties with you. Smack. He Xiaomin delivered a stinging slap across He Zu's face. You worthless coward. You are the son of me, He Xiaomin, but you don't have an ounce of my cunning. You want to sever ties with me over a woman. Without my protection, see how many people would still kowtow to you. If you cut ties with me, I guarantee no one will even collect your corpse when you starve to death. She's just a woman. Pull yourself together, and he'll get you as many women as you want. This slap infuriated He Su. He glared at He Xiaomin. Yes, you don't care about women because you're gay. Don't think I don't know. You're sleeping with all your bodyguards, aren't you? But I'm a normal man. I love Xiaofan, and you tried to blow her up. Now it was He Xiaomin's turn to be enraged. Damn it, this beast. He dared to openly reveal my secret. No outsider could ever know I'm gay. This bastard dared to shout it out so loudly. He's asking for death. If this gets out, how can I, He Xiaomin, ever show my face in elite circles again? Smack. Another slap landed on He Zu's face. You beast. Shut your mouth. Guards, lock him in the basement to cool off for a few days. Soon He Su was forcibly dragged to the basement by a group of muscle-bound men in tank tops. Unbelievable. The house was full of muscular hunks. Who knew if that fat bastard He Xiaomin was the top or bottom? It'd be better if he were the top. If he were the bottom, the mental image was just too horrifying to bear. He Xiaomin wanted to find a burly man to relieve his frustration, but he had more important matters to attend to. He immediately dialed Gu Yiming's number. Brother Gu Yi Yuan is not dead. It's true, Schwerer told me. I don't mention it. He found out we tried to blow up Jiang Xiaofan with him, and now he's causing a scene. I couldn't get any more details out of him. The only thing for certain is that Yi Yuan is alive. At the same time, in another lakeside villa on Black Pearl Island, Gu Yiming hung up the phone with a grim expression. It seems Yi Yuan already knows about his parents' deaths. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so prepared, even shooting down the helicopter. Although He Xiaomin hadn't mentioned it on the phone, Gu Yiming had already figured it out. The helicopter was sent to kill Yi Yuan, and afterward it was supposed to pick up his wife from Yiping Tanxiang. Now contact with the helicopter was lost, and Yi Yuan was still alive. When he spoke to his wife, she said she hadn't seen the helicopter. So there was only one answer: Yi Yuan had shot it down. The question was whether he had gotten his hands on the weapons. This was Gu Yiming's biggest worry, as the likelihood of a helicopter crash causing an explosion wasn't high. What if Yi Yuan had gotten the rocket launcher? If he snuck back to Deer Lake and, catching him off guard, fired a rocket at him, not even a god could save him. Laozhong, hire more people tomorrow. Preferably retired soldiers. We need to strengthen the villa's security. Laozhong was Gu Yiming's steward. There were many survivors and retired soldiers in Deer Lake. Although Gu Yiming took Yi Yuan seriously, he wasn't overly worried. A super magnate who controlled the livelihoods of over 20 million people in Shudu was ruthless beyond words. People tried to kill him every day, yet he remained alive and well, having weathered countless storms. Being cautious didn't mean fearing death. Yi Yuan, you better not come back. If you do, it'll make you regret being born, Gu Yiming said with a cold sneer. His only current worry was his wife. Gu Yiming dialed Lu Rian's number. Hey Rian, have you eaten? Are there zombies outside? That's good. Be careful, reinforce your doors and windows. They'll find a way to bring you back soon. After hanging up, Gu Yiming's hatred for Yi Yuan deepened. I was too soft-hearted. Not removing the root cause leads to endless trouble. I should have finished him off while he was in the hospital, then none of this would have happened. And he wouldn't have shot down the helicopter. Now Rian is trapped in Yiping Tanxiang, which is a real headache. Gu Yiming let out a long sigh. He couldn't borrow another helicopter from the military in the short term. He hoped Rian could hold on. It wasn't that Gu Yiming deeply loved Lu Rian. It was more about possessiveness. In his early years he had been quite the playboy, sampling beauties far and wide. Later he met his match at Third Brother's place. White Elephant Third Brother's place was notorious for rampant viruses and bacteria. Gu Yiming specifically chose a high-caste beauty. And he got infected. It was an unknown virus. As a last resort it took 3 years to cure. Although his life was saved, he was left completely impotent. His wife couldn't stand the celibate life and eventually divorced him. From then on Gu Yiming's psyche twisted. He couldn't enjoy beautiful women, yet he insisted on possessing them. He'd hoard them without touching. That was his game. It was this exact mindset. Lu Rian was a woman he had forced into marriage. Though he never used her, this possessive desire brought him immense satisfaction. It was akin to the satisfaction of hoarding a rare treasure. This collecting obsession deepened over time like a vintage bottle of year-off goat mitai. The longer it's kept, the more precious it becomes. This twisted mentality gradually made Gu Yiming fall for Lu Rian. Even though he had never touched her, he cherished her like a jewel, unwilling to defile her. Rian, once I bring you back, I'll never let you wander again. You are mine forever. I will never allow anyone else to lay a finger on you. Yiping Tanxiang was a relatively old residential area in Shidu. However, its greenery and amenities were well developed. Despite the neighborhood's age, the owners were all people of distinguished status. The cars entering and exiting were ordinary in appearance, yet license plates like 888 or 666 were a common sight. Yiping Tanxiang was Shidu's earliest high-end villa district. All the big shots lived here. Lu Rian adored the vibrant, down-to-earth atmosphere of the old city, so she had Gu Yiming purchase a villa for her here. She would come over to stay for a couple of days occasionally. Of course, that was merely an excuse. In essence, she came here to catch her breath. Gu Yiming's controlling nature was suffocating her. To make matters worse, her parents were under Gu Yiming's control. With no other choice, Lu Rian had agreed to marry him. In the prime of her youth, she was wedded to an old man. The crux of the matter was that this old man was not only impotent, but also kept her on a tight leash. Whenever she thought of it, Lu Rian felt a deep sense of sorrow. Only by hiding away at Yiping Tanxiang could she manage to breathe a little easier. She didn't have to do anything. She could just lie on the sofa, listen to some music, and heal her weary soul. But she never could have imagined that the apocalypse would suddenly arrive. Outside, man-eating zombies were everywhere. After overcoming her initial terror, Lu Rian calmed down and reinforced the doors and windows, preventing the zombies outside from getting in. Despite the dangers lurking outside, the food in the refrigerator was nearly gone. Yet at this moment, she felt a sense of complete freedom. She couldn't reach her parents. They might already be gone. Gu Yiming was trapped in Luhu and could no longer control her. I never thought I'd need the apocalypse to buy my freedom. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Lu Rian looked at the brightly lit neighborhood, where heads were swarming everywhere. But they were the heads of zombies. Phew. Lu Rian let out a soft sigh. A fierce internal struggle raged within her. Will Gu Yiming send a plane for me? Should I leave when he does? She didn't want to go to Luhu. She didn't want to return to Gu Yiming's side. But reality was cruel. Zombies were everywhere outside, and her food was running out. If she didn't leave this place, she would starve to death soon. Am I destined to return to that prison-like home? Lu Rian struggled for a long time. In the end, she conceded. The living continue to live because they fear death. Lu Rian didn't want to die. She certainly didn't want to starve nor be devoured. Her only hope was to wait for Gu Yiming to send another plane for her. Perhaps this is my fate. In every apocalyptic movie, there's always someone blessed with a protagonist's halo. If there were such a person who could save me, I would do anything. Just as long as I don't have to return to Gu Yiming. Lu Rian turned and swayed her wasp-like waist and curvaceous hips back into the living room. She wasn't swaying them on purpose. It was the apocalypse. There was no one around to see it anyway. Her body was just built that way, causing her to sway involuntarily as she walked. She swayed with a captivating grace. This was precisely why Gu Yiming treasured her like a precious gem, keeping her locked away from anyone's touch. Even a lingering glance with the wrong intention would incur his wrath. At least 5 or 6 people had died because of Lu Rian. Some had made frivolous remarks. Some had lecherous looks. Some had pursued her boldly. Gu Yiming had them all killed, refusing to allow anyone to defile the treasure he had hoarded. Just as Lu Rian stepped into the living room, she heard a voice crying for help. Help! Someone please save me. It was a woman's voice, and it was getting closer to her villa. Lu Rian shuddered. She immediately hid behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, pulled the curtain aside a crack, and saw a middle-aged woman sprinting under the streetlight. She was indeed heading straight for her house, and behind her a large horde of zombies was closing in. The next moment the woman twisted her ankle and fell. The zombies swarmed over her, engulfing her. Screams immediately filled the air. Lu Rian was used to it by now. She had seen zombies devouring people frequently these past few days. But this woman of all places had died less than 20 meters from her house. Once the zombies finished eating her, they would soon notice her. After all, there were a few zombies at the door relentlessly pounding on it, and their noise would attract the others. When that happened, the reinforced doors and windows might not hold. What should I do? I need to figure out an escape plan now. If I wait until they break through the door, I'll be too late. Lu Rian's mind raced, sifting through every possibility, but she couldn't think of a viable plan. By then the zombie horde had already devoured the woman. There were dozens of them. Like hyenas fighting over scraps, they cleaned her up in under a minute, clearly still hungry. Just then a zombie noticed Lu Rian's villa. The three zombies downstairs were still pounding on the door with relentless persistence, refusing to leave. They also let out continuous roars. At such close range, the roaring quickly attracted the attention of the main horde. Damn it, I've been spotted. Lu Rian was so scared, she didn't even dare to breathe. Her mind was a chaotic mess filled with images of zombies eating people. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Someone please save me. She had witnessed at least a dozen such gruesome scenes, vivid and horrifying. Thinking about that kind of agony, she might as well kill herself. But not everyone has the courage to commit suicide. Lu Rian suddenly made up her mind. Break out. It might mean death, but it's better than waiting to die in here. The horde had already reached the base of the house. The front door was shaking precariously. If she didn't flee now, she wouldn't get another chance. In the garage, there was a sleek tank black warrior SUV. It had immense power. It should be able to plow through the horde. Although even if she escaped, the outside world was still filled with endless zombies, and the night was even more dangerous. But she couldn't worry about that now. Lu Rian rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and hurried to the garage. In these old villas, the garage was usually on the ground floor. The garage door was operated by an electric remote. Lu Rian got into the car, started the engine, and pressed the remote. The garage door clattered loudly as it began to rise slowly. The horde was drawn to the noise. They all converged on the spot. Through the hand-width gap under the rising door, she could clearly see a forest of bloody, mutilated feet. Lu Rian's heart was in her throat. She gripped the steering wheel tightly. The electronic parking brake was already released, and her right foot was lightly poised over the brake pedal, ready to floor the accelerator at any moment. The garage door rose higher and higher. Zombies began to trickle in one after another, surrounding the SUV and pounding on it ferociously. Lu Rian didn't dare look at the zombies outside the window. Her eyes were fixed on the garage door. Faster. Come on, faster. By now the SUV was completely surrounded, and though the door wasn't fully open, it was high enough for the vehicle to drive out. Go! A guttural roar like a wild beast's escaped the throat of the delicate and stunning Lu Rian. Her right foot slammed down, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The SUV roared in response, knocking down and crushing the zombies in its path. Even inside the car, she could hear the sound of bodies bursting. It was blood-curdling. In the glare of the high beams, the hideous faces of the zombies clinging to the hood were clearly visible. Lu Rian forgot her fear. Her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes wide with determination, a low growl rumbling in her throat. She kept her right foot pressed firmly on the gas pedal. Finally, the SUV plowed through the horde and burst out of the garage. But then she was lost. There were even more zombies outside. Where was she supposed to go? The night of the apocalypse was even more dangerous. Zombies were more active too. Fortunately, the woman earlier had lured the nearby zombies to Lu Rian's house. So for now it was temporarily safe. Even if they encountered scattered zombies, the off-road vehicle could ram them away. But fuel was running low. She had to find a shelter as soon as possible. Lu Rian slowed down the vehicle, her eyes fixed on the windshield, yet her mind was racing. She was a caged canary, but by no means a fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deceived Gu Yiming for so long, making him believe she had been tamed. But at this moment she panicked. Her mind was a mess. She couldn't make up her mind at all. It was then that she thought of Gu Yiming. Though she hated him to the bone, he was the only one who might help her. Lu Rian quickly dialed the phone. Then she succinctly told him what had happened. What? You escaped. Rian, are you hurt? Damn it, why are you still talking nonsense at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way for me. I'm not hurt. Lu Rian answered, suppressing her anger. She didn't dare to lose her temper with Gu Yiming, either. Even if she cursed him in her heart, she dared not speak it. On the phone, Gu Yiming was silent for 3 seconds. He seemed to be hesitating about something. But in the end, he made a decision. Rian, drive to Villa No. 9, it's not far from your house. When you get to Villa No. 9, someone will open the door for you. Don't hang up the phone. Villa No. 9. Lu Rian was puzzled. Villa No. 9 was indeed not far from her home, and she passed by it every day when entering and leaving the compound. But this villa was uninhabited. Its gate had been shut all year round. Even if someone lived there, it should be a friend of Gu Yiming's, otherwise why would they open the door for her? Yet Gu Yiming had never mentioned that he had friends in Yiping. Despite her doubts, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to ponder. Lu Rian turned around, and soon arrived at the gate of Villa No. 9. Yiming, I'm here. I know. As the words fell, the villa's garage door slowly opened. Lu Rian hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped on the gas and drove into the garage. Immediately, the garage roller door slowly descended, plunging everything into darkness. Rian, don't turn on the lights at night. There's food in the fridge. Stay here for a few days, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Lu Rian turned on her phone flashlight and groped her way to the kitchen. Sure enough, she found food in the fridge. The fridge was fully stocked, but most of it was instant food, frozen jiaozi, frozen tang yuan noodles, and the like. She also checked the rooms. It was very tidy, so tidy that it seemed no one had ever lived there. A thin layer of dust had settled on the sofa. After searching around, she finally found signs of habitation in the master bedroom. The quilt was not folded, but the person was not there. Lu Rian was buxom, yet clever as she quickly figured it out, and then revealed a pained smile. Gu Yiming. You are simply a devil everywhere, you suffocate me. She finally realized that this villa was also bought by Gu Yiming. It was specially used to monitor her. She only came to stay 2 or 3 days each month, but even those 2 or 3 days, she couldn't escape his control. Ridiculous. I naively thought that only in Epine Tanxiang was I free. No wonder Gu Yiming so readily bought me a house here. He doesn't care about money at all. At worst, he'd just buy another house for the surveillance person to live in. This also explained why Villa No. 9 was so tidy yet covered in dust. The person monitoring her also only came to stay 2 or 3 days each month. No one cleaned. Moreover, Villa No. 9 had a remote control lock, and there must be surveillance cameras in the room. Maybe Gu Yiming was watching her through the monitor. Even though this villa had saved her, Lu Rian could not feel grateful. At this moment, she felt as if Gu Yiming's hand was ruthlessly gripping her neck, robbing her of freedom and the ability to breathe. On the bedside table, there was still half a pack of unfinished cigarettes. The person monitoring her was not at home for some unknown reason. Perhaps he had already turned into a zombie. Lu Rian took out a cigarette, lit it skillfully, took a deep drag, and under the stimulation of nicotine, slightly alleviated the pain in her heart. In these years of being controlled, cigarettes were her only companions. She truly lived up to her name, Lu Rian. After finishing a cigarette, she was tired, and randomly found a guest room to lie down and rest. The next day she woke up. It was already dawn. In the apocalypse, there was no concept of time, nor the need for a 9-to-5 job. One could sleep until naturally waking up. Yuan saw that Xiao Wan's taming value had increased by another 5. Not bad, not bad. It could even increase while sleeping. Get used to it, this good girl was a self-taught genius. Today he must show off properly in front of her. Strive to quickly reach 95. After breakfast, the three prepared to head to Epine Tanxiang. All the important items from Xiao Wan's home had been packed into Xiaofan's spatial warehouse. Let's go first to the property management tool room. He'll take the lead. Xiao Wan walk in the middle. Xiaofan bring up the rear. Feng Xiaowan was empty-handed. She was not yet a servant, though she was very obedient and well-behaved. But since she was not a servant, he was still uneasy. Letting her walk in the middle generally ensured no accidents. Today's mission was to dig a tunnel to Epine Tanxiang. They first had to get a shovel or a hoe from the property management tool room. The super digger ability could instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of earth and stone, but it required a digging tool. Empty hands wouldn't work. The three reached the first floor smoothly, encountering no zombies along the way. Yuan had killed them all the day before. However, new zombies must have arrived in the compound. Stay alert. Don't walk too fast. They couldn't see clearly beyond 70 or 80 meters, so they had to constantly be on guard against zombies charging out of the mist. But scattered zombies posed no threat to Yuan. The property management office was not far. After killing 4 zombies, the three reached the tool room. Inside there were spades, hoes, and all kinds of tools. However, the spades and hoes were too long. Yuan used his shotgun to break the handles, making them much easier to operate. Xiaofan give it a try. Yuan tossed the half-meter-long hoe to Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan focused her mind, then swung the hoe and dug at the ground. A miraculous scene unfolded. Instantly, a pit 1 meter in length, width, and height appeared beneath her feet. Jiang Xiaofan, caught off guard, fell in with a cry. Fortunately, the pit was not deep, so she wasn't hurt. Holy crap, that's awesome. Jiang Xiaofan had reverted to her profanity mode, revealing her true nature as a fierce dragon, her stunning face beaming with excitement. Xiaowan, standing by, was so shocked that she couldn't even speak properly. Xiaofan, you. What spell did you just use? It's not a spell. It's the ability Brother Yi bestowed upon me last night. By swinging a shovel, I can instantly dig the ground. Brother Yi bestowed an ability. Brother Yi could grant abilities to others. Xiaowan looked at Yuan with adoration. Silently, the taming value in the card above her head surged by Yuan thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Just moments ago, the taming level was only 65, and now it had suddenly jumped to 75. Based on past experience, once the taming level exceeded 60, progress would become painfully slow. That was precisely why he had switched locations and gone to Jiang Xiaofan's home in the first place. He found it hard to believe. He rubbed his eyes. No mistake, it really was 75. He then looked at Feng Xiaowan, whose face was filled with admiration and eyes blazing with fervor. Yuan suddenly understood. In a world teeming with zombies, an ability that could instantly burrow through the earth was only slightly less precious than infinite replication. From a safety perspective, it might even be superior. You could go anywhere you pleased. Zombies everywhere. They'll just hide underground or dig a tunnel straight to a cliff. No matter how dangerous the outside world is, it has nothing to do with me. No wonder Xiaoan was so full of admiration and zeal. She obviously understood the value of this ability too. Of course, Yuan's sole purpose was to show off and boost his taming level. He had no intention of granting this ability to Xiaoan just yet. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He would have to wait until Xiaoan became his servant before he could bestow abilities upon her. Xiaofan, keep digging down. Okay, brother Yi. Jiang Xiaofan swung her hoe and chunks of earth and rock were instantly excavated. The dug-up soil and stones didn't just vanish. If not deliberately managed, the excavated material would randomly appear nearby. But it could also be directed to a specific location provided it was within sight. Yuan had already planned this out last night: discard the pure dirt and store the stones directly into his spatial warehouse. Massive boulders, each a cubic meter in size. Once they established a base later, they could use these boulders to build walls, rendering zombie hordes a non-issue. It was a form of recycling, he supposed. Jiang Xiaofan kept digging deeper and soon reached a depth of 5 meters underground. Yuan led Xiaoan down. Then from Xiaoan's spatial warehouse, he dumped over a dozen massive boulders to block the entrance, preventing any wandering zombies above from coming down. Of course, the opening wasn't sealed completely, or otherwise they'd suffocate from lack of oxygen. They still had a network signal for now, but as they dug further, the signal would weaken. So Yuan first used his phone to locate Yiping Tanshan. Then he simply dug straight ahead in that direction. Of course, during the digging process, they would inevitably deviate from the intended path. But it wasn't a big problem. Every so often they'd dig a hole to the surface to catch a signal and correct their course. Xiaofan, take a break. They'll dig for a while. After reviewing Xiaoan's status page for the second time, he had gained the ability to strengthen his body through digging. This allowed him to gain attribute points. Yuan also wanted to get stronger quickly, so he prioritized digging as long as he wasn't tired. With one swing of his shovel, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ground digging body forging, EXP1. He quickly called up his status screen and sure enough saw the 1 EXP added to the ability. At this rate, digging 100 times would earn him 1 attribute point. How satisfying. Keep going. Yuan swung his shovel relentlessly. Interestingly, the excavated areas had exceptionally firm soil and rock, as solid as reinforced concrete. There was absolutely no worry about collapses. Before long, Yuan had dug a tunnel 50 meters long. Another prompt popped up. Ground digging body forging leveled up. You have gained a free attribute point 1. Huh. Finally got an attribute point. Yuan immediately called up his status screen. Yuan. Attribute Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Abilities: 3D Printing, Infinite Replication, Local Integrated Replication, Life Form Replication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, Ground Digging Body Forging LV. 10. Free attribute points 1. Yuan's status screen was fairly decent. His strength, constitution, and agility were all above average for a normal person, though his spirit was a bit lacking. Moreover, both his 3D printing and Excavator Master series abilities required spirit to use. So he allocated the 1 free attribute point to spirit. Time to get back to work. However, he didn't dig forward for now. Being cooped up underground, the network signal had long since vanished. He needed to pop his head out, get a signal, and correct his direction. Yuan started digging upwards. Soon a neat square opening appeared above his head. A dark shadow fell through the hole. When it landed, everyone saw it was a zombie. Roar. Before the zombie could even get up, it let out a furious growl. Yuan had anticipated this, so he already had his shotgun in hand. Bang! 1 shot to the head. After dealing with the zombie, Yuan raised his phone above his head, hoping to get a better signal for it to receive. While he wasn't sure if it would actually work, it at least provided some psychological comfort. Soon his phone displayed his current location, which was indeed off course. He'd just need to adjust the angle a bit while digging. However, Yuan noticed on the map that a hardware store was nearby. It would be convenient to dig a tunnel into the hardware store to get some military shovels and flashlights. Using the phone's flashlight all the time was draining the battery. Also, the hoe and shovel he got from the property management weren't compact or convenient. Let's head to the hardware store to grab some tools. Yuan backed down, dug a few shovelfuls to the left, and then started digging upwards. He had a pretty good sense of direction. Soon he dug right into the hardware store. It was completely empty inside. Since they were already here, they might as well do a thorough sweep. Xiaofan, get to work. Let's clear out this hardware store. Though called a store, it was only about 200 to 300 square meters, but it had all sorts of tools densely packed on the shelves. These tools weren't useful right now, but they might come in handy later, and it was easy pickings anyway. Yuan got straight to work. Wrenches, screwdrivers, wires, electric drills, cutting machines. He stuffed them all into his spatial warehouse. Xiaofan was a bit hesitant at first. Having grown up with strong moral principles and an education that forbade stealing, this behavior felt a little wrong to her. But she quickly learned what the addiction of free stuff meant. Whoa, it feels so good to get things for free. No wonder some people get addicted to stealing. I can't control my own hands anymore. Xiaofan began to let loose. Xiaoan watched from the side wide-eyed as Yuan and Xiaofan, like magicians, stuffed item after item into that tiny wine flask. It was all so magical. Just then Yuan came over to her and handed her a flask. This is prepared for you. It's also a spatial warehouse. I figured out how to use it yesterday. I'm giving it to you now, help us clear out the store. Huh. So Brother Yi already considers me one of his own. Otherwise he wouldn't have prepared a spatial warehouse for me in advance. I have my own spatial warehouse now. Okay, Brother Yi'll be quick. After getting her spatial warehouse, Xiaowan immediately got to work, even humming a little tune, without realizing it, completely forgetting this was the apocalypse. She even forgot about the zombies outside. But then again, zombies couldn't get in anyway. Even if they did, they could just retreat into the tunnel and block the entrance with the massive boulders. At that moment, Yuan noticed Xiaowan's taming level had increased by another 5. He was getting used to this. It seemed Xiaowan was also suitable for feeding, except what she responded to wasn't food, but rather black technology. Think about how to speed up Xiaowan's taming level increase tonight. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the work doesn't seem tiring. With all three working together, they cleared out the hardware store in less than half an hour. Alright, let's call it a day. With a more suitable military shovel in hand, Yuan's digging speed increased. Before long, his ground digging body forging ability leveled up to 2. You have gained a free attribute point 1. Digging tunnels to farm attribute points. Double the joy. Yuan allocated the free attribute points he gained to spirit again. A sufficient spirit stat would maximize the value of infinite replication. Otherwise, he would have to sleep to recover after each replication. He continued digging forward. However, after earth tunneling reached level 2, gaining experience became more difficult. At level 1, each dig yielded 1 experience. After reaching level 2, each dig only yielded 0. 5. He estimated that the experience gain would decrease further with each level up. But this wasn't a big problem. Yuan's goal was to collect all the important supplies in the city, which inevitably required digging many tunnels. Earth tunneling was a pleasant surprise, so a slower leveling speed didn't matter. The next phase was quite tedious. Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan took turns digging the tunnel, surfacing every 100 meters to catch a network signal and verify their direction. Sometimes they were unlucky and dug into an underground parking garage. Fortunately, there were very few zombies in the underground garage, posing little threat. After switching shifts and digging for a kilometer, they finally reached Epin Tanxiang. This distance didn't seem far, but the tunnel was a straight line. If they had fought their way over the surface with all the twists and turns, the distance would have been at least double. The danger level would have increased exponentially as well. During the digging, Yuan gained 2 more free attribute points, and earth tunneling had reached level 4. Jiang Xiaofan also gained 3 free attribute points, which she allocated entirely to strength. A woman's strength is generally weaker, especially when using an automatic rifle, which has a significant recoil. Single shots were manageable, but full-auto sprays were impossible to control. She needed to boost her strength early on. Now her strength was at 10 points. While the recoil still had some effect, it was much more manageable. Xiaofan, don't fire randomly. Jiang Xiaofan nodded. Since Yuan was digging ahead, a stray bullet could easily hit him if zombies fell in, and she fired recklessly. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. When Yuan, Xiaofan, don't fire randomly. Jiang Xiaofan nodded. Since Yuan was digging ahead, a stray bullet could easily hit him if zombies fell in, and she fired recklessly. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. When Yuan removed the last bit of earth and stone, separating them from the surface, no zombies fell through. He first extended his phone's camera out of the hole to survey the area, then brought it back to look. What the hell? Near a villa up ahead, there was a dense crowd of zombies, at least several dozen of them. It looked like someone had lured them all here. The phone signal had also recovered by now. Checking the map, Yuan saw that the villa outside the hole was marked as No. 7. What a coincidence. Villa No. 7 was exactly Lu Rian's home. Before the apocalypse, Yuan had conducted detailed investigations on those who had harmed his parents, and Gu Yiming was at the top of the list. He was the mastermind, so Yuan had investigated him with exceptional thoroughness. As Gu Yiming's wife, Lu Rian's daily routine was completely known to Yuan. He was also aware that she owned a villa in Epin Tanxiang. He hadn't expected to stumble directly onto her doorstep. However, his mood immediately tensed up. The villa has been breached by zombies, he thought. Is Lu Rian still alive? No, wait. In my past life, she safely returned to Luhu. Could this be the butterfly effect from my rebirth? Yuan didn't believe in the butterfly effect. An individual's power is too weak to change the predetermined course of events. He decided to stop worrying about it. Whether she was dead or alive, he had to check her house. Xiaowan stepped back. Xiaofan, you step back too and turn on the high-powered flashlight for me. The high-powered flashlight they had taken from the hardware store was a powerhouse. At maximum power, it could illuminate the tunnel with extreme clarity, making things visible clearly even from 100 meters away. After Xiaofan and Xiaowan retreated to a safe distance, and the flashlight lit up the tunnel, Yuan stepped out of the tunnel and fired 3 shots at the zombies near Lu Rian's house. 3 zombies fell. The muffled gunshots alerted the other zombies in the villa, and they swarmed out towards Yuan. No panic, absolutely no panic. Yuan casually retreated back into the tunnel, calmly waiting for the horde to arrive. The tunnel was only 1 meter wide, just enough for one person to pass through. Holding his shotgun with a 7,000-round capacity, this was a true one-man stand against 1,000. Soon the first zombie charged into the tunnel. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head exploded instantly. Yuan took a few steps back. The second zombie rushed and stepping over the corpse to lunge at him. Bang! The second zombie also fell. And so Yuan continued firing and retreating, ensuring the zombie corpses didn't pile up and block the others from charging into their deaths. In less than 5 minutes, the entire tunnel was filled with fallen zombies. All were killed. The process was effortless, and even Feng Xiaowan, who was hiding at the very back, wasn't afraid. Yuan asked Xiaofan to dim the flashlight. It was then he noticed that Xiaowan's taming level had increased by another 5. What was going on? I really didn't do anything. Wait, I just killed 70 or 80 zombies. Could that be the reason? Thinking about it, it was indeed quite impressive. Casually digging a tunnel, luring all the zombies in and killing them one by one. The whole process was easy and effortless. It wasn't intentional, but the display was successful. Naturally, Xiaowan was full of admiration. While this 5 taming increase was a pleasant accident, Feng Xiaowan's taming level had now reached 85, just 10 away from the final taming. Soon he would have another completely obedient servant. Life in the apocalypse was quite wonderful. Alright, let's head up, Yuan said, taking the lead. The ground was littered with corpses, and Xiaofan and Xiaowan were still a bit uneasy. But seeing Yuan walking quickly, they had no choice but to suppress their fear and follow. Both knew this was the apocalypse, and they had to adapt quickly. After exiting the tunnel, the blood mist still shrouded everything, limiting visibility to only 70 or 80 meters. There were no zombies nearby for now. Yuan cautiously approached Villa No. 7 with his shotgun at the ready. Even though he didn't see any zombies, he couldn't rule out the possibility of stragglers inside. Xiaofan shielded Xiaowan as they moved. They entered the villa and searched it thoroughly, but found neither zombies nor corpses. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. No corpses meant Lu Ruyan wasn't dead, at least not in the villa. He then searched the garage, finding several zombies with crushed bodies. One was still alive, its lower half crushed into pulp. It couldn't even crawl, posing no threat. Yuan dispatched it with a single shot. Examining the tire tracks in the garage, he deduced that Lu Ruyan had likely escaped by car. But he didn't know if she had been bitten. What should we do, Brother Yi? Do we keep looking? Yuan definitely wanted to continue searching. Even though there were still many survivors, top-tier beauties were still a rarity. Since there was a clue about Lu Ruyan, he couldn't easily give up. Alright, let's follow the direction of the tire tracks. If we can't find her, well, stop. After all, the outside was full of zombies. If Lu Ruyan had escaped the neighborhood, it would be pointless to search, as she would likely be devoured by the zombies outside. It would be best if she was still in the area. Even though the odds were slim, it was worth a try. Let's go, we're moving out. There weren't many zombies roaming the neighborhood, and Yuan had already killed a large number of them, so it wasn't as dangerous as expected. The blood mist obscured the survivor's vision, but it also obscured the zombies' sight. With the super shotgun in hand, being careful was enough. The 3 left the villa, following the bloody tire tracks. At the same time, far away in Luhu, Gu Yiming was staring at his phone screen, watching Yuan and his group leave Villa No. 7. Lu Ruyan probably didn't know that Gu Yiming had not only bought a villa to have her watched, but had also installed surveillance cameras in her own villa. Gu Yiming watched Yuan disappear from the monitor, his gaze turning even more sinister and vicious. Yuan, you actually found your way to Epin Tanxiang, Gu Yiming hissed. Why? Are you looking for Ruyan? You want to take her from me to get revenge, just like you took Jiang Xiaofan to get revenge on Hisu, don't you? I see through your scheme. You're courting death. You're courting death. Gu Yiming gnashed his teeth. Thinking that the woman he cherished and had never even touched might be taken by Yuan, his heart roared with fury. No, no. Gu Yiming clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his nails digging into his palms without him even noticing. Gu Yiming was not worried about Yuan returning for revenge. Sending the helicopter to kill him was merely a side task, while picking up Lu Ruyan. But now he was genuinely terrified. The feeling was like a man who loved alcohol dearly, hoarding a limited edition vintage in his home, unable to bear drinking it himself. Suddenly a thief breaks into the house. His heart is in his throat. Steal anything, but don't take my precious vintage. Yet the thief happens to be a drinker too. Gu Yiming's current mood was exactly this feeling, wishing he could tear Yuan apart right then and there. But by now Yuan had vanished from the surveillance feed. Villa 7 was very close to Villa 9. That bastard might have gone there. No, I must warn Ruyan, she must not make a sound no matter what happens outside. Gu Yiming switched the surveillance feed to Villa 9. Then he called Lu Ruyan. After a string of warnings, seeing her draw all the curtains brought him slight relief. Meanwhile, Yuan along with Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed the off-road vehicle's tracks and quickly traced them to Villa 9. After all, when the off-road vehicle had burst out of the garage last night, it had crushed several zombies. The wheels were covered in blood. The 2 villas weren't far apart, making it easy to track. At that moment near Villa 9, 2 zombies emerged from the blood mist, and spotting Yuan's group roared and charged. Brother, you leave this to me. Xiaofan volunteered proactively. She had grown bolder and was eager to practice her marksmanship. Yuan lowered his shotgun and let Xiaofan handle it. If she couldn't manage, he could step in as the two zombies were still a distance away. Xiaofan raised the shotgun, aimed, but held her fire. She only pulled the trigger when the first zombie was about 20 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots and the 2 zombies were taken down. Actually, the first 2 shots had already downed them, but one zombie had been hit in the chest, its spine severed. So she fired another shot to be sure. Not bad, your shooting has improved. Receiving Yuan's praise filled Xiaofan with joy, thinking she must continue to perform well in front of brother Yi. Always. The gunfire outside also alerted Lu Ruyan. She moved behind the curtain, peeking through a small gap. Gu Yiming saw this through the surveillance video. His heart immediately leaped to his throat. Yuan must not find her. He immediately called Lu Ruyan, intending to threaten her to hide and not look outside. The phone was on the bedside table. Lu Ruyan, with her back to it, heard the faint vibration but pretended not to notice. She had her own judgment. Gun control in Dragon Country was strict. Gunfire outside likely meant military or police clearing zombies from the area. If conditions were right, she could leave with the military. That would also mean escaping Gu Yiming's control. She was utterly disgusted with him now, yet also knew that fleeing with the military held uncertain prospects. Given Gu Yiming's connections, she might even be sent back to Luhu. But she didn't care anymore, as she was tired of this suffocating life. Freedom, even for a day, was a win. But when Lu Ruyan quietly pulled the curtain aside, she froze. Not the military. Peering through the gap, she saw 1 man and 2 women outside. On closer look, they seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly her eyes lit up. That person looks a bit like Yuan. The Gu and Yi families were old family friends, otherwise Yuan's father wouldn't have let Gu Yiming invest in his company. So the 2 families often met. Lu Ruyan had seen Yuan a few times. Just then, over a dozen zombies charged out of the blood mist in the distance, all rushing towards Yuan's group. Lu Ruyan was startled. With so many zombies, even with a gun, Yuan wouldn't stand a chance. Her instinct was to open the window and let them hide inside. They were acquaintances after all, and she was unaware of the grudge between the Yi family and Gu Yiming. Even Yuan wouldn't have known unless had hired a private detective at great expense. Just as Lu Ruyan pulled the curtain open before she could even open the window and call out, Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan had already opened fire. Xiaofan used her shotgun, while Yuan, as if by magic, produced a general-purpose machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dense hail of bullets was like a metal storm, turning the charging zombies into Swiss cheese. Often a single bullet would pierce 3 or 4 zombies. The entry wound was the size of a peanut, but the exit wound was a gaping hole the size of a fist. With Xiaofan also firing to finish them off, the group of zombies was mowed down before they could even get close, though most were merely incapacitated with broken spines. Yuan waved his hand. Jiang Xiaofan understood, walked over with her shotgun, and put a bullet in the head of each zombie that wasn't quite dead. All done, brother Yi. Yuan nodded. Idly from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure behind the window of the villa. He instinctively raised his gun to aim. Looking closer, damn, it was actually Lu Ruyan. Yuan, it's me, Aunt Lu. Although Lu Ruyan wasn't old, only 27 or 28, and looked even younger due to excellent upkeep, she was still Gu Yiming's wife. He used to call her Aunt Lu. Yuan didn't dwell on what to call her now because his attention was entirely captured by the card above her head. Just as suspected, with Lu Ruyan being so beautiful, it was natural she'd have traits above her head. Lu Ruyan, Trait 1, Nutritionist Blue. Trait 2, Cooking White. Trait 3, Driver White. The first capitalized bolded trait was Nutritionist, and it was of blue quality, the same as Xiaowan's Excavator Operator. That meant if he plucked it, it would become a blue-grade ability. At that moment, Lu Ruyan opened the front door. Yuan coming quickly. Yuan, concentrating deeply, locked his will onto the Nutritionist trait and forcefully plucked it. In an instant, a surge of mysterious power flowed into him. Success, the trait had become an ability. He wasn't sure what it did yet, but had worry about that later. He led Xiaofan and Xiaowan into the villa. Lu Ruyan closed the door. Yuan, I haven't seen you in over half a year. I didn't expect to meet you here. What's the situation outside? Can you tell me? Yuan shook his head. It's bad. Zombies are everywhere. Anyone bitten turns into one of them. ITLL only get worse. As he spoke, Yuan called up his own status panel. Then he checked the ability he had plucked from Lu Ruyan. Nutritionist can convert all food into high-grade nutritional items. Devouring them grants free attribute points. Devour LV. 1. For every 1 ton of food devoured, gain 1 free attribute point. Level 1 skill can devour up to 20 tons of food. The ability description was brief, but the information was already integrated into Yuan's mind. The Nutritionist was truly impressive, turning ordinary food into high-grade supplements. By devouring 20 tons of food, he could gain 20 free attribute points. Jiang Xiaofan, Fang Xiaowan, Lu Ruyan, none of them were just decorative vases. This trip was a huge win. At this moment, Yuan's mood was exceptionally elated. Functionally speaking, the Nutritionist trait he had stripped from Lu Ruyan was inferior to Xiaowan's Excavator Operator trait. After all, the excavator operator could both dig holes and enhance his physique, granting attribute points. However, the nutritionist trait yielded results faster. He could simply find a large supermarket with no restrictions on food types and devour 20 tons in one go to instantly gain 20 free attribute points. It was efficient, simple, and brutal. While Yi Yuan was still reveling in his joy, Lu Ruyan suddenly thrust her phone in front of him, displaying a typed message. Yi Yuan, do you still have a safe place to stay? Can you take me with you? Don't speak or look around. I suspect the villa is under surveillance. Yi Yuan glanced at Lu Ruyan subtly. This woman was quite perceptive. Her last sentence especially warned him not to look around, a prudent measure on her part. If Yi Yuan had no safe haven or was unwilling to take her, she could still ultimately compromise with Gu Yiming, and everything that happened today could be reasonably explained away to him. She could claim she didn't hear the phone vibrate. Letting Yi Yuan in was merely out of consideration for their past acquaintance. It was plausible. Moreover, if Yi Yuan didn't look around, Gu Yiming wouldn't suspect that the villa's surveillance had been discovered. Of course, Yi Yuan couldn't care less about Lu Ruyan's little schemes. It wasn't surprising that a woman with no one to rely on would have a backup plan. Besides, she wasn't a bad person. In his past life, she had secretly brought him food twice before his death. Regardless of her motives, Yi Yuan was determined to take her away. Don't worry, Ruyan. No matter how dangerous it is outside, you are free now. Come with me. They'll find you an absolutely safe place. With that, Yi Yuan took Lu Ruyan's hand and headed for the door. He had spoken those words aloud deliberately. It was better if there were cameras. He wanted Gu Yiming to see and hear everything. It would infuriate the bastard. Lu Ruyan's heart raced as Yi Yuan held her hand. In all her years married to Gu Yiming, this was the first time she had truly held a man's hand. Gu Yiming didn't count. He was a eunuch, and a psychologically twisted one at that, treating people like collectibles. A doubt lingered in Lu Ruyan's mind. Previously, Yi Yuan had always called her Aunt Lu, so why did he use her name just now? And with such familiarity. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed behind them. Xiaofan was fine already being a bound servant, so she didn't feel jealous. But Xiaowan, who wasn't yet Yi Yuan's woman, felt a pang of jealousy, seeing him hold Lu Ruyan's hand. She felt it was unfair. Brother Yi hasn't even held my hand, yet why is he holding another woman's? This isn't fair. After the four left the villa, Yi Yuan carried a machine gun, Xiaofan held a shotgun, and they all disappeared into the blood-red mist. Gu Yiming stared at the empty phone screen, his rage boiling over. Ruyan, he dares to call my wife so affectionately. And Ruyan didn't even object. She even let him lead her away by the hand. Bastards. The two of you are despicable. I won't let you get away with this. I swear it. Gu Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent overflowing. Old Zhang, contact the higher-ups immediately. No matter the cost, I need to borrow a helicopter. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan. They'll grind their bones to dust. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Lu Ruyan was Gu Yiming's treasured gem. Over the years, his twisted possessiveness had morphed into a perverse love. Yet unexpectedly, she had willingly left with Yi Yuan. At that moment, it felt like his world had collapsed. I swear, it'll make you two regret ever being born. On the other side, Yi Yuan didn't take the 3 women far. It was too dangerous outside. Staying at Yiping Tanxiang was the best choice. Even if Gu Yiming sent people to search, he lacked the strength to cover the ground, and the aerial view was obscured by the dense fog, making it difficult to find them. They soon arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 16. After knocking a few times, the sounds of zombies could be heard from within. There might be survivors hiding inside, but as long as there were no zombies, it would be comfortable to stay. He would conduct a thorough search once inside. Yi Yuan began to dig into the ground. It was safer to tunnel in, and breaking down the door forcefully would leave him uneasy at night. Once the tunnel was dug into the villa, he could just block it up. Yi Yuan struck the ground with his shovel. In an instant, he carved out a large pit 1 meter in length, width, and height. Xiaofan and Xiaowan were already used to this, but Lu Ruyan, witnessing it for the first time, was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Her mouth hung open, almost able to fit an egg. Yi Yuan, what did you just do? Xiaofan immediately spoke up for him. This is Brother Yes' special ability used for digging tunnels. 1 scoop, 1 cubic meter, very fast. And I have this ability too. Brother Yi bestowed it upon me. Her final words carried a hint of pride, as if staking a claim, asserting that she was Yi Yuan's first woman. Lu Ruyan was utterly astonished. But seeing was believing. With every swing of the shovel, Yi Yuan removed a cubic meter of earth and rock, and in no time, he had carved out a passage leading underground. Oh my god. Shocking. Utterly shocking. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would take me to an absolutely safe place. With this kind of digging ability, wherein this apocalypse isn't safe. As long as I stick with Yi Yuan, I'll never have to worry about danger again. Most importantly, I can escape Gu Yiming's clutches. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyan's taming level surged by 10. Yi Yuan happened to witness this. It seemed showing off was effective on any woman. However, he was a bit puzzled. He had just killed over a dozen zombies and saved Lu Ruyan's life. Why was her taming level still at 0 before stripping her trait? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice in his head responded, for each host bearing a trait, the taming level can only be activated after the host strips the trait for the first time. Before that, any factors that could be converted into taming level will be reset to 0. So that's how it is. Alright, he wouldn't dwell on it. As long as she followed him, she would eventually become a servant provided she didn't turn into a zombie. Lu Ruyan probably wouldn't turn. It was unclear if she had antibodies, but she wouldn't become a zombie in the short term, otherwise he wouldn't have seen her at Deer Lake in his past life. Before long, Yuan had dug his way into the villa. The 3 women followed him in. Yuan then dumped the massive boulders from his spatial storage to block the tunnel entrance into the villa and found the keys inside. Let's settle here for now. Ruyan, rest assured, even if Gu Yiming comes looking, we can quickly escape into the tunnel. Once we're in the tunnel, it's my turf. Lu Ruyan felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected Yuan to care so much about her, prioritizing her safety above all. Moved by this, her taming level increased by another 10. Yet she remained puzzled as to why Yuan called her by her name. Yuan, you used to call me Aunt Lu. Why now? Yuan was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. That was then. Now all I want is to kill that bastard Gu Yiming. He's not fit to be my elder. I know you were forced to marry him. So in my eyes, you were never his wife. Is there a problem with me calling your name? No, of course not. Lu Ruyan smiled from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Yuan. I like it when you call my name. I don't want to be branded as Gu Yiming's. Yuan nodded. Alright, let's rest for a bit, and then we'll head out for a massive scavenging run. He needed to find a supermarket quickly. As long as he devoured 20 tons of food, he could rapidly grow stronger. Lu Ruyan was unclear about what Yuan meant by a thorough sweep. For the moment, she was still immersed in the joy of her newfound freedom. In the 5 years since marrying Gu Yiming, she had never felt so unburdened. It wasn't as if she had never had a chance to escape during those years. But her parents had always been under Gu Yiming's control. Even if she wanted to leave, she dared not, and could only swallow her pride and stay. Perhaps it was fate. Since she could no longer contact her parents, and they had likely turned, there was no need for her to remain hesitant and fearful. Following Yuan seemed better. At least he wouldn't try to control her every move like a voyeur. Sister Ruyan, don't just stand there, a voice called out. Hurry up and catch up. Looking up, Lu Ruyan saw Xiaofan waving at her. Yuan had already led Xiaowan into the tunnel. This guy's so aloof he can't even call me. Lu Ruyan quickly followed a small complaint in her heart. Yet it held no malice, more like a woman playfully grumbling about her boyfriend. Internally, however, Lu Ruyan wouldn't admit this. After all, Yuan used to call her Aunt Lu. Her feelings couldn't change that quickly. Once the 4 were inside the tunnel, and while the network signal was still available, Yuan located a large supermarket outside the neighborhood and directed Xiaofan to tunnel towards it based on her intuition. The distance was easy to calculate. Each shovel forward was a meter. The key was not deviating too much from the direction. After a while, Yuan estimated they should be outside the neighborhood. However, the tunnel was too deep. They could no longer receive a network signal. Xiaofan, dig a hole upwards first. I need to get a signal to confirm our location. Soon, with a chunk of earth removed, a square opening appeared above them. At the same time, a figure tumbled down. Yuan thought it was another zombie, and quickly raised his shotgun to aim. Looking closer under the glare of the tactical flashlight, he saw it was a living person. He was in his 40s or 50s with a balding head. He was paunchy and landed in the tunnel in an undignified heap. Just then, another person appeared at the opening above. District Chief Lu. District Chief Lu, are you alright? The balding man scrambled to his feet, shielding his eyes from the flashlight. I'm fine. There are people down here. Yuan was speechless. He hadn't expected to dig up a live person, a district chief no less. Hey, who are you? Turn off that flashlight now. I can't even open my eyes. Without Yuan's order, Jiang Xiaofan kept the flashlight trained on District Chief Lu. Yuan stepped forward, pressing the shotgun against Liu's forehead. Either I shoot you, or you climb back up right now. The place above was clearly not the supermarket. Yuan needed to continue digging, and couldn't let outsiders see his abilities. It wasn't that they were shameful, but in this apocalypse, keeping a card hidden was safer. This was a lesson learned from his past life. Hey, put the gun down now. The man at the opening growled. This is District Chief Lu. You can't afford the consequences if something happens to him. The flashlight blinded Lu, preventing him from seeing Yuan's face clearly, but he could feel the gun pressed against his chest. If it hadn't been a gun, he might have been scared. But since it was a gun, the man must be from his own organization. As a district chief, how could he be intimidated by a subordinate? Which department are you from? I want to speak to your superior. Now put the gun away and turn off the flashlight. That's an order. The moment District Chief Lu finished speaking, Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled gunshot and a dense spray of pellets tore through Liu's chest. I told you to leave, but you had to court death. With a click, he ejected the shell and chambered another round. Yuan raised his gun and fired again, killing the other man, who was still stunned at the tunnel entrance. Huh, playing the big shot with me. Think this is still before the apocalypse. Yuan put away his shotgun, switched to his military shovel, and nonchalantly continued digging. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Keep the flashlight steady. Jiang Xiaofan snapped out of her daze and quickly raised the light higher. She was relatively fine, having witnessed Yuan's methods before. Days earlier, two thugs had broken into her home, and Yuan had killed them with his shotgun. So the killing of District Chief Lu didn't shock Jiang Xiaofan much. However, Xiao Wan and Lu Ruyan behind them were frozen in place, terrified. Why, brother, you killed him? Yuan turned around looking at their stunned faces and felt he needed to make things clear. Listen carefully, this is the apocalypse. It's survival of the fittest. Don't trust strangers, especially those in power. They don't see you as people. When necessary, they'll sacrifice you without a second thought. In his past life, Yuan had seen too much. High-ranking officials sending countless survivors to their deaths for their own selfish desires was a common occurrence. They didn't care about ordinary people's lives, yet they could always find high-sounding excuses to make them willingly march to their doom. In his past life, Yuan had seen too much. High-ranking officials sending countless survivors to their deaths for their own selfish desires was a common occurrence. They didn't care about ordinary people's lives, yet they could all. She had been Gu Yiming's wife at least in name, and must have heard many secrets of the high and mighty. That's why she could acknowledge Yi Yuan's reasoning so quickly. Let's go, don't just stand there. Keep up. Yi Yuan offered no further explanation. He wouldn't have bothered explaining at all if he weren't worried that his actions might affect how Xiao Wan and Lu Ruyan perceived him, potentially making it harder to raise their taming level later. Brother Yi, I believe you. Even if you're wrong, I don't support it, but I won't oppose it either. Good, that was a sensible attitude. Yi Yuan smiled, turned, and continued wielding his shovel. He adjusted their direction slightly, and soon dug the tunnel right into the supermarket. Tianyi Supermarket. As she read the name aloud, Lu Ruyan's expression turned uneasy. Tianyi was the largest supermarket chain in Shidu with 3500 stores covering nearly every neighborhood and street. It was Gu Yiming's business. That's why Lu Ruyan felt uncomfortable, though anything associated with Gu Yiming made her resistant. Yi Yuan approached her with a sly grin. You hate Gu Yiming. Lu Ruyan nodded. Yi Yuan continued, in that case, we should be happy to loot his supermarket. That was true, even though the city stores were useless to Gu Yiming now. It still felt great to take his stuff for free. Lu Ruyan nodded happily. Yi Yuan took out Xiao Wan's spatial storage and used his power to replicate it exactly. Actually, he decided to replicate two. Keep one as a sample and create more whenever needed. Activating his 3D printing ability, Yi Yuan quickly created two spatial storage devices and handed one to Lu Ruyan. This is a spatial storage. It's yours now. Inside the supermarket, besides food, take anything you can carry. Xiao Wan, teach Ruyan how to use it. Xiaofan, let's get to work. Ever since looting the hardware store, Jiang Xiaofan had developed a taste for getting things for free. At Yi Yuan's command, she charged at the shelves with renewed vigor, starting a frantic sweep. This supermarket was quite large. Level B1A Zone A had daily necessities, Zone B had rice flour oil, produced fresh meat and seafood. The second floor had home appliances and digital devices. The third floor housed clothing and luxury goods stores. They were currently on the first basement level. The food was in Zone B. That was his primary target. Yi Yuan bolted toward Zone B of the supermarket like a ravenous beast. The thought of soon becoming stronger made his excitement uncontrollable. Covering the distance in 3 quick strides, he arrived at Zone B in a whirlwind, his eyes greeted by rows of packaged food. Candy, milk, bread. The shelves were densely packed. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately unleashed his devouring ability. In an instant, a massive vortex materialized before him like a gaping abyssal maw. All the food on the shelves, along with the shelves themselves, was swallowed by that colossal mouth. At that moment, 2 options appeared in Yi Yuan's mind: transfer and convert. Transfer could move the food to a fixed location, such as stacking it in a corner. Convert could instantly turn the food into high-grade nourishment. Yi Yuan first tried transfer. Using his mental energy, he guided the 2 loaves of bread swallowed by the massive maw and stored them in his spatial warehouse. To his surprise, it worked flawlessly. Haha, from now on, I can combine devouring with gathering supplies. 1 gulp swallows all the supplies, then transfers them to the spatial warehouse. How convenient. Awesome. Yi Yuan was in high spirits. Switching his thoughts to convert, he turned all the food into nourishment. As his mind moved, the swirling vortex released a powerful force, transforming the food into multicolored gases that entered his body. But the food packaging remained unconverted since it wasn't food. It all fell to the ground. After devouring the first mouthful, Yi Yuan let out a comfortable sigh. Strange. He had consumed 300 or 400 gene of food in 1 gulp, yet he felt no fullness because the food had all been converted into energy. Yi Yuan quickly moved to another shelf. He unleashed his devouring ability again, and the vortex maw reappeared. The goods and shelves were sucked and then converted into high-grade nourishment absorbed by Yi Yuan. Wow, this is amazing. After devouring 7 shelves in a row, a notification suddenly appeared before him. You have devoured 1 ton of food, gained 1 free attribute point. What the hell? In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had earned 1 free attribute point. This was far more efficient than excavating for strength. Of course, the true value of excavating lay in the digging itself. The strength gain was merely a bonus. Yi Yuan immediately added the 1 point to spirit. All his abilities to varying degrees consumed spirit. He planned to raise spirit first in the early stages, then gradually improve the other attributes. Yuan called up his attribute panel and took a look. Attributes Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 11, Spirit 13. Abilities 3D Printing Infinite Replication Local Integrated Replication Life Form Replication. Excavator Master Super Excavator Excavation for Strength LV. 439. Nutritionist Devour LV. 1. Much better now. All 4 attributes were formidable. Becoming a scion was just around the corner. Continue devouring. Yuan kept swallowing relentlessly while the 3 women behind him stared in shock. It wasn't that they were slacking off. They had been looting the supermarket normally when they accidentally witnessed Yuan morphing into a giant mouth devouring food non-stop. The sight left them dumbfounded. Oh my god, can brother Yi really eat that much? It doesn't look like he's eating. Look, the food turns into multicolored gas and gets absorbed into his body. What kind of ability is that? Brother Yi becomes more and more mysterious. He feels so powerful. Admiration and awe filled their hearts. The feelings of the 3 women were beyond words. Silently Feng Xiaowan's taming level increased by 5, reaching 90. Only 5 more before she could be exploited for the last time. Lu Rian's increase was larger, directly 10, reaching 30. It would still take some time before her affix could be stripped a second time. At that moment Yuan turned around and saw the 3 women standing there gawking, as if watching a show. Outrageous. Get back to work. Once this place is cleared we move to the next one. It would still take some time before her affix could be stripped a second time. At that moment Yuan turned around and saw the 3 women standing there gawking, as if watching a show. Outrageous. Get back to work. Once this place is cleared we move to the next one. All of it had been devoured by Yuan. He gained another 3 free attribute points. He added them all to spirit again. Now his spirit attribute had reached an astonishing 16 points, nearly double that of an ordinary person. It was sufficient for now. When he obtained more attribute points in the future, he could distribute them evenly. Ahead lay grains, rice flour, and oil. Yuan as usual charged in with brute force. Devour, consuming every visible food item. Of course he kept samples of each type. Though there were thousands of supermarkets in the city and he would never lack samples in the future, Yuan was accustomed to being cautious. It was safer to retain samples first. Just then the supermarket suddenly plunged into darkness, a power outage. But everyone had flashlights. The sky-piercing strong light flashlight not only illuminated far distances, but also covered a wide area. It didn't hinder visibility at all. Yuan continued his frenzied devouring. Meanwhile, at the lakeside villa in Deer Lake, Gu Yiming paced restlessly, his heart tormented by the thought of Yuan taking away Lu Rian. At that moment, the butler rushed in hurriedly. "Mr. Gu, we've found the madam." "Found? So quickly?" Gu Yiming grabbed the butler's hands excitedly. "Are you sure?" "No mistake." The butler couldn't guarantee it either, but he knew the matter was critical and had to report to Gu Yiming. "Mr. Gu, I'm not certain either. It was reported by the Material Management Department. Someone dug a tunnel into one of your supermarkets near Epin Tanxiang, and one of them was Madame Rian. As soon as I received the news, I came to inform you immediately, so I didn't have time to confirm." Gu Yiming's eyes lit up. Lu Rian had disappeared with Yuan near Epin Tanxiang, so it was reasonable for her to appear in a nearby supermarket. But digging a tunnel to get in, that was puzzling. "Is that what the Material Management Department said?" "Yes, Mr. Gu." Gu Yiming's headquarters was at Deer Lake, and all supermarket surveillance could be viewed there. After the apocalypse struck, he immediately realized the importance of supplies. So he used his network of connections to seize the suburban supermarkets and transport the goods back to Deer Lake by truckloads. He had even established a material management department for this purpose, which managed all supermarket surveillance. Although the tunnel story seemed unlikely, he had to go to the department anyway. He needed to confirm the exact location of Lu Rian and Yuan. "That bastard couple, they'll make you die in agony." Gu Yiming immediately took a car to the material management department. The person in charge, surnamed Wang, had once been Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard and had been promoted to manager of the department. "Boss, you're here. I heard you saw the madam." "Yes, I confirmed it myself. She's in the supermarket near Epin Tanxiang. Follow me." Manager Wang led Gu Yiming to the surveillance room. Switched to the supermarket on Huanqing Road near Epin Tanxiang. But when the surveillance operator switched the feed, it was black. "Boss, the supermarket on Huanqing Road must have lost power. The feed is down." "Damn. A power outage at the critical moment. Wang Biao, are you screwing with me?" Gu Yiming glared at Manager Wang. Wang Biao's legs went weak with fear. He knew his boss' methods well, ruthless, vindictive, and unforgiving. "Boss, I swear I'm not lying to you. They can all testify. We did see the madam in the Tianyi supermarket on Huanqing Road. They were frantically looting supplies." Gu Yiming narrowed his eyes. He knew that Wang Biao wouldn't dare deceive him, and there was no reason to lie about such a thing. So it was likely true. "That bastard Yuan stealing my wife and making her loot my supplies. A killing blow. A killing blow to the heart. That bastard Yuan stealing my wife and making her loot my supplies. A killing blow. A killing blow. A killing blow. A killing blow to the heart." At this moment, Gu Yiming's heart was bleeding. Despite the agony, he had to maintain a composed and calm facade, ensuring his subordinates saw nothing amiss. A true boss must exude an air of authority. He let out a soft breath to alleviate his inner grief and rage, then asked, "Wang Biao, I heard from old Zhang that the ladies came in through a tunnel." Wang Biao hesitated for a moment before answering uncertainly. Based on the video footage, it seems they did come in through a tunnel. What did that mean? Seemed. Boss He raced the thing. When the staff were checking on the various supermarkets, they happened to see Madam and another woman emerging from the tunnel inside the store. Before that, a man and another woman had already left through the tunnel, so we didn't see how they dug it. But we are certain that Madam entered the supermarket through the tunnel. This was strange. Gu Yiming frowned slightly, 1,000 questions running through his mind. Why on earth would anyone choose to dig a tunnel to get into a supermarket? Wouldn't it be simpler to just cut through the security shutter with a diesel cutter? Never mind that for now. Are you certain the woman in the surveillance footage is Rian? I'm positive. Wang Biao was confident he hadn't misjudged. He had been Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard. How could he not know what Lu Rian looked like? Alright, I understand. Gu Yiming shifted the topic. What's the current status of the supply rescue operation? So far, essential supplies from over 80 supermarkets and 3 warehouses have been transported back to Deer Lake. Although the streets were filled with zombies, the suburban development zone had fewer zombies, allowing large trucks to plow through. On the very first day of the apocalypse, Gu Yiming had organized teams to salvage supplies. Now it seemed the harvest was substantial. Good, but we can't afford to be complacent. These supplies are the foundation of our survival. Yes, boss. Gu Yiming had only said half of it. The supplies weren't just his foundation for survival. They were his ticket to becoming a power in this new world. With food, he could recruit people. With food, he could trade for weapons and ammunition through certain channels. Even though gun control had been strict before the apocalypse, times had changed. Many soldiers were now zombies, so Deer Lake's defense necessitated a partnership between civilians and the military. This was his opportunity. With grain, people, and weapons, how could he fail to dominate the region? Even if he couldn't stand on equal footing with the military, he could look down on the civilian bureaucrats. Gu Yiming was tired of the bureaucratic class. No matter how resourceful he was ultimately just a merchant. In their eyes, he was still a fat sheep to be fleeced. He had been exploited plenty before the apocalypse. If I can get my hands on weapons and recruit a private army, I won't have to tolerate those parasites anymore. Back at the lakeside villa, Gu Yiming immediately instructed his steward to contact the military, sparing no expense to rent a helicopter. Since Yi Yuan and that wretch Rian were still near Yiping Tanxiang, all he needed was speed to find them. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was still gorging himself. He had devoured all the food in Zone B, gaining a hefty 12 attribute points. His current stats were Strength 13, Agility 13, Constitution 13, and Spirit 18. He had only consumed 12 tons of food in Zone B. The only items left were the live seafood, as he couldn't devour living creatures. The supermarket had just lost power. Up until then, the oxygen pumps and water circulation for the seafood had been running, so most of it was still alive. This sparked an idea in Yi Yuan. His 3D printing ability could replicate lower life forms. This meant he could have an endless supply of fresh seafood in the future. He quickly stored all the seafood into his spatial warehouse, from abalone and lobster to shrimp and various freshwater fish. After a flurry of activity, Zone B was completely cleaned out. Of course, the supermarket held more than just what was on the shelves. The bulk of the food was in the storage room. Rian, do you know where this supermarket storage room is? Rian had been Gu Yiming's wife and often stayed at Yiping Tanxiang, so she might know its exact location. I know it's on the second basement floor. It'll lead the way. Yi Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It was incredibly satisfying to have stolen Gu Yiming's wife, not only as a form of revenge, but she could also guide him while he looted the supermarket. Since the power was out, they had to walk down to the second basement. Yi Yuan wasn't worried about Xiaofan and Zaiwan's safety. The supermarket doors were locked, and no one outside could get in without special tools. Besides, in this day and age, few dared to venture out. He was also thankful for the timing of the apocalypse. The blood rain had started around 8 a.m., a time when supermarkets were typically not yet open for business. This meant all supermarkets were shut, which was convenient for him. This citywide scavenging operation would be easier with secure, accessible targets. Most importantly, the people who had killed his parents were wealthy and powerful. They wouldn't be up so early. They had managed to survive, living comfortably in Deer Lake, waiting for him to return for revenge. Before he knew it, Yi Yuan and Lu Rian arrived at the second basement floor. The strong flashlight provided clear visibility. They quickly reached the storage room. The door was locked, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Yuan. He raised his shotgun and blasted it open. Switching the flashlight to floodlight mode, he illuminated a 30-meter radius, revealing neatly stacked supplies. Are you going to wait here, or go find Xiaofan and the others yourself? They'll wait for you. I'm scared to go up alone. Lu Rian felt helpless and only felt safe by Yi Yuan's side. Unbeknownst to her, her taming level had increased by another 3, a small but free gain for Yi Yuan. Alright, find a place to sit down. With that, Yi Yuan got to work. Unleashing his devour ability, he created a massive vortex that acted like a gaping maw pulling supplies from the shelves. Food was directly converted into energy and absorbed by his body. Other daily necessities were transferred to his spatial warehouse. Soon Yuan had devoured 8 tons of food, gaining another 8 free attribute points. After allocating them, all his stats became Strength 15, Constitution 16, Agility 16, and Spirit 18. This was equivalent to twice the combined attributes of an average person. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Yuan could be considered a super soldier. At that moment, a notification appeared before his eyes. Your devour capacity has reached its limit. Upgrade the ability to continue devouring. He had hit the limit. He could only devour a maximum of 20 tons, which translated to 20 free attribute points. But how was he supposed to upgrade his ability? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a voice in his head answered, repeatedly stripping the same trait can result in either obtaining a new ability or upgrading the existing one, depending on the nature of the ability. So that was it. For example, the 3D printing ability he stripped from Xiaofan increased the weight of items he could replicate each time. However, that was just a side effect. The upgrade wasn't very pronounced. One could say it hadn't really upgraded at all. But each time he stripped a trait from Xiaofan, he gained a new capability. First, infinite replication. Second, partial replication. Third, life form replication. Clearly the trait he stripped from Lu Ruyan was different. The devour ability needed to be continuously upgraded to raise its limit, and only by raising the limit could he continue gaining free attribute points. Understood. It seemed that to grow stronger he needed to win over Lu Ruyan quickly. Yuan glanced back at Lu Ruyan, catching her stealing a look at him. The moment their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, as if a secret had been discovered. He dismissed the idea of love blooming from prolonged proximity. They had only known each other for a short, while their previous encounters limited to a few brief meetings at banquets. Thus there was only one explanation: the strong naturally exude an aura of allure, especially in the apocalypse. Taming Lu Ruyan seemed easy, but he had no time for it now. He needed to focus on looting supplies. He could no longer devour food, but he could use his power to sweep through the goods. Opening his abyssal maw, he pulled in all the supplies, transferring them to his spatial storage. Without needing to convert food into energy, purely collecting supplies was highly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had emptied the entire warehouse, including the frozen fruits, vegetables, and various meats. However, the prolonged use of his devouring ability was taking a toll on his mental energy. He would rest later. Let's go, we're heading up, Yuan said, walking over to Lu Ruyan and taking her hand, leading her out of the warehouse without waiting for her consent. They quickly reached the first basement level, where Yuan noticed that Lu Ruyan's taming level had increased by another 10. Her blush was even deeper now. What was happening? A simple handhold had increased it by 10. Once again, Yuan deeply realized how easy it was for a powerful man to win a woman's heart. Of course, this kind of conquest had its limitations. It wasn't purely genuine affection, as in this apocalypse. Yuan's strength provided Lu Ruyan with a sense of security. Essentially, it was a relationship based on mutual benefit. But it didn't matter. All Yuan wanted was her taming level. Whether it was Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaowan, or even Jiang Xiaofan, the purity of their emotional attachment to him was irrelevant. Yuan, I didn't bring any clothes with me when I left. The entire third floor is full of clothing stores. I want to go up and pick out some clothes to change into. As Lu Ruyan spoke, Yuan noticed that Xiaofan and Xiaowan also looked eager. Shopping was a woman's nature, and especially now the thrill of a free-for-all was exhilarating. Since Yuan needed to rest and recover his energy anyway, he said, "Go ahead. I'll give you an hour." The three women cheered and rushed towards the second floor. Yuan had no interest in joining the frenzy. Women's shopping was the most troublesome. He found a seat at a checkout counter to rest. The basement was safe with no windows for zombies to see through, allowing him to smoke in peace. Meanwhile, a helicopter took off from Luhu, heading towards the main city. Inside, apart from the pilot, were all Gu Yiming's men, 10 in total, all armed with assault rifles. The firepower was weaker than last time, but Gu Yiming had done his best. Previously, he had only used 50 tons of supplies to rent a helicopter. That one had also carried 2 machine guns and a rocket launcher, but it crashed, and the weapons were lost. Even with his connections, losing a helicopter during such a critical time would anger his superiors. Being allowed to rent another one this time was already a significant favor. The leader of the 10-man squad in the helicopter was Ma Gu, a former bodyguard of Gu Yiming. He was said to have graduated from a Siberian training camp and possessed excellent military acumen. Ma Gu patted the pilot and said, "Brother, well, fast drop down directly onto the supermarket roof when we get there. Please wait for us." This was no joke. The pilot wasn't one of their own. If he broke his word and flew off, even if they completed the mission, they'd be trapped in the city. And stay alert, brothers. Yuan has a gun. Once we're in the supermarket, we move fast to the basement. Remember, it's best to capture Yuan alive. If that's not possible, killing him is acceptable. The boss has promised double the reward for capturing him alive. But the lady must return to Luhu alive. After giving these crucial orders, Ma Gu felt a lingering unease and added, though Yi Yuan and the lady are in the basement and can't hear the helicopter. We can't rule out someone keeping watch. After all, there are 4 of them. So I'll stress this again, once we fast rope down, we must reach the basement at full speed. Ma Gu assumed that Yi Yuan bringing 3 women to the supermarket's basement was definitely there for food. They wouldn't go to other floors. Given the danger, the only goal in entering a supermarket was food. There was no need to risk sweeping for daily necessities. They prioritized clearing out the food first. And with just 4 people carrying things by hand, how fast could they be? It had been less than an hour since Yi Yuan was spotted. So they must still be in the basement. As long as he was fast enough, he could reach the basement and complete the mission before Yi Yuan even noticed. On the other side, the 3 women in the supermarket were blissfully unaware of the approaching danger, indulging in their looting spree. Xiaofan, is this slip dress sexy? Very sexy. You'd charm all the men wearing that. I don't want to charm all men, just Brother Yi. Wow, you've never been like this with men before. That's because Brother Yi never showed up. Just then Xiaofan and Xiaofan noticed Lu Rian secretly slipping some delicate items into her spatial storage. Wow, Sister Rian has a sharp eye. We can't fall behind. Come on, let's pick out some eye-catching stuff. They gleefully swept through the clothing stores on the 3rd floor, grabbing clothes, pants, shoes, and also perfumes and cosmetics, stuffing everything into their spatial storage. This free shopping was such a joy. Just then Lu Rian frowned, cupping her ear to listen carefully. Xiaofan, Xiaofan, be quiet for a moment. Once everyone was silent, Lu Rian's expression suddenly changed. Let's go, we need to head downstairs immediately. Don't get greedy. Xiaofan and Xiaofan were confused. Brother Yi had given them an hour, and it wasn't even 40 minutes yet. Sister Rian, what's wrong? Lu Rian pulled them along as she started a brisk walk towards the stairs, saying, do you hear that helicopter outside? I have a bad feeling about this. We need to regroup with Yi Yuan now. Lu Rian knew Gu Yiming well. He had extensive resources, and she was almost certain he had seen her and Yi Yuan leave Villa No. 9. Given his vengeful nature, he wouldn't let it go. The helicopter outside made her suspicious. Lu Rian was definitely not naive, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to deceive Gu Yiming for so long without being discovered. Xiaofan also quickly caught on. Sister Rian is right. A few days ago, Gu Yiming also sent a helicopter planning to kill me and Brother Yi and then pick you up. But Brother Yi shot it down. He won't just let it go? Whether or not this helicopter is from him, we need to be careful. It's safer to regroup with Brother Yi. Lu Rian finally realized that the helicopter Gu Yiming had sent to pick her up was the one Yi Yuan had shot down. Good thing it was shot down. Otherwise, she would have been taken back to Lu Hu and controlled by him again. Soon the 3 returned to the basement and informed Yi Yuan of the situation. A helicopter? Yi Yuan frowned slightly in thought, and a cold, sinister smile gradually spread across his face. There is a path to heaven you refuse to take, and the gates of hell you insist on storming. Since Gu Yiming was sending his pawns over for him, to farm, Yi Yuan would not hold back. You 3 get into the tunnel immediately. Move fast. Once you're 100 meters in, Xiaofan, dig a corner right away and have everyone hide behind it. Hurry up and get moving. The 3 women quickly entered the tunnel. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, took out a bag of rice, slid it open, and began scattering it on the ground as he walked toward the tunnel entrance, creating the illusion that it had been spilled during a hurried transport. This was also a way to lead Gu Yiming's men in. He wasn't entirely sure they were Gu Yiming's men, but he was 90% certain. Even if they weren't, anyone daring to enter the tunnel would not be allowed to leave alive. Human greed was a treacherous thing. The food in the supermarket's living area had all been cleaned out by him. Even if they weren't Gu Yiming's people, anyone who followed the scattered rice into the tunnel probably didn't have good intentions. The moment he turned his back, someone might draw a knife. He had seen too much of this in his past life. Yi Yuan had once believed in the goodness of human nature, but that was before the apocalypse. Shortly after, Yi Yuan also entered the tunnel. By then, Jiang Xiaofan had already dug out a corner 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Is that enough? That's about right, Yi Yuan replied. The tunnel was straight. If the people in the helicopter really came inside, they could see the entire length of the tunnel just by turning on a flashlight. To ambush them, he had to dig a corner. Everyone hide well and stay quiet. Especially the flashlights. Absolutely do not turn them on. Yi Yuan's voice was stern. The 3 women understood and obediently stowed their flashlights into the spatial storage, fearing they might accidentally press the power button. Now all they had to do was wait. If no one comes in within half an hour, well, dig a side tunnel and leave. Yi Yuan was cautious. No one coming in didn't mean it was completely safe. What if it was another group of cunning old foxes hiding at the tunnel entrance waiting for him to show himself? If he stepped out of the corner, he might get ambushed. Having lived a second life, Yi Yuan couldn't afford to be careless. If no one entered the tunnel for safety's sake, he would have to dig another tunnel to escape. It was just a wave of his hand anyway. It wasn't tiring, and he could still farm attribute points. It was killing multiple birds with one stone. However, the corner wasn't convenient for observation. Poking his head out would get him spotted. So he dug a small observation hole above. Anyone entering the tunnel would be detected immediately, and he could even fire through it. He could even toss a grenade without a problem. After doing all this, he began to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Brother Ma and his team rappelled down onto the supermarket roof. Quick, quick, hurry. The helicopter was loud, and Brother Ma, holding his rifle in his right hand, waved his left hand frantically, signaling his underlings to move faster. A burly man, 9 meters tall, kicked open the iron door on the rooftop. The 10-man team swiftly rushed in. All of them wore radio communication headsets, allowing them to stay in contact at all times. Teams of 5. Team 1 takes the stairwell, and the other takes the escalator. Even though the supermarket had no power, the escalator didn't need electricity to function. The two squads immediately rushed toward the first floor. They were emboldened by their numbers, and even if Yuan had a gun, it didn't matter. They were all wearing bulletproof vests. They didn't believe Yuan was some crack shot. It would be a miracle if he could hit a headshot with a random shot. The squad led by Brother Ma took the escalator, moving swiftly, covering the distance from the 4th floor to the basement level in just 2 minutes. When they saw the scene in the basement, everyone was stunned. Damn it, did a human do this? In less than an hour, the entire basement was cleared out. Brother Ma immediately became wary. Everyone take cover and observe carefully. Being able to empty the basement in under an hour was definitely not something 3 or 4 people could accomplish. So he was almost certain that after the power outage, when the surveillance cameras were down, many more people must have entered the supermarket to grab supplies. That was the only logical explanation. The problem was he had no idea how many guns they had. Brother Ma, we're here. Where are you? The squad that took the fire escape had also come down. Brother Ma quickly instructed, we're in Zone B. The situation has changed. The basement is cleaned out. The enemy might not be just 4 people. Find a place to take cover first. The two squads hid and observed for 5 minutes. The basement was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. They couldn't just stay in this stalemate forever. The boss orders couldn't be brushed aside. Even if they didn't catch anyone, they at least had to find the enemy's escape route. Everyone listen up. Search every possible hiding spot in the basement. Do not split up. Report any situation immediately. The two squads sprang into action. The basement was only so big, and it was empty. Many of the shelves were even gone, making visibility very open. It took about 10 minutes. They searched the entire basement and didn't see anyone. However, they did find the tunnel entrance. And along the way, there was a large amount of scattered rice. Brother Ma, looks like we're too late. They looted the supermarket and escaped through the tunnel. Brother Ma stood at the tunnel entrance. He shone his flashlight inside, but it stretched on without an end in sight. It seemed they had dug quite far. He stepped into the tunnel and touched the smooth, flat walls. Damn, what did these people use to dig this hole? The cuts are so smooth and even. At that moment, a few more men came down. Several flashlights shone into the tunnel together, illuminating the narrow passage that led into the distant darkness. But it was clear that the internal structure wasn't complex. It was just one straight path to the end. Brother Ma, what do we do? What else could they do? The lady and Yuan had escaped from here, and the boss orders were to bring the lady back alive. As for Yuan, if they couldn't capture him alive, they had to kill him. They had accepted the mission and couldn't back out now. Brother Ma knew the boss methods well. Returning empty-handed would have dire consequences. Let's go. We're going into the tunnel too. Everyone stay quiet. Don't make a sound. Maybe we can catch them off guard. In Brother Ma's view, Yuan and the lady surely had no idea they had been tracked all the way here. So the tunnel was safe. As long as they followed it, they could find the lattice hideout. Brother Ma waved his hand. The 10-man team filed into the tunnel one by one, all their assault rifles equipped with tactical flashlights. They all turned them on now. 10 powerful beams of light cut through the tunnel, making everything clearly visible. With numbers came courage. Plus, Brother Ma had graduated from the Siberian training camp, so his military discipline and courage were beyond the ordinary. He took the lead. He moved in a half-crouch with quick short steps, his gun barrel locked firmly on the path ahead. Anything that appeared in his sight would be shot dead instantly. The group was a bit tense at first, but after walking for a while, their nerves gradually relaxed. After all, they were already in the tunnel. Being nervous was useless. With this psychological suggestion, even Brother Ma straightened up a bit. Crouching the whole time was tiring. But just then, from out of nowhere, a dark object suddenly flew out. And as luck would have it, it rolled right to his feet. Brother Ma reacted swiftly. In this situation, the brain's first instinct was grenade. Get down. He immediately turned to dive flat, but there were people behind him, and he couldn't even throw himself down. Damn it. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the tunnel. Those who have been blown up by a high-explosive grenade know that the shockwave alone can kill a man, let alone when it detonates right under Ma Gue's feet. He was instantly blown to pieces. The 2 men behind Ma Gu were also mutilated by the blast, and the shockwave killed 2 more. 1 grenade killed 5. This was because the tunnel was straight and Ma Gue's men were in a single-file line formation. If it had been thrown into a crowd, a single high-explosive grenade could have wiped out the entire squad. But no matter. If one isn't enough, 2 will do. In the narrow tunnel, the explosion of the high-explosive grenade left everyone dizzy and their eardrums ringing. The remaining 5 had not yet come to their senses when another grenade rolled to their feet. Ah, get down. Damn it, not again. Boom. Another violent explosion and 4 men were killed instantly. The last gunman at the rear of the column was not blown to death. This man was more alert. When the first grenade exploded, he had already turned and started running for his life. So the second grenade did not reach him. Damn, that's too sneaky. Throwing grenades in a tunnel. That bastard lucky I was quick or I'd be blown to pieces too. The last gunman ran while congratulating himself. But before he could reach the tunnel exit, the roar of a machine gun sounded behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets formed a storm of metal. The gunman dove to the ground in panic, then rolled over to return fire. At a time like this, he could only fight back desperately. Otherwise, it was certain death. Rolling over, he finally saw the source of the gunfire. A small, well-hidden window in the tunnel ceiling. Damn, this was too cunning. Who would have thought someone could open a window in the ceiling? After all, this was 5 or 6 meters underground, all hard rock. It was hard enough to dig a tunnel. Who the hell would go to the trouble of opening a window in the ceiling? He had miscalculated. The gunman had just thought this when he was torn to shreds by a torrent of metal before he could even fire back. The tunnel fell silent. Xiaofan, Yuan, and Lu Ruyan walked out from around the corner. This was not Yi Yuan's first time killing. They seemed accustomed to it, showing no panic. Their eyes were filled not with fear, but with fervor and admiration. This was Yi Yuan's strength, effortlessly annihilating a fully armed 10-man squad. He had used clever tactics, but it had to be admitted that the tunnel, the grenades, and the machine gun were all part of his strength. Infinite replication allowed him to use weapons and ammunition without restraint. The super excavator skill let him dig tunnel mazes at lightning speed. Whoever dared to enter would be caught like a turtle in a jar, doomed to die. Following Yi Yuan gave a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan's taming degree had risen by another 5, reaching 95. This satisfied the last condition for extracting her trait. Not only that, Lu Ruyan's taming degree had also increased by 10, leaving only 7 to reach the second extraction of her trait. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that wiping out the soldiers sent by Gu Yiming and putting on a spectacular show would directly max out Yuan's taming degree. Gu Yiming, thank you so much. Stealing your wife, looting your supermarket, and helping me max out Yuan's taming degree. You're a true good guy. Yi Yuan jumped down from the tunnel ceiling and clapped his hands. Brother Yi, you're amazing. 10 men, and you wiped them out in no time. Sister Ruyan's intuition was spot on too. She guessed it was Gu Yiming's helicopter right away. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Yi Yuan thought for a moment. We need to find a new place to stay. We can't stay at Yiping Tanxiang anymore. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Yes, Gu Yiming must have guessed we're near Yiping Tanxiang. He'll probably keep pestering us. And this incident also reminds us. Gu Yiming knew we were in the supermarket so quickly, most likely through surveillance cameras. In the future, when we loot supermarkets, we should first disable the electrical circuits. Yi Yuan deeply agreed, and couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. She was indeed meticulous. Yi Yuan had thought of the same thing. Gu Yiming must have spotted them through the supermarket's surveillance cameras. He hadn't expected that old fox to be able to view the supermarket cameras remotely. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. He had a voyeuristic obsession. Lu Ruyan being watched everywhere proved that. Yi Yuan, do you think Gu Yiming saw you digging a tunnel into the supermarket? Yi Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. The power went out soon after we entered the supermarket, so he couldn't see what happened afterward. Theoretically, Gu Yiming might have seen the part where I dug a tunnel into the supermarket. But if he really knew I had superpowers, he wouldn't have sent so few men so recklessly walking right into the tunnel to die. So I guess Gu Yiming only noticed us when we were already inside the supermarket. And he didn't see me devouring the food. If he had been discovered, he would have been scared out of his wits. Devouring hundreds of pounds of food in one gulp like a monster. Unless the military came personally, Gu Yiming wouldn't send men to die for nothing. Alright, clean up the battlefield. Check their equipment for anything intact, collect it, and he'll replicate it. While the three were gathering the spoils, Yi Yuan quickly got down to business. Yuan's taming degree was maxed out, one more extraction, and she would become his servant. Yi Yuan focused his mind on excavator. Extract. The next moment a mysterious force surged into his body. He didn't know if it was an upgrade to his existing power or a new ability. Yi Yuan immediately called up his attribute panel to check. It wasn't an upgrade, but a new ability. Excavate and toss consume a certain amount of mental energy to designate excavated earth and stone to be thrown to any location within a 1-kilometer radius. Although the wording was somewhat vague, Yi Yuan instantly understood how to use the ability as soon as he read it. As the name implied, the excavated earth and stone could be shoveled to a designated coordinate as long as it was within a 1-kilometer radius. Yi Yuan was eager to try it. He swung his shovel at the rock wall, and in an instant he dug out a pit 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter deep. But the excavated earth and stone neither went into his spatial storage nor were randomly discarded nearby. At this moment, a translucent 3D blueprint appeared in Yi Yuan's mind, covering a 1-kilometer radius. This 1 kilometer wasn't just in front, behind, left, and right. It also included up and down. It was like a 3D radar image, clearly showing the spatial structure. It even revealed the zombies moving on the street outside the tunnel. In this 3D image, there were countless coordinates. The block of earth and stone he had just dug up could be thrown to any coordinate. This was very interesting. Yuan felt like he had discovered a new continent. He locked the coordinates onto the sky above a zombie about 20 meters high. With a thought, he gently tossed the shovel. The block of earth and stone he had just dug up was directly thrown to the designated coordinates. Then a huge stone block suddenly fell from 20 meters high. With a crash, an innocent zombie was crushed into a pulp. The whole process seemed complicated, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. From the outside, it looked like a neatly cut block of stone appeared out of thin air above the zombie's head, then fell and killed it. Holy shit. Yuan's eyes blazed with fervor. Excavate and toss could kill without a trace. As long as the target was within a kilometer, one shovel of earth could crush him, and he wouldn't even know who or what killed him. Scared. But excavate and toss consumed a lot of mental energy. It couldn't be relied upon to slaughter hordes of zombies. That job was better left to guns and grenades. However, it could be used to correct the route. While digging tunnels without a network signal, he had to open a hole every so often to receive a signal and check if the route had deviated. That was troublesome. Now it was perfect. One shovel and the 3D image in his mind appeared automatically, allowing him to adjust the route at any time. Just then Xiaofan and the others finished cleaning the battlefield. They came back, carrying many spoils. Brother Yi, there's good stuff. Yuan took stock of the spoils from this battle. There were 4 intact assault rifles, 5 pistols, and a supply of ammunition. Additionally, there were 6 bulletproof vests, 7 tactical knives, a tactical flashlight, and 3 sets of radio communication headsets. The gains were indeed impressive. The bulletproof vests, tactical knives, and radio headsets enriched Yuan's sample library. The radio headsets in particular were valuable. If he could replicate a batch, everyone could have a set allowing instant communication at close range. Extremely convenient. Just then a faint voice seemed to emanate from one of the headsets. The sound was so low that it would have been imperceptible had it not been held close. Yuan put the headset on, and clearly heard the words, "Hey, talk to me. Why aren't you answering? I have a new mission and must return to Deer Lake immediately. Get upstairs right now, or I'm flying off without you. Do you copy? Over. Answer me." Yuan raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the voice on the other end. It was the helicopter pilot. Summoned by a sudden mission and needing to return to Deer Lake, he was calling for the group to hurry upstairs. Yuan sneered. Now that they were here, they weren't leaving. With his disposition, how could he possibly let the helicopter escape? Stop calling. Gu Yiming and his men are dead, and you won't be leaving here alive either. Yuan's voice was cold and laced with murderous intent. The pilot was clearly stunned for a full 2 seconds before responding. "You're Yuan. You killed them all." It had to be admitted that Gu Yiming was resourceful. Even his communication equipment was military-grade, allowing clear contact with the pilot even from 5 or 6 meters underground. The quality was unquestionable. Yuan didn't answer the pilot's question. He swung his shovel, aiming it at the wall, and a clear 3D image immediately materialized in his mind. The helicopter hovering over the supermarket was clearly visible, and it had already turned around, seemingly ready to fly away. Too late. Yuan focused his will. An instant later, a massive, perfectly square stone abruptly appeared above the helicopter. It plummeted down, without warning, crashing directly into the rotor with a resounding clang, crushing the entire fuselage. The helicopter lost its balance, tilting like a kite with a severed string, and plunged headfirst to the ground, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Done. Yuan wore a satisfied smile. The earth-digging throw was incredibly useful. It could kill invisibly and hit its mark every time. Within a 1-kilometer radius, no one could hide from his sight. A single boulder could crush them from above. It was the perfect skill for a cunning schemer. After calming his excitement, Yuan replicated several tactical flashlights and attached them to everyone's weapons. This made things much more convenient. Previously, the high-powered flashlights from the hardware store couldn't be mounted on weapons, which was a major hassle, especially in the dark. They required a dedicated person to hold the light, severely impacting combat effectiveness in critical moments. Next, Yuan issued a bulletproof vest to each person. While their utility might be limited given that the greatest threat now was the undead, and they traveled through tunnels minimizing contact, having extra protection was always beneficial. "Let's call it a day," Yuan said, planning to resume his sweep tomorrow. If his memory served him right, the main city would lose power and water tomorrow. Then he could scavenge freely without worrying about surveillance cameras. For now, he needed to select a new base immediately. After studying the map on his phone for a while, Yuan decided on Nanhu International Mansion. It was a relatively new residential area in the main city, boasting many villas. He could simply pick an unoccupied one to settle in. That was the beauty of the apocalypse. If you had the strength, you could take whatever you desired. The only concern was that he couldn't dig his tunnel directly into the lake, but fortunately, every shovel of earth provided a 3D reference, eliminating the need for blind digging. Digging tunnels was typically menial work meant for servants. However, the earth-digging body forge allowed him to grind attribute points. Feeling mentally sharp, Yuan took the lead, digging himself, and planned to let Xiaofan take over when he tired. The distance to Nanhu International Mansion was considerable. This was a deliberate choice by Yuan. One, it allowed him to grind attribute points, and two, the route was lined with numerous large supermarkets and malls. He would first create the main tunnel, then expand with branches later, making city-wide scavenging much more efficient. So he dug the tunnel 3 meters wide enough for a bicycle or electric scooter, making travel much easier. After more than 20 minutes of digging, Yuan gained 3 more free attribute points. While grinding was still relatively easy, the required experience would increase with each point gained. However, continuous digging was mentally taxing. He had Xiaofan take over. Xiaowan, holding the flashlight behind him, watched with envy. After he had stripped her tags earlier, she had automatically become one of Yuan's followers. She was now genuinely one of his own. Yuan brought out 3 weapons, a shotgun, an automatic rifle, and a pistol. He handed them all to Xiaowan. These are all yours now. Thank you, brother Yi. Fang Xiaowan understood that this signified Yuan's true acceptance of her. She had finally obtained the weapons she had yearned for. They were truly hers. She was overjoyed. Then Yuan resumed his act as a mystical prophet, placing a hand on Xiaowan's forehead. Stay still, I am going to bestow an ability upon you. What? Bestow an ability on her. An ability like Xiaofan's. One that could dig a pit with a single swing. She would never have imagined it. Yuan would actually grant her such an ability. In Xiaowan's eyes, Xiaofan had received this ability because she was Yuan's first woman. But she herself had no such relationship with Yuan. Is he really going to give it to me? Is this real? Just then a mysterious force surged from Yuan's body into Fang Xiaowan's. The process was somewhat unconventional, but in an instant she grasped the incredible power of earth-digging body forge, filling her with ecstatic joy. Xiaowan happily ran over to dig the tunnel alongside Xiaofan. Lu Rian watched the lively scene in the tunnel, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. She was observant and could sense that among the 4 of them, she seemed to be the outsider. Apart from the spatial storage Yuan had given her, she had nothing else. Especially abilities. Seeing Xiaowan move a mountain of earth with each swing made her envious enough to drool. Though she had heard before that Yuan could bestow abilities, witnessing it firsthand was an indescribable shock. The process was so effortless. A single touch on Xiaowan's forehead, and she gained the power of earth-digging body forge. Lu Rian's heart itched with curiosity. But she understood that if Yuan hadn't given her one, there must be a reason. Asking for it outright might backfire. She decided to take a different approach. As Xiaowan and Xiaofan were busy digging, she leaned close to Yuan's ear and whispered seductively, Yuan, I picked out a few outfits at the supermarket earlier. When you have a moment, I'll model them for you to see which one looks best. She blushed slightly as she spoke. But being a mature woman, she wasn't as shy as a young girl and quickly regained her composure. Besides, Yuan was handsome, she wouldn't be losing out. With that thought, Lu Rian's submission level instantly increased by 10, soaring to 63, which meant Yuan could strip her tags for the second time. Yuan was already experienced with this. Wasn't this the same self-submission as Xiaowan? But on second thought, he was also quite eager to see which outfit would look good on her. Yuan suddenly realized that the stronger and more prominent he became, the easier it was for women to tame themselves. The reasoning was simple. Women are naturally drawn to strength. The more powerful a man is, the more admiration and reverence he inspires, and these feelings can be converted into obedience. This revelation was a whole new world for Yuan. As his power grew, encountering beautiful women in the future would make taming them faster and easier. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling the considerable effort it took to tame Jiang Xiaofan back then. There was no choice. At that time, aside from being handsome, he lacked other means to show off. In the apocalypse, good looks alone couldn't put food on the table. Fortunately, he later moved into Jiang Xiaofan's home. Otherwise, who knows how much more effort it would have taken to tame her. But those were things of the past. The future would only get smoother. Yuan was in high spirits, and in a moment's thought he completed his second scan of Lu Rian. This time, examining her profile didn't yield a new ability. Instead, it upgraded his Devour ability to level 2. Devour LV. 2. For every 2 tons of food consumed, converted into 1 free attribute point, up to a maximum of 20 free attribute points. Not bad at all. Just when he needed it most. He could continue consuming food and growing stronger. The only downside was that the required amount of food increased from 1 ton to 2 tons. No matter. The city was full of abandoned supermarkets. Food was everywhere, and anyone capable could take it freely. For Yuan, food was the least of his worries. They dug for another 10-odd minutes. Xiaofan and Xiaowan were getting tired. Their mental energy was far inferior to Yuan's, so they naturally couldn't last as long and had to switch out after about 10 minutes. The harvest during this time was also decent. Xiaofan gained 2 free attribute points, which she allocated to Constitution and Spirit. Her stats were now Strength 10, Constitution 9, Agility 9, Spirit 10. Certainly not as good as Yuan's, but still far superior to an average adult man. Xiaowan also gained 3 free attribute points. Despite the exhaustion, the thought of growing stronger kept their spirits high, and they chatted and laughed, making Lu Rian envious and restless. What must I do for Yuan to accept me? Could it be that Xiaofan and Xiaowan are already his women, which is why he treats them so well? What if I also became one of Yi Yuan's women? Lu Rian schemed inwardly. Thinking about how Yi Yuan used to call her Aunt Lu, she felt a strange thrill. Why is this happening? Am I some kind of pervert? It's all Gu Yiming's fault. He's the pervert. Living with him for so long has influenced me. Yes, it's all Gu Yiming's fault. Oomph. Gu Yiming trouble comes to those who stay at home. The three of them took turns digging the tunnel. As mental energy recovery lagged behind consumption, they had to sit down and rest when too exhausted. There was plenty of time anyway. During their idle chatter, Lu Rian once asked about the death of Yi Yuan's parents. Although she had no direct evidence, this woman was clever and had already guessed it might be connected to Gu Yiming. Yi Yuan neither denied nor confirmed it. There was no point in telling her now. In his eyes, Lu Rian was still just his prospective servant. Even if she became a servant, Yi Yuan as the master had no obligation to share his secrets with her. A servant's duty was to obey orders, and perhaps fix the often malfunctioning tunnel boring machine on the side. Of course, if Yi Yuan felt lonely, he could also have a heart-to-heart talk. Around 4 in the afternoon, after relentless effort, they finally dug the tunnel into Nanhu International Housing. This residential complex was quite large, an upscale neighborhood where the residents were wealthy or powerful with a high occupancy rate before the apocalypse. So finding an unoccupied villa was slightly troublesome. Although Yi Yuan was cold and ruthless, he wasn't a bloodthirsty thug. Bursting into a villa, killing the original owners, and taking over their home was beneath him, even if finding a truly ownerless villa was difficult. However, with his 3D radar in his mind, searching became much simpler. Currently, Yi Yuan was still in the tunnel. He dug a shovel into the wall, and as long as he didn't discard the excavated boulder, the 3D map in his mind would continuously render. He took this time to observe carefully. The 3D rendering not only showed the space, but also revealed all living beings. It was all clear at a glance. Got it, there's no one in Villa No. 28 by the lake. Yi Yuan immediately started digging. In less than 3 minutes, he dug straight into the villa. After emerging from the tunnel, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Being underground in that gloomy environment for so long had caused noticeable mental discomfort. Living above ground was much more pleasant. Yi Yuan had Xiaofan dump some of the boulders from the spatial warehouse to block the tunnel entrance in the villa. Leaving the entrance unsealed would keep him uneasy. In fact, the tunnel from Tianyi supermarket had already been completely sealed off by Yi Yuan. This way, even if Gu Yiming sent people to investigate the supermarket, they couldn't trace the tunnel to his current hiding spot. However, there was no oxygen in the tunnel, so they had to dig ventilation holes at intervals. Although these holes were small, if someone discovered the holes and followed the tunnel, it would spell trouble. It didn't matter during the day, but if someone snuck in while he was sleeping at night, he wouldn't even know how he died. So the tunnel must be blocked to ensure a peaceful sleep. After finishing all this, while the water and electricity were still running, Yi Yuan enjoyed a comfortable hot bath. Then he filled a bucket with hot water and stored it in his spatial warehouse. He duplicated it 100,000 times. That was enough hot water for a lifetime. The ability to replicate infinitely was truly indulgent. There were still over 2 hours until dark. Yi Yuan found the master bedroom and took a nap. When he woke up, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. He had worked hard all day and hadn't eaten well at lunch. His stomach was already growling. "Brother, you wait a moment, dinner will be ready in at most 10 minutes. Xiaowan said sweetly from the kitchen doorway. Xiaofan and Rian were also helping out. Having women around was truly great. No wonder the older generation often said wife, kids, and a warm stove. Yi Yuan sat on the soft leather sofa, feeling a slight emptiness inside. He needed to find something to do. Alright, he should send a video to Gu Yiming. This guy sent helicopters to kill him twice. If he stayed silent, Gu Yiming might think he was scared. Yi Yuan had Gu Yiming on his chat. He sent a video call request, and the other party answered almost instantly. "Hello there, Uncle Gu." Yi Yuan's smile was bright and gentle, even carrying a hint of respect, just like a junior greeting an elder. Seeing this, Gu Yiming was completely baffled, not knowing how to respond. Could it be that Yi Yuan doesn't know I sent helicopters to kill him? And he doesn't know I'm the mastermind behind his parents' death? Doesn't that mean Rian is still safe and sound? "Oh, my dear nephew Yi, it's great that you're alive. Where are you? Do you need Uncle to arrange a pickup?" This time it was Yi Yuan who was baffled. "What does this mean? I was acting, and you actually fell for it. Since that's the case, I'll have to play along and give you a real surprise." In truth, Yi Yuan wasn't sure whether Gu Yiming had guessed that he already knew about his involvement in the conspiracy against his parents. But it didn't matter. "So what if you pretend? I've stolen your wife, I raid your supermarket daily, and there's nothing you can do about it. The advantage is mine. Playing along with your charade is fine, and the apocalypse is dull anyway." So Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "No need to trouble Uncle He. If you send someone to pick me up, you might bring trouble upon yourself." "Trouble upon myself?" Gu Yiming frowned. "Nephew Yi, what do you mean by that?" Yi Yuan deliberately feigned reluctance like a chastened junior and spoke with apparent unwillingness. "Uncle Gu, you might not know this yet. After investigating for over half a year, I finally found a clue. My parents' deaths might be connected to He Xiumin." Yi Yuan used the phrase "might be connected." This implied he wasn't entirely certain, setting the stage to lull Gu Yiming into a false sense of security. Is this true, nephew Yeo? Gu Yiming feigned shock. Yi Yuan frowned. I'm not sure either. The clues just point to him. Before I could confirm it, the apocalypse struck. Coincidentally, his girlfriend lives right across from me. You know how impulsive I am at this age. Add to that my suspicion that uncle he harmed my parents, and well, I ended up sleeping with his girlfriend. Now she's my woman. When he found out, he tried to hunt me down for good. Yi Yuan suddenly held up 2 fingers, his face a mask of disbelief. Twice. He sent helicopters to kill me twice. All over a woman. Is it really worth it? Luckily I'm resilient. Otherwise my corpse would be rotting by now. After this speech, Yi Yuan felt his performance was flawless, devoid of any trace of acting. Gu Yiming, however, was now even more bewildered. Listening to Yi Yuan's tone, he clearly had no idea that Gu Yiming was the mastermind. He also didn't know that both helicopter attacks were orchestrated by Gu Yiming himself. Instead, the He family was taking the blame. This was good. Since the facade wasn't broken, Ruyan was safe, at least untouched by Yi Yuan. But he couldn't ask about her. Otherwise Yi Yuan would wonder how he knew Ruyan was with him, and he wouldn't be able to explain it. The priority now was to find out where Yi Yuan was hiding. Gu Yiming composed himself and said, I never expected the He's to be so ruthless. From this moment on I sever all ties with them. Nephew Yi, tell me where you are at once. They'll do everything in my power, even borrowing a helicopter from the military to come and get you. Yi Yuan sneered internally. Old bastard, you're persistent, aren't you? Do you really take me for a fool? If I tell you where I am, so you can come and kill me again? A thought struck Yi Yuan. He decided to play along, leading Gu Yiming on a wild goose chase. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Gu. I'm currently staying at Sunshine District, Building 1, Unit 3A, Room 6. Oh, and Aunt Lu is with me too. Sunshine District was very close to One Pin Tan Xiang. Logically it made sense. He had only left One Pin Tan Xiang that morning, and with the city overrun by zombies, he couldn't have gone far. Reporting a nearby location would make it easier for Gu Yiming to believe. Just then Lu Ruyan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish. Yi Yuan, who are you video calling? Dinner's almost ready. Perfect timing. Yi Yuan pulled her over, and they both appeared on the screen. He deliberately stood very close to her. The weather was hot, and they were both in short sleeves, their arms touching, all for Gu Yiming to see. See, Uncle Gu, I wasn't lying. Aunt Lu is with me. The moment Lu Ruyan saw Gu Yiming, she was startled. She had just escaped his clutches. Why was Yi Yuan voluntarily calling him? Something was off. Yi Yuan clearly despised Gu Yiming. Calling him now and revealing her presence, there had to be a trick. Just then Yi Yuan gave her a subtle pinch. She understood instantly. Leaning closer into Yi Yuan, she feigned delight. Yiming, I'm so happy to see you. I left my phone at home and couldn't contact you. Rage boiled inside Gu Yiming. Bitch, why are you pressing yourself against him? You're my prized possession. No other man can touch you. Despite the fury consuming him, Gu Yiming forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't explode now. He had to get Lu Ruyan back as soon as possible. That beast Yi Yuan, sleeping with his girlfriend. Clearly the man has a thief's obsession. Every minute Ruyan spends with him is a minute of torment. And that slut isn't innocent either. Gu Yiming had seen it clearly on the surveillance feed. She deliberately left her phone behind. She was trying to escape him. Good thing that idiot Yi Yuan contacted me. This time I'll finish him off for good and bring Ruyan back to lock her in a dog cage for the rest of her life. Gu Yiming forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Ruyan, nephew Yi, rest assured. They'll send a plane for you tomorrow. You must stay hidden. Hold on until I get there. After some more idle chatter, Yi Yuan ended the call. Dinner wasn't ready for a few more minutes, so he decided to reinforce the villa. His spatial storage was filled with massive stone blocks, each one a perfect 1 meter cube. Each block weighed 2 to 3 tons. A wall built around the villa would withstand even rocket fire, let alone zombies. Yi Yuan went outside first, dispatching the dozen or so zombies lurking nearby. Then with Lu Ruyan keeping watch, he used his spatial storage to unload the massive stones encircling the villa. The process was almost comically simple. Holding the palm-sized wine flask, he'd tip it over, and a massive stone block would appear perfectly placed. It was like using a glue gun, apply where needed. Within minutes, a hunter-high wall of giant stone blocks surrounded the entire villa. The height wasn't enough. Neither was the thickness. Yi Yuan continued to reinforce the wall. After another 20 minutes, the wall was raised to 5 meters with 3 layers of stone blocks interlocked for strength. Even without concrete, it was as solid as a fortress wall. The wall had no gate. Yi Yuan preferred to use the tunnel anyway, and a wall without an entrance offered better defense. He could sleep soundly at night and work on repairing the tunnel boring machine without fear of a sudden zombie attack, causing irreparable damage. Yi Yuan returned to the villa. The food had been on the table for over 10 minutes, everyone waiting for him to finish. Tonight's meal was lavish. Having raided a supermarket during the day, Yi Yuan had a much richer selection of replicated goods. The table was laden with meat, fish, lobster, and other seafood. 2 bottles of red wine were opened. It wasn't the best tasting, but mixed with Sprite it made for a decent drink and added to the festive mood. Cheers. Yi Yuan was in high spirits, his voice booming, unconcerned about attracting any nearby zombies. With a 3-meter thick stone wall head, like to see them chew through that. As they ate and chatted, Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, Yi Yuan, why did you call Gu Yiming earlier? And I thought I heard you say we were staying in Sunshine District. Yi Yuan smiled mischievously. To toy with him, of course. And the main tunnel we dug today happens to pass right under Sunshine District. The moment Gu Yiming sends a plane tomorrow, he'll shoot it out of the sky. Previously, Yi Yuan wouldn't have dared boast like that, but things were different now. With his digging ability, he could launch a massive stone block and bring the plane down. No matter how many planes Gu Yiming sent, they'd all be sitting ducks. Then Head finally revealed the truth to Gu Yiming. And not only have I deceived you, I've also stolen your wife. Tisk tisk tsk. Won't that just make him explode with rage? Killing him psychologically, that's the sweetest revenge. In the apocalypse, every day blurs the line between overcast and clear. A blood-red mist shrouds the land, blocking the sunlight, so dawn doesn't break until 8. After Yi Yuan wakes and freshens up, Lu Ruyan has already prepared breakfast. She's a senior nutritionist, and the trait Yi Yuan extracted from her is nutritionist. So Lu Ruyan's breakfast is quite special: shrimp and egg fried rice and fresh milk. The meal seems simple. Actually, it's not complicated at all. The key lies in the ingredient pairing: fresh shrimp, eggs, peas, corn kernels, and diced carrots. Stir-fried over low heat until golden, it's packed with nutrition. Lu Ruyan truly understands me, knowing I need a hearty replenishment. Yi Yuan, come eat. Where are Xiaofan and Xiaowan? Yi Yuan glances at the bedroom just as Xiaofan and Xiaowan emerge. After washing up, they join the table and eat heartily, then rush to head out. Brother Yi, when do we leave? I still want to keep digging tunnels to farm attribute points. The wound hasn't healed, and they've already forgotten the pain. It seems they need a few more days to adapt. However, gaining free attributes to boost constitution can instantly heal the body, and adding to spirit can restore fatigue. So farming attributes is also a great way to recover and heal quickly. Hold on. The main objective today is to raid the supermarket. Even if Xiaofan and Xiaowan exhaust themselves, they can't carry much. Yi Yuan thought it through last night. Since they're already his servants with 100 loyalty, there's no need to be stingy, so he decided to grant them the Devour ability. On one hand, it lets them quickly sweep up supplies. On the other, it empowers them immediately. Yi Yuan isn't worried about his servants becoming as strong as him, because abilities granted to servants have their enhancement effects weakened by 50. For instance, with level 1 Devour, Yi Yuan can consume 20 tons of supplies for 20 free attribute points. But if a servant consumes 20 tons, they only get 10 free attribute points. It seems the Golden Finger also accounts for the master-servant dynamic, ensuring servants can't match their master's power. Still, the devouring and looting speeds are the same. Yi Yuan places his hands on Xiaowan's and Xiaofan's foreheads. Today I grant you another ability. Actually, granting a servant an ability only requires summoning the servant's attribute panel in a single thought. But that wouldn't convincingly prove the ability came from Yi Yuan, nor would it have the desired dramatic effect. To play the Divine Prophet, one must act the part. Soon Yi Yuan completes the gift of the Devour ability, and Xiaowan and Xiaofan each summon their attribute panels. When they see the ability description, they're overjoyed. Wow, we can get free attribute points by devouring food. This is amazing. That means we can eat anything and never gain weight. So happy. Some rejoice while others worry. Lu Ruyan looks a bit dejected as she watches Xiaowan and Xiaofan grow stronger. She remains an ordinary person. Though she never complains aloud, she must feel unbalanced inside. We're all following Yi Yuan, so why don't I get the same treatment? Is it because I'm not one of his people? I want to be, but there's no chance. No, I have to take the initiative. Tonight I'll have Xiaofan and Xiaowan do the dishes and mop the floor, and he'll make my move at lightning speed. Humph. It's the apocalypse anyway. Why should I be shy? If I want an ability, I have to fight for it. Waiting for Yi Yuan to grant an ability on his own could take forever. Yi Yuan watches Lu Ruyan's shifting expression, wondering what she's thinking. But he can roughly guess. She's certainly feeling left out. Ruyan, what they have you'll have too. But not now. As for the reason, don't ask. He'll give it to you when the time is right. Yi Yuan is a man of principle. If you're not his servant, he won't give weapons or abilities. Besides, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Abilities can only be granted to servants, and without that bond it's impossible. Yet these words move Lu Ruyan deeply. Yi Yuan still cares about my feelings. He might have his reasons. Thank you, Yi Yuan. I trust you. As she speaks, the taming level above her head rises another 5. It's now at 68. What the hell? This is truly unexpected. Yi Yuan normally disdains explanations, but considering his past relationship with Lu Ruyan and the debt of a meal from his previous life, he gave her a reassurance. He never thought that would move her. Indeed, you can't be too kind to women. Constant doting turns you into a despised simp, not only failing to raise taming, but even making things harder. An occasional sharp word is more likely to win a heart. Yi Yuan snaps back to the present. Everyone ready? Let's go. Today we're raiding the supermarket near Sunshine District. Hopefully Gu Yiming will send a helicopter. At the lakeside villa by Deer Lake, Gu Yiming, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, has arrived outside. He's a human's villa. He really doesn't want to come here. Every time he sees the courtyard filled with muscular men in tank tops, he feels nauseated. Others might not know, but he does. Xiaomin is gay, and a bottom at that. Those big, burly bodyguards are all his lovers. The mere thought is revolting. But what's at stake? Killing Yuan and bringing back Lu Ruyan forces him here. He could handle it alone, but it would cost him dearly. That's why he's come to Xiaomin, to share the burden. At this moment, Xiaomin appears at the door. Brother Gu, come in and sit. He instinctively reaches out to grab Gu Yiming's hand, but Gu Yiming subtly dodges it. Damn it, you sicko. Are you trying to take advantage of me too? They enter the tea room, where Hisu has already been released, and is now in charge of brewing tea. Uncle Gu, have some tea. Gu Yiming sets down his cup and cuts to the chase. Brother, he'll be direct. I'm here to discuss how to deal with Yuan. At the mention of Yuan's name, his eyes fill with bloodshot rage, as if he wants to tear him apart. Xiaomin, however, remains calmer. I heard you sent a helicopter out yesterday, presumably to deal with Yuan. What is his life so tough that he's still alive? Mentioning this only ignites Gu Yiming's fury. Damn it. Head finally borrowed a helicopter from the military and sent a 10-man squad only for them to vanish without a trace. Alive or dead, no one knows. The missing men are one thing, but the helicopter didn't return either. Within days, 2 helicopters borrowed from the military were either shot down or lost. The military brass is furious. Last night, he had to beg again, and after much persuasion, they demanded 500 tons of supplies just to lend another. Gu Yiming is wealthy, no doubt, but such a massive amount of supplies, mostly food, stings even for him. That's why he's come to Xiaomin to share the cost. Brother, the military wants 500 tons of supplies this time for the helicopter. Well, each cover half. We can't let Yuan live. He's a ticking time bomb. If he makes it back to Deer Lake, his first target will be you. And it'll be a fight to the death. Why me? You are the mastermind. Why would I be the first target? Brother Gu, isn't that a bit alarmist? Gu Yiming knew Xiaomin would say that, so he pulls out his phone and hands it over. Brother, take a look for yourself. Xiaomin grabbed the phone, his brow furrowing instantly. The WeChat call log showed Yuan as the contact. But there was no content. Only a single 5-minute video call record, yet it was impossible to discern the substance of the conversation between Gu Yiming and Yuan. Brother Gu, what is the meaning of this? Gu Yiming retrieved his phone, his face turning solemn. You saw it, the video call was from Yuan. I was baffled myself at the time until he begged for my help. He claimed to have found evidence that you had murdered his parents, which is why he slept with Jiang Xiaofan as an act of revenge. At this, Hisu became furious. The beast. If he wants revenge, he should come for my father. Why did he have to sleep with my girlfriend? He'll kill him. Xiaomin shot his son a look of utter disappointment. His gloomy glare made Hisu immediately back down, realizing that his 2 days locked in the basement had taught him who truly ruled the roost. Gu Yiming continued. Yuan currently believes you are responsible for his parents' deaths. He mentioned you sent helicopters to hunt him down twice. Now it was Yuan's turn to object. I won't take the blame for that. Brother Gu, those 2 operations were your plans. They were. Partially my idea, Gu Yiming admitted, waving his hand dismissively. But I don't have the connections to acquire helicopters and weapons from the military. Brother, we're like brothers. What's the point in arguing? The issue now is that Yuan is convinced you killed his parents. If he returns to Luhu, hell fight to the death. Conversely, I fear his return as well. He might eventually trace the plot back to me. This last statement carried a double meaning, almost explicitly hinting I'm afraid you, Xiaomin, might sell me out to deflect his anger. Both were seasoned schemers in the business world. Neither was better than the other. So we must eliminate Yuan as soon as possible. He is a grave threat. During our video call yesterday, he inadvertently revealed his location. He's at Sunshine Residential. As you know, that area is by the Shujiang River. If Yuan gets a boat, he could row back to Luhu. Aren't you worried? The enmity of patricide is irreconcilable. The thought of Yuan returning was enough to ruin anyone's sleep, especially since he was armed. He had even shot down a helicopter. This indicated he had been preparing thoroughly during his months in hiding. Allowing such a man to return would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Xiaomin was not without sense. He didn't bother to sift through Gu Yiming's words for truth or falsehood. Eliminating Yuan was an absolute necessity. Father agreed to Uncle Gu's proposal. We'll provide half the supplies and borrow another helicopter from the military. We must kill Yuan. I want to bring Xiaofan back. Damn it. Xiaomin glared at Hisu with disappointment. You worthless brat. She's already been with Yuan, and you still want her. Are you even my father? Always hitting me where it hurts. Keep nagging, and I'll expose your secret. Of course, Hisu could only complain internally. He wouldn't dare publicly call his own father a homosexual. The consequences would be unbearable. Knowing his father's twisted personality, he might just instruct the family bodyguards to take care of him. Still, he was his biological father. As long as he didn't push too far, he would be given some leeway. Hisu stiffened his neck and declared with a tragic air, even if she was with Yuan, I still love Xiaofan. I want her. This statement elicited the strongest reaction from Gu Yiming. He thought of Ruyan still in Yuan's clutches. The young man was hot-blooded and Ruyan was so beautiful. Although Yi Yuan currently needed his help and was unlikely to act rashly, that seductress Rian was not one to be underestimated. During their video call yesterday, she had been clinging to Yi Yuan. What if she seduced him? The young man, driven by passion, might lose control. He would suffer a tremendous loss. She was a treasure he had saved for years. She must not be defiled by another. Brother, he make your decision. We'll each contribute 250 tons of supplies. Once you agree, I'll arrange contact with the military immediately. We can deploy within half an hour. Although 250 tons was a significant amount, He Xiaomin was wealthy, dealing in food processing, medical supplies, tourism, and investment before the apocalypse. His food processing business was particularly vast, with numerous warehouses in the suburbs. Like Gu Yiming, He Xiaomin recognized the importance of food as soon as the apocalypse began. He immediately started salvaging supplies, stockpiling them in his Luhu warehouses under constant guard. Being part of the elite, they had long since colluded with those in power. No matter how much food they hoarded, it wouldn't be confiscated. He Xiaomin gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, we'll split it. Send the helicopter immediately to kill Yi Yuan. Let's not give him time to prepare. He Su quickly interjected. Uncle Gu, please try not to hurt Xiaofan. Bring her back to Luhu alive, and I will be eternally grateful. Gu Yiming nodded. He couldn't care less about Jiang Xiaofan's fate. His only goal was to kill Yi Yuan and bring back Lu Rian. However, for the sake of appearances, he had to offer some reassurance. Rest assured, nephew, I will do my best to bring Xiaofan back safely. He Su wasn't entirely foolish. He remembered Gu Yiming's previous order for a blanket attack. The man was ruthless and untrustworthy. So He Su added, Uncle Gu, if you can bring Xiaofan back to me, I will give you 100 tons of food. The He family's business was vast. As the sole heir, He Su had significant resources at his disposal. This offer was a considerable investment to secure Jiang Xiaofan's return. But Gu Yiming knew such promises were often empty. I see you truly care for Xiaofan. As your uncle, I will naturally do my utmost. He'll deploy additional men and borrow 2 machine guns from the military to ensure absolute success. However, He Su, being perceptive, immediately understood. Uncle Gu, I understand. Additional men and machine guns require resources. I will send 100 tons of food to your warehouse right away. You're a smart kid. Gu Yiming feigned a sense of shame, saying, Alas, times have changed. Your uncle has limited abilities. I feel bad for asking for something in return for helping you. I hope you understand. Understand my ass. He Su wore a smile on his face, but cursed inwardly. He knew exactly what kind of person Gu Yiming the old fox was. Without any benefit, Gu Yiming wouldn't lift a finger. But the most infuriated was He Xiaomin. The 100 tons of supplies his son promised were from the He family's stock. The bastard had swindled 300 tons of food from the He family in one visit. Although it wasn't a devastating loss in this post-apocalyptic world, resources were precious. He was in talks with high-ranking military officials to establish his own private army. The value of such supplies was immeasurable. It was all that foolish son He's fault. He couldn't even stop him for fear that the idiot would blurt out his secret. After leaving the He residence, Gu Yiming drove straight to the military base. Though the military was displeased with him, his connections were formidable. He managed to borrow a helicopter with 500 tons of supplies. As for weapons and ammunition, he had secured those long ago. The 100 tons he demanded from He Su was simply extortion from a fool. After careful consideration the previous night, he was convinced that the helicopter he had sent yesterday had likely defected. After all, they were tasked with dangerous missions daily in Luhu. Furthermore, these men were immune to the blood mist and wouldn't turn into zombies. They had the aircraft and weapons. They could find a safe place, stockpile supplies, and become local warlords. The thought that they had been shot down by Yi Yuan never crossed his mind. Learning from the past, Gu Yiming selected men with families this time. If they didn't return, their families would face certain death. An hour later, a Lucky Bird helicopter took off with 15 gunmen on board. Gu Yiming watched the aircraft recede into the distance, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Yi Yuan. If you hadn't begged for my help, you might have lived a little longer. And that bitch Rian. You are mine. You'll never escape my grasp. He then thought of Xiaofan and Xiaowan. He had seen their video. They were beautiful. Excellent. Bring them all back. They will all become my trophies. In the pitch-black tunnel, 4 electric scooters were moving. Yi Yuan and 3 women each rode one. From Nanhu Houding to Sunshine Community, this tunnel nearly traversed the entire Old City district. In the future, it would be much more convenient to ride electric scooters when scavenging supplies outside. Just now, the entire urban area experienced a complete blackout. Yi Yuan and the 3 women had a slight delay. They went to the property management office of Nanhu Houding and obtained a generator set. Diesel could be replicated infinitely. From now on, Yi Yuan's villa could have electricity 24 hours a day, and the air conditioner could run freely. Now all that was missing was a gas stove. With power and water cut off, gas would also be shut down. Although Yi Yuan's current ability only allowed him to replicate items weighing no more than 30 gene, he could directly replicate the space and gas capacity of a gas cylinder. This meant a gas cylinder could be used infinitely. It wasn't long before the 3 arrived near Sunshine Community. The surrounding area had many old dilapidated small houses specifically used for rental. Many households used gas stoves. Yi Yuan dug an opening from the tunnel and directly entered one of these old dilapidated small houses. He first knocked on the door of a first-floor resident. The sound of zombies came from inside. Let's try the next house. Yi Yuan was a cautious man. Even though he was now very powerful, he would never take unnecessary risks if he could avoid facing zombies directly. He knocked from the first floor to the third. Finally, he found a house with no people and no zombies and broke in with a shotgun. Lucky break. This household used a gas stove. He stored the entire set into his spatial storage, planning to slowly replicate the gas cylinder capacity once he returned. Yi Yuan glanced at his phone map. Not far away was a pedestrian street with a large candy supermarket, Gu Yiming's property. He had to conduct a thorough sweep. Since the power was out today, there was no need to worry about being seen by surveillance cameras. Let's go back to the tunnel and dig our way to Tianyi supermarket. At that moment, Yi Yuan's phone received a video call request. It was from Gu Yiming. Although the city had lost power, the base station's batteries would still work for a while, so the phone signal was not yet interrupted. Yi Yuan couldn't help muttering. Could that old fox Gu Yiming foresee the future? Did he know I was going to loot his supermarket? So he sent a video. Hello Uncle Gu, what's up? On the video appeared Gu Yiming's face with a forced smile. Nephew Yi, where are you? The helicopter has arrived at Sunshine Community, and the pilot said no one was seen at Building 1 Unit 3A Room 6. Damn, he actually came. Quite proactive, so eager to kill me. Uncle Gu, our place was breached by zombies. We barely managed to escape, and now I don't know where we are. But we're all safe. Wait a moment, let me check my phone's location. Yi Yuan ended the video call. Then he took out a huge boulder from his spatial storage and used a shovel to dig, instantly forming a 3D map with a diameter of 1 kilometer in his mind. Found it. Above Sunshine Community, he indeed saw a helicopter. And he could even clearly see the people inside the helicopter. 15 gunmen, 1 pilot, and among the gunmen 2 were carrying light machine guns. But no rocket launcher. A bit of a pity. Yi Yuan immediately locked onto the helicopter's coordinates, and with a thought he dug and tossed the boulder. The next moment, a boulder weighing 2 or 3 tons suddenly appeared above the helicopter at a height of less than 10 meters. Not to mention the helicopter couldn't detect it, even if it did it couldn't dodge. The boulder crashed down with a loud bang, and the helicopter immediately plunged to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Moments later, a loud explosion was heard, followed by billowing smoke. Ha, got it. Yi Yuan showed a gleeful smile. Every time he outwitted Gu Yiming, he felt a surge of revengeful pleasure. Of course, this was just an appetizer. This life was different from his past life. He must thoroughly toy with these enemies, make them step by step fall into despair, and then cruelly kill them. Not a single one shall be spared. Yi Yuan calmed himself down, then sent a video call to Gu Yiming, but the other party didn't answer. He called again, but got a busy signal. So Yi Yuan left a voice message. Uncle Gu, what's going on? You didn't answer my video, and your phone is busy too. Are you messing with me? I treat you like my own uncle, how could you treat me like this? After sending the message, Yi Yuan put away his phone. He stopped worrying about Gu Yiming and went to loot his supermarket. On the other side, Gu Yiming was frantically calling, trying each of the 15 gunmen from the helicopter in turn, but no one answered. How could this happen? Damn it, how could this happen? Gu Yiming was dumbfounded. Just now he had been keeping a call with the pilot on his other phone. This was also a precaution. He had always believed that the helicopter sent out yesterday had collectively defected. So today he was especially cautious. Even though the families of the gunmen and the pilot were being watched, Gu Yiming insisted on keeping communication with the pilot until Yi Yuan was killed and Lu Rian was brought back. But just now the pilot suddenly screamed, saying the helicopter was hit by an unknown object and was crashing. Then he heard shouts and screams throughout the cabin. Immediately after, a loud bang, and then complete loss of contact. He couldn't get through to anyone else either. Gu Yiming sat numbly on the sofa. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. Damn, another 500 tons of food wasted. The food was secondary. The key was the helicopter. He had borrowed 3 helicopters from the military. One was shot down, one went missing, and today's was destroyed by an unknown object. Damn, what kind of bad luck is this? Fuck. Even as a super big shot, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. How was he supposed to explain to his superiors? 3 helicopters. No matter how good his connections were, he would have to give an explanation for this. And the explanation for the high-level big shots was no ordinary explanation. He would probably have to bleed heavily again. Gu Yiming increasingly realized that having his own private armed force was urgent, and it had to be organized as a military unit. Only by controlling the military could he truly have a say and not be sucked dry by the higher-ups. Then killing Yi Yuan would be a piece of cake. Speaking of Yi Yuan, he began to worry again. The helicopter crashed, and Lu Rian couldn't be brought back for now. That bastard better not touch my precious girl. If you dare to touch Rian, it'll make you regret being born, and you'll die 1,000 times more miserably than your parents. Ack. Gu Yiming felt like going crazy. Ever since Yi Yuan appeared, everything had gone wrong. And that bastard kept leaving messages asking if he was being played. Play your sister. Nephew Yi, I'm really sorry, the helicopter was just destroyed by an unknown object. Hold on a little longer. Let me see if I can think of another way. At Tianyi supermarket, Yi Yuan listened to Gu Yiming's message, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You really are persistent. Still trying to find a way to save me. It's obviously to kill me. Final wait. Once Lu Rian becomes my woman, then let's see if you still come to save me. On the first floor of Tianyi supermarket lay an oversized latex mattress, evidently a prize from a pre-apocalypse promotional event. Lu Rian suggested taking it back, remarking how comfortable it would be to sleep on. Yi Yuan understood her meaning instantly. With a thought, he activated his Devour skill, transferring the mattress into his spatial storage. At level 2, Devour could consume items weighing up to 1,000 gene in a single use. A mere mattress was child's play. It vanished, teleported into the spatial warehouse. Lu Rian witnessed this and smiled knowingly, her taming value rising by another 2. Even this increases her taming value. It's just a bed. He'll never understand what goes on in a woman's mind. Let's focus on looting the warehouse. Rian, since you don't have the Devour ability, yet I won't assign you any tasks. Take whatever you want. It's Gu Yiming's supermarket anyway. Looting it will bring us some psychological satisfaction. The supermarket was vast, with the first floor housing both a general merchandise section and a daily necessities section. All the food was in the daily necessities area. As Yi Yuan walked over, Xiaofan and Xiaowan were already hard at work frantically devouring food. However, the Devour skill Yi Yuan had granted them was only level 1. They could consume a maximum of 500 gene of food at a time, and only within the skill's coverage area. Anything beyond that range was untouchable, no matter how much food was there. Yi Yuan headed straight for the area stocked with rice flour and cooking oil. These items were heavy. A single Devourer could consume over 1,000 gene. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Yuan had devoured all the rice flour and oil along with the various dried goods nearby. The total came to over 4 tons. Yi Yuan gained 2 free attribute points, which he allocated to strength and spirit. He felt a surge of power course through him. The sensation was real, yet so surreal. Gaining attribute points with such ease was almost unbelievable. If it weren't for the tangible strength flooding his body, Yi Yuan wouldn't have dared to believe it himself. After clearing the grains and oils, he moved to the produce section. Brother Yi, slow down. Leave some for us. Yi Yuan, like a bottomless pit, devoured everything in sight, causing Xiaofan and Xiaowan to cry out in alarm, fearing he would consume it all before they got a share. Don't worry, every supermarket has a storage room. This one is huge, so its warehouse should be sizable too. What's on the shelves is just the tip of the iceberg. Focus on clearing the shelves first. Then we'll find the warehouse. This reassured Xiaofan and Xiaowan, though there wasn't much to worry about anyway. Supermarkets were everywhere in the city with countless food supplies. With Yi Yuan's strength, acquiring them was effortless. After more than 20 minutes of intense looting, they finally cleared the food section. Yi Yuan gained another 4 free attribute points. Xiaofan and Xiaowan each received 3 attribute points. Xiaowan's 4 attributes were now perfectly balanced at 10 points each. Xiaofan's strength was 11, with the remaining 3 also at 10. Both had seen a significant boost in combat prowess, now capable of taking on 2 or 3 grown men with their bare hands. The recoil from firearms was no longer a significant issue for them. The next step was to locate the warehouse. Lu Rian wasn't familiar with Tianyi supermarket's layout and didn't know where the storage was, but warehouses were typically underground. All they needed was to find the freight elevator. Lu Rian followed them. It wasn't safe to leave her alone upstairs. If any thugs broke in, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. After another 10+ minutes, they found the warehouse on the 2nd basement level. Yi Yuan blasted the door open with a shotgun, revealing a familiar sight: towering shelves stacked high with supplies. There was an assortment of food: rice, flour, oil, sauces, vinegar, tea, sugar, and a wide variety of packaged foods and drinks. It took up at least half the space. The rest was daily necessities. It's all mine. Yi Yuan wasn't one to be greedy though. Let's devour the food first, then we'll sweep up the rest. Time to work. Yi Yuan's abyssal maw instantly pulled in 1,000 gene of supplies, converting them to energy. Xiaofan and Xiaowan joined in immediately. Only Lu Rian stood by watching with a mix of envy and confusion, countless questions swirling in her mind. What does it take to earn Yi Yuan's approval? Becoming his woman. That can't be it. Xiaowan got the excavation skill early on, so that's ruled out. Lu Rian had asked Xiaofan and Xiaowan, but they had no idea what conditions needed to be met for Yi Yuan to grant abilities. It's so frustrating. I want to become stronger too, so I can resist Gu Yiming if I ever run into him again. I refuse to be controlled by him any longer. Yi Yuan, you scoundrel, just tell me what you want. Why all the secrecy? Lu Rian considered herself far from foolish, perhaps even clever. But this time she was truly baffled. No. I need to find a moment alone, show my worth in front of Yi Yuan, and subtly probe him for the secret to gaining abilities. Though not a master of any particular skill, she had observed and learned over the years enough to put on a convincing show. I bet that'll soften him up. Unbeknownst to Yi Yuan, Lu Rian's taming value surged by another 5. Now at 85. Just 10 more, and he could get her full profile. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was so focused on devouring food that he didn't notice Lu Rian's self-taming progress. Elsewhere, Gu Yiming returned to his villa with a grim expression. He had just met with high-ranking officials. It couldn't have gone well. 3 helicopters borrowed 2 rocket launchers, either damaged or lost. Even with good connections, Gu Yiming was scolded like a child. Before the true authorities, he didn't dare breathe too loudly. In the end, he had to cough up 1,000 tons of supplies to settle the matter. They had only been lenient because of their pre-apocalypse business ties. He otherwise had be dead 10 times over. Back at the villa, Gu Yiming grew angrier the more he thought about it. It wasn't the 1,000 tons of supplies. Though that was a significant loss, his reserves were deep. The Gu family had warehouses scattered across the suburbs stockpiled with vast quantities of food and daily goods. They had been shipping supplies to Deer Lake every day, so 1,000 tons wouldn't even scratch his foundation. It was just a bitter pill to swallow with no outlet for his rage. That bastard Yuan. Ever since he showed up, my luck has turned sour. All 3 lost helicopters are connected to him. Could he be behind this? Gu Yiming pondered for a long time, but concluded it was unlikely. The first helicopter was shot down by Yuan due to carelessness. But the second simply vanished without a trace, and the third was struck by an unidentified object. Those last 2 probably had nothing to do with Yuan. Seems the skies are against me. This time he'll go by water. All I need is for Yuan to bring Rian near a community close to the Shu River. He'll send men on speedboats to take him out. You jinx. He'll get rid of you before you even touch Rian. What's mine is mine, and no one else gets to lay a finger on it. Gu Yiming felt a sense of injustice. To eliminate Yuan, he had suffered severe losses. If not for his connections above, he would have been executed long ago. Yet he was not the only one responsible for the death of Yuan's parents. Logically, this hatred should be shared. Thus, dealing with Yuan was not his burden alone. The previous operations had cost him personnel and resources, especially the deceased gunmen, whose families required compensation, though it was merely a pittance of food. But he was not a fool to bear all the losses alone. No, I must drag them into this. So Gu Yiming immediately called all those involved in the conspiracy against Yuan's parents, summoning them to his home. They were all shareholders and the president of Jiang Semiconductor. In the past, Yuan's father had refused to list the company to prevent foreign control. Every board meeting ended in discord. Later, Gu Yiming led the charge, conspiring with 2 other shareholders and the company president to orchestrate the murder. These people also resided in Lu Lake. Soon He Xiaomin and his son, He Su, arrived first. Brother Gu, I heard the pursuit of Yuan failed again. Was a helicopter destroyed by an unknown object? Gu Yiming's face twisted in anguish. He was poking at the sore spot. Yet he couldn't blame He Xiaomin, who had contributed 200 tons of food for this operation, plus he's us 100 tons. Brother He, we are both businessmen. You should know that investment carries risks. Moreover, you weren't the investors this time. Killing Yuan was also your fervent wish. It was just bad luck. The helicopter crashed with no survivors. Damn. He Su reacted the most violently, cursing loudly. That bastard Yuan is incredibly lucky, costing me a full 100 tons of supplies for nothing. Your 100 tons are nothing. Gu Yiming frowned deeply, took a deep breath, and said, what's such a small loss? I was summoned by the higher-ups and had to fork over 200 tons of supplies as compensation. Damn, it was actually 1000 tons. With a mere word, he doubled it. Gu Yiming continued, I can't bear this burden alone. The death of Yuan's parents wasn't solely my doing, yet I'm the one bearing all the losses from killing Yuan. Brother He, we are both businessmen. Where's the logic in such a deal? Even He Xiaomin, who was constantly granted favors, couldn't help but feel uneasy. What do you mean, Brother Gu? Gu Yiming didn't rush to reveal his hand. He waved his hand, signaling He Xiaomin to wait. Soon 2 more men entered. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 50s. With a hooked nose, thin lips, a comb-over covering his baldness, and a gloomy look in his eyes, he appeared ruthless and merciless. This man was Hong Jingyi, the 3rd largest shareholder of Jiang Semiconductor. Before the apocalypse, his main businesses included logistics, warehouses, fresh and frozen storage, as well as grain and oil trade exports. He was extremely wealthy, with warehouses filled with supplies scattered across the suburbs, which were hauled back to Lu Lake after the outbreak. It was said he had already initiated talks with the military to establish a private armed force. Behind him walked a man in his 40s with a comb-over and gold-rimmed glasses, giving an impression of refinement and amiability. However, being present here meant he was no pushover. His name was Yue, the president of Jiang Semiconductor. Before the apocalypse, he was the most trusted person of Yuan's father. Unexpectedly, he colluded with the 3 major shareholders, and after causing the death of Yuan's parents, quickly took control of the company. Gu Yiming gestured for both to sit down. With everyone present, he felt it was time to lay his cards on the table. He repeated the same discussion he had with He Xiaomin earlier. After listening, Hong Jingyi and Yue couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought Yuan's life was so tenacious? He survived 3 attempts. He's truly a thorn in our side. General Gu, you've paid such a heavy price, and I deeply regret that. Regret my ass. Did I call you here to hear useless chatter? I want you to share my losses. At this moment, Yue suddenly changed the subject. According to what you said, General Gu, does Yuan currently only know that President He was responsible for his parents' death? The tone was off. He Xiaomin instantly reacted, so mister. You mean I should handle this alone while you stand aside? He Ziyuman's words were still somewhat tactful. He Su, however, was far less gentle. Go to hell, you Wei. What the hell do you mean? You treacherous bastard. Yi Yuan's father trusted you the most, yet you betrayed him. You're not even human. And now you want to stay out of this. No way. Let me tell you, Yi Yuan has been preparing for over half a year. He shot down a helicopter. His marksmanship must be deadly. Whether he comes from my family or not, he'll expose you first. After he kills you, then he'll kill him. You. Damn. Yu Wei was left speechless. He had intended to play a game of Tai Chi, but the brute, He Su, had put an end to it. At this point, Hong Jingyi stepped in to mediate. Everyone calm down. Let me state clearly, no one can stand aside from this. We all bear the responsibility together. Hong Jingyi's words were polished, appearing magnanimous. But he was shrewd. Currently the He family was in the spotlight. If Yi Yuan returned, he would only go after them. If negotiations broke down, and He Xiaomin exposed everyone, he would have to live in constant fear. After all, Yi Yuan had shot down a helicopter. He also possessed weapons. Hiding in some corner, he could easily be killed. So it was best to maintain the status quo, keep the He family as the obvious target, and have everyone else contribute supplies and personnel. The wisest choice was to eliminate Yi Yuan as soon as possible. Then Gu Yiming spoke up. Thank you, Brother Hong, for your understanding. I'm not a petty person, I'll forget the losses I've incurred before. But this time to kill Yi Yuan, the higher-ups squeezed 200 tons of supplies out of me. I hope everyone can share the burden. If each of you contributes 800 tons of supplies as compensation, they'll send a motorboat to enter the main city via waterways and eliminate Yi Yuan. Everyone gasped. What a huge demand. You only lost 2000 tons, yet you're asking for 800 tons from each of us. Why don't you just go rob someone? Gu Yiming ignored their anger and continued. If you think it's unfair, you can kill Yi Yuan yourselves, or let him return to seek revenge. However, I'm not sure if he'll uncover more clues when he comes back. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Either give me supplies, or he'll tell Yi Yuan that you were also involved in his parents' murder. Gu Yiming truly had the audacity. Others feared Yi Yuan's return. He did not. He was the only one who could obtain weapons from the military. Although he hadn't yet formed his private armed force, his home was guarded by over 100 bodyguards, all equipped with automatic rifles and light machine guns. With such firepower, he had no fear of Yi Yuan coming for him. What worried him was that Yi Yuan might sleep with Lu Rian. General Gu, you're being too distant, said Hong Jingyi with a forced smile, standing up. For us to kill Yi Yuan. That's obviously impractical. You're the only one who can obtain weapons. So we must rely on you. Though everyone could see the fury burning within Hong Jingyi, his face still wore a smile. His strength was no less than Gu Yiming's. Unfortunately, he lacked connections and couldn't get weapons yet, so he had to yield. Since Hong Jingyi had agreed, Yu Wei had nothing more to say. He Xiaomin wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He was Yi Yuan's obvious enemy, and most wanted to kill him. But having to fork over 800 tons of supplies was painful. 800 tons. He could have hired hundreds of young men for his pleasures, and now he was being cheated out of it. Damn Yi Yuan. It's all your fault. Suppressing his rage, He Xiaomin let out a long sigh. Brother Gu, the supplies will be sent to your warehouse soon. Please arrange things quickly. I don't want to hear that name again. Kill him fast. He Su quickly added. Uncle Gu, please don't hurt Xiaofan. Bring him back alive. He Xiaomin wanted to vomit blood. This idiot son of his. Had he never seen a woman before? Men are much more fun than women. Just then Gu Yiming's phone rang. He picked it up to see. It was a call from Yi. Even a titan like Gu Yiming felt a jolt of unease when he saw Yi Yuan's incoming call. They had been plotting his demise in secret, and now the very target of their scheme was reaching out to them. How could that not cause a stir? Quiet everyone. It's Yi Yuan on the line. Only after warning the group did Gu Yiming press the answer button. Nephew Yi, how are you all holding up? He yearned to ask about Rian's safety, but couldn't in such company. If everyone discovered Lu Rian was with Yi Yuan, they would suspect his wife was already compromised. Worse, it could jeopardize their upcoming operation. His wife was in another man's hands. Clearly Gu Yiming's true goal was to rescue Lu Rian. If the others knew, they'd lowball their offers. The agreed-upon 800 tons of supplies each would be impossible, and they might even refuse to contribute anything. After all, it wasn't their wife with Yi Yuan. A man of Gu Yiming's stature valued his reputation above all. Even if he held no affection for Lu Rian, he could never allow her to bring shame upon him. Fortunately, this matter remained a secret for now, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His reputation was safe, and the others wouldn't be able to leverage the situation. Gu Yiming continued. Nephew Yi, I'm working on a plan to rescue you. The skies are too dangerous, so we must go by water. You need to get to the riverbank. I suspect you're not far from Sunshine District. Find a place to hole up nearby. He'll arrange a boat to pick you up as soon as possible. Rest assured, Uncle Gu keeps his word. There's no need for such formality between us. Your father was my dearest friend, we are family. Alright, it's settled. He'll get my people and a boat ready to bring you back to Deer Lake before dark. After hanging up, Gu Yiming felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been calling himself uncle and talking about family. Even he found his own words despicable. He had killed the boy's parents, seized nearly half of giant corporation's shares, and still had the audacity to speak of family. It was nauseating. If no one had heard it might be bearable, but everyone present knew the truth. It was like a group of courtesans with the oldest claiming she was still a virgin. It wasn't a matter of belief, it was sheer shamelessness. Ahem. Gu Yiming coughed to ease the awkwardness. Let's get back to business. I've arranged with Yi Yuan for him to head to the riverbank near Sunshine District. We can proceed. Once you deliver the promised supplies, it'll immediately dispatch the boats and gunmen. We will eliminate Yi Yuan before nightfall. This time it will be foolproof. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan hung up the phone, a sly smirk playing on his lips. The city's power was out. The base station's backup batteries would last at most a day or two, after which the phone signal would be lost. So he had to swindle Gu Yiming as much as possible before the signal died. To his surprise, the man was quite forthcoming, even sending a boat that very afternoon. Probably a boat full of gunmen to kill him. Not that it mattered. Whether it was a plane or a speedboat, unless it was a tank, his burrow and toss skill could crush anything within a kilometer radius with boulders. Even a tank wasn't a real threat. A drop from 10 meters wouldn't destroy it, but from 100 or 500 meters. A multi-ton boulder accelerated by gravity would flatten it. Yi Yuan wasn't worried about what Gu Yiming sent. He was more worried about him not coming at all. Yi Yuan, the warehouse is empty. Where to next? Yi Yuan pulled out his phone, checking the map for nearby supermarkets. Lu Rian leaned in to look, naturally resting against his arm. Xiaofan and Xiaowan didn't seem jealous. Servants were 100 loyal. They would even help Yi Yuan manipulate Lu Rian, though at this point, she seemed to be doing a fine job of it herself. Yi Yuan quickly pinpointed a supermarket on the map. Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road, right by the Shu River next to the Lanin residential complex. When Gu Yiming's boat arrived, Head claimed to be at the Lanin complex. In reality, He'd be hiding in the supermarket, ready to use burrow and toss to sink the vessel. There was a certain thrill in scheming from the shadows. Let's head to that supermarket on Binjiang Road. The four of them re-entered the tunnel, sealing the entrance with boulders from his spatial warehouse to prevent anyone from discovering it. It was a potential risk, as Yi Yuan would be using the tunnel regularly. He couldn't allow any outsiders in. So whenever he created a new exit, he would seal it upon leaving. While they traveled, Yi Yuan took stock of his gains. He had devoured 28 tons of food, gaining 14 free attribute points. After distributing them evenly, all his stats reached 21 points, double that of an average adult. And by average adult, he meant a highly fit athlete, not some office worker stuck in a 9-to-5 grind. Xiaofan and Xiaowan had also devoured 28 tons, between them 14 tons each. Yi Yuan had granted them level 1 devour, and with the 6 tons they had each consumed before, they had now hit their 20-ton limit. However, they only gained 10 free attribute points due to the have benefits for servants. Their stats were now at 12 points, each a significant boost in combat capability, especially with firearms, as they could now handle the recoil of an automatic rifle with ease. From the last supermarket, they had devoured all the food except for some necessary samples. All the daily necessities were stored in the spatial warehouse. The urban supermarket storage was small, only holding the day's stock, as these chains usually had larger central warehouses. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan didn't know where those were, and neither did Lu Rian. But it wasn't a big problem. The apocalypse meant they had all the time in the world, and his enemies in Deer Lake weren't going anywhere. He'd sweep through the city, slowly, maybe find some beautiful women to extract traits from. Once he was powerful enough, he'd return to Deer Lake and crush everyone who had wronged his parents. Wait a minute. Those enemies in Deer Lake, they've either remarried beautiful wives or have stunning daughters-in-law. What a coincidence, I like them all. I want to kill them right away. I'll make them all my servants first, and when they're driven mad with rage, then I'll end them. Killing the body isn't cruel enough. First destroy their spirit, then their life. That's the only way to truly savor revenge. Yi Yuan pondered his most sinister plots while digging his tunnel. He noticed on his 3D mental map that there was a shop above him that installed anti-theft windows. He decided to call it a day early. He'd go back and reinforce the doors and windows of the villa, since they'd be staying there for a while. After the sweep, he retreated into the tunnel, sealed the entrance, and continued digging towards the supermarket. He soon arrived at the Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road. He decided to call it a day early. He'd go back and reinforce the doors and windows of the villa, since they'd be staying there for a while. After the sweep, he retreated into the tunnel, sealed the entrance, and continued digging towards the supermarket. He soon arrived at the Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road. The supermarket doors were locked tight. No survivors or zombies had gotten in. Perfect, he could pillage without restraint. The three of them began to devour everything. Xiaofan and Xiaowan were at their limit, and Yi Yuan had no plans to grant them level 2 devour just yet. So they used their skills to hoard supplies. Yi Yuan's level 2 devour was far from its limit, and the massive amount of food was converted into high-grade supplements, causing his attribute points to surge. As Yi Yuan's abyssal maw continued to devour, he swiftly converted 20 tons of food into high-grade supplements, gaining 10 free attribute points. This reached the limit of his level 2 devour ability, and a system prompt appeared before him. Level 2 devour has reached its limit. Further consumption will not yield high-grade supplements. Please upgrade the skill level. There was no choice but to wait until Lu Rian's taming level reached 95. Then he could peel her again. That would raise Devour to level 3, allowing him to continue farming attribute points. For now he focused on sweeping for supplies. Yuan allocated his 10 free attribute points, bringing his stats to Strength 23, Constitution 23, Agility 23, and Spirit 25. 25 points of Spirit was enough to sustain lengthy devouring and transfer sessions. Transferring supplies consumed far less mental energy than converting them. While the other 3 were busy, Lu Rian idly wandered around, casually slipping any appealing items into her spatial storage. The supermarket was safe, so she treated it like a pre-apocalypse shopping spree, only this was a zero-cost haul. After clearing this store, Yuan led the group to dig a tunnel to another nearby supermarket. There were simply too many tiny supermarkets. In high-traffic areas there could even be 2 or 3 on a single street. Gu Yiming had expanded his chain everywhere like a rabid dog, which conveniently saved Yuan the trouble of hunting for stores. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yuan's phone rang. It was Gu Yiming. "Nephew Yi, where are you now? Is Rian alright?" That bastard Gu Yiming only now asking about his wife. Soon she'd be his anyway. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Lu is fine. But she had a nightmare last night and came to my room." "Don't worry, Uncle Gu. I slept on the floor and she took the bed. She fell asleep quickly and didn't have any more nightmares." "What?" Gu Yiming was stunned. "Why would you tell me this, you bastard? Are you trying to spite me, or are you really that naive? You animal, you slept in the same room as my wife. Even if you were on the floor, I don't believe you didn't sneak a peek." "Damn it, my heart aches." "Calm down, stay calm. Yuan is about to die anyway. Why bother getting worked up over a dead man?" "Hello, Uncle Gu, why are you so quiet?" Yuan's grin stretched ear to ear. Head barely started, and one little lie was enough to leave the man speechless. What would happen if Rian truly became his woman? Would he vomit blood? No rush, no rush. Take it slow and break him. On the other end, Gu Yiming took a deep breath. "I'm fine, just a bit short of breath. Old age brings these little ailments." "Nephew, where are you?" "The boat is almost at Sunshine Estate. They're fast. He must be eager to kill him." "Uncle Gu, am at Building 1, a room 301, Awaken Estate. Turn right after the main gate by the river. Please hurry and save us." "Good, very good. Your time is up, you beast." "Don't worry, nephew. My men will be there soon. Stay put and do nothing. Don't hang up. Keep the line open." 3 helicopter strikes had failed, and only one was shot down by Yuan. The other 2 failures couldn't be tied to him. But Gu Yiming was a wily old fox. Yuan seemed like a jinx. Every mission involving him went wrong, sparking suspicion. Could Yuan be behind it all? Keeping him on the line allowed him to monitor the situation and be prepared for any eventuality. If Yuan was truly the mastermind, head spotted immediately and alert the gunman on the boat. But a call without video wasn't secure enough. "Nephew, let's switch to a video call. I want to see Rian. She must be looking haggard." Yuan had anticipated this trick from the old coot and had an excuse ready. "Alright, Uncle Gu. But with the city's power out, many cell towers are down, so the signal is terrible. Give me 2 minutes. I'll find a spot with better reception and video you back." The 3rd floor of the supermarket was residential. Yuan hung up, scooped up Lu Rian, and with his enhanced physique reached the 3rd floor in under a minute. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely. They found room 301. It wasn't Lanin Estate, but as long as it was 301 it worked. Yuan shot the lock off and kicked the door open. A zombie lunged at him. Days ago had been cautious, but now things were different. With agility more than double an adult's, his speed, thoughts, and reactions were lightning fast. Before the zombie could even reach him, he kicked it across the room and blew its head off with a single shot. He checked the time, exactly 2 minutes. He immediately video called Gu Yiming. "Uncle Gu, can you hear me?" Yuan waved his hand, mimicking a bad signal. Gu Yiming forced a smile. "Yes, I can hear you. Seeing you all safe puts my mind at ease." Sly old fox. Trying to test me." "Nephew, double-check the door number. Make sure it's 301. My men are almost there. If you're wrong, it's no joke. You know how dangerous it is to come save you." Yuan smiled, walked out the door with the phone, and aimed the camera at the number plate. "No mistake, Uncle Gu. It's 301. Good, that's a relief. Close the door and watch out for zombies. My men will be there any moment." Close the door. The lock was already shot to hell. But Gu Yiming couldn't see that. Yuan pretended to shut it, then had Xiaofan and Xiaowan guard the entrance to keep any zombies out. He handed the phone to Lu Rian. "Uncle Gu, talk to Aunt Lu. You've been apart so long, you must be worried about each other." Lu Rian shot Yuan a glare, her eyes saying, "I don't worry about him, you pervert. I just hope he dies soon." He grabbed a shovel and struck a boulder. A 3D map materialized in his mind. 2 speedboats were just docking at the riverbank, choosing a spot with no zombies nearby. Thinking they were safe, Yuan spotted one man carrying. He grabbed a shovel and struck a boulder. A 3D map materialized in his mind. 2 speedboats were just docking at the riverbank, choosing a spot with no zombies nearby. Thinking they were safe, Yuan spotted one man carrying a rocket launcher. Damn, had his eye on one of those for a while, and they brought it right to him. He just hoped the launcher wouldn't get smashed. As the two boats docked before anyone could disembark, Yuan locked onto the coordinates. With a flick of his will, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky. The riverbank became a scene of carnage with blood and screams filling the air. At that same moment, Gu Yiming, still on the video call with Lu Rian, let out a furious roar, as if his very organs had been stabbed hundreds of times. A cry. The riverbank became a scene of carnage with blood and screams filling the air. At that same moment, Gu Yiming, still on the video call with Lu Rian, let out a furious roar, as if his very organs had been stabbed hundreds of times. A cry of rage laced with terror and agony. Across the phone screen, Lu Rian was startled by Gu Yiming's furious roar. His expression, as if ready to devour, seemed to spill out of the screen at any moment. Yiming, what's happened? Though Lu Rian had already guessed it might be related to Yuan. After all, he had just cleared away 10 massive boulders, only to release 10 more to continue moving. She still feigned concern. Gu Yiming's roar had erupted precisely when Yuan began moving those boulders. Who would believe this had nothing to do with him? She guessed as much, yet Lu Rian still pretended to care. Yiming, talk to me. What on earth is going on? You look terrifying. On the other end of the line, Gu Yiming took several deep breaths to quell the fury in his chest, the terror on his face also fading slightly. However, his gaze grew even more somber and menacing. Even his voice turned low and hoarse. It's nothing, Rian. Stay hidden. We might not be able to rescue you today. Something unexpected has happened. Don't ask any questions. That's it. With that, Gu Yiming ended the video call, his heart a chaotic mix of emotions. Anger, fear, doubt, suspicion. All intertwined. Just moments ago, while video calling Lu Rian, he had also maintained a video link with the gunmen on the boats. The journey had been smooth so far. But just as the two speedboats docked, and the 20 gunmen were about to disembark, the unexpected occurred. The two speedboats were suddenly smashed by colossal boulders that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The first wave killed several people instantly. Fortunately, the man holding the phone connected to Gu Yiming survived the initial impact, thus capturing an incomplete scene on video. Boulders one after another seemed to fall from the sky. Those boulders were cut neatly, perfectly square, each weighing at least 2 to 3 tons. They seemed to have eyes targeting people specifically. In less than half a minute, all 20 gunmen were dead and the two speedboats were shattered into pieces. The man holding the phone maintaining the call with Gu Yiming kept shouting until his dying breath. Rocks are falling from the sky. Huge rocks. Take cover. Gu Yiming was certain that's what he said, rocks falling from the sky. He heard it clearly through his Bluetooth earpiece. He desperately wanted to know what had happened. Unfortunately, the man in charge of communication had been crushed to death by the boulders, leaving the phone screen pitch black. Nothing more could be seen. He was doomed to never know the specifics of what had just occurred. Hence, Gu Yiming's emotions were so turbulent. He was furious. Another 20 gunmen dead, all his personal guards top-tier experts. Such a waste. These men could have helped him train his apocalypse army later, but now they were all reduced to pulp. Damn it all. Yuan. Every time I go after you, my men get wiped out. What the hell are you? A jinx. Gu Yiming felt he was going mad. He recalled the previous helicopter expeditions that also ended with no survivors, although the second one was just a loss of contact, but now he saw it differently. Because just before the third helicopter crashed, the pilot kept screaming that the aircraft was hit by an unknown object. Could that unknown object have been those falling boulders? Taking it a step further, was it possible the first helicopter was also brought down by a boulder? But Yuan doesn't know I'm the mastermind. He thinks Xiaomin sent the helicopters. So to bluff, he called Hisu, claiming he shot down the helicopters, aiming to intimidate Xiaomin. Yeah, that must be it. Yuan is just bluffing. He's scared of being hunted by the He family, so he fabricated the lie about being able to shoot down helicopters. If that's the case, then Yuan knew boulders would fall from the sky over the old town. But he didn't tell me. Bastard. Absolute bastard. Knowing boulders would fall, knowing I was coming to save you. Well, kill you. Anyway, same thing. Knowing I was coming, you hid this from me. You've cost me everything. And it was literally everything. You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. I swear I'll destroy you. Gu Yiming gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Yuan apart right now. He thought Yuan was utterly selfish, knowing about the mysterious falling boulders in the old town, yet choosing to hide it just to ensure rescue. And that bitch Rian. She didn't tell me either. This pair of adulterers had teamed up to set a trap for him. Gu Yiming's heart ached, betrayed by his treasured canary. The pain was immense. But he soon rationalized it. As a seasoned old fox, having navigated the business world for decades, Gu Yiming understood human nature well. Anyone trapped in the city would do everything possible to call for help. Even knowing the danger, they'd pretend to be oblivious. Because revealing it might mean no one would dare to come to the rescue. Yuan and Lu Rian's choice to conceal the danger was understandable, but not forgivable. They'll settle this score later. Now Gu Yiming was fairly certain. Yuan knew about the falling boulders, but he had nothing to do with the helicopter crashes nor the sinking of the two speedboats. Because he was right next to Lu Rian at the time. Although Yuan wasn't visible in the video call when the boats were destroyed, he had only stepped away for about 10 seconds. That's hardly enough time to even take a piss, let alone destroy two speedboats and kill 20 gunmen. Therefore, Yuan's suspicion could be ruled out. Gu Yiming's biggest puzzle now was how those boulders fell from the sky. It defied nature and science. Those boulders were perfectly square, clearly man-made, so how could they fall from the sky? They even managed to destroy a helicopter. Gu Yiming looked out. Deer Lake was bathed in golden sunlight, but in the distance, an endless blood-red mist enveloped the entire city. More precisely, the blood mist shrouded the whole world. This was deeply unsettling. Could something be hidden within the blood mist? It was the only explanation for the falling boulders. At this moment, Gu Yiming's sense of foreboding intensified. Previously, he thought the apocalypse just meant stockpiling supplies, building a private army, and becoming a regional lord to live out his days in peace. Now it seemed uncertain. He needed to expedite the formation of his private army. Who knows what other dangers lay ahead? The blood mist was too eerie, making him uneasy. As for Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan. Sigh. Gu Yiming let out a long, heavy sigh. He didn't care about Yi Yuan's fate, but Lu Ruyan was another matter. He wanted to capture her, yet feared losing more men to the falling boulders. But if he didn't, he dreaded Yi Yuan would claim her. Damn it, bastard Yi Yuan. This is all your fault. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yuan was digging a tunnel at full speed. The 2 speedboats on the shore were destroyed, 20 men reduced to pulp, and their weapons were scattered on the ground. The guns didn't matter, he had plenty. The key was that rocket launcher. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. The rocket launcher had fallen into the grass by the shore undamaged. It was still loaded with a rocket. He had to get his hands on it. Soon he dug his way to the riverbank, and after confirming no zombies were nearby, he emerged immediately. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely behind, holding their weapons at the ready. Lu Ruyan was temporarily left in the tunnel. She was currently useless in a fight, and with the chance to strip another trait coming up, he couldn't let her risk herself. Quickly, Yi Yuan found the rocket launcher in the grass. Haha, Gu Yiming didn't see this coming, did you? How does that song go? No food, no clothes, the enemy sends them to our door. No guns, no cannons, the enemy makes them for us. You really delivered weapons from 1,000 miles away. They'll gladly accept them. Yi Yuan picked up the rocket launcher, removed the rocket, and caressed it lovingly. From now on, he could infinitely duplicate rockets. He could blow things up whenever and however he pleased. It was exhilarating. Just then, Yi Yuan's brow furrowed, his eyes locked onto the rocket with intense, fervent obsession. Yi Yuan stared at the rocket launcher in his hands, a sudden inspiration striking him. If he could use his 3D printing replication ability to expand the interior of the rocket, wouldn't its power surpass that of a missile? Theoretically, it could even exceed that of Fat Man and Little Boy. Because the replication of the interior wasn't limited to space, but also included the explosives. Expanding it by hundreds of millions, or even billions of times would absolutely create an explosion more powerful than an atomic bomb. Of course, this was a monumental undertaking, as his current replication ability was limited to objects weighing no more than 30 G. Expanding the rocket's explosive filler by billions of times would take an eternity to replicate. And with such immense power, he would be killed in the blast as well. A tenfold expansion was feasible. However, Yi Yuan only dared to replicate the explosive charge, not the propellant. The composition and dosage of the propellant were strictly calculated based on the combustion chamber and nozzle. Carelessly altering these preset parameters could cause an accident during launch. With such power, it would blow him up instantly. The explosive filler, on the other hand, could be replicated freely. After all, it would only detonate upon the trigger being activated post-launch. Once it's fired, who cares about the outcome? It's not like he'd be the one caught in the blast. Typically, a shoulder-fired rocket has a range of about 500 meters. Based on this distance, a tenfold replication of the explosive filler was the most reasonable choice. After all, not every shot was at maximum range. Sometimes the target could be only 100 meters away, or even closer. With too much power, the blast wave could knock him off his feet. It was better to be conservative. Yi Yuan led the group back into the tunnel. It was too dangerous outside. If a zombie were to suddenly lunge out from some hidden corner, a single bite would be the end of them. Having the antibodies didn't mean immunity to the corpse toxin. The servants were the same. When a zombie bit, it would secrete the virus instantly, just like a venomous snake. The corpse toxin was a mutated virus, a completely different concept from the blood mist virus. Once bitten, assimilation was inevitable, and no deity could save you. So out in the wild, Yi Yuan couldn't afford to be careless. Returning to the tunnel was safer. He first replicated 10 standard rockets and 10 rocket launchers. These were just templates. Although he didn't need this many templates, it was better to be prepared and have peace of mind. Then Yi Yuan took out one of the rockets. He replicated the internal explosive filler, including the space it occupied tenfold. Time for a test run. Yi Yuan moved to the tunnel entrance, loaded the rocket into the launcher, aimed at a large truck on the riverside highway, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The rocket streaked through the air with a long tail of flame, undulating slightly like a snake, leaving its den before accurately hitting the small car beside the large truck. It had missed. Although Yi Yuan was a decent shot, he had never used a rocket launcher in his past life. He only knew how to fire it. His accuracy was understandably poor. As the rocket struck the car, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the area in flames. The nearby truck was blasted to pieces, and over a dozen other cars were sent flying. It was truly a spectacular sight. Yi Yuan smiled. Missing the target didn't matter. If his power was immense, who cared about accuracy? A tenfold power rocket was formidable. If he fired one into a horde of zombies, it would wipe out a massive group in one go. A devastating, unstoppable massacre. Just then the three women poked their heads out. Seeing the raging fire and the wrecked cars in the distance, they were all stunned. Wow, Brother Yi, what kind of rocket is this? It's so powerful. I bet Brother Yi gave the shell a cheats boost. Lu Rian's heart pounded with awe. Yi Yuan was truly incredible. Everything he touched seemed to get a cheats boost. He could even boost himself. At that moment another idea struck Yi Yuan. If he could replicate the explosives inside a rocket, could he do the same with a grenade? No. Yi Yuan quickly dismissed this suicidal thought. Rockets could be fired over long distances, so a tenfold replication was fine. But grenades were thrown by hand. Even a standard grenade could injure or kill the user if mishandled. Expanding the explosive inside one would be asking for death. It might be safe to throw from a rooftop, but normally you'd be throwing it on the ground in any direction. There was no point in being foolish. Injuring himself wasn't worth it. He also thought about bullets. Expanding the gunpowder inside rifle rounds could increase power, but too much could cause the barrel to explode. The steel pellets and shotgun shells could also be expanded. However, the gunpowder charge and pellet weight were precisely calculated. If there were too many pellets and the propellant was insufficient, the power would be greatly reduced. He had many ideas, but the only one he could practically implement was the rocket. But that was fine. If one grenade wasn't enough, he could throw 10. If one bullet wasn't enough, he could unleash a machine gun barrage. If quality was lacking, he could make up for it with quantity. After all, he could replicate infinitely. Besides, he already had the ultimate weapon, the rocket. Other weapons just needed to be functional. There was no need to pursue perfection. Yi Yuan put away the rocket launcher and sealed the tunnel entrance. Alright, let's call it a day and head back. The villa at Nanhu Haoding still needed security bars installed. He had the welding equipment and steel pipes. In his past life, Yi Yuan had done manual labor at the Luhu settlement. He had worked with welders to reinforce defensive structures. So despite being a rich second generation, he knew most of the basic technical skills. The four of them rode their electric bikes back and soon arrived at the villa. However, the tunnel entrance to the villa was blocked by a massive boulder. Yi Yuan had been cautious, ensuring that if anyone broke into the villa, they couldn't use the tunnel to ambush him. Now he needed to move the boulder into his spatial warehouse. Yi Yuan took out a shovel and aimed it at the boulder. As he struck it, a 3D model automatically appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, he made a surprising discovery. The model clearly showed 6 people inside the villa, 4 men and 2 women. They were all in the living room holding fire axes and hammers stained with blood. Some were sitting, some standing, all talking incessantly, as if arguing about something. Damn it. They've taken over my nest, he thought, his suspicion confirmed. A fine villa suddenly surrounded by a stone wall overnight. Survivors would definitely try to sneak in. Yi Yuan had already prepared for this. It was also why he wanted to reinforce the doors and windows, since the wall could be climbed over. But coming in was a death sentence. Yi Yuan didn't care who they were or why they were in his home. He wasn't about to risk a confrontation. Although the 3D model showed they only had melee weapons. Who knew if they had a truth hidden at their waists? Crushing them was much simpler. So Yi Yuan kept digging and massive boulders suddenly appeared in the air above the villa's living room. With a series of deafening crashes, all 6 people were crushed to death in less than 10 seconds. Yi Yuan led the 3 women out of the tunnel. The living room was a mess with the crushed bodies scattered around. The women had grown accustomed to this and didn't panic. Seeing the chaos, Yi Yuan retracted the boulders into his spatial warehouse and activated his devour skill. A massive maw opened and the shattered furniture and the corpses on the floor were all devoured and transferred into the spatial warehouse. He had taken a lot of furniture during his earlier supermarket raid. He retrieved a new set from the warehouse and arranged it neatly. The living room was restored to its pristine state. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Yi Yuan caught a glimpse of something outside the window, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A drone hovered above the high wall outside the window, spying on the villa. Yet Yi Yuan was certain this drone had appeared only moments ago, meaning its camera had not captured him killing the villa's occupants, nor his use of devouring shift to absorb the shattered furniture and corpses into his spatial storage. Neither had it witnessed him refurnishing the living room. Yi Yuan, look, Lu Rian said, also spotting the drone on the wall. Xiaofan and Xiaowan immediately raised their guns, but Yi Yuan quickly gestured for them to lower their weapons. In that brief moment of hesitation, the drone immediately turned and flew away. Xiaofan and Xiaowan stomped their feet in frustration, but Yi Yuan just smiled. If we had shot it down, we would never know where the person controlling it is hiding. Human nature in the apocalypse was treacherous. Since someone had taken an interest in this place, Yi Yuan had to find out where they were hiding. Whatever their motive for safety, Sake, he had to eliminate the threat. He released a massive boulder and struck it with his entrenching tool, causing a 3D map to automatically materialize in his mind. The fleeing drone was now clearly visible. Just try to spy on me, he thought. If you ever land, it'll know exactly where you hide. Yi Yuan tracked the drone's movements. The 3D map worked like radar piercing through the blood mist to reveal everything. But the drone didn't stop. It flew onward until it vanished from the 3D map in his mind. Yuan sighed in regret. The 3D map only covered a diameter of 1 kilometer, a radius of 500 meters. That range was quite extensive. It was perfect for escape pursuit, assassination, or reconnaissance, but it was difficult to use for monitoring a drone. The device wasn't threatened by the zombies on the ground and could fly freely. A 500-meter radius was too limited to reliably track a drone's movements. Yuan stored the boulder back into his spatial warehouse and the 3D map vanished from his mind. What happened, Brother Yi? Where did the drone go? Xiaofan asked. Yuan shook his head. It's out of my detection range. But there's no need to worry. It's probably a survivor trapped at home, using a drone to check the situation outside. Even as he said this, Yuan wasn't about to let his guard down. In theory, staying underground was safer. Even absolutely safe. But underground was oppressive. Spending the day digging tunnels was one thing, but living underground at night would eventually drive anyone to depression. So it was better to weld security bars onto the windows. He had the tools and materials. Yuan walked out of the villa to the yard, brought out the steel bars, and plugged in the cutter. The three women went to measure the window dimensions. Soon Yuan had crafted one security grill, then duplicated it to fit the other windows based on their measurements. For larger windows, he used the local one-piece copy and enlarge function. It was incredibly convenient. Finally, he secured all the grills with expansion bolts, instantly boosting the villa's safety level. Even if someone scaled the wall, they couldn't get in without special tools. In his past life, Yuan had developed a light sleep habit. If anyone tried to pry open the grills, it would definitely wake him. With the grills installed, he checked the time. It was still early, only 6 o'clock. For extra safety, he decided to raise the wall by another 5 meters since he had plenty of boulders in his spatial storage. Yuan asked Xiaofan and Xiaofan to help. The boulders were simply stacked, and despite weighing 2 to 3 tons each, they didn't need to be moved by hand. It was like applying glue, just point in place. Aiming the wine gourd spatial storage at the spot on the wall, he sent his spiritual energy inside. Within the storage where there was no energy field, his spiritual energy was akin to a divine will. Using a mental hand, he grasped a boulder and guided it to the gourd's mouth, letting it slowly drop out. One boulder was thus set in place, smooth and effortless. Of course, this stacked wall lacked concrete reinforcement, so increasing its height also required increasing its thickness. Some sections even needed to be interlocked to create structural tension. Thus the wall's thickness was also increased by 1 meter. The three of them worked together and finished the wall in less than 20 minutes. Gazing at the sturdy, towering wall, everyone wore satisfied smiles. No more worrying about anyone climbing over now. We can sleep soundly tonight. It would be even better with a layer of razor wire on top. As it happened, Yuan had the same idea. During his sweep of the hardware store, Head grabbed a lot of steel wire, and now it came in handy. Razor wire was a standard defensive measure. In his past life with the Deer Lake City Defense Force, Head done this often. Quickly, Yuan crafted a 10-centimeter section of coiled razor wire bristling with interwoven steel barbs. It was only 10 centimeters, but it could be duplicated. Yuan climbed to the top of the wall, fixed the coil in place, and activated his local duplication ability. The 10-centimeter razor wire began to extend and lengthen, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. He secured it with expansion bolts at intervals to ensure it wouldn't fall. The wall's perimeter was less than 200 meters. Steel wire was inorganic, so duplicating it consumed little mental energy and was fast. It took only 10 minutes to finish. Yuan climbed down and clapped his hands, admiring the impregnable wall topped with razor wire. Done. After all this work, the villa's security was settled. Now it was time to prepare dinner. Lu Rian smiled faintly, immediately putting her plan to steal the home into action. It's getting dark. I'll cook. You've all worked hard today. No need to help me. Just rest. Wow, Sister Rian is so kind. Thank you, Sister Rian. Neither Xiaofan, nor Xiaowan, nor even Yuan caught on to Lu Rian's scheme. Hey, I'm cooking now. It's only fair that you wash the dishes and mop the floor after eating, right? And while you're doing that, it'll quickly get washed up. By the time you're done cleaning, it'll have already stolen the home. Her little plan was ticking along nicely. Meanwhile, the other three, kept in the dark, had no idea they'd all been played. Yuan sat on the sofa pondering that Gu Yiming probably wouldn't come to rescue him anytime soon. But going a day without scheming against his enemies made Yuan feel restless. Thinking it over, besides Gu Yiming, the only other target was Hisu. Now that Head finally found the weakness of that pathetic simp, he had to exploit it mercilessly. Brother, you have a cigarette, Xiaofan said, lighting one and placing it between his lips. To mess with Hisu, it was best to have Xiaofan do it. She was, after all, the pure unattainable dream in Hisa's heart. Though their confrontation had already happened, a simp was beyond saving, devoid of self-respect or boundaries. One word from her was enough to bring him back to life. And then crush him again. Like spawn camping in a game. Now that would be fun. Xiaofan, did you block Hisu? Yes, Brother Yi. My heart only has room for you, so I had to block him. Yuan flashed a sinister smile. Unblock him now, and then. Following Yi Yuan's plan, Jiang Xiaofan sent a friend request to Hisu again. She was to claim that Yi Yuan treated her poorly and beg Hisu to come to her rescue. If Hisu truly took the bait, he would be utterly humiliated, and then she could finally confront him. The very thought was exhilarating. That fool would be so livid he'd cough up blood. However, Jiang Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No way, brother Yi. I said such harsh words to him in that video earlier. He must hate me to the core now. There's no way he'd come to save me. Whether it would work or not would only know by trying." This Hisu, the spineless simp, had been chasing Xiaofan for over half a year without even getting a taste of her, not even a bite of her snack. That proved he had lost all reason. His infatuation with Xiaofan bordered on boundless, unconditional tolerance. "Listen to me, just add him back as a friend. Then try what I told you earlier. If it works, it works. If not, forget it." Jiang Xiaofan was absolutely loyal to Yi Yuan. Since he insisted, she might as well try. She detested Hisu anyway, and if it could make brother Yi happy, she was more than willing. Soon Xiaofan greeted Hisu as a friend. Before she could even send a message, he thus came through first. "Xiaofan, it's really you. Xiaofan, I've missed you so much. Are you alright?" He sent 3 messages in rapid succession, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Xiaofan, however, felt nothing but disgust. If it weren't for making brother Yi happy, she wouldn't have contacted him at all. "Hisu, I'm not okay. What's wrong, Xiaofan? Tell me what happened." Seeing Hisus messages, Yi Yuan could almost conclusively diagnose him with terminal simp disease. Every line reeked of a simp's anxiety. Xiaofan was already his woman, so why was this guy still so concerned? Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. But this suited Yi Yuan's plans perfectly. As Xiaofan was typing her reply, the impatient Hisu immediately sent a video call request. "What should I do, brother Yi? Should I answer?" Of course he should. Yi Yuan signaled for Xiaofan to answer the call, while he himself moved out of the camera's view. As the call connected, Jiang Xiaofan immediately slipped into her acting role, wearing a miserable expression and speaking with tearful eyes. "Hisu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. You're the one who truly cares for me. Yi Yuan was just using me." "What?" Hearing this, Hisus' rage exploded instantly. The woman he had pursued for 6 months, revered as a pure and sacred goddess, had been used by Yi Yuan. "Damn Yi Yuan. I'm not done with you. Xiaofan, don't cry. Tell me what happened." Jiang Xiaofan, sobbing, spent over 10 minutes embellishing Yi Yuan's fabricated lies, adding more dramatic details before telling the whole story to Hisu. After listening, Hisu nearly exploded on the spot. "What? He makes you go out to find food during the day and massage his feet at night. He hits you if you do anything to displease him. You beast. An utter beast. I'm going to kill that bastard Yi Yuan." Hisus' heart was bleeding. The woman he treasured like a jewel was being treated like cannon fodder by Yi Yuan. He made Xiaofan walk in front when they went out to scavenge for food. If they encountered zombies, she would be a human shield. That beast Yi Yuan was even more heartless than he was. "As for the women I've been with, I gave them plenty of money before the apocalypse, and I've made sure they're taken care of afterward too. I, Hisu, may be ruthless, but I've never owed a woman anything. Unlike Yi Yuan, who is worse than an animal." At that moment, Hisu suddenly felt a surge of self-righteousness, like the pride of the class bottom student, who one day managed to score just above the very last place. If you thought Hisu was stupid, he really wasn't. He was as sharp as a tack. He knew perfectly well that Jiang Xiaofan had been used and discarded by Yi Yuan. At least, that was the implication of Xiaofan's fabricated story. Yet Hisu still felt a pang of heartache. Simps were truly pathetic and infuriating beyond saving. But despite the pain, he couldn't bring himself to make a clean break. "Xiaofan, don't worry. As long as you truly regret it and genuinely want to be with me, I, Hisu, will do everything in my power to send someone to rescue you." In this regard, Hisu remained rational. He didn't make the foolish promise of coming to rescue her himself. "Really, Hisu? You'll send someone for me? Trust me, you'll send someone soon. Just give me some time. Alright, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the video, Jiang Xiaofan let out a soft sigh and cast a playful, reproachful glance at Yi Yuan. "Brother Yi, you're so wicked. I didn't expect Hisu to be so devoted to me. It's a pity my heart has no room for him, not even a sliver." Yi Yuan smiled without a word. Honestly, if Jiang Xiaofan hadn't become his servant, she might have been moved by Hisus' devotion. After all, humans are not made of stone. In the apocalypse, for someone to risk everything to save another, even if with some ulterior motive, was enough to soften even the hardest of hearts. It could even be praised. Yi Yuan admitted that much. Hisus' feelings for Jiang Xiaofan were indeed commendable. "But you bastard killed my parents. And in my past life you skinned me alive and tore my tendons. Even if you were a true saint, not just a fake pure love warrior, I'd still play with you until you beg for death." At that moment, Xiaowan came over to pour tea for Yi Yuan. The contrast between his past and present life was immense. He had not only gained a golden finger, but was also surrounded by stunningly beautiful women. It all felt like a dream. Lost in thought, Yi Yuan decided to check his current status panel. Yi Yuan. Attribute: Strength 25, Constitution 25, Agility 24, Spirit 25. Abilities: 3D Printing, Infinite Replication, Localized Integrated Replication, Life Form Replication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, Digging Body, Enhancement LV. 8. Digging Toss. Nutritionist Devour LV. 2. This status panel was truly luxurious. Especially that row of abilities, each one incredibly powerful. After spending the last 2 days digging tunnels, his digging body enhancement had reached level 8, granting him 8 free attribute points. Different abilities had different upgrade effects. For example, digging body enhancement granted 1 free attribute point per level up. The Devour ability was different. At level 1, a devouring 1 ton of food granted 1 free attribute point. But after leveling up, he now needed to devour 2 tons of food to gain 1 free attribute point. The difficulty increased after leveling up. However, that wasn't quite the case. Devour LV. 1 had a cap of 20 free attribute points. Once that limit was reached, continued devouring wouldn't convert to attribute points. But leveling Devour up to LV 2 allowed him to gain more attribute points. So the key to upgrading the Devour ability was to remove the limit. Just then the aroma of cooking food wafted from the kitchen. It wasn't ready yet. Seizing the moment, Yuan took out a gas canister. It was a replicated copy. He had already given the original sample to Lu Ruyan, who was currently using it to cook. But a replicated item could be replicated again. His original plan was to replicate the gas canister's internal space and gas capacity by 10,000-fold. 1 canister would last a lifetime. However, that was too dangerous. If it accidentally exploded, no one on scene would survive. Better to be safe. But a replicated item could be replicated again. His original plan was to replicate the gas canister's internal space and gas capacity by 10,000-fold. 1 canister would last a lifetime. However, that was too dangerous. If it accidentally exploded, no one. A diesel generator provided power 247. This sparked an idea. There was a communication base station near the neighborhood. After a power outage, the base station would automatically use its backup batteries. They would be depleted by noon the next day at the latest. However, base stations typically had backup generators. Early tomorrow morning, he would dig a tunnel straight to the base station, start the generator, and simply return daily to refill the diesel. This way, he wouldn't lose his internet connection. With the internet, life had its pleasures. He still had to confront Gu Yiming after all. When the time came, he'd film an intimate video with Lu Ruyan and send it to Gu Yiming. Haha, he'd probably explode with rage. Not long after Lu Ruyan finished cooking. As everyone sat down to eat, Yuan noticed she was eating exceptionally fast. As soon as she finished, she claimed she was tired and wanted to wash up and go to bed early. Yuan was baffled. You didn't do anything all day and you're tired after just 1 meal. It wasn't until Lu Ruyan came out of the bathroom and dashed into the master bedroom that it finally dawned on him. Damn, you're trying to steal the base. After the stormy night, early the next morning, Yuan was the first to wake up. After washing up, he went to the courtyard to smoke a cigarette. Although the villa was enclosed by a 10-meter-high wall, some open space was left, otherwise it would have felt too oppressive. After finishing his cigarette, the 3 women woke up one after another and washed up. Yuan duplicated a table full of breakfast. He had long formed a habit: anything that could be duplicated, he would keep a copy in his spatial storage as a sample, including the delicacies he had made in recent days. Although directly duplicating food lacked the authenticity of life, this was the apocalypse. Since he had decided to sweep through all the important supplies in the city, he had to make the most of time. If he wanted life to feel more real, he could cook dinner himself. For breakfast and lunch, duplication was just fine. Today, Lu Ruyan looked even more alluring. However, her walk was a bit unnatural. It couldn't be helped. Last night during the move, the furniture was too large and the doorframe too narrow, and she had to squeeze through, sustaining some minor injuries. But there were benefits too. Lu Ruyan's taming level reached 95, and Yuan completed the final extraction of her traits. As a result, his devouring ability was upgraded to level 3. Then Lu Ruyan automatically became a servant with a taming level of 100, signifying absolute loyalty. Now he could safely entrust her with weapons. Moreover, after the move last night, Yuan had bestowed upon her 2 abilities: ground digging strengthening and devouring LV. 1. He would never grant the duplication ability to anyone else. It was a symbol of his identity as the master, and as an orange ability, he was unwilling to share it with anyone. After breakfast, Yuan issued Lu Ruyan a set of weapons: shotguns, assault rifles, pistols, and machine guns. Grenades and rocket launchers were not given for now. Without training, a mistake could lead to the annihilation of the group. Let's set off. Xiaofan, your main task today is to guide Ruyan in using firearms to kill zombies. Lu Ruyan had learned gun handling in the past few days, but her aim was terrible. Of course, with a shotgun, accuracy wasn't the issue. The main challenge was overcoming fear and firing quickly when zombies charged. If one shot didn't kill, fire a second immediately. Repeated kills would build familiarity. Yuan dug an underground passage and led the 4 inside, then resealed the entrance. Today they would first head to the nearby communication base station to start the backup diesel generator. That way the base station could continue operating. There was internet at home. In the evening they could return to watch videos, learn about the outside world, and find ways to keep tricking Gu Yiming and Hisu. Especially Hisu. That guy had promised yesterday to do everything possible to rescue Xiaofan. And Gu Yiming had also verbally agreed to rescue Lu Ruyan. So they had to ensure the internet stayed on. Today Yi Yuan voluntarily took on the digging task. As long as he wasn't tired, he didn't need the others to help. After all, digging increased his attributes. He had to max out his strength first. After all, every night, it was a battle of 3 beauties versus 1 hero, and it would be embarrassing to lose for lack of power. This reasoning was sound. It took 20 minutes for Yi Yuan to dig to the base station nearest the residential area. The 3D map in his mind showed a dozen zombies scattered on the ground and one inside the base station room. Perfect, Lu Rian could practice. There are over a dozen zombies on the ground. He'll dig open the passage and lure them in. Rian, you stand at the front to kill the zombies. Xiaofan, stand behind Rian. If something goes wrong, you clear the zombies that rush into the tunnel. Xiaofan made an okay gesture. Lu Rian nodded, but she looked nervous because Yi Yuan had just said that if an accident happened, Xiaofan would finish the job. What kind of accident? Being bitten to death by a zombie. She was still a novice, yet she had to stand in the front and take the hits. But the Lu Rian of today was not the same as yesterday. A servant is absolutely loyal to the master. Even if terrified, she still carried out the order. Soon Yi Yuan dug away the last bit of earth and rock, opening a tunnel directly into the base station room. Yi Yuan fired a shot toward the door. The gunfire alarmed the zombie inside the room, and the door was open, so the ones outside also heard it. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie from the room charged first. Yi Yuan kicked it away, then quickly retreated into the tunnel, hiding behind the 3 women. He couldn't do everything himself. From now on, killing zombies would be the job of these women. So whenever possible, he would let them train. Lu Rian held the shotgun fully focused. Soon the first zombie rushed into the tunnel. Bang! Her hand jerked, and she pulled the trigger. Unexpectedly, luck was on her side. At 30 meters, she dropped the charging zombie. This gave Lu Rian a huge confidence boost. Click! She ejected the shell and chambered a new round. Another zombie rushed in. She pulled the trigger, but this time she didn't hit a vital spot. Most of the pellets hit the tunnel wall. The zombie only staggered and kept charging with clawing arms. Don't panic, reload quickly. Lu Rian's mind wasn't panicked. She knew Xiaofan was behind her. If there was real danger, she didn't believe Yi Yuan would let her die. After all, she was the main technician for repairing the tunnel boring machine. But even though her mind was calm, her heart couldn't help racing. The zombie charged at incredible speed, its ferocious appearance delivering a strong visual impact. Her heart couldn't control itself. Trembling, she finally ejected the shell and chambered a new round. By now the zombie was less than 15 meters away. Jiang Xiaofan's shotgun was already aimed. If it got within 10 meters, she would pull the trigger decisively. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lu Rian's voluptuous figure shook from the powerful recoil. But this shot was accurate. At 13 meters, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The scene was both bloody and terrifying, yet also exhilarated the senses. It was as if some instinct buried deep in her bones had been awakened. Lu Rian's eyes showed a mix of fear, excitement, and a hint of madness. Click! She chambered around. 2 more zombies rushed in. Ah! She let out an excited cry and pulled the trigger. Bang! 1 zombie fell. Eject chamber, pull the trigger. Bang! The second zombie fell as well. More and more zombies poured into the tunnel. The excitement in Lu Rian's eyes grew stronger, turning into exhilaration. She kept ejecting, chambering, and pulling the trigger. The tunnel became a death channel. Every zombie that entered died. In less than 3 minutes, the tunnel fell silent with corpses piled high. Lu Rian exhaled softly. Holy crap! That was so satisfying. Yi Yuan rubbed his forehead, not expecting Lu Rian to be such a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, just like Jiang Xiaofan. She had just been hiding it well. Tigers from the northeast, wolves from the northwest, and a Tyrannosaurus from Sichuan Chongqing, disguised as a sheep. But a Tyrannosaurus had its own charm. Gentle when needed, wild when called for. Let's go to the base station room. Yi Yuan led the 3 out of the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the wall of the villa behind them, the drone from yesterday reappeared. The towering walls could repel the zombies, and the coiled razor wire could deter rioters from climbing over. But they could not stop drone surveillance. Yesterday, that drone appeared above the walls again, meticulously observing the interior of the villa. Fortunately, all doors and windows had been reinforced with security grills. The curtains were also drawn. Nothing inside could be seen. At this moment, an elegant and captivating young woman was murmuring to herself while watching the footage transmitted by the drone. Strange, the walls of this villa have doubled in height overnight. The walls are also thicker than before, and the boulders used to build them are cut so smoothly and evenly. How is that even possible? The woman frowned in puzzlement, her delicate brows knitting together. She wore a form-fitting light cheongsam, her bare shoulders and arms fair and soft, her long legs like radishes freshly pulled from the earth in winter, washed clean, tender, and glistening. The woman's name was Su Min. She had another identity. She was the wife of Hong Jingyi, one of the 3 major shareholders responsible for the death of Yi Yuan's parents. Of course, Su Min was undoubtedly Hong Jingyi's second wife, for Hong Jingyi was over 50, while Su Min was only 24 or 25. Unfortunately, Su Min's luck was poor. She had just received her marriage certificate with Hong Jingyi, and before they could even hold the wedding banquet, her father passed away unexpectedly. The ceremony had to be postponed. After handling her father's funeral, she decided to stay at home to keep her mother company for a while, and thus did not move to Luhu to live with Hong Jingyi. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. Her mother had gone out early to buy groceries and never returned. She was left alone in the house. Fortunately, during her father's funeral, the family had stocked up on many drinks and candies to entertain guests visiting her mother. Her mother also usually liked to keep some frozen goods in the refrigerator. So during this period, Su Min did not lack food. She also loved keeping pets, as she had a husky and a cockatiel at home. Though they were just animals, they provided companionship, preventing her from losing her mind entirely. But since the power outage 2 days ago, Su Min had begun to panic. It was July, and even though the blood-red fog obscured the sun, the weather remained scorching hot. The food in the refrigerator had mostly rotted. The remaining bread and biscuits wouldn't last more than a few days. During this time, she had been in contact with Hong Jingyi. Unfortunately, Hong Jingyi's capabilities were too limited. He had no way to send a helicopter to rescue her. It wasn't a matter of money. Before the apocalypse, he was a renowned tycoon in Shudu. But what use was wealth? He Xiaomin ranked second in Shudu's capitalist circle, and even he couldn't get his hands on a helicopter. Only Gu Yiming had that kind of influence. Hong Jingyi had approached Gu Yiming. The first time Gu Yiming agreed, dispatching a helicopter with the initial plan to kill Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan, then pick up Lu Ruyan at Yiping Tanxiang. Finally, it was to fly across the city and pick up Su Min as well. Unfortunately, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan at its very first stop. Later, Su Min urged Hong Jingyi to find another way to rescue her, and he agreed, saying he was working on it. Yet for some reason, the rescue never came. Now the power was out. The network was down. Su Min could no longer contact Hong Jingyi. She could only use her drone to scout the outside, checking if there were any rescue teams in the city. But she was disappointed. There were no rescue teams. Only endless zombies, increasing every day. Her own residential area was already packed full of them. Forget about a rescue. Even if one came, no one could save her. The worst part was that the drone's battery was running low, with perhaps only 2 more flights before it was completely dead. No electricity, no internet. No water, no gas. Sigh. Su Min let out a sigh, looking at her dwindling food supply, her heart sinking into utter despair. She thought of that villa with the giant stone walls. Inside lived 1 man and 3 women. That place was absolutely safe, and judging by the looks of those, for they probably weren't short on food either. Moreover, they had electricity, and it wasn't far from her home. Of course, the straight line distance wasn't far, just 700 or 800 meters, but she'd have to cross 3 blocks and a park. The danger was unimaginable. With her negligible combat ability, she couldn't even get downstairs, let alone make it to that fortress-like villa. Looks like I can only wait here to die. Thinking of how young, elegant, and alluring she was, once a goddess with countless admirers and now destined to starve to death at home, Su Min couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. She had a plan for escape in her mind, but she lacked a weapon. Even the crudest weapon would do. Just then her husky crept quietly to her side. "Happy, be quiet, there are zombies outside." It had to be said, Su Min had a knack for training her pets. Even a goofy dog like a husky was obedient under her training. For so many days it hadn't made a single loud bark. The drone had also returned by now. Su Min quickly shut it down, not wasting a single bit of power. Her very survival might depend on that remaining charge. She planned to ask the people in the fortress villa for help. Even though it was highly likely she'd be refused, she had to try. What if they did help? Besides, her request wasn't much. The women in the villa had guns. She had seen them clearly through the drone yesterday, and they didn't seem like thugs. Su Min didn't dare to hope for a gun. But if they could give her a sharp knife, she might be able to use her own method to try and fight her way out of the building. She estimated her survival rate was only 10. But she had to try. It was better than waiting to die at home. So today she wrote a note, attached it to the drone, and flew it to the fortress villa. Unfortunately, the people there were nowhere to be seen. She didn't know if they had gone out or simply hadn't woken up. To be safe, Su Min decided to send the drone once more before dark. All she had at home were fruit knives and kitchen knives. With her negligible combat ability, even with her plan, she couldn't possibly deal with the zombies. She had seen the women in the villa with military daggers strapped to their thighs. If she was lucky, and they were willing to give her one, she could put her escape plan into action. She would have to leave Happy and Taizi behind. Taizi was a cockatiel. She had cared for them meticulously for 3 years, and was reluctant to abandon them, but there was no better option now. Happy Taizi. Come dinner time. There was still plenty of pet food, they wouldn't go hungry for a while. It was her own food supply that was running dangerously low. Su Min tore off a piece of bread, and ate it carefully. After finishing the small piece, she took a couple of sips of Talaji herbal tea. This would have to do. She needed to ration her food, saving up for a final full meal right before she attempted her escape. Time to sleep, just sleep. If she was asleep, she wouldn't feel the hunger. A day passed, dazed and groggy. The sky gradually darkened. Surely those people in the villa should be back by now. Even if they had gone out during the day, they would have to return before nightfall. It was time to send the drone out for another try. Dad, Mom, please watch over me. I'm not asking for much. If they can just give me a dagger, I'll be content. Su Min stood on the balcony. She powered the drone back on, and guided it towards the direction of Nanhu Houting. As dusk approached, Yi Yuan and his group returned to the Nanhu Houting villa. After raising the walls and installing the razor wire yesterday, no outsiders had breached the perimeter today. A 5-meter wall could be scaled with tools, but at 10 meters, it was virtually impossible. This wasn't the pre-apocalypse era. The streets were teeming with zombies, and carrying a ladder outside was essentially a death sentence. Moreover, the walls were topped with a ring of razor wire. The group rested for a moment, then Yuan and Xiaofan went to prepare dinner as they usually cooked their evening meal themselves. After a day of consuming replicated food, it all felt somewhat surreal. Yuan was too exhausted today to cook, but her fatigue came with substantial gains. Despite her usual elegant and charming demeanor like a gentle lamb, the moment she picked up a gun, her true nature was revealed. Today she had gone on a killing spree, taking down at least 100 zombies. Now at the sight of them, her eyes gleamed with excitement, not fear. Beyond that, today's harvest was considerable. Yuan's level 1 devour skill had reached its limit, granting her 10 free attribute points. Her 4 core attributes were now all at 11 points, giving her a physique comparable to a top-tier all-around athlete, allowing her to wield firearms almost without regard for recoil. Of course, machine guns were a different story. Xiaofan and Yuan's earth excavation body tempering had also risen to level 6, each gaining 2 free attribute points. This skill grants 1 free attribute point per level, though subsequent leveling had slowed down. Yuan had the greatest gains today. His devour skill upon reaching level 3 had its restrictions lifted, allowing him to consume 100 tons of food. He gained 20 free attribute points. At level 3, each 5 tons of food consumed yields 1 free attribute point. Although the conversion rate had dropped significantly, the removal of restrictions meant he could devour freely. And now food was the least of his worries. The city's supermarkets were ripe for the picking. Even without food, he could replicate it. Of course, that was a last resort. Replicating food was mentally taxing, though trivial for daily needs. Using replicated food to fuel the devour skill would be highly inefficient. Raiding supermarkets was far more effective. Additionally, Yuan's earth excavation body tempering had reached level 8. The higher the level, the slower the progression. With all his attributes now at 30 points, a casual slap could send a zombie flying. Killing one outright was harder. But with a fist, a full-powered blow to a zombie's head could do the job. He had already verified this. The strength attribute encompasses brute force, explosive power, and penetrating force. At 30 points, it's equivalent to 3 times the combined strength of an all-around athlete. A single punch carrying immense penetrating force could directly shatter a zombie's brain. Even if the outside appeared intact, the inside would be a pulped mess, leaving no chance of survival. Of course, he wouldn't typically use his fists against zombies. Too risky. A single unlucky bite, and not even a deity could save him. Yuan and Xiaofan were still cooking. Yuan ever considerate brewed a pot of tea for Yuan. It was top grade Mouthing, the king of green teas acquired during today's raid. Its fragrance was elegant and fresh, the taste sweet, with a lingering mellow finish. Even after setting down the cup, the aroma persisted on his breath. To enjoy such luxury in the apocalypse, perhaps only I can. This isn't self-indulgence. Even the big shots at Luhu enjoy exquisite meals daily. But their mindset is different. Trapped there, they live in constant fear, dreading a zombie breach of their defenses. Unlike Yuan, who had no worries about physiological or safety needs, living even more fulfillingly than before the apocalypse. Just then he heard a buzzing sound. Hide. He pulled Yuan, ducking behind the window, shotgun already in hand. Moments later, a drone hovered outside the window. Is it the same one from yesterday? Yuan didn't answer. He wasn't sure. Many people own drones, and who knew if it was the same operator? Look, there's a piece of paper attached to its underside. Yuan noticed it too. The drone remained suspended, suggesting the operator harbored no ill intent. The paper likely bore some message. Yuan, go fetch it, and take a look. Yuan opened the window, retrieved the note, and handed it to Yuan. Unfolding it, he found several lines written. Hello, my name is Su Min. I live in Cartier Garden City, not far from you. I'm trapped in my home, and my food and water are nearly gone. I want to leave the building, but I lack a suitable weapon. I hope you can help me. I need a military knife. There's a hook on the drone's underside. You can hang a knife on it, or even a gun if possible. Thank you. After reading the note, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Su Min. That name sounds familiar. Then it hit him. Hong Jingyi's wife was also named Su Min. Yuan had conducted thorough investigations on all those involved in his parents' murder, so he was well versed in Hong Jingyi's background. At least his public profile was clear. However, Hong Jingyi's second wife had only gotten her marriage certificate days before the apocalypse broke out, and they hadn't even held a wedding banquet. Yuan hadn't had time to investigate further. Her appearance, residence, and occupation were all unknown to him. But Yuan had memories from his rebirth. In his past life, he had seen Hong Jingyi's wife at Luhu. She was a captivating ultimate seductress, a veritable man-eater and enchantress who could drain a man dry. Clearly this Su Min was not that Su Min. Hong Jingyi's wife was definitely at Luhu, not in Cartier Garden City. They were not the same person. Although this Su Min showed admirable courage attempting to fight her way out of the building with just a knife, it was both tragic and brave. But who knew if it was true? In the apocalypse, trust is a luxury. Every word from a survivor could be a trap designed to kill you. True or not, I don't trust you. For all I know, the drone operator isn't Su Min at all, but some sinister, unkempt man. Bang. Yuan raised his gun and shot the drone out of the sky. Lu Rian was startled. What happened? Why did you shoot it down? Yuan said calmly, in the apocalypse, trust no one. Even if what they say is true, you can't easily believe it. Lu Rian nodded. Okay, I'll remember. From now on, I'll only trust you. You can trust Xiaofan and Xiaowan too, but no one else. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Min stood up from the sofa, her face flushing with indignation, which gradually twisted into fury. Damn it. How can people be so wicked? Not helping is one thing, but shooting down my drone. Screw you. The Sichuan Chongqing tigress baring her claws. Look at that. Even a refined beauty like Su Min reveals her true nature when enraged. But then again, a woman like that seems quite conquerable, provided one knows their limits. A loser trying to conquer a beautiful tigress is like a toad lusting after swan meat. Just then Su Min heard a noise outside her door. It didn't sound like a zombie. She crept to the door, peered through the peephole. Through the peephole, Su Min watched her neighbor tiptoeing toward the fire escape. In his right hand, he clutched a dagger, in his left a pot lid serving as a makeshift shield. A backpack hung from his shoulders, though it hung flat and nearly empty. The neighbor, a man around 30 who kept himself fit, had clearly exhausted his food supply. With rescue nowhere in sight, he had chosen to risk a desperate breakout from the building rather than wait passively for death. Su Min remained silent, watching him inch toward her door step by step for her apartment, sat near the fire escape. He paused repeatedly along the short dozen-meter stretch, hesitating, until finally, gritting his teeth, he hurried into the stairwell. But the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out as he tumbled back in a panic, a zombie hot on his heels. He was tackled to the ground right in front of his own door, the zombie clawing and biting at him while he stabbed wildly with his dagger. A dozen frantic thrusts, none hitting a vital spot. The zombie kept tearing, but the neighbor's throat was already bitten through and his strength faded, the blade slipping from his grasp. All he could do was wail in agony. Soon the sound drew two more zombies charging up from the stairwell. 3 zombies joined the gruesome feast. Low growls and the wet sounds of chewing mixed with the tearing of flesh, all too clear in the silence. Su Min barely dared to breathe. She crept back to the bedroom, quietly pulling Happy and Taisi along with her. Though they were obedient, they were still animals, and one stray sound could draw the zombie's attention to her next. As her nerves steadied, confusion set in. Even if the neighbor wanted to flee, why now with nightfall nearly upon them? She couldn't make sense of it, and she had no energy to dwell on others' affairs when she could barely manage her own. Darkness gradually swallowed the sky, cloaking the entire city. The noises outside the door faded, yet Su Min dared not check. Her thoughts lingered on the dagger in the neighbor's hand. She would wait until morning. If the zombies had moved on, she could quietly slip out and retrieve it, as long as she stayed silent enough not to rouse them. Though the light had been dim, she was fairly certain the blade was of decent quality. Once she had it, her escape plan could finally be set in motion. Elsewhere, Yuan finished his meal and settled onto the sofa with a cup of tea, mulling over a thought of his own. The high walls could block zombies and survivors alike, but they couldn't block drones. While the devices posed little real threat, survivors' drones certainly couldn't carry bombs. The constant surveillance grated on him. So that night, Yuan strung up a wire mesh and fastened it to the walls with expansion bolts. Then, using his localized replication ability, he gradually expanded the mesh until it completely covered the villa. The process was simple enough. The walls spanned just over 30 meters. He replicated a few steel ribs and rolled them from one end to the other. After securing the mesh to the ribs, he replicated it endlessly outward. With a touch of dark humor, Yuan dubbed the creation the Iron Dome. It featured a hinged opening, allowing him to step onto the wall and lock it shut behind him when he returned. The mesh not only kept drones from peeking over the walls, but could even intercept falling bombs. At worst, it would tear a hole, as long as no one got hurt. Yuan glanced at the time, just past 8 in the evening. Still early. He figured Xiaofan was free, so he asked her to call Hisu. He wanted to ask when Hisu would come to rescue them. Besides, the people at Luhu wouldn't know when the Old Town's network had gone down, so a call wouldn't raise suspicion. Xiaofan dialed, and Hisu picked up almost instantly. Xiaofan, I miss you so much. I'm so worried about you. But I didn't dare contact you. I was afraid that bastard Yuan would find out and torment you again. Xiaofan, do you have any idea how much I've been suffering? I wish I could bring you here right now and cherish you. Yuan, listening nearby, felt his skin crawl. What a pathetic simp. Could he lay off the saccharine nonsense? The guy was a rich second generation, a total embarrassment to his class. Jiang Xiaofan felt the same revulsion. Still, she kept up the act, her voice tinged with sorrow. Hisu, Yuan is taking a shower, so I only have a few minutes. Let's keep it brief. When are you sending someone to get me out of here? I can't stand another moment by Yuan's side. Every day we go out for supplies, he makes me walk in front. I almost got eaten by zombies several times today. I'm so scared. The moment he heard she had nearly been devoured, his heart clenched in pain. The woman he treasured like a jewel being used as cannon fodder by that beast. Xiaofan, hold on just a little longer. I'm talking to Uncle Gu about organizing a team of gunmen. Then he'll get a few boats and bring them to the riverbank near Lanin Estate. Give me a bit more time. They'll get you to Luhu, I promise. Xiaofan, I love you so much. Yi Yuan nearly gagged. Too nauseating he couldn't take it. Jiang Xiaofan barely suppressed her own disgust, feigning alarm. Oh no, Yi Yuan's finished showering. I have to hang up. Hisu, come save me soon. Hisu replied in a rush. Don't worry, Xiaofan. I will come for you. Just hold on a little longer. I've got to go. Hang up already. She didn't want to exchange another word with him. Jiang Xiaofan silently groaned as she swiftly ended the call. She let out a long breath, then shuddered involuntarily, as if trying to shake off the lingering discomfort. She shot Yi Yuan a resentful look. Yega, I feel sick after that call. How much longer does this mission have to go on? I can't stand his mushy talk. Yi Yuan took a satisfied sip of his tea. Once he sends his people, and we take them out, well, drop the act. Just bear with it a little while longer. It's only a few minutes of acting each day. Just then Lu Ruyan finished her washing up and walked into the living room. Perfect timing, Ruyan. Give Gu Yiming a call and see what his situation is. He said he'd come rescue us. Why hasn't he made a move? You had to push the scheme to its end and leave no stone unturned. Otherwise, what was the point of psychological warfare? But Yi Yuan, I left my phone at Yiping Tanxiang. I used yours last time. Right, had forgotten. Then I'll make the call myself. Yi Yuan pulled up his contacts, found Gu Yiming's number, and dialed. The old bastard didn't answer. After several attempts, Gu Yiming reluctantly picked up. And then Yi Yuan began his performance. Uncle Gu, if you don't come save us soon, Aunt Lu could be in serious danger. There's a gang of thugs in our building. They've already killed several people. And they've assaulted multiple young women. If they search our place, I'm terrified something will happen to Aunt Lu. On the other end of the line, Gu Yiming shuddered in fright upon hearing Yi Yuan's voice. He knew all too well how captivating his own wife was. Even though he had never touched her, he was well aware that any man would be deeply drawn to her. If the thugs ever found her, the consequences would be unthinkable. Involuntarily, images of women violated by invaders in wartime films flashed through Gu Yiming's mind. In today's world, those thugs were probably no different from the invaders. The stunning beauty I've kept hidden for 5 years must never fall into those thugs' hands. Nephew, you must protect Aunt Lu at all costs. Don't let anything happen to her. Uncle is figuring out a way to rescue you. Just hold on and stay hidden. By the way, don't you have a gun? Gu Yiming had been so tense that he momentarily forgot Yi Yuan was armed. With that, there was no need to fear those thugs. Nephew, if they dare knock on your door, just shoot through it. You won't be breaking any laws if you kill them. Yi Yuan flashed a sly grin. So Rian was indeed Gu Yiming's weakness. The old fool had taken the bait. Uncle Gu, I do have a gun, but I've run out of bullets. Otherwise, would I be afraid of those thugs? What? An empty gun. The cunning bastard was just bluffing, keeping He Xiaomin and Hong Jingyi on edge. But I'll keep this under wraps. As long as they fear Yi Yuan's retaliation, I can keep extorting them, since I'm the only one who can get weapons from the military. Gu Yiming's mind raced with calculations, all while desperately searching for a way to ensure Rian's safety. My woman. I've never even touched her. I will not allow anyone else to lay a finger on her. By the way, nephew, when I sent men to rescue you yesterday, they were struck by a mysterious force. Boulders rained down and crushed them all. You must have seen that happen, right? Have seen it. I was the one who did it, you fool. Yes, Uncle Gu, I saw it. It was terrifying. I wanted to grab their weapons, but I didn't dare. Who knows if more boulders would fall. I planned to wait and see, then go for the weapons once it was safe. But those thugs got there first and took everything, including a rocket launcher. What? Gu Yiming's head was about to explode. Damn it, it was as if he had personally handed weapons to the thugs, who were now using them to clear out the zombies and search every home for people. Does that mean I'm the one who put Rian in danger? Damn it all. I refuse to bear this blame. It's all because of that coward Yi Yuan. If he had grabbed those weapons first, the thugs wouldn't have them now. Once I get Rian back, he'll make sure Yi Yuan pays. Nephew, I know things are tough for you right now. But you have to hold on. Protect Aunt Lu and don't let anything happen to her. By the way, isn't Hi's girlfriend with you? She's pretty too. Tell Rian to make herself look as ugly as possible and have Hi's girlfriend dress up nicely instead. You get what I mean, right? Get it? I get that you're a bastard. You want Xiaofan to be a decoy for Rian. I won't allow it. The gun is mine, so they'll both have to take their chances. Uncle Gu, I understand. Don't worry. I'm already tired of Hi's girlfriend, so I can sacrifice her if needed. But that's not a foolproof plan. Aunt Lu has such a great figure. Even if she tries to look ugly, she'd still be alluring. It won't be easy to fool the thugs. True, my wife's figure is amazing, but... Wait, what the hell is Yi Yuan implying? You're tired of Hi's girlfriend, and you find my wife's figure alluring. Are you eyeing my woman, you bastard? You rotten scoundrel. She's your aunt, at least in name. Now, with dangers lurking on all sides, he was torn between worrying the thugs would find Rian and fearing Yi Yuan would covet her. What should he do? Even a powerful figure like Gu Yiming, who could dominate the city, was at a loss. He had mulled it over yesterday. Should he send more men to rescue Lu Rian? His heart was desperate to bring her back, even if it cost another 10 or 20 lives. After all, it wasn't his own life on the line. But he was deeply worried about the mysterious force in the old district. For rescue attempts had claimed over 50 lives. Two were confirmed to be crushed by falling boulders. The other two lacked direct evidence, but it was almost certainly the same. So the real question was, would more boulders fall if he sent another team? Gu Yiming himself wasn't afraid, but the hired gunmen were unwilling to throw away their lives. News of 4 failed missions with total casualties had spread, and no one dared take the job anymore. Gu Yiming had power and influence. But the more powerful he was, the more he needed his men's loyalty. If he showed disregard for their lives, and they turned against him, he would become a leader with no followers. He knew where his priorities lay. Nephew, I've never begged anyone before. But this time I'm begging you. Do whatever it takes to protect Aunt Lu. He'll arrange for people to rescue you as soon as possible. By the way, your Aunt Lu has HIV. You need to be careful. Make sure to separate your food and drinks. Don't ask her about it, I promise to keep it a secret. She's very proud. If she found out I told you, she'd be furious. But I don't want you to get infected either. Sigh. After hanging up, Gu Yiming still felt uneasy. He wondered if that bastard Yuan would believe it. Even if he was only half convinced, he'd probably be cautious. At least for now, he wouldn't dare touch Rian. The immediate concern was those thugs. He needed to organize a team quickly. The household guards were already on edge. He couldn't send them out again. If he lost their loyalty, no one would risk their life for him anymore. Oh, Hisu had called yesterday offering supplies if Gu Yiming would send more gunmen to rescue Jiang Xiaofan. Hisu had his own group of bodyguards. I could provide the guns, he provides the men. A few days of training should be enough to form a squad. It doesn't matter if their aim is poor. I can get my hands on some shotguns. There's no other choice. The country has strict gun control, and even Hisus bodyguards have never handled a firearm. They'd have to train from scratch. Time was short, 3 days at most. Gu Yiming immediately called Hisu, proposing that he supply the weapons, while Hisu provided the men and supplies. They quickly agreed and decided to start training the next day. Still, Gu Yiming was worried. 3 days was too long. Rian was facing the thug search right now. Time was of the essence. Yuan couldn't be trusted. If the thugs found them, he might hand Rian over without a second thought. Although Yuan had 2 other women with him, one of them being Hisus' girlfriend. Yuan claimed he was tired of her, but Gu Yiming didn't believe it. A woman that beautiful, and he's already bored. The little bastard is lying to me. Those 2 women have probably already slept with him. In that case, if the thugs found them, he'd likely use Rian as a bargaining chip. Alright. Didn't Hong Jingyi ask me to send a plane to rescue his wife, Su Min, a few days ago? Su Min is also a stunning beauty. Since she's trapped in the city too, if she ran into Rian, maybe she could serve as a decoy for her. Actually, that might just work. At least Yuan used to call Rian aunt, so there's some bond there. But Yuan and Su Min are complete strangers. If the thugs found them, and someone had to be handed over, Yuan would likely sacrifice Su Min to calm things down. That would protect Rian. I need to find a way to trick Hong Jingyi into sending his wife to find Rian and Yuan. At the lakeside villa of Deer Lake Black Pearl, Hong Jingyi hung up the phone with a grim expression, his mood instantly turning heavy. Yesterday, he had sent 50 tons of supplies to a big shot in the civilian official faction, hoping to secure a connection to the military. He had prepared himself mentally, planning to use 500 tons of supplies as a door opener to trade for weapons and ammunition with the military. Of course, the transaction fee would be extra. He had been full of hope, but the call just now dashed it all. The deal was off. Not only was the deal off, but the 50 tons of supplies given to the civilian official were gone for good. Damn it, I really can't figure out how Gu Yiming got his hands on so many weapons and ammo. My demands aren't high. Just 100 or so guns, and 10 to 20,000 rounds. Is that really so difficult? Hong Jingyi couldn't help but admire Gu Yiming's resourcefulness. But Gu was also a ruthless predator who had already swindled him out of 500 tons of supplies. The thought of it reignited his anger. Back then, to save Su Min, he had approached Gu Yiming, who promised to send a helicopter to the old city district. On the surface, the mission was to kill Yuan, but the real goal was to retrieve Gus' own wife Lu Rian. Hong Jingyi had then requested that his wife Su Min be brought back as well. Since the helicopter had to cross the entire city, Gu Yiming demanded an exorbitant price, 300 tons of supplies. In the end, the helicopter was shot down by Yuan. His wife wasn't saved, and the 300 tons of supplies were wasted. That would have been that. But since Gu Yiming's own wife wasn't rescued, either Hong Jingyi, unwilling to give up, went back to him. This time Gu demanded 200 tons of supplies. Gu claimed that the helicopter crash had cost him 200 tons in compensation to the military, and if he were to send another helicopter, Hong would have to cover the previous loss. Hong Jingyi flatly refused. He did love Su Min, but spending 200 tons of supplies to rescue a woman he'd just married. He wasn't about to be played for a fool. Yet every time he thought of Su Min possibly being devoured by zombies, his heart ached. Especially now with her phone unreachable. She'd turned it off long ago. He had no idea if she was alive or dead. Even if she were to die, he hoped it would be quick, and that she wouldn't be eaten by zombies. Nor did he want her to fall into the hands of thugs. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Gu Yiming. Hey brother Gu, what's up? What? You and Hisu are sending people to Lainan district to kill Yuan. And also to rescue Hisus' girlfriend. Your wife is with Yuan too. Holy shit. Hong Jingyi suddenly realized. No wonder Gu Yiming kept over 100 armed guards at home, all with assault rifles. They even had machine guns and rocket launchers. With such heavy security, he still feared Yi Yuan's revenge, and he was always the most eager to send people after Yi Yuan. So it was because his wife was with Yi Yuan. Killing Yi Yuan was just a side mission. His real fear was being cuckolded right. You bastard, you sent helicopters 3 times to rescue people, and twice you hid it from me. Damn it, your heart is too black. You knew my wife was trapped in the city too. It was a side errand, but you insisted on 2,000 tons of supplies to save her. Thankfully those rescue missions all failed. At that moment Hong Jingyi suddenly caught on. Brother Gu, why are you telling me this? Is there a special reason? Yes, I do want to save Su Min, but your price is too high. What? You want Su Min to go to Lainan District to find Yi Yuan and Lu Rian? That's too risky. She's in Cartier Garden City far from Lainan District. Alright, let me think about it. After hanging up, Hong Jingyi frowned, puzzled by Gu Yiming's unusual behavior. It wasn't the act of saving Su Min that was strange. In the call they'd agreed that if the mission succeeded in bringing her back, he'd pay 200 tons of supplies as a reward. Since Su Min would have to go to Lainan District herself, the price was only 200 tons. But why did he tell me that Lu Rian was with Yi Yuan? He'd kept it hidden for so long, not wanting anyone to know he might be cuckolded. Now he's revealing it voluntarily. Something's definitely off. Yet Hong Jingyi racked his brain and couldn't figure out what scheme was brewing. Moreover, he hadn't been able to reach Su Min for 2 days, and he had no idea how things were over there. So he didn't rush to agree, only saying he'd consider it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yuan had no idea that a single phone call had set Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi on edge. At that moment, Rian was massaging Yi Yuan's shoulders. Rian, Gu Yiming said, you have AIDS. Huffed, he's the one with AIDS. I don't know who to believe now. What do you think I should do? Yi Yuan wore a sly grin. That old fool Gu Yiming was grasping at straws, trying to deceive him with such a clumsy lie. Did he take me for an idiot? If Lu Rian really had AIDS, would you care so much? She's my servant. If she had AIDS, wouldn't she tell me? Still, to be safe, I'd have to give her a thorough check. The next morning, the city suddenly erupted with gunfire and artillery. Yi Yuan stood on the wall gazing out, but a blood-red mist obscured everything. He knew, however, that this was a major military operation. They had deployed nearly all their surviving main forces: tanks, armored vehicles, drones, helicopters. Though no fighter jets, since fighter pilots were too rare, most having turned into zombies. The operation's goal was to wipe out large numbers of zombies and give the city's survivors a chance to escape. In his past life, Yi Yuan had taken advantage of this operation to fight his way back to Deer Lake. But in this life, he wasn't worried at all. He could return whenever he pleased. Just then a drone flew overhead with a loudspeaker hanging from its belly. Attention, all survivors. The main forces of the Shu capital military have entered the city and are clearing zombies from the main roads within the Third Ring Road and Shu Capital Avenue, ensuring these routes are passable. If you're at your wits' end, take a gamble and head to Deer Lake via these roads. It's safe there. If you're near the river, you can also take a boat. Good luck to you all. Yi Yuan watched the drone fly away. Memories of his past life resurfaced. Had been forced to drive a military vehicle into the Shu River to escape. In reality, the military had few surviving soldiers. They couldn't possibly clear the zombies on all the main roads within the Third Ring Road, because there were too many zombies lurking in every street, neighborhood, and building. If they all came out, it would be a sea of zombies. Many survivors who fought their way out of buildings still met their doom, dying horribly at the jaws of zombies. But then again, staying home was a death sentence too. Fighting for survival at least offered a glimmer of hope. Su Min was that kind of person. She refused to wait for death. When she learned the military was clearing the main roads, she realized this might be her last chance. Su Min approached the door and peered through the peephole. The zombies that had devoured her neighbor the day before were gone, leaving only a bloody, mangled skeleton on the ground. Then she saw something that made her scalp crawl. She covered her mouth. Her pupils contracted sharply. A suffocating terror instantly spread through her entire body. After the blackout, the corridor was dimly lit. But during the day, it was still clearly visible. Through the peephole, Su Min saw her neighbor, who had been gnawed down to a skeleton yesterday, crawling on the floor. Bleached bones still clinging to shreds of bloody flesh. The skeletal neighbor crawled aimlessly back and forth in the corridor, its jaw opening and closing, but with only bits of skin and muscle left on its neck, it couldn't make a sound. This sight defied Su Min's understanding. If a zombie bites someone, and they turn, it could be understood as the zombie virus entering the bloodstream and causing infection. But what was this thing outside the door? It had been chewed down to a skeleton, yet it was still crawling. Was it human or ghost? Or perhaps a skeletal zombie? With such a monster in the corridor, Su Min didn't dare open the door to retrieve the dagger and backpack lying on the floor. She quietly stepped back. The image just witnessed lingered in her mind. Before the internet went down, the authorities sent daily text alerts, giving survivors a basic understanding of zombies. A bite leads to assimilation. Only severe brain trauma can kill them completely. Her neighbor chewed to a skeleton, and still moving. Was it assimilated, mutated, or perhaps not fully dead? Su Min found it impossible for it not to be dead. Could something reduced to a skeleton still be alive? Wait, it wasn't entirely bones, perhaps because there was less flesh on the head. The zombies hadn't cleaned it off completely. So the head was the key. The brain is protected by the skull, meaning that the skeletal monster outside, despite its horrific appearance, actually had an intact brain inside. The only way to kill a zombie is to severely damage the brain. Su-min suddenly had a revelation. She was now fairly certain that the skeletal neighbor was an assimilated zombie. When it was being bitten, the zombie virus had invaded its brain. Even though it was reduced to bones, its brain remained undamaged, so it eventually turned into a skeletal zombie. No wonder I saw people in the neighborhood chewed down to skeletons a few days ago, she murmured. And they disappeared the next day. Initially, Su-min just thought those skeletons might have been dragged away by zombies. Now she realized. The skeletons had also turned and crawled off to some unknown corner. Having pieced things together, her fear only grew. What exactly is this virus so potent that humanity has no hope? Despair spread in her heart. She was just an ordinary, beautiful woman with no grand sense of mission. But the thought of humanity's extinction sent waves of fear and helplessness through her body. Su-min sat dazed on the sofa. Happy lay at her feet, Taizi perched on her shoulder. The woman, the dog, and the bird sat there in silence. Time passed unknowingly. Driven by hunger, Su-min reluctantly got up. From the powerless refrigerator, she took out a piece of bread and a bottle of drink. She checked. There wasn't much left. 8 egg yolk pies and 7 bottles of Tu Lao Ji. At most they would last another 2 days. Apart from that, there was some parrot feed at home, but it was all shelled millet, 5-colored sorghum oil, sunflower seeds, etc. Hard as rocks. Impossible to bite. The rest was dog food. Am I supposed to fight Happy for his food? Su-min forced a bitter smile, ate the bread, and drank a bottle of Tu Lao Ji. After a struggle, she decided to escape the building to survive. She had just been scared by the skeletal zombie. Thinking about it, it wasn't that terrifying. The skeletal zombie crawled slowly, had no eyes or nose, and even its ears were torn. It couldn't see, hear, or smell. It was practically useless. As long as you didn't walk into its mouth, it posed no threat. What she really needed to worry about were the fully intact zombies. Su-min had a plan. The most important thing now was to get the dagger and the backpack. She returned to the door and peered through the peephole. The skeletal zombie had crawled to the other side. This was a good opportunity. She quietly turned the lock and slowly pushed open the security door. No sound was made. The corridor was also very quiet. Holding her breath, Su-min stepped across the threshold. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She picked up the dagger, grabbed the backpack, stepped back, gently closed the security door. Phew, success. The dagger and backpack were covered in bloodstains, but she couldn't care about that now. She carefully wiped the dried blood off the dagger with a tissue. The dagger was pitch black with a gleaming snow-white edge. It was a Hellhound tactical double-edged knife, the most potent stabbing dagger in its class. Of course, Su-min didn't recognize the dagger. When she held it in her hand, she just felt it was formidable. Small and compact, yet with a good weight to it. It gave her the illusion that it could pierce through a security door. She wouldn't actually test it on the door, of course, but she could try it on the kitchen cutting board. The cutting board hung on the living room wall. It was a solid wood board 10 centimeters thick. Besides the marks from chopping vegetables, it was covered in dense stab marks. They were from her daily training. During this period, Su-min had been constantly trying to find ways to save herself. The only usable weapons at home were a kitchen knife and a fruit knife. She had tried it at chopping zombies with a kitchen knife, was ineffective. Stabbing was much more powerful, but unfortunately, she didn't have a good dagger at home. However, she hadn't been idle. She hung the cutting board on the wall and practiced stabbing with the fruit knife every day, which improved her accuracy and strength. But the fruit knife was of poor quality. It broke the day before yesterday. Now with a new weapon, Su-min was eager to try it. Holding the tactical dagger in a reverse grip, she thrust it forcefully at the cutting board. The sharp blade sank 5 to 6 centimeters into the wood instantly. She had to exert great effort to pull it out. Su-min breathed a sigh of relief. With such a sharp dagger, piercing a zombie's skull shouldn't be a problem. She could test it out on the skeletal zombie outside the door later. Moreover, the skull thickness is only 1:1. 5 centimeters. This means less resistance, making it easier to pierce into the brain and also easier to pull out. The weapon was just the basics. In Su-min's escape plan, protection was the most important. But let's not rush. Let's see what's in the backpack. When Su-min opened it, the contents were pitifully few: a bottle of mineral water, 2 biscuits, and a power bank. The power bank was a good find. She immediately plugged her phone into charge, then turned it on and saw 7 missed calls. All were from Hong Jingyi. Su-min felt a slight warmth in her heart. Although marrying Hong Jingyi was partly for his money and partly due to his power and influence, and there was essentially no love between them, he was still the only one who cared about her in this apocalypse. So Su-min immediately made a satellite call to Hong Jingyi. That was the good thing about the leading-edge phone. As long as the satellite was still operating and the phone had credit, you could make calls. Hello Su-min, are you okay? Jingyi, I'm not doing well, I'm barely holding on. I'm planning to escape this building within the next day or 2. If I don't leave now, once the military operation ends, there might be no other chance. On the other end of the line, Hong Jingyi felt a pang of bitterness. He also wished he could send someone to rescue Su-min, but he couldn't get his hands on weapons and ammunition, and that bastard Gu Yiming was asking for an exorbitant price. Hong Jingyi understood that this was indeed the best chance to escape. If they missed it, the military wouldn't launch another rescue operation for survivors. But Su Min, a woman alone, it was too dangerous. He suddenly remembered the call from Gu Yiming last night. Although he wasn't sure what that dog was scheming for now, it seemed safer for Su Min to rendezvous with Lu Ruyan and then take a boat back. It was much safer than her fighting her way back to Luhu alone. After much deliberation, Hong Jingyi spoke. Su Min, go and meet up with Lu Ruyan. She's at. Su Min felt a pang of disappointment. Hong Jingyi had not offered to come and rescue her, but instead told her to seek out a woman named Lu Ruyan. She could understand, after all, when calamity looms, each bird flies alone. Were she in Hong Jingyi's shoes, she too would not risk everything to save a woman. There's less than 3 days left. The journey from Cartier Garden City to Lanin residential area is quite far. I must set out now. Mom, Dad, bless me to make it there alive. Su Min had never felt so helpless. Everything was a gamble. A gamble that she could escape the building alive, a gamble that she could reach Lanin residential area, a gamble that Lu Ruyan would take her in. After all, she didn't know Lu Ruyan. In this apocalyptic world, even with the connection through Hong Jingyi, it was uncertain whether the other woman would help her. Still, she just needed to reach building 1 room 301 at Lanin residential area. A boat would arrive in 3 days. Hong Jingyi had said he would arrange bodyguards to board the boat and pick her up. Even if an accident occurred and the boat couldn't come, she could find a wooden plank and paddle her way to Deer Lake. The prerequisite was surviving to reach the riverbank. Su Min pushed aside her thoughts and began preparing for the escape ahead. She had watched an apocalyptic movie once. In it, the protagonist wrapped books around his arms with tape. When zombies lunged at him, the makeshift guards made of books blocked their bites. This gave her hope. Zombies hadn't evolved beastly fangs, their teeth were like human teeth. As long as something tough blocked them, they couldn't bite through. Leather was out of the question. But thinking differently, zombie teeth were short. If she wore enough layers, even if bitten through, the teeth wouldn't reach her flesh. This way she could avoid infection. Su Min had already picked out the tougher, thicker clothes from home. Jeans, denim jackets, wool coats, knee-high leather boots. And also the shopping bags from home. These paper bags were of good quality, quite tough and flexible, and could provide some defense. Su Min's plan was clear. Cut the tough fabric into specific shapes, wrap them around her body with packing tape, and then layer several shopping bags on top. Wrap her neck with several layers of a bath towel. As long as it was thick enough, zombies couldn't bite her flesh, and she would have a chance to fight back. Of course, the premise was not encountering too many zombies. She didn't need to flee far. Taking the fire escape down to the underground garage, her Wrangler was parked right at the exit. The tank was full. With the military's rescue operation underway, driving all the way to Lanin residential area was still possible. Meanwhile, Hong Jingyi had already found Gu Yiming, telling him that Su Min would go to Lanin residential area to find Lu Ruyan, and proposed adding 50 tons of supplies and sending 2 bodyguards on the boat to pick up Su Min. The bodyguards' firearms would be provided by Gu Yiming. Of course, the firearms had to be returned after the mission, and ammunition would be limited. Even if these men didn't hand over the guns upon their return, the remaining bullets would be scarce. If he brought over 100 fully armed bodyguards, wouldn't they obediently hand over their weapons then? Gu Yiming readily agreed to Hong Jingyi's request. He couldn't ask for more. If your wife finds my wife, she might just take the bullet for her. In scheming against Hong Jingyi this time, Gu Yiming had another motive. With 4 consecutive failed rescue missions, it was essentially certain that some mysterious force was dropping boulders to sabotage them. It seemed this mysterious force had its eyes on him. Gu Yiming was worried. What if this operation failed too? So he maneuvered Su Min to Yi Yuan's side. This could greatly alleviate the danger to Lu Ruyan. Whether it was facing thugs who demanded someone be handed over or Yi Yuan's peculiar obsession with married women, Su Min was the perfect scapegoat. After all, that woman was a stunning beauty too. Ruyan was, after all, Yi Yuan's aunt. In terms of order, Su Min would take the bullet, first buying more time for the rescue. Brother Hong, rest assured. This operation has military support. We will succeed. Soon we'll both be reunited with our wives. By the way, tell your wife to hurry and get to Lanin residential area first, so she can rest well. Our rescue operation in 3 days requires their cooperation. They must be well rested. The words sounded gracious. In truth, Gu Yiming was afraid the thugs would find Yi Yuan's hiding spot first. He wanted Su Min to rush over. If an accident really happened, she could shield his wife. Brother Gu is right. He'll call Su Min when I get back. He'll take my leave now. Brother Hong, wait. Let me give you Yi Yuan's phone number. Have Su Min call him. Huh. What the hell? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Brother, rest assured. Yi Yuan doesn't know we were involved in the plot that killed his parents. He Xiaomin is his target. So you can safely let your wife go to Yi Yuan. Rian and Jiang Xiaofan are both there. Damn it. Like hell I trust you. We're all old foxes here, none better than the other. Would you be this kind-hearted? Hong Jingyi felt he couldn't trust this. But verbally he agreed, took the number, and promised to have Su Min call Yi Yuan. Brother Gu will be going now. Take care. Hong Jingyi returned home, and the more he thought about it, the less reliable it seemed. Sending Su Min to Yi Yuan felt like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. After all, he had caused the deaths of Yi Yuan's parents. Now he was sending his wife to seek help from his enemy's son. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. But there was indeed a rescue operation in 3 days, and he had sent men on the boat, so Su Min had to go to Lanin residential area for a coordinated rescue. I need a compromise. Hong Jingyi's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Min used to enjoy swimming and had a swim ring at home. Having her bring it might prove useful. So he quickly called Su Min. Su Min will keep it brief. Don't go to building 1 room 301 at Lanin residential area to find Lu Rian. I have a bad feeling about it. If possible, bring the swim ring with you. Drive straight to Lanin residential area, crash through the guardrail on the riverside road, and plunge into the Shu River. Then float with the swim ring and find a nearby abandoned boat to hide in. During this time, remember to turn off your phone to save battery. Turn it on early the day after tomorrow. Call me and tell me your exact location. They'll have someone rescue you and get you on the boat. This plan was extremely risky. There were few abandoned boats on the Shu River now, as almost all had been taken by others. Those left behind were the ones that couldn't start. That meant they would drift with the current. There was a risk of drifting ashore. Then zombies would swarm onto the boat, forcing a jump into the river. If zombies followed, it would be certain death. But Hong Jingyi didn't want his wife walking into the tiger's den. He would rather have Su Min risk a desperate gamble than have her fall into Yi Yuan's hands. Those in high positions are the most ruthless. Some things they'd rather destroy than let others enjoy. Yi Yuan hated such men the most. But Su Min didn't see it that way. I understand, Jingyi. He'll take it one step at a time. My goal is still Lanin residential area. If there's an abandoned boat in the river, he'll drive into the water. If not, we'll see. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened. Another day in the apocalypse had ended. Yi Yuan returned with the 3 women. As soon as the signal was restored, he saw 2 missed calls. Both were from Gu Yiming. He immediately called back. Uncle Gu, my phone was on silent. I didn't hear it ring. Is something the matter? What? Uncle Hong's wife is coming to find me. What the hell? Su Min was really trapped in the city. Could it be the same Su Min from Cartier Garden City? Yi Yuan was still on the phone with Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, she hasn't called me yet. Alright. Send me her number right away. He'll ask where she is. Yi Yuan was now somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom why Hong Jingyi's wife would take the initiative to seek him out. Logically, this was something that should have been communicated through a direct call from the man himself. Yet the messenger was Gu Yiming. Could there be some clandestine affair between these 2 old foxes? He dismissed the thought. Hong Jingyi's wife was breathtakingly beautiful, absolutely goddess level. Finding her would surely yield some valuable traits. Su Min. Could it be the same Su Min from Cartier Garden City? A simple phone call would clarify the matter. Gu Yiming had already sent Su Min's number, but when Yi Yuan dialed, the line was switched off. Damn, was this some kind of joke? Hadn't she said she was coming to seek refuge? Why was her phone off? Yi Yuan sat down to analyze calmly. According to Gu Yiming, Su Min was supposed to go to room 301, building 1, Lanin residential area, to find Lu Rian. That address was of course false. Nanhu Haoding was the real foothold. Yi Yuan would never reveal his true location. If Hong Jingyi's wife was indeed the Su Min from Cartier Garden City, going to Lanin residential area would be a detour and a waste of time. After all, Nanhu Haoding was much closer to Cartier Garden City, a mere 700 or 800 meters in a straight line. Yi Yuan considered digging a tunnel straight to Su Min, but on second thought, it was impractical. Any residential area named with the word city was bound to be absurdly vast. Which phase, which building, which room? He had no idea. Blindly searching would only waste time. Now he realized that shooting down Su Min's distress drone 2 days ago had been a significant loss. Yet Yi Yuan felt no regret. In his past life, he had witnessed too many conspiracies and schemes. Survivors who appeared helpless and pitiful were the most prone to stabbing you in the back, because they couldn't defeat you face to face. Thus, even if he had mistaken Su Min, Yi Yuan remained steadfast in his conviction that his actions were correct. The current problem was how to locate Su Min. Maybe I should call Hong Jingyi and ask for his wife's detailed address. Yi Yuan had Hong Jingyi's number after all, as one of the company's 3 major shareholders. They had never contacted each other outside of high-level company gatherings when his parents were still alive. Suddenly calling to ask where his wife was would likely arouse suspicion. Moreover, Gu Yiming had explicitly stated that Su Min would come to find him, yet neither Hong Jingyi nor Su Min had called. It seemed there was mutual distrust among all 3 parties. If he called now, even if Hong Jingyi gave his wife's address, it would probably be a fake one, only deepening their suspicions and backfiring. After sorting through these complex relationships, Yi Yuan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Rian, I have a task for you. Tomorrow go to room 301, building 1, Lanin residential area. Hong Jingyi's wife might come looking for you. For now, waiting by the tree stump was the best strategy. Yi Yuan wasn't sure if Su Min would actually show up, but it was worth a try. He took out his phone and pulled up Su Min's photo from his files, an archive from his earlier investigation into Hong Jingyi's background. This is the woman in the picture. If she comes to find you, protect her, and call me immediately. Tomorrow Xiaofan and Xiao Wan will accompany me to continue scavenging supplies. Searching for beauties was a game of chance, but scavenging supplies had clear targets. Time was pressing as the list of needed materials was extensive. It even included pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, as well as seeds for various vegetables and crops. Deer Lake had sunlight. Once planted they would take root and sprout. Live samples were best as a single vegetable specimen could be infinitely replicated. Yi Yuan's plans were long-term. Revenge was an early-stage mission, or later he must establish his own base, for humans were social creatures. If everyone perished, leaving only himself and a few servants, life would lose its meaning. He had also considered building an underground city. With his super excavator ability, it would be easy to dig one out. But underground there was no sunlight and oxygen was scarce. Prolonged living in such a gloomy environment would lead to madness or depression. Thus Deer Lake was the ideal survivor base. It had existing mid to high-end residential complexes, a vast lake, and expansive wetlands that could be turned into farmland. Several wind turbines could provide continuous electricity. However, his current strength was insufficient to become the Lord of Deer Lake. The military department and the civil department had already taken control there. Moreover, numerous powerful figures, anyone with connections, were forming their own private armies. Amid such complexity, seizing control of Deer Lake would be extremely difficult. Killing a few leaders might intimidate everyone, but the apocalypse bred the most reckless desperados. No matter how formidable a person, a single bullet could send them to meet their maker. Even with a pocket full of abilities, Yi Yuan dared not risk his body against bullets. Open attacks were easy to dodge, but hidden arrows were hard to defend against. The best strategy was to lie low and develop steadily in the urban area. Scavenge more supplies, find more beauties to extract traits. Not necessarily until he became invincible, but at least until he could withstand bullets with his body before returning to Deer Lake to implement his plan. He couldn't afford to be reckless. In his past life he had been bold because he had nothing to lose. This time he had a golden finger. His life was precious, any misstep would render his rebirth meaningless. The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. Little Wan, a foodie, had been helping Rian in the kitchen. She could cook too, and quite well. Xiaofan stayed by Yi Yuan's side, pouring tea and lighting his cigarette. Xiaofan, replaced the barrel on your weapon in advance. We have plenty of spare barrels. The best practice is to change it every day after returning. Every firearms barrel has a service life, especially shotguns with high power and multiple pellets, which were down barrels more severely. To ensure all weapons were always in top condition, Yi Yuan replaced the barrels daily. Of course, he could also switch to new guns every day. But old guns become more comfortable over time, allowing instinctive reactions in danger. The concept of man and gun becoming one might sound mystical, yet it held truth. Moreover, the 7000 round capacity was substantial. Even though inorganic replication consumed little energy, it was only relative, so there was no need to replace guns constantly. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it also wasted his mental energy. After replacing all the barrels, the meal was still not ready. So Yi Yuan took stock of the day's haul. He had scavenged 12 large supermarkets, using his Devour ability to transport goods with remarkable efficiency. His level 3 Devour had reached its limit. He could no longer gain attribute points through devouring unless he upgraded the ability further. Excavation Strengthening had also leveled up twice, now at level 11. The two abilities together granted 22 free attribute points. His current stats were Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spirit 37. With this physique, he could kill a zombie with a single punch without exerting full force. Dinner was ready. Xiaofan also went to the kitchen to help serve, and soon a table full of delicious dishes was set. Time to eat. Lu Rian called out. Just then Yi Yuan's phone rang again. An unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Yi Yuan felt a flicker of doubt. This was the apocalypse. He barely knew anyone, so why was an unfamiliar number calling? He pressed the answer button. Who is this? Is this my nephew Yi? It's your Uncle Hong Jingy. Damn, it's that old bastard. He actually used his backup number to call me. Uncle Hong, it's you. Uncle Gu told me Aunt Sue was also trapped in the city and was planning to come find me. But she hasn't called me. When I called her, her phone was off. On the other end of the line, Hong Jingyi's brow furrowed slightly, his heart heavy with conflict. Before the power went out, Su Min had discussed her escape plan with him. After analysis, her survival rate was only about 10. But now with the military operation underway, her survival rate could reach 30. So Hong Jingyi held considerable hope, treating this matter with utmost seriousness. After much thought, he felt it necessary to secure another lifeline for Su Min. If she managed to escape to the riverbank near the Blue Shore district, it would be best if there were abandoned boats in the river. But if there were no boats, it would be a dead end. In that case, she would surely be bitten to death by the zombies. Hong Jingyi had seen zombies eat people. It was horrific. He could accept Su Min starving to death, as hunger numbs the senses, weakening the body and clouding the mind, until she fainted and passed away. But he couldn't bear the thought of the woman he loved being torn apart and devoured by zombies piece by piece. After deliberating, he decided to make preparations on two fronts and communicate with Yi Yuan. This decision was not made on a whim. Hong Jingyi had calculated that Su Min should set out tomorrow and if all went well she could reach the Blue Shore district by noon or afternoon. Even if she was at her wits' end she could reach Yi Yuan's temporary shelter. He refused to believe Yi Yuan was worse than an animal and would take his wife that very night. It didn't make sense. After all, Yi Yuan wasn't short of women. Besides his girlfriend, there was also a young beautiful woman Lu Ruyan who was with him. All of them were stunning beauties. Su Min would be fleeing in a panic, disheveled and terrified. Even if he were a scoundrel he wouldn't be that desperate, right? Within 2 or 3 days he probably wouldn't make a move on his wife. And after that, once the rescue boat arrived, he wouldn't have the chance. After careful consideration, Hong Jingyi decided to secure a backup plan with Yi Yuan. Nephew, I didn't want to trouble you. In this world, everyone is looking out for themselves. Just surviving is hard enough, let alone worrying about others. But I can't just stand by and watch your Aunt Sue die. The day after tomorrow a rescue team will come by boat to pick you up. Your Aunt Sue must reach the riverbank before then. I want her to come and stay with you. Of course this was just a formality. Because Hong Jingyi had instructed Su Min that if she reached the riverside road where the Blue Shore district was and saw a boat on the Shu River, she should drive straight into the river and hide in the boat. Calling Yi Yuan now was just another contingency. If there were no boats in the river, he hoped Yi Yuan would help Su Min. I hope you can come out and receive your Aunt Sue then. I know it's dangerous out there, but I promise you when you return to Luhu you will be handsomely rewarded. You old bastard. I don't trust you one bit. But if your wife comes, I'll definitely receive her and give her a warm welcome. The problem is I don't know her current situation. Don't worry, Uncle Hong. The disaster came so suddenly friends and family turned into zombies one by one. The fact that we can still be in contact in this apocalypse is fate. I'll do my best. If Aunt Sue comes to me, I'll protect her even at the cost of my life. But I called her and her phone is off. I can't reach her. Hey, that was intentional. Hong Jingyi sneered inwardly. Going to Yi Yuan was just a secondary plan. He preferred the idea of a boat being on the Shu River with Su Min driving into it to board. That was the safest option. So he had Su Min turn off her phone to prevent Yi Yuan from contacting her. Hong Jingyi was well aware that Su Min was no fool. When he suspected Gu Yiming was up to no good, he immediately called Su Min and told her not to go to Lu Ruyan. At the time, Su Min didn't answer directly. Instead, she vaguely said, "Well, see when the time comes." This was actually a hint that if there were no boats on the Shu River, she would likely go to Blue Shore District Building 1 Room 301 to find Lu Ruyan. That would essentially mean seeking refuge with Yi Yuan. That's why he called Yi Yuan again, but he couldn't let them get in touch with each other. This matter had to be decided by Su Min based on the situation. If there was a boat, shed jump in the river. If not, shed go to Blue Shore District Room 301. Nephew, your Aunt Sue's phone is dead, and I can't reach her either. She'll come to you when the time comes. On the other end of the line, Yi Yuan frowned slightly, feeling that Hong Jingyi was acting suspiciously. This old bastard seems to be on guard against me. Yet he has to ask for my help. If that's the case, let's make a bet. Bet that your wife hasn't left Cartier Garden City yet. As long as I get the detailed address, I'll dig a tunnel overnight to put that green hat on your head. Uncle Hong, Uncle Gu told me Aunt Sue lives in Cartier Garden City, right? Damn it. That blabbermouth Gu Yiming, why does he tell Yi Yuan everything? That bastard really has no good intentions. But I can't figure him out. I hope nothing happens to Su Min, or else I'll have it out with you, Gu Yiming. If I weren't completely out of options, I wouldn't knowingly walk into a trap. You're right, nephew. Your Aunt Sue does live in Cartier. Which building does she live in, and what's the room number? What the hell does he mean? Why ask for such details? Nephew, why are you asking for your Aunt Sue's room number? Besides, she might have already set off by now. Set off my ass. Would Su Min be a fool to go out at night? It's too dangerous at night. Trying to fool me. No way. Uncle Hong, it's like this. I have a friend in Cartier Garden City who was discharged from the military last year. He's also planning to come and meet up with me. He'll return to Luhu with me the day after tomorrow. If Aunt Sue is in the same building as my friend, I can discuss with him to bring her along. After all, he's just been discharged, so he's definitely skilled. And his character is beyond reproach. Taking Aunt Sue with him would greatly increase her chances of survival. That's true. Discharged just last year, his faith probably hasn't been corroded by the filthy society yet. This kind of person is trustworthy. With Yi Yuan's explanation, Hong Jingyi let his guard down. In Dragon Country you could distrust anyone, but you could always trust a soldier. So my nephew has a friend in Cartier Garden City. That's excellent. Your Aunt Sue lives in Building 9, Room 803. Please inform your friend to protect your Aunt Sue. When we return to Luhu, I will also express my profound gratitude to your friend. Gratitude, my ass. I don't have any friend. I just wanted to trick you into giving me your wife's room number, so I could dig a tunnel to her tonight. Don't worry, Uncle Hong. My friend is very loyal, and he enjoys practicing martial arts. He has crossbows and cold weapons at home. As long as Aunt Sue is in the same building as him, he'll definitely help. He'll hang up now. I need to contact my friend right away. After hanging up, Hong Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, something's wrong. Why did I just blurt out Su Min's room number? I should have first asked for the detailed address of Yi Yuan's friend. If he was in the same building as Su Min, I could ask for his help. If not, I wouldn't have to reveal it. After all, no one could guarantee Yi Yuan was telling the truth. What if this bastard is tricking me? Damn it, I was too careless. Hong Jingyi felt as if he had eaten a ton of feces. It was stuck in his throat, equally unbearable whether he swallowed or not. He had already given Yi Yuan the apartment number. It was too late to back out now. If he called Yi Yuan and claimed the number was fake, it would only make things worse. It would only deepen the other's distrust. If his friend really lived in Cartier Garden City, he would have to rely on him to help Su Min escape. After much deliberation, he could only let it be. Damn it, I've been scheming all my life, but this time I was careless. I hope Yi Yuan isn't playing me. Logically, he shouldn't be lying. Although I was involved in the deaths of Yi Jianhua, and his wife Yi Yuan doesn't know that. He hates He Xiumin. It has nothing to do with me, Hong Jingyi. He definitely won't target me. On the other side, after obtaining Su Min's apartment number, Yi Yuan told the three women to eat first. Although saving someone was urgent, it was late at night. If Su Min had already left, rushing over would be futile. If she was still home, arriving later would be fine. He had been busy all afternoon and was hungry. Let's eat quickly. We'll go to Cartier Garden City to pick someone up later. Cartier Garden City. Lu Ruyan immediately thought of the drone. That drone came from Cartier Garden City too. Are we going to eliminate that woman named Su Min? With the bloodline of the Empress Ruyan awakened, she had become ruthless. She would resort to elimination at the slightest disagreement. Of course, she was also thinking of Yi Yuan. Their hideout had been spied on twice by that drone. Following Yi Yuan's style, if he was going to Cartier Garden City, he likely intended to kill the drone operator. But this time she was overthinking. Yi Yuan shook his head. I just learned that Su Min is Hong Jingyi's wife. He wants me to bring her over. When the rescue arrives the day after tomorrow, well, take her back to Luhu. Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Although Yi Yuan hadn't explicitly stated his targets for revenge, she had already guessed that Gu Yiming and He Xiumin were definite. The three major shareholders of the giant group. The last one left was Hong Jingyi. Lu Ruyan refused to believe he was innocent. After Yi Yuan's parents died, the company's executives had cooperated with the shareholders to quickly seize control of the giant group, and Hong Jingyi was one of the biggest beneficiaries. He couldn't have been uninvolved. Yi Yuan must have known. Isn't this a gift of a green hat from 1,000 miles away? Huh? Yi Yuan smirked. Isn't your husband the same? That's different. I volunteered. Gu Yiming is a pervert. He would rather see me dead than send me to you. He's only doing this because he's desperate and forced to let you take care of me. Whether voluntary or forced, once delivered to his doorstep, she belonged to him. Alright, let's eat quickly. Then we'll dig a tunnel to Cartier Garden City. On the other side, Su Min was checking her equipment. Although she planned to leave tomorrow morning, her armor was too complex. She had to put it on in advance. Su Min looked like a giant zongzi. Her body and limbs were covered with at least a dozen layers of cloth, some thick, some thin, all made of tough material. Each layer was secured tightly with packing tape. Layer upon layer provided excellent protection. The outermost layer was wrapped with tough oil paper shopping bags, which zombies definitely couldn't bite through. Her left arm in particular was wrapped with up to 20 layers of tough cloth. The outermost layer used the genuine cowhide of a long boot, far tougher than the oil paper bags. According to her plan, her left arm would serve as a shield. When zombies charged, she would extend her left arm and let them bite it. Meanwhile, her right hand would stab the zombie's head with a dagger. As long as the number of zombies was small, her chances of escape were relatively high. Of course, her neck was the most protected. A whole towel was wrapped around it, covered with a layer of cowhide cut from the boots. Zombie teeth were like human teeth. Even if they bit through the cowhide, they couldn't penetrate the thick towel underneath, because their mouths couldn't open that wide. But the downside was fatal. Her originally slender and graceful figure was now extremely bloated. Even though the joints were loose, her mobility was compromised. Moreover, her head and face were unprotected. If she wrapped thick cloth around her head, her hearing and reflexes would be greatly reduced, making her a moving target. Even though she knew this was a fatal flaw, she had no choice but to leave them exposed. It was summer now. The blood mist blocked the sky, making the temperature low, but even at night, it was around 27 or 28 degrees. Wrapped in layer after layer of cloth, Su Min was unbearably hot. To survive the next day's breakout, she had to endure. Fortunately, before the water was cut off, she had filled all the containers in the house. Food was almost gone, but she still had water. Tomorrow she would leave. She no longer needed to conserve. She went to the kitchen, scooped a few ladles of water from the bucket, and poured it over herself, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. She didn't care about future health issues. Survival first. She took 2 egg yolk pies from the fridge, eating one more than usual. The rest would be finished tomorrow morning. Then she would break out of the building in one go. As Su Min silently ate her egg yolk pies, a blurred figure was quietly descending on the balcony. Yes, descending. Su Min lived on the 8th floor. This figure was sliding down a rope from the 9th floor balcony. On a night shrouded in blood mist, visibility was extremely low. Only a vague silhouette could be seen, which from its build was a man. His toes first touched the balcony railing, then he gripped the rope and landed softly on the balcony inside the railing. The man quickly hid beside the French window, pulling out a cleaver from his waist. His left hand fished a flashlight from his pocket. But he didn't turn it on immediately. Instead, he softly whistled twice. The whistle was soft, not loud, resembling a hissing animal sound. He was testing whether Su Min was asleep. In fact, this man lived on the 11th floor. His food was long gone. After observation and probing, he found the 10th floor empty. So he tied bedsheets and curtains into a rope and slid down from the 11th floor balcony to the 10th floor apartment. He was lucky. He found some food. But it didn't last long. He used the same method to reach the 9th floor. However, the 9th floor apartment had no food. But he noticed someone on the 8th floor, a very attractive woman. Most importantly, this woman had a dog. Damn, it had been so long since had eaten meat. If he could kill that dog, he'd have a proper feast. After eating his fill, he could have some fun with the pretty woman on the 8th floor. Even if he died later, it would be worth it. The man was young and strong. The 8th floor had only a defenseless woman. He wasn't worried. The dog was no threat either. A stupid husky, what fighting ability could it have? 2 cleaver strikes, and it would be done. The man whistled twice more, this time a bit louder. Happy, hiding in the bedroom, heard the noise and let out a wary growl. But Su Min had locked him in the bedroom. She didn't trust Happy in the living room. If he did something stupid and barked, it might attract zombies to the door. The man on the balcony heard Happy's growl. But the woman never came out to check. Normally the woman in the apartment should have come out to see. Maybe she doesn't sleep in the same room as the dog. Whatever. It's just a woman. If she pisses me off, I'll kill her first and then have my fun. The man turned on his flashlight and tiptoed into the living room. The man stepped into the living room, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The harsh white beams swept across every furnishing, revealing a layout identical to the floor above. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. It was a space he knew intimately. A low guttural growl emanated from the master bedroom on the left. The master bedroom was surely where the owner slept, and if the dog was in there, the woman should be too. But why hadn't she come out to investigate? Could she not be in the bedroom at all? He pondered whether to search the bedroom first or check the bathroom and kitchen. The man was cautious. He suspected the woman already knew a stranger had broken in. Why else would she remain hidden? Yet he couldn't pinpoint her location. If he checked the bathroom, she might emerge from some obscure corner and launch a surprise attack, potentially injuring him. In the apocalypse, any injury was a serious problem. Minor wounds could heal on their own, but a severe infected one was a death sentence. Damn it, this woman isn't playing by the rules, he muttered. I deliberately made some noise. Why the hell won't you come out for a look? If I just know where you are, I won't have to worry about a sneak attack. For safety, Sake, he switched off the flashlight and sat silently on the sofa. As long as he stayed quiet, the hidden woman would eventually come out to investigate. Then he could strike her by surprise and surely succeed. This woman is cunning and highly vigilant, he thought. Looks like I can't afford to take her alive. Meanwhile, Su Min was hiding in the kitchen, her right hand gripping a dagger tightly. She was certain a thug had broken in. The flashlight beam had been too intense to miss. In the bedroom, Happy continued its low growls. Su Min grew anxious. The dog's noise could easily lure zombies to the front door, making it far more dangerous to go out tomorrow. Though the light was off now, she was sure the thug hadn't left. She peered out cautiously. The room was pitch black and the city's solar streetlights were off. The military's nighttime rescue operations had also ceased. There wasn't even the glow of an explosion. Visible light was so scarce that she could barely see anything. The two remained in a deadlock. Happy growled and scratched at the door, desperate to get out, while Taizi began to whimper restlessly. Their sounds roused the zombies downstairs. Not just one, but several, which rushed to the door and slammed against it wildly. Su Min began to panic. If this continued, more zombies would be attracted to the door. No, I have to take the initiative, she resolved. Groping in the dark, she picked up a chopstick and tossed it into the living room. At that moment, a blinding light shot from the sofa area. When it revealed only a pair of chopsticks, the flashlight clicked off again. So he hasn't left, she thought. He's just sitting on the sofa waiting for me. She tightened her grip on the dagger, her heartbeat quickening. With zombies pounding at the door outside and a thug lurking inside, she had to end this quickly. She had deliberately thrown the chopstick to hint that she was in the kitchen, as that's where they're usually kept. If the thug came over, she could ambush him. 5 minutes later, the extinguished flashlight flickered on again, its beam aimed directly at the kitchen door. Su Min hid behind the door, her palms sweating. But she knew she had to eliminate the thug, or there would be endless trouble. The flashlight beam drew closer. Suddenly the man's voice rang out, "Hello? Is anyone there? I know you're in the kitchen. We're all neighbors, I mean no harm. My wife got infected, and I had no choice but to flee from upstairs. Would you mind showing yourself? I'm unarmed. You really need to calm your dog down. It's barking non-stop, and will only attract more zombies." The man's voice grew nearer, and Su Min braced herself. But to her utter shock, the moment he stopped speaking, he appeared right at the kitchen entrance. Damn, it was a psychological ploy. Had spoken deliberately, letting her gauge his approach by sound. It was meant to lull her into a false sense of timing. Based on the sound Shed guessed, he had 10 more seconds to reach the kitchen, but the next instant he sprinted straight to the door, catching her completely off guard. The flashlight beam hit her face, blinding her, and her instinctive reaction was to raise her left arm. At that very moment, before her right hand could thrust the dagger, a powerful force slammed into her left forearm. It must have been the thug's weapon. Fortunately, her quick reflex to block saved her. The 20 layers of tough fabric reinforced with genuine cowhide wrapped around her boot absorbed the blow. She firmly deflected the thug's strike. Simultaneously, Su Min's dagger shot forward. Both moved in a flash with no tactical finesse, just pure instinct to kill. Luckily, her blade found its mark. Op. The man let out a muffled groan. In her panic, Su Min stabbed him twice more. Op. Op. Perhaps Shed hit a vital spot. His flashlight clattered to the floor, and he could only emit instinctive screams as he swung his weapon desperately at her. But the fallen flashlight illuminated a corner of the kitchen, not Su Min's eyes. Her vision finally cleared a bit. Though still adjusting, she could now make out the man's slashing movements. She raised her arm to block again. She had no formal combat training, relying solely on her left arm's formidable defense and raw instinct to parry. She caught his blade once more. Su Min's eyes turned red. After the first stab, the subsequent ones no longer felt frightening. It became almost reflexive. She stabbed the thug frenziedly. The thug let out a long, undulating, agonizing shriek. He gave up resisting and bolted out of the kitchen. Su Min chased after him, driving the dagger into his kidney from behind. That was the final blow. The thug's body went limp, and he collapsed against the main door to the left. He had no time for regret, only a desperate urge to flee this terrifying woman. He knew this apartment layout well. He knew the steel security door was right in front of him. Su Min was on him again, delivering 2 more stabs to his kidney. Her mind was a whirlwind. All her rehearsed tactics, block with the left, strike the head with the right, were forgotten. She was just stabbing him wildly on pure instinct. Outside, the zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, rammed the door with renewed frenzy. The thug was in despair. He knew he was finished. Tonight was his end. You bitch. Die. With me. He summoned his last ounce of strength, yanked the security door open, and forced a gap. The zombies, though mindless, knew to claw at the gap. Su Min's hair stood on end. She never imagined the thug would open the security door in his dying moments, even squeezing it ajar. The flashlight near the kitchen door cast a bright glow, revealing a tangle of blood-stained hands reaching through the crack. Any second now, they would wrench the door wide open. It's over. It's over. It's over. There are at least 5 or 6 zombies outside. If they all get in, I won't be able to hold them back. The zombies were about to surge, and yet Su Min showed no panic like an ordinary woman would. Her mind suddenly became exceptionally clear. In rare moments of life and death crisis, a few individuals experience a bloodline-like awakening, their body and mind entirely driven by instinct. At this moment, there were no complex thoughts. A powerful will to survive temporarily took over her mind, commanding Su Min's body. She dashed forward swiftly. Her slender and frail frame summoned every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to push the door shut again. But there seemed to be 4 or 5 zombies outside. Their strength was overwhelming. Su Min was no match for them. After holding on for 2 minutes, the gap grew wider and wider, and it looked like the door was about to be torn open. Su Min immediately abandoned the door. She bent down, grabbed the flashlight from the floor, and rushed quickly into the dining room. At that moment, the door was finally yanked open by the zombies. Roar, 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 roar. 5 hideous zombies charged in, all lunging at Su Min. Fortunately, the entrance hallway was quite narrow. The right side was partially occupied by a shoe cabinet, leaving only a scant meter of space. As the 5 zombies rushed in together, they collided with each other in a chaotic mess. One zombie even tripped and fell. This brief delay bought Su Min precious time. She quickly pushed the dining table to the entrance of the hallway. Just then, the first zombie charged over. The table didn't completely block the hallway, leaving a half-meter gap. Su Min had no choice but to brace herself for the fight. She held the flashlight in her left hand, reversing her grip, and hugged her arm close to her chest. The bright, scattered light illuminated the entire hallway. The first zombie to cross the threshold lunged at her with claws outstretched. Su Min kept her left arm wrapped in front of her. This served a dual purpose. It protected her from being knocked over, and it drew the zombie's attention to her left arm. Zombies have no intelligence. They bite whatever is closest to them. Sure enough, the lunging zombie sank its teeth into Su Min's left forearm. The immense biting force was cushioned by 20 layers of tough fabric and cowhide. Not only did its teeth fail to pierce through, she didn't even feel much pain, because her left arm, wrapped in 20 layers of cloth, was so thick and the zombie's mouth couldn't open wide enough to get a proper grip. It was like a 2-year-old child trying to bite into an apple as big as its own head. Its mouth was too small. It could gnaw for ages without even breaking the skin. Su Min felt no excitement, no elation. At this moment, she was entirely driven by instinct, with a single thought: eliminate all the zombies. She raised her knife and struck. The sharp Hellhound tactical knife plunged deep into the zombie's forehead, then was forcefully yanked out. The zombie that had been frantically biting her hand just a second ago lost its vitality in an instant. Zombies are ferocious and resilient, but once their brain is severely damaged, they shut down like a computer, abruptly losing power. But Su Min had no time to catch her breath. The table hadn't completely blocked the hallway, and another zombie squeezed through. She used the same tactic. Keeping her left arm forward, she let the attacking zombie bite down on it, while delivering a fatal knife strike to its head with her right hand. Just then, a zombie climbed onto the table and launched itself at her, knocking her to the ground. Fortunately, she kept her left arm wrapped in front of her. The zombie pinned her down, and began savagely biting her wrist. Su Min swung her knife with all her might, driving the sharp blade into its skull. When she pulled the knife out, brain matter splattered across her face. Some even dripped into her mouth. Two. Su Min spat out the zombie brains. There was no time to worry about whether it would turn her. The last two zombies were already clambering over the table towards her. She kicked out, sending the first zombie stumbling backward. The second zombie immediately pounced on her, clamping its jaws around her left arm. Su Min delivered another fatal blow to its head. Then she sat up. The zombie she had kicked away was now crouched over her leg, gnawing ferociously. But her legs were also wrapped in over a dozen layers of tough fabric with an outer layer of an oil paper shopping bag. The zombie couldn't bite through. Su Min raised her dagger and drove it into the zombie's head. Finally, the room fell a bit quieter. It wasn't completely quiet, though. Happy and Taizi were in the bedroom, one growling and scratching at the door, the other chirping noisily. She needed to calm them down quickly. Su Min got up, opened the bedroom door, and looked at the agitated Happy and Taizi, a flicker of anger rising within her. If it weren't for their constant noise, the zombies might not have been attracted in the first place. But faced with these pets she had raised for years, her closest companions, she couldn't muster any real anger. They were, after all, just animals. You couldn't expect them to behave like humans. After calming Happy and Taizi, Su Min hurried back to the living room to close the front door. She had only killed 5 zombies. There were surely more in the building. Leaving the bodies for now, she rushed to the door. As she was about to close it, she spotted a moving skeleton at the threshold. The skeleton was crawling slowly, its bony hand already reaching the doorstep. It was the neighbor who had been gnawed down to a skeleton and had reanimated. Su Min couldn't help but think that without the neighbor's knife, she might be dead too. But now she had to use that very knife to put him down. Su Min raised and lowered her knife, granting the skeletal neighbor eternal rest. She immediately stood up and tried to close the door, but it wouldn't shut properly. That's strange. Su Min shone her flashlight on it and examined it closely, discovering that the lock cylinder was jammed. No matter how she pulled, the door wouldn't close. She guessed that when the zombies had burst in earlier, the violent impacts had damaged the mechanical lock. It was a rare malfunction, but it had to happen to her. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Su Min couldn't help but curse. What was she supposed to do now? It was pitch black outside. It wasn't safe to escape at night. Wait at home until dawn. No, that was too dangerous. With the door unable to close, even hiding in the bedroom was risky. If a zombie slipped in and found her, its roar would attract more. The bedroom door was wooden. It would be easily broken down. She didn't want to go through another fight like that. She had been lucky to kill 5 zombies. That didn't mean she'd be that lucky again. If not for the narrow hallway and the table blocking the way, she might already be dead. I need to think of something fast. The thug was dead in her home. Even if she threw the body out, the scent of blood on the floor would quickly attract zombies. She was running out of time. After killing the thug and the zombies, she should have felt relief, but instead she was more anxious than ever. She quickly went to the kitchen. She washed the zombie blood from her face and mouth with water from the bucket, forcing herself to calm down. Should I call Jingyi? Su Min quickly dismissed the idea. If Hong Jingyi had a way to save her, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state himself. Besides, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. Just then a flash of insight struck Su Min. Wait, how did the thug get into my apartment? He definitely didn't come through the front door. Su Min remembered clearly that the initial beam of light had come from outside the balcony. Did the thug climb in over the balcony? Su Min quickly rushed to the balcony. Su Min inspected the balcony with a flashlight. She quickly discovered how the thug had gotten in. A rope dangled from the balcony railing of the 9th floor down to her own. The thug had slid down this rope. Su Min grabbed the rope to examine it. It was a long rope made from twisted bedsheets and curtains knotted together. It was very sturdy. Knots were tied at intervals to prevent slipping. Since he could come down, she thought, I can climb up. It wasn't that high, just 3 or 4 meters, and the rope had anti-slip knots, so it was certainly strong enough. The thug had said his wife had turned into a zombie. Su Min didn't believe it. If she had truly turned, he wouldn't have had time to tie the rope on the balcony. So his apartment should be safe. Probably his food had run out, and he came down to find something to eat. Of course, he might have also been looking to take advantage of her. Whatever the reason, as long as his place offered shelter for one night, it was enough. But what about Happy and Taizi? Leaving them behind would mean certain death by zombie. Taizi was easy. He's a parrot and could fit in her backpack. But Happy was too big to carry while climbing. Having raised him for so many years, he was a close companion. She'd rather he starve than be torn apart by zombies. Su Min quickly devised a plan. The rope was long. She could tie Happy to it, climb to the 9th floor, and then pull him up. Decided. She quickly packed some egg yolk cakes and canned drinks into her backpack. She packed some pet food as well. Then she put Taizi in her backpack and tied Happy and the pet food to the rope. Happy, don't move. Don't make a sound. He'll pull you up in a moment. Be good. Although huskies are silly dogs, after all these years he understood human nature. He sat obediently on the balcony. Su Min grabbed the rope and began to climb. She was light and agile, and the climb was easy. She reached the 9th floor quickly. She grabbed the railing and climbed over. Whoosh! She let out a long, silent breath. The apartment had the same layout as hers. She checked it quickly. No people, no zombies. It was safe. Then she pulled Happy up. Finally it was done. At least she could get a good night's sleep. Sitting on the sofa, Su Min realized she had no strength left in her body. The earlier fight had been intense. Now that she relaxed, all her energy drained away like the tide. She didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to lie on the sofa and let her body go blank. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan with Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Rian had dug a tunnel to the underground parking garage of Cartier Garden City. There were quite a few zombies in the garage. The military had made a lot of noise during the day, but the garage only had one entrance. Even people with navigation could get lost in there, let alone zombies. The military's commotion had only attracted the zombies near the entrance. More zombies were still scattered throughout the garage. Also, the 3D map in his mind only had low-light night vision, and with the citywide blackout, he couldn't see anything in the rooms. So they still hadn't found Su Min. They would have to locate her building, and then go up to knock on her door. The four of them stood at the tunnel exit, each holding a machine gun, with a 3 round ammo capacity, mowing down the zombie horde. Soon the zombies near the tunnel entrance were all slaughtered. But the growls in the garage were continuous. More zombies were converging on their location. Yuan didn't dare be careless. It wasn't that they couldn't win, or if they hid in the tunnel, any number of zombies would be walking into a death trap. The key was not to waste too much time. Yuan was now at the elevator lobby of a building. He shone his flashlight. The sign on the entrance hall read, Building 9. This is the place. We'll take the fire escape. Rian and I will lead Xiaofan, and Xiaowan will cover the rear. 2 per group. 1 machine gun, 1 shotgun. Let's go. Yuan led with his machine gun, while Lu Rian switched to her shotgun, and they entered the fire escape first. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely behind. They also piled up a bunch of boulders to block the entrance just in case. This was to prevent zombies from the garage from following them. In the narrow fire escape, 4 tactical flashlights illuminated the darkness. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire erupted. Any zombie that showed its head in the stairwell was instantly riddled with bullets. If they didn't die, another shot would finish them off. Yuan was able to precisely dig to the elevator lobby of Building 9 thanks to the 3D map feature of his excavation shovel. It allowed him to see everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Even if they were in a room, as long as there was space, there were coordinates, and with coordinates he could view it. The original purpose of this feature was to precisely dump the excavated earth and stones to a designated location. But it had far more uses. Reconnaissance, surveillance, tracking, finding people. Assassination traps. It was an invaluable tool. The 4 fought their way up to the 8th floor, leaving a trail of corpses. But when they saw the door of 803, Yuan was stunned. The door was wide open. A dead skeleton lay at the entrance. He recognized this thing. He had seen too many in his past life. These were the remains of people bitten by zombies, but their brains weren't destroyed. It was called a skeleton zombie. Its transformation was slow. For a normal person, the transformation time ranged from 2 to 8 hours, depending on the bite location. Because only the brain of a skeleton zombie is infectious, the transformation time is generally over 12 hours. What surprised Yuan wasn't the skeleton zombie, but the dead man at the door and the zombie corpses littering the floor. He counted them. 5 zombies. Xiaofan and Xiaowan quickly checked the room. No one's here. Yuan frowned. He roughly examined the dead man. He had over 20 wounds, all from a dagger. But all the zombies were killed with a single fatal blow. All headshots. This was strange. If Su Min had killed all the zombies with a single headshot, she must be a skilled fighter. But the man at the door was stabbed over 20 times. 1 stab to the lung, 2 to the chest, 5 to the kidneys, and over a dozen more in non-fatal areas. It looked like he was stabbed to death in a frenzy. This wasn't the behavior of a skilled fighter. If Su Min were truly a master, she would have gone for the throat or the heart, not just a headshot. Yuan mused, slowly standing up. Brother Yi, does Su Min really live here? Xiaowan asked. Yuan also wondered if Hong Jingyi had given them a random false address. Could a woman really be this formidable? Killing a man and then taking out 5 zombies with lethal blows didn't seem like the actions of a helpless woman. Let's check the bedroom. Bedrooms usually have photo albums. Yuan remembered what Su Min looked like. Sure enough, a photo frame sat on the bedside table, featuring a glamour shot of Su Min. This is definitely Su Min's home. Although Yuan couldn't understand why the deaths of the man and the zombies differed so greatly, he could roughly guess what happened tonight. It seems a thug broke in, and Su Min killed him in self-defense. Maybe she accidentally opened the door during the struggle, and zombies from outside rushed in. But Su Min has already escaped. There was another thing Yuan couldn't figure out. If Su Min escaped, she would have had to use the fire escape, and she would have had to kill the zombies in the stairwell. But it's clear that the zombies in the stairwell were killed by us. Before we got here, the zombies were all alive. So where did Su Min escape to? Is it possible she didn't use the fire escape and is still in this building? Yuan checked his 3D map again. The night vision wasn't great, and he still couldn't find any sign of Su Min. After Yuan's analysis, everyone agreed that Su Min was likely still inside the building. To escape, one either takes the elevator or uses the fire escape. With the power out, the elevator is useless, and the zombies in the stairwell are the ones we just killed. So Su Min must still be in the building. Yi Yuan, let's conduct a thorough search especially on floors 7, 8, A and 9, Lu Rian suggested. Yi Yuan nodded. He also felt that if Su Min were still in the building, floors 7, 8, O and 9 would be her most likely hiding spots. After all, she lived on the 8th floor. Floors 7 and 9 were the closest. Without disturbing the zombies and the fire escape, these 3 floors were the best places to hide. Let's go, we'll check them one by one. Xiaofan, you blocked off the fire escape, right? Xiaofan nodded. Don't worry, brother, I blocked it off on the way up. I guarantee no zombies from the underground garage will get up. That was good. As long as the zombies in the garage were contained, the number of zombies left in the building wouldn't be too high. Even though Yi Yuan was powerful now, he had to be cautious. In the pitch black night, even with a flashlight, visibility wasn't as good as in daylight. A couple of zombies were no issue, but they should avoid engaging a horde. Let's make some noise later. If there are any stragglers, they'll be drawn out by the commotion. The team's firepower was strong enough that they didn't fear a frontal assault. It was the sneaky attacks they had to watch out for. Yi Yuan led the 3 out of Su Min's apartment, starting with the neighbor's door, and banged on it twice with his rifle butt. Hey, anyone in there? No response. Yi Yuan banged again. Anyone home? If not, I'm shooting the lock open. Bang. Bang. He fired 2 wild shots to scare anyone inside. If someone was there, they would surely make a sound. Normally, this wouldn't need to be so complicated. If there was no sound after knocking, they could just break in. But Yi Yuan wasn't a heartless thug. Being cold and ruthless didn't mean being devoid of humanity. What if someone was hiding inside, too scared to speak? Breaking down their door would be signing their death warrant. Having struggled to survive for a year in his past life, he knew the hardships of the low-level survivors all too well. While anyone could become a thug, not everyone wanted to be one. Often it was out of sheer desperation. Yi Yuan didn't want to kill indiscriminately. As long as people didn't provoke him or pose a threat, they could all coexist peacefully. After a few more bangs with the rifle, but there was still no sound, Yi Yuan signaled for everyone to step back. He then fired 2 blasts from his shotgun at the lock. Once the door was broken, they cautiously entered the apartment. A thorough search revealed no one. They moved on to the next apartment. Using the same method, they knocked first. This time a zombie's growl came from inside. Su Min, don't pretend to be a zombie. Yi Yuan sent by Hong Jingyi to rescue you. Yi Yuan was being cautious. What if the growl was Su Min faking it? After all, Su Min wouldn't know he was coming for her. She might mistake them for thugs. After Yi Yuan identified himself, the zombie inside continued to growl, so there was no need for further testing. 2 shots blew the lock off. They pulled open the door. Yi Yuan took out the zombie with another shot, and they entered to search. Even if there were zombies, they had to search. They had to be absolutely certain. Since Su Min was so beautiful, finding her would surely yield a clue. They'd tear the place apart to find her. No suspicious spot could be overlooked. The search was quick, and besides one zombie, no one else was found. Next door. Yi Yuan again knocked with his rifle, but he was careful not to stand directly in front of the door. He stood to the side. After all, who could guarantee that someone wasn't on the other side of the door aiming a gun at it? If they ran into a trigger-happy fool who fired a shot from inside, it'd be bad if it hit them. Despite all the abilities Yi Yuan possessed, he had no healing power. Localized replication could only enlarge existing objects. It couldn't heal wounds by duplicating flesh. So it was better to be safe. This time a sound came from inside. A man's panicked voice said, "There's someone here, someone's here. Don't shoot. Don't break my door." He seemed to know they might shoot the door, probably having watched through the peephole. How many people are in there? I'd advise you to answer honestly. Just me. Alright, open the door. We're looking for a woman named Su Min. If she's not here, well, leave. After Yi Yuan spoke, he waited a few seconds, but the man inside didn't answer. He was hesitating. This was the apocalypse after all. Law and morality were gone. Opening the door to a group of armed people was like walking to one's own death. You have 3 seconds, or he'll blow the door open and you'll face the consequences. No. He'll open it. The door swung open and 4 flashlights blinded the man inside the intense light, making him squint. The man was around 30 years old. He wisely raised his hands. Yi Yuan stepped forward, shoved him to the ground, and pinned his head with his foot. Don't move if you want to live. You 3 search the rooms. The man lay still, obeying the order not to move, but his mouth didn't stop. Su Min isn't in my apartment. She lives in 803. Tonight, I heard zombies banging on her door. I couldn't see 803 from my peephole, but from the sound there were quite a few. Then I heard Su Min fighting them. Then it went quiet. That's all I know. Just then the 3 women finished searching the rooms. Lu Rian shook her head. No one else. Yi Yuan nodded. Let's go. As the 4 of them backed out of the room, Yi Yuan casually tossed 2 packs of instant noodles from his spatial storage. The info you gave me was useful. Consider this payment. Close the door and don't come out or my bullets won't be so forgiving. Yi Yuan pulled the door shut. If the man dared to open the door and peek out, he'd be sent to the afterlife without a second thought. One of the cardinal rules of survival in the apocalypse: never let a stranger get behind you, especially at night. Where to now? Xiaofan asked. The 8th floor was clear, so they prioritized the 7th or 9th floor. Yi Yuan thought about the information the man had provided. Su Min had fought the zombies in her home, then went silent. She was never seen leaving her apartment. Combined with his own search of her place, she likely hadn't used the stairs. Let's check Su Min's balcony again. The four quickly returned to Su Min's apartment. Yi Yuan stood on the balcony shining his high-powered flashlight, its bright scattered light illuminating the outside clearly. No climbable pipes. If she left by the balcony, there's only one way. Maybe she had a grappling hook or something similar and climbed up to 903. She definitely didn't go to 703. Because from the 8th to the 7th floor, she couldn't retract the hook. Since there was no hook on her balcony, it meant she climbed to the 9th floor and then retracted it. Yi Yuan looked up at the balcony of 903 and called out, "Su Min, are you up there?" The upstairs was eerily quiet. Yi Yuan called out again, "My name is Yi Yuan. Hong Jingyi is my uncle. He sent me to rescue you. Su Min, are you up there?" Yi Yuan didn't want to break down the door to search for Su Min. This woman was fiercely capable in combat, having not only stabbed a thug to death with a knife, but also killed 5 zombies with precise headshots. A person in such a state could easily be consumed by bloodlust. If she mistook him for a thug, she might attack the moment the door opened. Engaging her in a fight under these circumstances could lead to casualties. A minor injury wouldn't matter much. The spatial warehouse had medical supplies. But if she was severely injured, Su Min would die, and he might not even get the trait before her demise. That's why Yi Yuan was calling out from downstairs, hoping to get Su Min to reveal herself voluntarily. Yet the upstairs remained silent. Yi Yuan felt a bit disheartened, even suspecting that Hong Jingyi might have lied. The 3D stereoscopic view wasn't effective for reconnaissance at night. Damn it, let's give it another try. Yi Yuan released a massive boulder, then swung his shovel to dig. Instantly, a 3D stereoscopic image appeared in his mind, revealing the structural layout of the upstairs. The view was still blurry. On a night shrouded in blood mist, visible light was almost imperceptible outdoors, and inside the building it was pitch black. The 3D stereoscopic view could ignore the blood mist and possessed a certain low-light vision capability. Tracking a car at night, or even finding a specific building, was easy provided you had set the location on your phone beforehand. However, without any visible light, seeing the interior of a building clearly was difficult. Fortunately, the view of the balcony was a bit clearer. Yi Yuan's eyelid twitched. On the balcony of the 9th floor, a vague, curled black shadow had appeared, seemingly holding something in its arms. He could only confirm that someone was on the 9th floor balcony, but couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. At that moment, the shadow moved quietly, slipping into the living room, the object in its arms following along. The object looked somewhat like a dog. "Let's go, we're heading upstairs." Regardless of whether that shadow was Su Min, they had to go up and check. "Be careful when opening the door. There's someone in 903. If they attack me, don't shoot. I will retaliate or subdue them based on the situation." Yi Yuan was worried. What if it really was Su Min and she attacked him only to be shot dead by Xiaofan and the others? That would be a terrible loss. Meanwhile, Su Min hiding in 903, it was deeply puzzled. "Yi Yuan. He says his name is Yi Yuan, and he's here to rescue me." But Jingyi said Yi Yuan's temporary base was at Lanin Community near Bin Road, which is quite far from Cartier Garden City. How could he possibly come all this way in the dead of night to save me? This clearly doesn't add up. It was for this reason that Su Min had stayed silent, hiding on the 9th floor. In the apocalypse, there was no law or morality. No one knew if the other person was good or evil. Su Min remembered that initially Hong Jingyi had told her to flee to Lanin Community and find Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Later he called again, telling her not to go. He explicitly warned that room 301 in Lanin Community might be problematic and advised her to jump into the river and find a boat to hide. Hong Jingyi's erratic behavior led Su Min to deduce that there must be an uncontrollable factor involved. What that factor was she didn't know. The only thing she was certain of was that this uncontrollable element was Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Now they had come looking for her. Coming all this way in the dead of night to save her definitely meant they had ulterior motives. At the thought of this, Su Min instinctively tightened her grip on her dagger. Yi Yuan and his group had guns. Having fought their way from such a distance, they must be well supplied with ammunition and formidable in strength. If Yi Yuan really found her, she would have almost no chance of winning. What should she do? With time running out and no other options, Su Min decided to call Hong Jingyi. Since Hong Jingyi knew Yi Yuan, he must be aware of Yi Yuan's purpose for coming at night. If Yi Yuan had malicious intentions, perhaps Hong Jingyi could mediate and buy her some time. Su Min immediately powered on her phone and dialed using the satellite phone function. "Hey Jingyi, you'll make it quick. Yi Yuan has found me. He has a gun and came straight up. I'm hiding on the 9th floor now, and I don't know what his intentions are. I suspect you're hiding something from me about him. I don't want to know what it is, but can you tell me if Yi Yuan coming now is good or bad? What should I do?" "What?" Hong Jingyi was stunned. It had only been about an hour since he last spoke with Yi Yuan. How could he have already gone from Lanin Community to Cartier Garden City? Unless he took a helicopter. Even if he had one, flying at night was too dangerous. Wait, Yi Yuan had a friend in Cartier Garden City. Could it be that retired soldier? "Su Min, how do you know he's Yi Yuan?" "He said so himself, calling out to me from the 8th floor balcony. He probably doesn't know him on the 9th floor, but I'm afraid he'll search and find me. He said so himself. Hong Jingyi was even more bewildered. Yi Yuan didn't have wings. How could he have found Su Min so quickly? Su Min, I just spoke with Yi Yuan. He mentioned he has a friend in Cartier Garden City and said he'd ask his friend to find you. Is it possible his friend is using his name? Could that be it? Su Min was uncertain too. With information passed from one person to another, some details were lost, some misconstrued. It was hard to know what was true and what wasn't. Su Min, don't be afraid. Think about it, who would risk coming to find you in the dead of night? Even if someone wanted to harm you, they wouldn't do it at night. So I guess this person is Yi Yuan's friend. He's here to take you to Lannan community tomorrow. The day after our rescue boat will arrive, and we'll take him along too. Once we're at Luhu Lake, Yi Yuan's friend will also need something from me. After he finds you, he'll naturally take care of you, so you don't need to worry. Hong Jingyi sighed inwardly. With just one phone call from Yi Yuan, his friend had rushed over to save Su Min. Having been in the military truly made a difference. Courageous and loyal. Yi Yuan was incredibly lucky to have a friend like that. When this man returned to Luhu Lake, he had to find a way to recruit him. In the future, he would surely be a great asset. A person with such courage and loyalty to friends, if completely won over, could even die for him in a critical moment. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Su Min quickly said, I have to go. They're knocking. I'll call you back later. Su Min put away her phone, her right hand tightening around the dagger. Regardless of who it was, or if they claimed to be there to save her, she couldn't let her guard down. She had watched the American TV show The Walking Dead. Her favorite character was Carol, who was like a zombie apocalypse version of Daenerys. Carol transformed from a timid, abused woman into an almost invincible female warrior. She didn't have extraordinary physical strength or top-notch marksmanship, but she was calm and intelligent. Her inner strength was formidable, her decisions were decisive and ruthless, and she never hesitated. Most importantly, she was always vigilant. Su Min aspired to be like Carol. She struggled to control her emotions, refusing to show any sign of panic or evasion. The dagger held in a reverse grip was subtly concealed behind her bulky wrist guard. Stop knocking. I am Su Min. I'm opening the door for you now. Su Min slowly approached the door, her left hand reaching for the security latch. She twisted it halfway before pausing. She peered through the peephole. The corridor outside was flooded with blinding flashlight beams, the stark, white hallway revealing no sign of anyone. She knew the people outside were likely pressed against the walls on either side. Su Min took a deep breath and let it out in a heavy sigh. With a click, she unlatched the security lock and swung the door open. I am Su Min. Instantly, two blinding beams of light struck her face. She couldn't open her eyes, but she didn't flinch. This scene was entirely within her expectations. Put your hands up. Su Min felt a cold, hard pressure against her forehead, likely the barrel of a gun. A wave of helplessness washed over her. She had steeled herself before opening the door. If they had ulterior motives, she was prepared to fight to the death, even concealing a dagger behind her wrist guard. Now all of that seemed futile. The flashlights blinded her, and the gun pressed against her skull. Any resistance could trigger a shot. In this moment, she felt a longing more intense than ever before. If only she had a gun herself, she wouldn't be in such a passive position. Su Min, we meet again, a voice said. I mean you no harm. However, given that you've killed so many zombies and butchered that thug, I need to confirm you're mentally stable, and that you pose no threat to me. So please cooperate. Raise your hands, and let me see your palms. It was a man's voice, low, steady, and commanding. Su Min let out a soft breath, a faint smile, touching her lips to mask her inner helplessness. She wanted to be a woman like Carol, but she didn't have Carol's teammates. She had to accept reality and follow orders. I hope you really are here to save me, she thought, clinging to a sliver of hope. Yet she knew it was unlikely. Who would risk their life in the dead of night to rescue a stranger? She slowly raised her hands and opened her palms. The bloodstained hellhound tactical dagger clattered to the floor. Xiaowan, take the knife. Xiaofan, search her. Soon hands began patting her down. Through the thick protective layers, Su Min couldn't tell if they belonged to a man or a woman. But judging by the two names, they were likely both women. Brother Yi, the search is done. No weapons. As the voice fell, Su Min felt the blinding light shift away from her face. She slowly opened her eyes. After a few seconds of adjustment, her eyes felt better. Before her stood one man and three women fully armed. Two holding shotguns, two with submachine guns. No wonder they could kill zombies so recklessly. Their firepower was overwhelming. Still, Su Min was curious. None of them carried ammunition boxes. Weren't they worried about running out of bullets? Just then a low growl came from behind her. Fearing her dog might act out, Su Min quickly soothed it. Happy, calm down. I'm fine. Despite its low intelligence, Happy had been with her for years and understood her well. It immediately quieted down. By now, Su Min's vision had fully recovered, and she could see the four people more clearly. Even in bulletproof vests, it was evident the man was tall and handsome, while the women were stunningly beautiful, some alluring, others both innocent and seductive. Even if she dressed up, she doubted she could match their looks. It was hard to imagine encountering such a striking group in the apocalypse. What surprised her even more was that she recognized the man and the women beside him. They lived in that fortress villa in Nanhu Houding. The drone had been shot down by this man. No wonder he said they'd met again. Did he know the drone was hers? Let me introduce myself again, he said. I'm Yuan. I'm here to save you. But I must clarify I'm not here on behalf of Hong Jingyi. I came on my own. Now hand over your phone. Su Min was confused by his words. Earlier had implied he was sent by Jingyi, but now he said he wasn't. And this man was truly Yi Yuan. Jingyi had guaranteed that the rescuer would be Yi Yuan's friend. The connections were too tangled, the information gap too vast. The more she thought about it, the more she suspected his motives. But for now she was certain Yi Yuan wouldn't harm her. She pulled out her phone and handed it over. Before she could ask what he wanted with it, she saw Yi Yuan toss the phone into the stairwell. Then he took a shotgun from the woman beside him. Bang! A dense spray of pellets instantly shattered the phone into pieces. You can't call Hong Jingyi for now, he said. Of course when the time is right I'll let you contact him using my phone. Xiaofan searched the room. Su Min didn't understand why Yi Yuan wouldn't let her make a call, but she didn't dare ask. When one is weak, one must appear even weaker. That's how you lull the other side into complacency. After Xiaofan and Xiaowan finished searching, Yi Yuan had everyone enter the room. The door was locked again. As they settled, Yi Yuan looked at Su Min. Aren't you surprised? Last time you asked for help I shot down your drone. Now I'm here risking my life to save you. Su Min nodded. She truly couldn't understand. They wouldn't even spare a dagger, yet now they'd come to save her. Wasn't that contradictory? Yi Yuan also felt the irony. The truth is back then I wasn't sure you were really Su Min, nor did I know you were Hong Jingyi's newlywed wife. Otherwise I would have come for you long ago. Su Min sensed a hidden meaning in his words. Was he interested in her identity? Why? Did Jingyi really have some complicated history with this man? Don't overthink it. You'll understand in time. Xiaofan stripped off her shell. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Su Min's thick protective gear was nothing but a turtle shell. He now understood how this seemingly frail woman could have stabbed a thug to death and taken down zombies with precise headshots in an honor-versus fight. This shell was too thick. Unless you hit the head, ordinary blades couldn't cut through it. Only blunt force could. Especially on the left arm with such heavy protection, even a zombie's bite would be useless. Su Min was a clever and courageous woman. And she was decisive. While hell hath no fury like a woman scorned might not be the perfect phrase that suited her ruthlessness. A woman like this, once she set her mind to kill given the chance, could be a threat you'd never see coming. So before taming her into a servant, he had to be extra careful. It would be difficult, but Su Min was worth taming because her traits were powerful. Currently only Xiaofan's 3D printing was orange grade. Xiaowan's excavator operator and Lu Rian's nutritionist were both blue grade. But Su Min's first trait was purple, and it was a beast taming type. Su Min, trait 1 beast tamer, purple, trait 2, yoga green, trait 3, driver white. The 3 traits were clear, and the best was of course beast tamer. Yi Yuan noticed that Su Min had not only a husky, but also a cockatiel. The husky was now lying quietly in front of her, and the parrot was perched obediently on her shoulder. Who knew that raising pets would unlock a beast tamer trait? And a purple one at that. Finally, he would have a battle companion. Awesome. Yi Yuan focused his mind on trait 1 and forcefully pulled it. The next moment a mysterious power surged into his body and beast tamer became his own ability. Yi Yuan summoned his personal attribute panel, eagerly anticipating the function of the purple grade ability. Attributes: Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spirit 37. Abilities: 3D Printing, Infinite Replication, Partial Integrated Replication, Life Form Replication. Excavator Master, Super Digger, Earth Digging Body, Strengthening LV. Earth Digging Shovel Throw. Nutritionist, Devour LV. 3. Beast Tamer, Beast Taming Pill. Click to view details. The newly added ability unlocked the Beast Taming Pill function. Its specific effects are still unclear. Yi Yuan focused his mind and clicked to open the description. Beast Taming Pill, refined, using the body as a furnace and spirit as a guide. After ingestion, animals gain intelligence, receive 5 to all attributes, and each pill increases loyalty by 50, reaching 100 for absolute devotion. Note 1. Theoretically, any animal can consume the Beast Taming Pill indefinitely, but their total attributes cannot exceed the alchemist's own. The higher the alchemist's total attributes, the greater the pill's efficacy. Note 2. Only the alchemist himself can gain the pet's loyalty. Note 3. The Beast Tamer can only refine 1 Beast Taming Pill per day. Note 4. Special item cannot be replicated. Yi Yuan carefully read through the introduction and notes. Although the literal meaning was not entirely clear, the content had already merged and transmitted into his mind. The Beast Tamer ability truly lives up to its purple grade status. Although only 1 pill can be refined per day, once a battle pet consumes it, all its attributes immediately increase by 5. By this calculation, any ordinary animal, within at most 7 days, can have its base attributes match Yi Yuan's, at which point he can tame a new battle pet. Of course, Yi Yuan's strength would not stagnate, so his battle pets would continue to grow alongside him. The Beast Taming Pill was indeed outrageously powerful. 1 pill was equivalent to 20 free attribute points. The growth rate was astonishing. With just 2 Beast Taming Pills, a battle pet would become absolutely loyal, like a servant, never betraying. Yi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This feeling was wonderful. Whether it was a servant or a battle pet, he didn't have to worry about being backstabbed when they grew stronger. He could confidently entrust them with his back. However, Note 4 was a bit annoying. It couldn't be replicated. At this moment, the card above Su Min's head also changed. Tag Beast Tamer, 60 taming degree, can be forcibly stripped again. Current taming degree 0. Only after stripping the tag does taming degree appear. Before that, no matter how much Su Min might have felt awe, admiration, or even a feeling of submission, now it had all returned to 0. He could only work step by step to raise the taming degree before he could forcibly strip the tag again. At this moment, Su Min's turtle shell had been removed. Her figure was fully exposed, alluring, graceful, and curvaceous with a pair of full, slender, straight, and smooth legs. Very pleasing to the eye. No wonder Hong Jingyi had tried every means to rescue her. Such a beauty no man would bear to let her wander outside. Now that the taming degree had appeared, Yuan knew he could show off. He deliberately coughed to attract Su Min's attention, then, as if by magic, took out a plate of stir-fried beef from his spatial storage. He then took out a bowl of rice followed by a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Finally, he produced chopsticks and a soup spoon. He placed everything on the table, steaming hot, fragrant. Su Min couldn't help but gulp. Every day, just 2 pieces of egg yolk pie. It was barely enough to keep her alive. She had been starving for a long time, and now, smelling the fragrance of beef and rice, her saliva uncontrollably secreted quickly. Her stomach also growled. Having been hungry for so long, the instinctive urge to eat could not be controlled by willpower. But she was more puzzled. Her beautiful big eyes stared at the food on the table, as if seeing a ghost, filled with confusion and even a hint of fear. Yuan picked up a piece of beef, ate it, and then took a sip of the tomato and egg soup. See, it's real and not poisonous. They'll give you 10 minutes. After you're full, we need to hurry back to Nanhu Houting. Only 10 minutes. And Yuan had already eaten her. It didn't matter that he had licked the chopsticks. In the apocalypse, there was no room for such fussiness. Su Min sat at the table, picked up a piece of beef and brought it to her lips, but didn't swallow immediately. Can you tell me how these dishes came to be? I'm just curious. Why can you conjure them out of thin air? Yuan didn't explain. Xiaofan, acting as his mouthpiece, immediately said, this is Brother Yi's spatial ability. Brother Yi is an ability user. Ability user? Su Min looked utterly incredulous. She had indeed seen Yuan conjure these dishes like magic. Yuan didn't explain. Xiaofan, acting as his mouthpiece, immediately said, this is Brother Yi's spatial ability. Brother Yi is an ability user. Ability user? Su Min looked utterly incredulous. She had indeed seen Yuan conjure these dishes like, why did it only increase by 2 for you? Indeed, Su Min was a very cautious woman lacking basic trust in him. It was understandable. She truly knew nothing about him. Although Xiaowan didn't know him either at first, the intermediary relationship with Xiaofan made it easy to build trust. Plus, she was a bit of a naive sweetheart. The difficulty of taming her was very low. It seems taming Su Min will take some time. Yuan temporarily ignored Su Min and quietly mobilized the mysterious power within his body, transforming it into an invisible alchemy furnace. Plus, she was a bit of a naive sweetheart. The difficulty of taming her was very low. It seems taming Su Min will take some time. Yuan temporarily ignored Su Min and quietly mobilized the mysterious power within his body, transforming it into an invisible alchemy furnace. The entire process was silent and even formless. The 4 women in the room noticed nothing unusual. In less than 3 minutes, a green pill floated inside the alchemy furnace. The beast-taming pill had been successfully refined. Yuan immediately withdrew his spiritual energy. The mysterious power within his body also instantly returned. With a thought, the beast-taming pill appeared in his hand. It had no special smell, but it excited Happy and Taizi. Only animals could detect its enticing aroma. Happy wagged its tail frantically. Its throat made whining, ingratiating sounds. Taizi also flew from Su Min's shoulder to Yuan's arm, chirping loudly. This scene left Su Min confused. After raising these pets for years, why were they suddenly so affectionate toward Yuan, even desperately fawning over him? Happy, Taizi, come back. Happy continued wagging its tail, and Taizi kept chirping, ignoring their owner's commands. This put Yuan in a dilemma. He only wanted women around him. Animals also had to be female. After all, he was a young man of the new era, heavily influenced by web novels, where battle pets described in books could basically transform in the later stages. But you're a male. In a few years, if you really transform, would you cuckold me? It's enough for me to be a chow thief alone. He absolutely could not personally cultivate a chow thief by his side. He had to check first. Yuan grabbed Happy's hind leg and lifted it up to see. Fortunately, it was a female dog. Very strange. Su Min called it Happy. Why would a female dog be given that name? He decided to ignore it for now. The dog was fine. Now, there was still the parrot. This thing was hard to tell. The lower body all looked the same bare. How to distinguish male from female? He had to ask Su Min. Su Min, is this parrot male or female? Su Min shuddered as she watched Yuan lift Happy's hind legs and carefully inspect its lower body. Could Yuan have some kind of peculiar fetish? Even in times of peace there were plenty of deviants, and under the crushing pressure of the apocalypse such people were likely to become even more common. If that were the case, she herself was probably safe. Happy, however, would be the one to suffer. My poor dog. Now Yuan was asking whether Taizi was male or female. Were even birds not safe from him? She had no choice but to endure while under his roof. And she was still eating his food. Su Min could only answer obediently, Taizi is female. So it was a female. Good. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was female, it could stay. After all, it was Su Min's pet. If it had been male, he would have had to get rid of it. There couldn't be another male in the group besides himself. But doing so would undoubtedly breed resentment in Su Min, making it harder to raise her taming level later. I'm curious, both are female, yet one is named Happy and the other Taizi. Are you terrible at naming things? Even names like Tsuehua or Billion would sound better than Happy or Taizi. Su Min hesitated for a few seconds before shyly admitting, my parents named them. They always regretted not having a son. Oh, a preference for sons over daughters. No wonder they gave the pets such masculine names. I see. Hurry up and eat, you have 5 minutes left. Once we're full we need to get going. Giving Su Min food served two purposes. One was to increase her taming level, and the other was to ensure she had the strength to keep up and not slow the group down. Yuan refocused his thoughts. Looking at Happy, who was wagging its tail frantically, and Taizi, who was chirping noisily, he found himself at a loss as to which one to tame as his battle pet first. Though Yuan's battle pets would certainly number more than one, he needed a primary target for focus cultivation. Choosing Happy didn't sit well with Yuan. That creature was utterly dim-witted. Even if it gained spiritual intelligence, its idiotic expression would never change. What if it could actually transform years down the line? Would he end up in a romantic entanglement with a dog? That was just too awkward. Moreover, judging by Happy's appearance, even a transformation would probably result in something hideous, making it absolutely unappealing. In theory, a beast taming pill could be taken by a human since humans are animals too. But the character for beast in its name limited its use to non-human animals. So Yuan turned his gaze to Taizi. This one suited his taste perfectly. A cockatiel, a name that sounded quite distinguished, at least carrying the character phoenix. It also had a certain elegance about it. It was a beautiful bird, its white feathers pure and flawless. A crest atop its head was noble and graceful. A touch of red blush on its cheeks added a hint of cuteness. If it could truly transform, it would most likely become a beautiful woman. Moreover, focusing on raising an aerial combat pet would be more beneficial to Yuan. Perhaps in the future, he could even ride it to fly around. It was decided. Yuan fed the beast taming pill to Taizi, and its effects were immediately released, signifying that from that moment on Taizi became Yuan's battle pet. A status panel visible only to Yuan popped up above its head. Battle pet. Name. Attribute: Power 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1, Talent. Skill. These attributes are truly pathetic. But it's not a big problem. With one beast taming pill a day it will grow quickly. The status panel showed that there were also slots for talents and skills. This meant that during its growth the battle pet would learn talents and skills. Its current weakness was only temporary, but once it gained talents and skills, it would definitely be able to stand on its own. However, there was no name in the status panel. With a thought, he entered a name in the name field of the battle pet status panel: Li Huang. The character Li signified crystal clarity, nobility, and purity, echoing the pristine white feathers of the cockatiel. The character Huang symbolized. With a thought, he entered a name in the name field of the battle pet status panel: Li Huang. The character Li signified crystal clarity, nobility, and purity, echoing the pristine white feathers of the cockatiel. The character Huang symbolized the identity of a female phoenix. The male is Feng, and the female is Huang. It was a kind of aspiration for Yuan, hoping that Li Huang could grow into a divine beast like the phoenix. Although it was merely a hope, without hope, what difference was there from a salted fish? What if it actually worked? By then, Li Huang had completely absorbed the effects of the beast taming pill, and the status panel showed new changes. Battle pet. Name: Li Huang. Loyalty 50, Attribute: Power 6, Constitution 6, Agility 6, Spirit 6, Talent. Skill. After absorbing the beast taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty increased by 50. Moreover, all attributes increased by 5 points. Li Huang's current overall combat power was equivalent to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, especially the increase in agility. Agility affected the movement, reaction speed, attack speed, jumping, and flexibility of terrestrial creatures. The effect was similar for avian creatures, except that movement was replaced by flight. Cockatiels, nicknamed ground chickens, were not as adept at flying as other birds. Now, with this significant boost in agility, its flying ability would become exceptionally outstanding. If there had been a better option, Yuan would have tamed a bird with stronger flying capabilities, like a peregrine falcon, or a swift. But where was he supposed to find one? Besides, neither the peregrine falcon nor the swift could match the cockatiel's appearance. With better looks, it would likely be more beautiful after transformation. The key point was that cockatiels had a chance to speak. Although it could only say a few simple words for now, as its spiritual intelligence developed, perhaps it could communicate normally in the future. After absorbing the beast-taming pill, Li Huang's spiritual intelligence had been awakened. Its intelligence had noticeably improved. It stood on Yi Yuan's shoulder, gently pecking his cheek with its pink beak, a tender and affectionate gesture. From now on, your name is Li Huang. Chirp, 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 chirp. Li Huang couldn't speak yet, but its behavior clearly showed that it loved the name. Su Min hadn't noticed what was happening yet. She had finished her plate of stir-fried beef and every last grain of rice in her bowl, and was now contentedly sipping her tomato and egg soup. Her stomach was full, and she felt wonderful. Thanks to Yi Yuan. Although she was still wary of him, the genuine physical comfort she felt at that moment filled her with gratitude towards him. Silently, Su Min's taming level increased by 3. It wasn't much, but it was a good sign. It meant she was beginning to let her guard down around him. At that moment, Su Min turned her head and saw Taizi perched on Yi Yuan's shoulder, affectionately pecking his face. What's going on? That's my bird. Besides, Taizi was usually very shy around strangers. There was no way it would be this forward upon first meeting someone. You're a female bird, can't you have some decency? Taizi, come back. Taizi, can't you hear me? Come back, it's rude to act like that. Yi Yuan saw that Su Min had finished eating. So he stood up and said, we should get going. Well, head to your place, first to pack up your personal belongings. By the way, its name isn't Taizi anymore. It's Li Huang now, my pet. Huh, what the hell? Shouldn't a normal man try to take advantage of me first? What's the point of taking my pet first? Am I not more attractive than a bird? Women are truly strange. Su Min was a perfect example. Before Yi Yuan entered her home, she was afraid he might force himself on her. But now that he hadn't touched her and had instead taken her pet, she felt a sense of loss, thinking she lacked appeal. This complex feeling made her secretly vow that when they got back she would put on her prettiest clothes to astonish Yi Yuan. She wanted Yi Yuan to know that she was more beautiful than a parrot. As she thought this, her taming level unknowingly increased by 10, leaving Yi Yuan completely baffled. What's happening? I haven't done anything. This time Yi Yuan was genuinely baffled. He had merely declared the parrot his own, renamed it Li Huang, and the taming level had surged by 10. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom the reason. Feeding it only increased the taming level by 2. Eating and drinking to contentment raised it by 3. Yi Yuan had once thought Su Min would be difficult to tame, but the sudden 10 spike made him realize that as long as he found the right approach, it might not be hard. Su Min, what do you think about me taking your pet? Yi Yuan tried to draw out some information, hoping to uncover a key clue. But Su Min shook her head. I have no opinion. What opinion could she have? When one is under another's roof, one must lower one's head. He had taken her parrot, and now he asked for her opinion. This was nothing short of humiliation. She would dress herself up beautifully and see if he would still be interested in her parrot. After all, they had just endured a fierce battle. Su Min's appearance was slightly disheveled, but she believed once she tidied herself up, Yi Yuan would be dazzled. The group soon arrived at the 8th floor. I'll give you 10 minutes to pack your personal belongings. Then Yi Yuan handed Su Min a small flask. This is a spatial storage. I'm giving it to you in advance. You can put everything inside. Xiaofan teached Su Min how to use it. Spatial storage. Earlier upstairs it had been mentioned that Yi Yuan possessed spatial abilities, and Su Min had been half skeptical, even suspecting that Yi Yuan and the women were putting on an act. But when she actually received the spatial storage, Xiaofan taught her how to use it. Su Min tried it several times herself, and indeed it could store items. You really do have spatial abilities. Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Yuan. Only then did she realize how formidable this man truly was. He had given away a spatial artifact upon first meeting. He must be able to produce them at will. Su Min's mind raced. The uses for spatial storage were countless. Sofas, furniture, bricks, stones. Anything that could be moved. If she filled the storage, she could dump them out as barricades when surrounded by zombies. No wonder Yi Yuan was unafraid to go out in the dead of night. He had such means. Spatial abilities are nothing. Brother Yi is a super powerhouse. You'll find out soon enough. Now hurry up and pack. This time Su Min no longer doubted Xiaofan's words. It seemed Yi Yuan possessed more than just spatial abilities. But why had he traveled so far to save her? There must be another purpose. She must remain vigilant at all times and not blindly worship him just because he was powerful. Su Min, you must never become a woman who fawns over the strong. Yi Yuan surely has ulterior motives toward you. You must control yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's taming level had increased by another 5. Her mouth said no, but her heart was honest. But she did not rush out. She was still sitting at the dressing table, holding a flashlight in one hand and applying makeup with the other. The pale flashlight beam reflected off the mirror. Su Min looked at herself in the mirror. She resembled a ghastly ghost from a horror movie, but she did not rush out. She was still sitting at the dressing table, holding a flashlight in one hand and applying makeup with the other. The pale flashlight beam reflected off the mirror. Su Min looked at herself in the mirror. She resembled a ghastly ghost from a horror movie, all thanks to the flashlight. Su Min finished her makeup and rose from the dressing table. She wore shorts and a tank top, flaunting her long legs and perfect figure. Her exquisite features were lightly adorned with makeup, and her peach blossom eyes seemed to speak. No man could resist her charm at this moment. I don't believe Yuan won't be captivated when he sees me like this. Humph. Su-min walked into the living room with her long, shapely legs striding like a model. I'm ready. Let's go now? At this moment, she was brimming with confidence, lifting her chin slightly and naturally striking a seductive pose. Her eyes were fixed on Yuan, and electricity seemed to crackle in the air between them. She was indeed beautiful, comparable to Lu Ruyan in her own way. But Yuan was furious. It's late at night. What the hell are you putting on makeup for? Everyone's waiting for you. Let's go. With that, Yuan picked up his machine gun and strode out the door. Su-min stood frozen in place. 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through her heart. Never in her life had she put on makeup for a man, as she always did it for herself. Yuan was the first, and he treated her like this. Damn it. I won't accept this. Quietly, Su-min's taming level increased by another 5. Just then Yuan heard no movement behind him and turned around to see Su-min standing there stunned. The card above her head showed the taming level had risen again. I think I get it. Is this woman masochistic? When I took her parrot upstairs, the taming level went up by 5. When I scolded her for putting on makeup, it went up another 5. It seems Su-min has a tendency to be abused. Or to put it mildly, she's the type of woman who's a love-hate relationship. You have to go against her. Objectively speaking, she's just a glutton for punishment. Fine, I know now. I'll teach you a lesson later. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Want to stay and feed the zombies? I don't want to feed the zombies. Su-min quickly followed, thinking bitterly, you insensitive jerky Yuan. You're the first man to ignore my beauty. I'm not done with you. I'm not finished with you. In 2 days, Jingyi will send a boat to pick me up. Within 2 days, I'll make you fall in love with me. When I sail back to Deer Lake, I'll cut ties with you completely. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'll show you what the most venomous woman's heart means. But Yuan probably had other motives for saving me. Who would come to rescue a complete stranger in the dead of night? And his relationship with Jingyi was complicated. If I don't figure out what he's after, I'll never feel at ease. If I make him fall in love with me. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I must appear guileless, weak, and helpless. I can't reveal a single hint of my true thoughts. I must be the calm and wise Kaluor. If Yuan knew what Su-min, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I must appear guileless, weak, and helpless. I can't reveal a single hint of my true thoughts. I must be the calm and wise Kaluor. If Yuan knew what Su-min was thinking, he would be overjoyed. Come on. See if I care. But at that moment, he was busy clearing away the giant boulders. Earlier, while searching the floor, Xiaofan had blocked the fire escape with boulders to prevent accidents. Now they had to move them to get back to the underground garage. Yuan swung a shovel, scooping the massive rocks back into the spatial storage. Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Ru Yin were already used to this. Besides, they themselves possessed the ground-digging strengthening ability. Su-min was witnessing this for the first time, and her mind was blown beyond words. Is this another ability? The ever-ready Xiaofan replied proudly, of course. Brother Yi has many abilities, and we all have them too. He bestowed them upon us. What? Abilities can be given to others. If Yuan falls in love with me, would he bestow abilities on me too? Oh, I really want to cling to that powerful thigh. I'd even divorce Hong Jingyi. Quietly, Su-min's taming level rose yet again. Yuan quickly cleared the boulders blocking the fire escape. Then he turned and beckoned to the others. Let's go. Don't let your guard down on the way down. We can't guarantee that all the zombies in the building are dead. Huh. No sooner had Yuan spoken than he saw Su-min's taming level rise by another 5. No doubt about it. Xiaofan must have said that the ability was granted by me. And Su-min was tempted. I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Seems like showing off works on Su-min too, a bit like influencers flaunting wealth before the apocalypse. I've got a pocket full of abilities, and I can grant them to others. In this world, now even the proudest woman would stoop to fawning right. But Su-min only went up 5. Seems she still hasn't fully let her guard down around me. This woman has a lot going on inside her head. Might even have a touch of persecution paranoia. Still, people like that survive longer in the apocalypse. The group made their way down the fire escape without incident, arriving at basement level 1 of the underground garage. The exit was still sealed tight with boulders, the wall Xiaofan had built with her spatial storage before they went upstairs. It was this very wall that had kept the zombies in the garage at bay. But now beyond the wall, chaos reigned. Zombies howled in relentless waves, and the grating screech of claws scraping against stone filled the air. Happy, who had been dull and listless, immediately tucked his tail between his legs, trembling all over. He sensed the threat of death. If the wall collapsed, the group would be met with a tidal wave of zombies. Su-min took a few steps back. Everyone had a weapon, but she was empty-handed. Never mind seeing them, just hearing the sounds beyond the wall was terrifying enough. But Yuan had no intention of killing the zombies outside. He swung his shovel and started digging right where he stood. He really did look like a groundhog, but in Su-min's eyes it was utterly impressive. A survival skill for the end times. No matter how dangerous, no matter how many zombies, a few shovel strokes, and he'd carve out a hole. Then he'd seal it off with boulders from his spatial storage. Even bombs couldn't break through. So safe. I have to make Yuan fall in love with me, and then get him to grant me this skill too. I swear it. Silently, Su Min's taming level rose another 3. Soon Yuan had tunneled a passage that connected to the earlier one. For flashlights lit the tunnel brightly. Su Min was stunned once again. This tunnel was so long, so very long. She had already figured it out. Yuan had dug a tunnel all the way here just to rescue her. Even though it was easy for him, Su Min couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Yuan had come for her with genuine intent and had proven it with action. He hadn't just happened to pass by. He hadn't just paid lip service. Compared to Hong Jingyi, this man Yuan, who was neither kin nor friend, seemed to care about her more. He's a truly reliable man. A man worth entrusting oneself to. Silently, Su Min's taming level rose another 2. But she quickly realized how dangerous her thoughts about Yuan were becoming. Su Min, you're pathetic. You said you'd make Yuan fall for you. How can you let yourself fall first? No. I absolutely cannot fall for him. I have to make him fall for me first. If he doesn't love me, you'll treat him like a cold hard rock. Oof. Su Min held Happy's leash, muttering to herself. Looking up, she saw Li Huang perched on Yuan's shoulder, occasionally nuzzling his cheek with her pink beak. So infuriating. Damn, Li Huang. You're so shameless. I raised you for over 3 years, and in an instant you're all cozy with Yuan. What an ungrateful little traitor. Su Min grumbled inwardly. Just then Xiaofan pulled an electric scooter out of her spatial storage. Riding back would be faster. By the way, Sister Su Min, do you know how to ride? I've got a few more in my storage. Huh. I don't know how. Yuan waved his hand. Forget it, let's walk. It's only about 700 or 800 meters anyway. Also, I've prepared gifts for you all. At the mention of gifts, the 3 women's faces lit up with anticipation. Yuan's gifts were never ordinary. Either an ability or a powerful weapon. Whatever it was, they'd love it. Brother Yu, what kind of gift is it? Tell us first, we can't wait. Yuan, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it already. While coming down the stairs, Yuan had been thinking. It wouldn't do for only him to have a battle pet. Since they were all his servants anyway, he might as well grant them the beast tamer ability. Then each of them would have their own pack of pets. Their combat power would be formidable. They might not even need to lift a finger to kill zombies. And the alchemist's own strength determined the potency of the taming pills. Take Ru Yin, for example. Her current stats were all at 12 points, so the taming pills she refined would boost a battle pet's stats to a maximum of 12. They could never surpass their master's own battle pet. Of course, Yuan would keep growing, and so would his servants, raising the ceiling of the pill's effects. But no matter what, the master and their battle pet would always remain supreme. That hierarchy would never be overturned. Listen up. I've decided to grant you another ability. Doing this in front of Su Min would surely be a chance to show off. The only question was how much taming level it would earn. This ability is called Beast Tamer. You can use your body and spirit to refine taming pills. When an animal eats one, it becomes your battle pet. Their strength will keep growing alongside their masters. Once you have a battle pet, they'll quickly become your most capable allies. At this point, Yuan glanced at Su Min with meaning. That's right, I secretly fed your parrot a taming pill. So she won't listen to you anymore. Don't underestimate her size. You might not be able to beat her in a fight. This wasn't an exaggeration. Li Huang's base stats were certainly lower than Su Min's, but she was small and far more agile. There was another factor that couldn't be ignored. With equal strength, a smaller body deals more damage. It's like the difference between a club and a dagger. A club is hard to kill with, but a dagger does it easily. Because the dagger's surface area is smaller. Just like Li Huang's claws and beak, which had become incredibly hard as her physique improved. Once she had human-level strength, her attacking power soared to a whole new level. At that moment, it all clicked for Su Min. So Li Huang hadn't been acting shameless. She had been drugged by Yuan. That rascal. I knew it. I'm too beautiful for him to be indifferent. So that's why he turned Li Huang into his battle pet. But I want one too. If Happy became a battle pet, he'd be a real fighter. Yuan seemed to read her mind. He immediately reminded her, don't get any ideas for now. You and I aren't close yet, you know what I mean. Huh, I know. Know what exactly? Go ahead and fall in love with me first if you dare. Once you love me, we'll be close enough, won't we? Just then Yuan fixed his gaze on Su Min, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yuan's lips, his expression unreadable as he strode towards Su Min step by step. What are you doing? She asked. We're in a tunnel surrounded by solid rock on all sides. Right here. But there are people here. Aren't you embarrassed? Su Min's heart suddenly raced, and she instinctively retreated 2 steps, her palms growing slightly sweaty around the dog leash. At that moment, Yuan snatched the leash from her hand and turned to address the group. Who here likes huskies? What the hell? What's going on? You're pulling this again. I'm your target, aren't I? Why are you grabbing my dog? In your eyes, am I worse than a dog? No one likes huskies. Xiaowan said hesitantly. Brother Yi, I actually really like huskies, but this is Sister Su Min's dog. The implication was clear. She was too polite to take someone else's beloved pet. Yuan had just clearly stated he would grant everyone the beast tamer ability. Now he was asking who liked huskies. It was obvious he intended to give Su Min's husky away. She felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Since you like huskies, I'll give you one later. For now, let me grant you all the ability. Come here. Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward. Su Min wanted to go too, but it was clear Yi Yuan hadn't called for her. She envied them. Soon they would gain new abilities. She also wanted to see how Yi Yuan bestowed these powers. At that moment, Yi Yuan began his ritual. He placed his hand on Xiaowan's forehead in a convincing manner, pretending to channel his energy, while secretly calling up her attribute panel. With a flick of his will, a mysterious force flowed into her, and she instantly mastered the Beast Tamer ability. He then proceeded to cast the spell on Xiaofan and Lu Ruyan. Xiaowan quickly grasped the function of the Beast Tamer ability and suddenly gasped. Wow, the Beast Taming pill is amazing. 1 pill a day? Once an animal eats it, it becomes my battle pet with all attributes too. 5. Loyalty 25, and it can even awaken its intelligence. Xiaowan exclaimed as she began to refine the Beast Taming pill. The effects were halved for servants. But that wasn't a big problem. Taking 1 pill a day attributes and loyalty would stack up over time. Especially loyalty. Of course, once an animal became a battle pet, it immediately established a 100 intimacy with its master. However, intimacy didn't equate to loyalty. Even the most intimate couples, plenty of them still get cheated on. Loyalty needed to be stacked with Beast Taming pills. 2 pills refined by Yi Yuan could max out loyalty, while Xiaowan's would take 4. By then Xiaowan had finished refining her pills. She looked at Happy, who was being held by Yi Yuan, and seemed eager to try. This scared Su Min. Sister Xiaowan, you can't do this. I've already had one of my 2 pets taken by Yi Yuan, are you going to take mine too? Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue. No, Sister Su Min, I want take what's yours. Just then Yi Yuan finished his casting process, and turned to Su Min. What are you nervous about? Did I say I was taking your dog? I was just planning to replicate another one and give it to Xiaowan. This was the third ability of 3D printing, life form replication. It could replicate living beings with low-level intelligence. Huskies weren't battle pets, their intelligence hadn't been unlocked, and they weren't very smart, so they met the criteria. He was also showing off in front of Su Min. Being able to replicate even living beings was a godlike ability that would surely boost his taming progress. But Su Min seemed skeptical. Replicate a brand new Happy. I don't believe it. Not just Su Min, but even Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Lu Ruyan didn't believe it either. Happy was a living dog. Even if Yi Yuan could replicate all kinds of meat, even freshly slaughtered dog meat, those were all dead things. They had no soul. There was a fundamental difference between dead meat and a living dog. However, as his servants, they didn't dare question him. Alright, since you all don't believe me, then watch closely. Yi Yuan was a bit nervous himself. This was his first time replicating a life form. He hoped nothing would go wrong. As usual, he played the mystic. Yi Yuan placed his hand on Happy's head, muttering incantations under his breath, while his body trembled slightly. He looked completely convincing. In reality, he was secretly channeling the mysterious power within him, forming an invisible 3D printer that enveloped Happy completely. Then he activated life form replication. In an instant, his mental energy drained rapidly. It seemed that replicating a life form consumed a significant amount of mental energy. However, judging by the progress, he wouldn't be completely exhausted. The process lasted about 5 minutes. The next moment, the space beside Happy warped slightly, and an identical husky suddenly materialized. It was as if it had traveled through time and space, appearing out of thin air. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief, looking as if she'd seen a ghost. Was this the real and the fake Monkey King? Even the leash around its neck was identical. If she hadn't noted where Happy was standing, she wouldn't have been able to tell which was the copy. Yi Yuan made a gesture of retracting his energy, and then handed the replicated husky's leash to Xiaowan. This dog is yours now. It's a brand new life form, without Happy's memories. From now on, you are its master. Feed it a beast taming pill, and give it a name. Xiaowan took the leash joyfully, and quickly fed the husky a pill. I've got it. He'll call you Yuanbao. As the medicine's effect was rapidly absorbed, Yuanbao transformed from its previous day's state to one of affection, constantly circling around Xiaowan. It rubbed its head against her thigh. Fortunately, it was a female dog. This further solidified Yi Yuan's principle: no male pets in the group. Seeing this, Xiaofan and Lu Ruyan got excited and started clamoring for their own battle pets. Yi Yuan, I want a cat as my battle pet. Me too, brother Yi, I also like cats. Cats were a great choice too. Especially in the apocalypse shrouded by the blood mist, a cat's sense of smell was more acute than a dog's, and they had more skills. Of course, dogs were also useful. Once their attributes were maxed out, he could make small round buckles from steel wire, and use his localized integrated replication ability to create a set of chainmail for the dog. That would transform it into a sturdy fighter to draw enemy fire. Cats could act as assassins. With Li Huang providing air support, they could even take on large zombie hordes. However, it was too late at night to find a cat, and it had to be a female one. Yi Yuan decided to look for one during tomorrow's expedition. In the meantime, he could have Xiaofan and Ruyan refine their beast taming pills. 1 pill a day, they expired if not used. They might not need to use them, but they should have them ready. Alright, let's head back. Yi Yuan called for everyone to return, but he unexpectedly noticed Su Min was idling. Yes, like a bot in an idle game, her experience points were constantly rising. Except what was rising for Su Min was her taming progress. Taming 31, taming 32, taming 33, taming. It didn't stop. It just kept going up and up, rapidly increasing. Yi Yuan squinted at Su Min, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Previously, whenever the taming level increased, it would always jump to its final value in one go. Not like now, where it rose by a single percentage point at a time, yet kept climbing steadily. Just then Su Min suddenly snapped back to reality. Yi Yuan, you can actually replicate a living dog. A dog was nothing. In theory, if he turned her into an idiot, he could replicate an identical copy of her. He decided to commit fully to the act. I can replicate any living being, Yi Yuan said casually. You could think of it as an enhanced version of cloning. There was no harm in telling her. Now that she was in his hands, escape was impossible, and she wouldn't get near a phone, so there was no risk of her leaking the secret. Once she became his servant, she would naturally keep the secret. Of course, if she couldn't withstand the process and turned into a zombie, she would guard this secret for eternity as well. Seeing that Su Min still seemed doubtful, Xiaofan chimed in to remind her. Sister Su Min, you saw it with your own eyes just now. Brother, Yi truly replicated your dog. What's there to question? Su Min, not being a servant, still doubted the reality of it all, even having witnessed Yi Yuan replicate a dog with her own eyes. It was too absurd. Her worldview was being violently shaken. But seeing was believing. Her doubts were just a way to seek final confirmation. After Xiaofan's reminder, she finally accepted that Yi Yuan could indeed replicate life. Wasn't this power akin to a god's? Suddenly, Su Min's taming level shot up from 40 to 55. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Now he understood. The previous one increments were because Su Min was still in a state of shocked disbelief. Her taming level was rising, but only slowly. It wasn't until this moment that she was completely convinced. The taming level's sudden surge to 55 showed just how shaken she was. This far exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. His little act had been a resounding success. He'd have to try this trick again with any beautiful women he met in the future. Su Min's taming level was only 5 away from the next threshold. Barring any surprises, he should be able to extract the second trait tomorrow. He wondered if it would upgrade the beast taming pill or unlock a new ability. Yi Yuan was looking forward to it. But it was getting late, they needed to head back. Alright, stop staring into space. Let's go. The group followed Yi Yuan towards the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hong Jingyi sat on the sofa with a deep frown. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette, but most of them only half-smoked. It was clear he was extremely agitated. Hong Jingyi exhaled a puff of stale air, stood up, and paced back and forth before glancing at his phone again. It's been 10 minutes. Let me try once more. He dialed Yi Yuan's number. It connected normally, the phone wasn't off or out of service. But no one answered. The call eventually dropped after ringing for a long time. What the hell? Is that bastard Yi Yuan messing with me? Ever since Su Min hung up an hour ago, Hong Jingyi had been waiting for her to call back. But Su Min never called. So he tried calling her only to be told her phone was switched off. Hong Jingyi immediately sensed something was wrong. Su Min had used a power bank to fully charge her phone, but she usually kept it off to save battery. Given the situation earlier, she knew he was waiting for her call. There was no way she'd turn off her phone. So Hong Jingyi immediately called Yi Yuan. After all, the person who went to save Su Min was Yi Yuan's good friend. At a time like this, he had to contact Yi Yuan to ask him to call his friend and check the situation. But Yi Yuan wouldn't answer. He called over a dozen more times, still no answer. Hong Jingyi was helpless, resorting to chain smoking to vent his frustration. He finished a whole pack, his mouth feeling raw. Damn it. At the same time, Yi Yuan had already led the group back to the villa. After being busy for over an hour, he was drenched in sweat. He wanted to shower first. Ri and draw me a bath. Su Min, bring your dog and follow me. There were plenty of empty rooms in the house. Yi Yuan arranged one for Su Min and let Happy stay with her to prevent the goofy dog from getting into a fight with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao was Xiao Wan's battle pet. Although its loyalty was only at 25 for now, it would still obey Xiao Wan's commands as long as they weren't dangerous. Happy was different. It was a pure low-intelligence pet with a knack for wrecking the place, so it had to stay with Su Min. Yi Yuan sighed again, grateful that the dog was female, or else both he and Hong Jingyi would be wearing the green hat. Now only Hong Jingyi had to worry about that. After settling, Su Min and Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom, stripped off his clothes, and prepared for his bath. He noticed his phone blinking with notifications. Picking it up, he saw over a dozen missed calls, all from Hong Jingyi. He had deliberately left his phone at home before heading out, as there was no network signal once he got too far from Nanhu Haoding. Gu Yiming and Hisu were organizing a team for a rescue mission. If they couldn't get through, they might call it off. So he simply left his phone at home. Even if he didn't answer, it wasn't a big deal. After all, it was the apocalypse who keeps their phone on ring. He could just say he didn't hear it. It was a plausible excuse. But why had Hong Jingyi called so many times? Did he have a premonition that he was about to be cuckolded? Yi Yuan grumbled to himself as he dialed back. The call was picked up almost instantly. Nephew, where have you been? I called you over a dozen times. Sorry, Uncle Hong, my phone was on silent. How did you miss a dozen calls? You have nothing else to do at night, were you asleep this early? Just then the bedroom door swung open and Lu Rian stood at the entrance beckoning Yi Yuan with a curl of her finger. Yi Yuan, your bath is ready. Time to soak. Oh my. That voice of Lu Rian's was enough to weaken most men's knees. Yi Yuan turned his head and said, I'm busy. He'll do it in a bit. Then back into the phone he said, sorry Uncle Hong, I genuinely didn't see your calls. What's the matter at this hour? On the other end of the line, Hong Jingyi's face was a mask of utter shock. Holy shit, did I just hear that voice? That was Lu Rian. She had been married to Gu Yiming for 5 years, lived in Luhu for 5 years. I know that voice too well, alluring and intoxicating. There's no mistaking it. What did Lu Rian just say? Yi Yuan, your bath is ready. Time to soak. My god, Yi Yuan has already cuckolded Gu Yiming. Ha ha. Gu Yiming, you bastard. You ripped me off for so many supplies and you're still trying your damnedest to save your wife. Look at that. Your wife is having a great time with Yi Yuan. No wonder he didn't answer my calls. He's probably busy with Lu Rian figuring out how to make your cuckold's hat look good. I understand. I totally understand. Gu Yiming was feeling smug when suddenly it hit him. Wait a minute, damn it. That little bastard Yi Yuan is a homewrecker. Lu Rian and Jiang Xiaofan are proof of that. If Su Min goes to his place. Damn, that's a disaster. Hey Uncle Hong, why are you so quiet? Why did you call me so late? Why else, you little shit? Yi Yuan, tell me the truth, was Su Min rescued by your friend? Where is she now? Hong Jingyi's anxiety was palpable even through the phone. The more agitated he became, the more delighted Yi Yuan grew. Uncle Hong, I have no idea where Aunt Su is. What happened? Please speak clearly. Yi Yuan had no intention of admitting that Su Min was at his place. He had always claimed to the people of Luhu that he resided in the Lanin residential complex on Ben Road. The two places were far apart, and it was nighttime. For anyone to transport Su Min from the Cartier Garden Estate to the Lanin residential complex within an hour would be an impossible feat. It would require superhuman abilities. So he had to keep this a secret for now. Toying with Hong Jingyi would have to wait until tomorrow. As Hong Jingyi explained the situation over the phone, Yi Yuan promptly offered to contact his friend to check on the matter. A minute later, Yi Yuan called back. Uncle Hong, my friend's phone is also unreachable. If I had to guess, he's the one who saved Aunt Su. He must have fought off zombies during the rescue. I suspect his phone was damaged in the scuffle. But don't worry, he said he'd come to see me tomorrow. As long as Aunt Su is with him, she'll arrive safely. The excuse was plausible enough. The damaged phone prevented Hong Jingyi from verifying the story himself, leaving him with no choice but to wait passively for news. As for when that news would come, it depended entirely on Yi Yuan's whim. The next day, Yi Yuan woke up to find breakfast already laid out on the table. Xiaowan excitedly pulled him along. Brother Yi, come outside with me. Li Huang and Yuan Bao are different now. She tugged him towards the villa's exit. Last night Li Huang and Yuan Bao had stood guard outside, making for a more peaceful sleep. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, Yi Yuan noticed something was off. Both battle pets had grown significantly larger. Just last night Li Huang was barely bigger than a chick. Now it was the size of an adult golden pheasant. Its tail feathers were longer, its pristine white plumage gleaming with a crystalline luster. Overnight, its entire demeanor had transformed into that of a noble, elegant bird of high pedigree. Its pink beak and claws shimmered with a metallic sheen. He then looked at Yuan Bao. The dog had also grown considerably, now matching the size of an adult Caucasian shepherd. Its fur was smoother and denser, its muscles defined and fluid. It exuded an aura of raw power, a true warrior's physique. He hadn't expected the beast-taming pill to have such an effect, causing his pets to mature overnight. However, despite the changes, Yuan Bao's eyes still held that same goofy, vacant stare. Perhaps that was the charm of a husky. Some people were drawn to its silliness. As a battle pet, Yuan Bao's intelligence was awakened. The silly look didn't mean it was foolish. Woof woof woof. Yuan Bao greeted Xiaowan affectionately, while Li Huang flew over to perch on Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master, master. Whoa. Yi Yuan turned to stare at Li Huang. Master, master. Well, I'll be damned, it could talk. Only a rare few cockatiels could speak, and their pronunciation was usually muffled. Li Huang had never spoken before, but after its intelligence was unlocked it had picked it up so quickly. Its pronunciation was remarkably clear. It seemed to only know a few simple words for now. A few more beast-taming pills should allow it to grasp more of the human language quickly. Xiaofan, Lu Rian, and Su Min stood at the doorway, their eyes filled with envy. Su Min was especially envious. Li Huang was just an ordinary parrot, yet it had transformed so quickly under Yi Yuan's care. And the women around Yi Yuan. They were all ordinary people before, now all awakened. Just because they knew how to fix tunnel boring machines. She could do that too. Oh, what am I thinking? Su Min, you slut, you swore you'd make Yi Yuan fall for you. Oomph. I'm different from those 3 women. I must not develop feelings for Yi Yuan. Su Min sashayed over to Yi Yuan with a model's gait. She reached out to touch Li Huang, while leaning her body close to Yi Yuan, feigning admiration. Wow, Taizi, you've become so beautiful. Li Huang reacted swiftly, dodging her hand. My name isn't Taizi. The master gave me a beautiful name. I am Li Huang, I am Li Huang. Yi Yuan wrinkled his nose slightly. What perfume are you wearing? It smells terrible. This was awkward. She couldn't even touch her own parrot. She had put on perfume specifically to seduce Yi Yuan only for him to say it stank. "I'm a beautiful woman. Can't you give me a little face, you insensitive fool? I hate you." Subtly, Su Min's taming level jumped from 55 to 60. A barely perceptible smirk crossed Yi Yuan's face. It was working. So being contrary increased the taming level. Truly a masochistic trait. A 60 taming level met the criteria for the second strip. Based on past experience, the first 60 was easy while the remaining 35 would be harder. But that was a problem for later. He'll do the strip first. Ignoring Su Min's embarrassed expression, Yi Yuan focused his mind and targeted the beast tamer ability, performing the mental strip. In an instant, a surge of mysterious power flowed into him. Success. He quickly called up his status screen. The beast taming pill ability hadn't leveled up, but a new skill had appeared. Beast soul pill refined, using the body as a furnace and the spirit as a guide. When consumed by a battle pet, it has a chance to evolve a growth talent. Continuous consumption can upgrade the talent. Restriction can only refine one per day. This is it. Su Min, I thank you. Please do keep being a pain in the ass so I can keep farming your taming level. For now, let's refine the beast soul pill. Alright everyone, let's go eat. We need to continue the sweep after. Eating wouldn't interfere with pill refining. Sipping his warm milk, Yi Yuan channeled the mysterious power within him, forming a mental furnace and guiding his spiritual energy into it. Activating the ability to refine pills. Soon a pill materialized in his hand. Li Huang, catching the scent, immediately flew to his shoulder. Master, feed me. Master, feed me. Yuan Bao was also wagging its tail, drooling profusely. Disgusting. Good thing I didn't make the husky my main battle pet. It drools the moment I refine a pill. Even if it turned into a beautiful woman, just thinking about this would kill the mood. Yi Yuan didn't feed Li Huang right away. He refined another beast taming pill, knowing the daily limit would reset after midnight. He fed both pills to Li Huang together. This time the absorption took longer. It was 5 minutes before Li Huang's status screen refreshed. Battle pet. Name Li Huang, loyalty 100, attributes STR 11, IT 11, AGI 11, SPI 11, talent wine shadow LV 1, speed 10, EXP 0, skills. After the second beast taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty hit 100 and all attributes surged to 11 points. What surprised Yi Yuan most was that the first beast soul pill had triggered a talent evolution. And it was an agility talent. Agility affected flight, speed, maneuverability, and attack speed. Sure, 10 wasn't much, but talents could be upgraded. As base attributes stacked, the growth potential would only increase. Not bad at all. Just then Xiaowan finished refining her second beast soul pill. After feeding it to Yuan Bao, its loyalty rose to 50 and all its attributes reached 9 points. Yuan Bao was a dog. Before becoming a battle pet, its total attributes were already 4 points, much higher than Li Huang's starting point. Even with Xiaowan's beast taming pills being half as effective after 2 pills, Yuan Bao's attributes were nearly matching Li Huang's. But this was temporary. Li Huang would soon widen the gap. Yi Yuan mused that after breakfast, he would replicate a set of chainmail for Yuan Bao, making it combat-ready today. Li Huang needed no introduction. Despite its small size, its claws were exceptionally sharp, easily capable of digging into a zombie's brain. The group finished breakfast quickly. Just then a thunderous crash echoed from outside the villa. Suddenly a fierce explosion echoed outside the villa, causing several women to exchange anxious glances. Don't worry, it's the military's rescue operation. Our villa is in the center of the community, it won't be hit. The shells might accidentally strike buildings along the street, but it's absolutely impossible for the blast to reach inside the community. Moreover, the villa is surrounded by a 3-meter thick stone wall that even a tank's shell couldn't penetrate. Yet Yi Yuan still wanted to check the situation outside. He released a large stone, then scooped it up with a shovel, and a 1-kilometer diameter 3D holographic map automatically appeared in his mind. The daylight was clear. He could distinctly see 2 infantry fighting vehicles slowly advancing on the road outside the community. A tide of zombies surged near the street. Both vehicles opened fire simultaneously with their 25mm autocannons and 7.62mm coaxial machine guns, relentlessly mowing down the undead. Yi Yuan noticed the ramp-style tailgates of both vehicles had been modified. Windows were cut into the tailgates, allowing grenades to be thrown from inside to blow up the zombies behind the vehicles. The earlier explosion was caused by such a grenade. Yi Yuan shoveled the giant stone back into his spatial warehouse. There was nothing new to see, having witnessed this countless times in his past life. Though there were fighting vehicles, helicopters, even tanks entering the city, and they could provide some degree of rescue. The situation was far less optimistic than imagined, otherwise Yi Yuan would not have been forced to jump into the river in his previous life. First, the number of military soldiers was limited. Most had been infected. Few could operate these heavy weapons. Temporary training took time and required selecting those with antibodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so long before entering the city for rescue. Second, whether it was the fighting vehicles or tanks, they carried limited ammunition. They had to return to Luhu for resupply before exhausting their munitions, otherwise they might not make it back. These heavy mechanical weapons were not omnipotent. Even tanks facing an ocean of zombies and the complex urban terrain could easily be immobilized with a single misstep. Therefore they had to keep moving without pause. Before the zombies gathered into a massive horde, they fought, while retreating, simultaneously conducting rescues. The difficulty was immense. The rescue efficiency was low. Nevertheless, many survivors still risked death to break out from buildings and flee. Fleeing carried a glimmer of hope. Not fleeing meant certain death. Yuan withdrew his thoughts. They were about to set out soon. Before that, he needed to replicate a set of chainmail armor for Yuanbao. He was very familiar with this craft. In his past life, all the city defense soldiers who went out in Luhu City basically wore chainmail. Damage was common. Without repairmen, they had to fix it themselves and gradually learn the skill. Chainmail was simple. It consisted entirely of circular links strung together. The smaller the links, the denser the weave. The protection improved accordingly. Even if zombies evolved sharp claws, it was difficult for them to penetrate the gaps. However, this only applied to ordinary zombies. Truly evolved zombies possessed strength and attack methods beyond what chainmail could withstand. Of course, that was a matter for 3 months after the apocalypse. At this stage, high-density chainmail was virtually invincible against zombies. Besides, Yuan intended to replicate a set of chainmail armor for everyone. He had planned this days ago. They traveled underground daily, selectively clearing supermarkets with intact doors and windows. There were no zombies inside the supermarkets. With sufficient weapons and ammunition, there was basically no threat. This was secondary. The fundamental reason was that everyone's overall attributes were not very high. A full set of chainmail covering from head to toe weighed about 30 Jin. With low base attributes, wearing it made walking tiring. A full day's sweep, who could endure that? Now Yuan's total attributes reached 35 points, so the weight of 30 Jin was basically negligible. Xiaofan and Xiao Weiner had 13 points each. Lu Rian had 12. Far surpassing the physical fitness of all-around athletes, wearing chainmail caused a sense of burden, but did not significantly affect mobility. As the military rescue operation unfolded, both zombies and survivors had already taken action. Many supermarket doors were forcibly broken open. Some were blown open by bombs. Some survivors took the opportunity to pry open doors inadvertently, letting zombies inside. Therefore, the upcoming clearance might involve certain dangers. It was necessary to enhance protective capabilities. Yuan took out a length of steel wire from the spatial warehouse. He first twisted several small loops interlocked with each other, minimizing the lock sizes to maximize defensive performance. Then, using 3D printing, he began partial integrated replication. Soon the chainmail was copied into a palm-sized piece. This served as a sample. Yuan replicated over a dozen more pieces and took one out. Next, it had to be placed on a person. Rian, you go first, they'll give you a gift. Yuan placed the palm-sized chainmail piece above Lu Rian's head, then controlled the invisible printer enveloping her entire body. Of course, Lu Rian herself could not be replicated. Yuan was replicating the chainmail piece above her head. As the supernatural ability activated, the palm-sized chainmail expanded, covering from the head down to the neck, shoulders, upper body, lower body. Metal was inorganic. The replication speed was incredibly fast. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Rian was fully armored in flexible chainmail that outlined her graceful and alluring perfect figure. At the same time, it conveyed a sense of strength, giving an aura of heroic vigor. Not bad, not bad. Yuan was very satisfied. Lu Rian stood before the mirror, admiring her shining silver armor. She then put on her bulletproof vest, making herself even safer. Xiaofan and Xiao Weiner looked on, enviously clamoring for their own sets. Yuan replicated sets for the two of them in the same manner, then placed a piece above his own head, allowing the 3D printer to envelop his body. Although his eyes could not see himself, the printer's scanning function substituted for his eyes and could replicate armor on him just as well. It was time to depart. At the moment he looked up, Yuan saw Su Min gazing at him with fervent enthusiasm. Her obedience had increased by 5%. What was going on? You want one too? Of course, the outside was. It was time to depart. At the moment he looked up, Yuan saw Su Min gazing at him with fervent enthusiasm. Her obedience had increased by 5%. What was going on? You want one too? Of course, the outside was full of zombies who wouldn't want chainmail. Su Min nodded. Yuan shook his head. No, this set weighs 30 Jin. Your strength and constitution aren't enough. Wearing it would slow us down. Of course, Su Min could stay at home. But Yuan was uneasy. What if she ran away or somehow got hold of a phone to secretly contact Hong Jingyi? Though unlikely, Yuan could not take chances. Before she became a servant, she must not be allowed to contact Hong Jingyi alone. Thus, she had to accompany the group. But I can return your dagger. The outside was chaotic. Giving her a dagger could prevent accidents. He dared not give her a pistol. Su Min was no ordinary woman. Though she appeared docile now, she had stabbed a thug to death last night. She had also killed 5 zombies single-handedly. A woman so filled with killing intent was all the more dangerous when she seemed meek. If Yuan were not clad in chainmail, he would not even give her a dagger. Let's go, it's time to depart. Yuan and his group checked their firearms, geared up, and entered the tunnel together. 2 new members joined today, Li Huang and Yuan Bao. Happy stayed home. It wasn't a battle pet, and would only be a burden outside. Considering that huskies are notorious for tearing things apart. Yuan tied it up in the yard with a rope, left a bowl of dog food, and figured Su Min could clean up the poop when they returned. Before setting out, Yuan gave careful thought. He bestowed the level 2 devour skill upon Xiaofan Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan, allowing them to continue devouring and growing stronger. The stronger their power, the higher the ceiling for refining beast-taming pills. The pet army would also become more formidable. However, Yuan was somewhat frustrated. His level 3 devour had reached its limit. Continuing to devour food could no longer transform it into high-grade supplements. Naturally, he could gain no attribute points. Now he could only rely on digging to train his body and gain free attribute points, but the speed was slow, devouring was far more straightforward. When in doubt, he asked himself, how can I upgrade my ability? As soon as Yuan thought this, a voice in his mind immediately replied, there are 2 ways to upgrade abilities. 1. Continue peeling the same type of trait, but you must encounter a beauty who possesses that trait. Take 3D printing for example. If you encounter another beauty with that trait, and continue peeling, you can upgrade to infinite replication, partial integrated replication, and lifeform replication. Common traits were easy to find. 3D printing was probably difficult since it required a goddess-level beauty. The voice in his mind continued to master an ability that gains upgrade experience. Oh, likewise, you must first encounter a beauty who possesses that type of trait. Yuan's eyes lit up. There was actually a trait that could gain upgrade experience. But upon reflection, it was no easy task. Goddess-level beauties were already rare, and on top of that they had to possess a trait related to upgrade experience. Doubly difficult. But where there's a will, there's a way. While sweeping through, he would search carefully. Maybe he'd get lucky. Today's destination was a large supermarket in the city center. After all, it had more supplies and a wider variety. Yuan wasn't greedy. He only aimed for the supermarket and some key supply depots, leaving convenience stores for other survivors. 4 electric scooters drove forward through the tunnel. Su Min couldn't ride one. Originally, she was supposed to ride with Xiaofan, but she insisted on sitting behind Yuan, holding him tightly. Can you stop that? I'm wearing chainmail. Doesn't it hurt to hold me, eh? Damn, that was too hurtful. Stop. Yuan braked suddenly and turned to look. Su Min's face was dark with anger. Without a word, she stormed off to sit on Xiaofan's back seat. But despite her anger, the taming level increased by 5, now at 70. Yuan had no intention of comforting her. He twisted the throttle and continued forward. He had deliberately angered Su Min. To be honest, Su Min was very beautiful, on par with Lu Ruyan. But in Yuan's eyes, beauty had no privileges. To deal with Su Min, you couldn't praise her. This kind of woman needed to be put down, just not too much. Before long, Yuan arrived at the basement of the city center. Nearby was a large supermarket called Tianyi. The group first stored the scooters in the spatial warehouse. Yuan swung his shovel and started digging. The 3D stereoscopic map in his mind clearly pinpointed their location. As soon as he dug the first shovel, he sensed people in the supermarket. 2 men. And they were armed. One held a shotgun, the other a pistol. Yuan coveted that shotgun. It was the Type 09 extendable semi-automatic shotgun. In layman's terms, a pump-action shotgun that didn't require manual shell ejection. It was a military model. Its advantages were clear, high-power, rapid-fire, extendable, and flexible in tight spaces. The downside was strong recoil. But for Yuan and his servants, that drawback was negligible. Both men were on the basement floor of the supermarket. Yuan was puzzled. They were both in civilian clothes, but the shotgun was a military model. How did it fall into civilian hands? It was also possible they were soldiers. Their posture and behavior clearly showed they had been in the military. In this situation, he could just dig a few large rocks and crush them to death to get the weapons. But Yuan didn't plan to do that. In his past life, the regular army of Lu, who had been almost completely wiped out, they had given their lives to protect the entire settlement. Even though the settlement had many scoundrels not worth protecting, Yuan had to admire their spirit, which made him unwilling to harm soldiers. For now, he only suspected they were soldiers. So Yuan decided to dig the tunnel directly beneath their feet. The moment they fell, he would knock them out with a rifle, but after seizing the shotgun, he would first copy one. Then he would drag them out of the tunnel back into the supermarket and seal the tunnel. This way no one would know. It was settled. Everyone pay attention. There are 2 people in the supermarket armed. He'll dig under their feet. The moment they fall, Ruyan and I will strike and knock them out. Yuan finished instructing and immediately started digging. It was very fast. In less than 2 minutes, he had dug beneath the 2 armed men, but not yet completely hollowed. There was about a meter of thickness left. Ruyan, get ready. This is the spot. 1 shovel each. Yuan gestured roughly, and Lu Ruyan nodded. They swung their shovels simultaneously. In an instant, 2 chunks of concrete were removed, and the men above fell immediately. Aige Seo Mozio Baiga. 2 figures crashed down. Yuan and Lu Ruyan were ready. They dropped their shovels and swung their rifle butts. Thump thump. The 2 men hadn't even reacted before they were knocked out. Then Yuan was puzzled. He confiscated the weapons and asked, what did he just say? Gu Seo Mo Seo. Are they Japanese? Yi Yuan didn't understand. Lu Rian shook her head too. Xiaofan and Xiaowan exchanged glances. Clearly they also didn't understand. I know. Su Min regained her confidence, lifted her chin slightly, and walked over to Yi Yuan with a catwalk stride. He was speaking Korean. It roughly means what's going on. Damn Koreans. Yi Yuan immediately searched them and soon found their passports. They were indeed Koreans. No wonder they were in civilian clothes, but their shooting posture was like soldiers. Yi Yuan took out a basin of cold water from his spatial warehouse. Su Min, don't say anything for now, but listen carefully to what they say. Yi Yuan splashed a basin of water onto the two Koreans' faces. The just unconscious Koreans were— Yi Yuan took out a basin of cold water from his spatial warehouse. Su Min, don't say anything for now, but listen carefully to what they say. Yi Yuan splashed a basin of water onto the two Koreans' faces. The just unconscious Koreans were immediately jolted awake. Aish! The front wheel doesn't turn, the back wheel turns. The back wheel doesn't turn, all wheels don't turn, Sumnida. The two men babbled on in their foreign tongue, but Yi Yuan couldn't understand a single word. Without a word he raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps. The men flinched and immediately fell silent. Speak a human language, he demanded. Since you're in the Dragon Kingdom, I refuse to believe you can't speak its language. As his words faded, Yi Yuan fired a shot near one of the men, who scrambled backward in terror only to meet the cold hard stone wall. It was then they realized they had somehow fallen into an underground tunnel. Don't kill me. We came to the Dragon Kingdom as tourists and got trapped in Shu capital when the apocalypse struck. I'm a good man, please spare me. H Park Gukchang, you bastard. Begging for yourself while I'm your brother. Screw you, Park Gukchi. I don't acknowledge you as my brother. The two men immediately began arguing. When their quarrel grew heated, they instinctively switched back to their native tongue, leaving Yi Yuan lost again. He didn't interrupt, however, because Su Min gave him a subtle signal. She could understand them. We're doomed. That guy took our weapons. What do we do now? Don't panic. We'll just stick to the story that we're tourists. And if they press us about where we got the weapons, say we found them. No, that's full of holes. We're strangers here. How could we have survived this long? That guy doesn't look stupid. He won't be easy to fool. If they push, well, tell the truth, that we were saved by a lone Dragon Kingdom soldier. But we must never admit we ambushed him, killed him, and took his weapons. Then what do we say? We say he was bitten by zombies. Later we took his weapons and hid in a supermarket to survive until now. Remember, don't slip up. Using their native tongue as a secret code, they finished their plan and switched back to the dragon language to continue their fake argument. Park Gukchang, you bastard. I know you slept with my girlfriend behind my back. So what? We're brothers. Can't we share? Yi Yuan was disgusted. Lying through their teeth. This was the caliber of these men. Just then Su Min gave him an okay sign indicating she had gotten the information she needed. With that, there was no need to watch their charade any longer. Slap. Slap. 2 more blows landed on their faces. Shut the hell up. Once they were quiet, Su Min spoke. They were saved by our soldier, but these ingrates repaid kindness with betrayal. They ambushed the soldier, killed him, and stole his weapons before hiding in a supermarket. As Su Min finished, the 2 men were stunned. You can understand our language. That's not what happened. She's lying. She's guessing. We didn't kill the soldier, a zombie bit him. I swear he was really bitten by a zombie. Trust me, please. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly. These men raised on the Han River were not only stubborn, but also full of lies. Utterly untrustworthy. No more excuses, he said. You're both dead men. Yi Yuan raised his gun and fired 2 shots, hitting both men in the legs. At such close range, the dense spray of pellets shattered their shins. Crippled them first. Then his gaze swept over Xiaofan, Xiaowan, Lu Ruyan, and finally settled on Su Min. Forget it. You've killed before, and you're not one of my people yet, so I won't put you on the spot. You 3, he said, pointing at the women. Xiaofan, you've been with me the longest, so you get 1 spot. The last spot is for you 2, Xiaowan and Ruyan, to decide among yourselves. Kill these 2. This is the apocalypse. You must dare to kill and get used to it, or you don't deserve to be called survivors. They'll remind you once more. Humans are more terrifying than zombies. Make your choice. Xiaowan was a bit timid. She had seen Yi Yuan kill before and had mentally prepared herself, but anyone who has killed knows. Watching someone else do it is one thing, doing it yourself is another. And Yi Yuan hadn't given a direct order. He left the decision to Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan. They hesitated for a moment, but in the end it was Lu Ruyan who stepped forward. They'll do it. Xiaofan, having been personally named by Yi Yuan, which was as good as an order, also stepped forward to face the men. The 2 men, clutching their broken legs, were now begging for mercy. Realizing they couldn't lie their way out, they began to tell the truth. Spare me. I didn't want to kill that soldier either, but he was determined to find his unit. He only left us food. How could we survive without weapons? We were forced to kill him. Please give us a chance. Their legs were shattered. Even if given a chance, they wouldn't survive. Besides, these 2 ungrateful dogs had no right to live. A cold light flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She raised the shotgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and a dense cluster of pellets struck Park Gukchang's other leg. Now both his legs were broken. Lu Ruyan's breathing quickened, her hands trembling slightly, but her gaze was unwavering. You bastards trying to steal our pandas. Bang, this shot hit his thigh. At close range it didn't sever it completely. Stealing our culture. Bang, the dense pellets hit the thigh again, and this time it snapped clean. A hint of excitement flickered in Lu Rian's eyes. Stealing our Hanfu. Bang, bang, 2 consecutive shots hit Park Gukchang's other thigh, breaking it cleanly this time. Lu Rian's eyes grew even more fervent. Her trembling hand steadied. The bullets flew too fast. Park Gukchang, having lost both legs, didn't pass out, but let out a hoarse, desperate wail. The louder he screamed, the more excited Lu Rian became. A hint of a smile even appeared in her eyes. Click! She ejected the shell and chambered another. Stealing our ancestors. Bang! This shot shattered Park Gukchang's right hand. Bang! 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 With each shot she muttered a charge. By now all 4 of his limbs were broken. You dog, killing our soldier. Bang! The final shot. A dense cluster of steel pellets struck his head, which burst apart like a smashed watermelon. It was finally over. Park Gukchang was left mutilated. Yet the light in Lu Rian's eyes didn't fade. She stared at Park Gukji with a strange, almost playful smile. No, please no. Don't let me die like this. Just give me a quick death. Park Gukji was already terrified beyond reason, having soiled himself. Knowing he was doomed, he now only wished for a swift end. Sister Rian, he's mine. It was only after Xiaofan's reminder that Lu Rian stopped her torment. She turned around, let out a soft breath, and sashayed back to Yi Yuan's side with a sinuous grace. She was the picture of allure, now a stark contrast to the woman from moments before. If she weren't already his servant, Yi Yuan might have considered keeping his distance. It was utterly insane. Even more so than when she killed her first zombie. He recalled that in his past life, she was just a caged bird kept by Gu Yiming. He never expected that following him would awaken something within her blood. Ravishingly beautiful. A goddess of slaughter. But this was for the best. In the apocalypse, the real danger was hesitating to strike. That's why he had to push them to kill. Of course it wasn't about senseless murder. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited until now to let them practice. Xiaofan, you're up. Jiang Xiaofan had followed Yi Yuan the longest and witnessed him kill the most. Back at the Wudong Garden, a fool pretending to be a tough guy threatened Yi Yuan for food and got his chest blown open by a gunshot. Later someone downstairs made obscene gestures at Xiaofan. Yi Yuan blasted that person's hand apart. Then the hawk-nosed man and the bearded man broke into Jiang Xiaofan's home. One had his chest pierced by Yi Yuan, the other was killed by a headshot. There was also that despicable district chief with the combover along with his underlings. One could say Jiang Xiaofan had grown accustomed to killing. So her hands didn't tremble as she held the gun. Coupled with the unbreakable command Yi Yuan had given her, Xiaofan shot Park Gukji's head off with a single blast. She didn't emulate Lu Rian's sadistic methods. That wasn't something one could learn. What wasn't in your blood would never be there. Let's go to the supermarket. Yi Yuan released several massive boulders from his spatial storage, stacking them into steps. They entered the supermarket, then sealed the entrance behind them. You all go ahead and absorb the food. They'll join you in a bit. He had just acquired a Type 09 shotgun and wanted to modify it for some fun first. There were still 3 shells in the gun. This shotgun used 18mm military shells, each packed with 14 tungsten alloy pellets. The penetrating power was immense. Effective range was 100 meters. At 20 meters, it could easily pierce 2 layers of steel plate, with the impact area no larger than a fist. The key feature was its semi-automatic mechanism. Like a pistol, you could just keep pulling the trigger, and it would keep firing pellets. Of course, the drawback was obvious. The magazine capacity was only 5 rounds. But in Yi Yuan's hands, was that really a drawback? With a thought, a mysterious force within him materialized like an invisible 3D printer enveloping the shotgun. He initiated localized integrated replication, duplicating a 7,000-round capacity magazine. One could never have too many bullets in a gun. The barrel was heavily worn. He could swap it out when he had free time or switch to a new gun if there was no time in a critical moment. But he had to ensure the gun had an endless supply of ammunition to feel truly secure. It was like how 1 million would be enough for a lifetime, but having 100 billion in the bank felt completely different. The magazine tube space and spring were replicated successfully. Next came replicating the shells. Due to weight restrictions, the shells had to be replicated separately, with a maximum of 600 shells per replication. Just then a sudden idea struck Yi Yuan. Although the 18mm shells were powerful, with long range, they only contained 14 pellets each. For someone with a fear of insufficient firepower, that was a bit too few. Yi Yuan had pondered deeply before. The internal material structure of bullets should not be altered lightly. For instance, increasing the gunpowder could boost power, but it could easily cause the barrel to explode. Every weapon was strictly designed by experts and refined through multiple rounds of test data. Random tampering could at best affect accuracy and power, at worst cause a catastrophic barrel explosion. Yi Yuan valued his life greatly, and he wasn't short on weapons or ammo, so there was no need to chase extreme perfection. However, the 18mm shells could be modified. These shells were fully sealed with the pellets inside the casing. This meant that if the internal space were expanded, it would create a void devoid of any energy. The extra space could then be used entirely to pack more tungsten alloy pellets. Without adding gunpowder, there was no risk of a barrel explosion. But when the firing pin struck, the propulsive force generated by the internal explosion would be unimaginably immense in a space with no energy field. It was the same principle as a missile flying faster and farther in outer space. Outer space is just a vacuum, not completely devoid of energy, and it even has faint gravity. But the shells modified and replicated by Yuan had an internal space truly free of energy and gravity. In such an environment, the pellets could achieve maximum acceleration. The gunpowder amount that could only propel 14 pellets to a distance of 100 meters once the space was modified might be able to launch 2 to 300 pellets to a distance of 3 to 400 meters. After figuring out this logic, Yuan became excited immediately. Once the experiment succeeded, the lethality of the Type 09 shotgun in his hands would far surpass that of a machine gun. It could even be used as a hand cannon. Without delay, he decided to modify one shell first. After a moment's thought, Yuan opted to replicate 280 tungsten alloy pellets. After all, the barrel was less than 40 centimeters long. If there were too many pellets, they would crowd each other inside the barrel upon firing, significantly reducing the power. He also considered replicating the internal space of the barrel or extending its length. But the barrel wasn't a spatial container, it was merely a channel. A space with a carrier must be non-circulatory. It could have an entrance, but no exit to be considered a carrier space eligible for localized replication. The barrel clearly didn't qualify. Yuan first ejected 2 shells, leaving just one in the magazine tube as a template. With localized integrated replication, he expanded the space 19 times based on the proportion occupied by the pellets, then filled it entirely with replicated tungsten alloy pellets. He then replicated a staggering 7,000 shells in one go. Yes, 7,000 shells. Since the internal space was expanded and the structure altered, the gunpowder and pellets inside carried no weight. Only the shell casings had weight, so replicating 7,000 was no problem. However, once the pellets were ejected from the casing, they would regain their weight. Time to test the power. Yuan, shotgun in hand, quickly moved to the second floor of the supermarket, found a window, and aimed at a horde of zombies 50 meters away. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot wasn't loud as the gunpowder amount hadn't increased. But the power was astonishing. 50 meters away, 7 or 8 zombies were instantly dismembered. Some had their heads explode, some had large holes blown through their bodies, and others were torn apart limb from limb. The scene was extremely bloody. This lethality was countless times stronger than a 12-gauge shell, with over 400 small steel balls. Whoa! Yuan couldn't help but cheer. It wasn't that he hadn't seen big scenes, but he truly had never seen a shotgun with such devastating power. This was like firing a hand cannon. He fired another shot. This time Yuan aimed at a spot about 100 meters away where the pellets would spread more. But with 280 pellets, the greater distance allowed for a larger area of lethal coverage. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Dense pellets sprayed from the barrel, dispersing continuously as they flew 100 meters in an instant. In that moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The previously quiet zombie horde suddenly erupted in chaos. Over a dozen zombies were either dead or wounded. Of course, most were only injured, with only 3 or 4 killed by headshots, as the distance was significant and the zombies weren't densely packed. But that wasn't an issue. Landing headshots at over 100 meters proved the power was sufficient and the pellet distribution was even enough. One shot wasn't enough, so he fired several more. There was no need to aim carefully anyway. Yuan continued pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The shotgun fired at the speed of a pistol, with lethality more terrifying than a heavy machine gun. Flesh and blood flew everywhere beyond 100 meters. A dense stream of pellets sprayed out continuously like a torrential downpour. One pellet couldn't kill, 2 couldn't kill, but with enough accumulated hits, even if the target wasn't dead, the body would be torn apart. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Yuan fired while shouting expletives in excitement. In less than a minute, the ground beyond 100 meters was littered with dismembered limbs and fragments. At least 100 zombies had been killed. This was as easy as mowing down mobs in a shooter game. Yuan caressed the Type 09 shotgun with deep affection. It was even more thrilling than touching a woman's body at night. Of course, that was mainly because the shield machine hadn't malfunctioned yet. Once it went haywire, he'd definitely prefer the woman. Next, Yuan filled the ammunition to maximum capacity. He also replicated 100 spare barrels for future replacements. Finally, he replicated 8 fully loaded Type 09 shotguns in one go. 2 for each person. Even if the barrels overheated and there was no time to swap them, they could switch to another gun instantly. At that moment, Li Huang flew onto Yuan's shoulder. Master. Yuan patted Li Huang's head. Go on, head outside and kill some zombies. As a battle pet, it had to hone its hunting skills. Watching Li Huang fly off, Yuan went down to the basement level and distributed the weapons to Xiaofan and the others. Just then Yuan furrowed his brow. Where's Su Min? How did she disappear? At that moment, everyone realized Su Min was missing. It was not Xiaofan's fault. Yuan had just bestowed the tuned level devouring ability, and all 3 servants were busy devouring food to grow stronger. Yuan had not ordered them to guard Su Min. After all, the supermarket was safe. During the tunnel excavation, they had already surveyed the interior. Aside from the 2 Koreans, there were no survivors or zombies. Now the Koreans were dead. What danger could the supermarket hold? The entire outside was infested with zombies, and Su Min would not dare to leave. Yet when they returned, she had vanished. However, this did not trouble Yuan. In broad daylight, unless she had run beyond a radius of 500 meters, she could not escape the 3D map in his mind. Yuan immediately released a massive boulder from his spatial storage. As he swung his shovel, a 3-dimensional map surfaced in his mind. Found her. Su Min was on the 4th floor in the clothing district, and the situation was dire. Damn it. Yuan's eyes turned cold as he spun around and dashed toward the 4th floor. 15 minutes earlier, Su Min watched Xiaofan and the others devour food voraciously, while Yuan stared blankly at the shotgun. In truth, he was contemplating the feasibility of increasing the shotgun's magazine capacity. Bored, Su Min wandered to the 4th floor clothing district. Women could never change this habit. Whenever they went shopping, they had to enter a clothing store. The apocalypse changed nothing. Moreover, free shopping was even more exhilarating. She smashed the glass door with a hammer and helped herself. At that moment, she entered a lingerie shop browsing, but never finding anything that truly satisfied her. The previous night, she had seen Xiaofan, Yuan, and Lu Rian. All of them wore the 2-string style. No wonder Yuan had granted them abilities. They had been so eager to showcase themselves. So Su Min decided to change her own inner style, hoping to make Yuan fall for her quickly. But she was at a disadvantage. Her proportions were different. Unable to settle, she picked a few nice sets, exited, and entered a hosiery shop. This was her forte. Su Min's long legs, when adorned with black stockings, were absolutely stunning. Without further ado, she swept black nude fishnet garter belts and body stockings into her spatial storage. Humph. Yuan, you wretched man. I'll change 3 outfits a day and see if I don't enchant you. Once you fall for me, you'll obediently grant me abilities. I am the queen, radiating confidence. Wearing the cool black stockings, Su Min stood before the mirror, her noble and elegant aura amplified by the dark silk. Her exquisite, flawless features were an irresistible temptation for any man. Simultaneously, a thick rope dangled from somewhere above. Before long, a man slid down to the 4th floor, landing right outside the hosiery store's fitting room. He gripped a hammer and smashed the exterior glass wall. Coincidentally, a military rescue operation was underway, and an artillery shell exploded nearby. The deafening noise masked the shattering glass. The man grabbed the steel framework, entered the fitting room, and waited. Soon 3 more men descended. They were all armed: fire hammers, fire axes, a large cleaver, and a shield made from a solid wooden wardrobe door. They could handle a zombie or 2 with ease. Third brother, are you sure the supermarket doors are locked? The man called Third Brother was Zhou-san. Before the apocalypse, he lived in the apartment above the supermarket and worked as an enforcer for a loan shark company, commonly known as a debt collector. Third brother, what if there are zombies inside? Zhou-san brandished his fire axe. Don't be a coward. We've already killed over a dozen zombies. If there are a few inside, we can handle them. If there are too many, we'll just climb back up the rope. That made sense. After all, on the 4th floor, even if the supermarket contained zombies, the 4th floor should have few. If the situation turned bad, they could climb back up. Let's go out and take a look. If there are no zombies, we'll hit the jackpot. A whole supermarket of food. The 4 men, weapons in hand, cautiously exited the fitting room and saw Su Min standing before the mirror. Holy shit. That figure, that face, those legs. Damn, a goddess supreme. Most importantly, the woman showed no panic. She was even admiring herself in the mirror, indicating the supermarket was safe. She wore a crop tank top and a fiery short shorts. A metal flask the size of half a palm hung at her waist. There was no place to hide a weapon on her body. A lamb. This was going to be fun. Zhou-san swallowed hard, and the men exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Su Min noticed the movement at the fitting room entrance. She turned and saw Zhou-san and his crew. Alarm flickered in her heart. Seeing their weapons, she abandoned the idea of calling for help. Yuan was on the basement level. Even if he heard, by the time he reached her, she might already be subdued. If they were violent thugs, they might even kill her outright. Hello, beautiful. Zhou-san led the group out of the fitting room and approached Su Min. Their formation was deliberate, spread out, encircling, with one man blocking the door to cut off retreat. What do you want? Su Min clutched her chest nervously, her eyes revealing panic and alarm. Don't worry, beautiful. My name is Zhou-san. I'm a survivor just like you. How many are in your group? Su Min shook her head. I'm alone. Alone. The whole place is swarming with zombies. How could you alone have made it to the supermarket? I don't buy it. I didn't escape in. I'm the owner of a beauty shop on the 1st floor. Before the disaster struck, I had a shipment of beauty products. I stayed up all night to inventory and stock them, then fell asleep in the shop. When I woke up, the streets were full of zombies and I couldn't get out. Su Min's mind worked quickly. This story wasn't made up out of thin air. The 1st floor was closest to the basement. If these men didn't believe her and demanded to be taken down to verify, that would be perfect. Once at the 1st floor, she could shout, and with Yuan's monstrous speed, he could be up in seconds. Before the men could react, he would rescue her. However, Zhou-san seemed uninterested in verifying. To him what Su Min did for a living didn't matter. So you're saying the supermarket is safe? No zombies. Su Min shook her head. Yes, no zombies. But I can't get out either. I'm terrified the zombies will break in. She had to act weak and helpless to lull them into complacency. Zhou puffed out his chest. Don't worry with us here, even if zombies come we're not afraid. We've killed 70 or 80 of them already. He had to boast. As he spoke he moved towards Su Min, reaching out to grab her slender waist. What are you doing? Su Min dodged, staring at him with feigned terror. Ha ha ha, don't run. You can't expect us to protect you for free, can you? We're not simps. Right, brothers? The men immediately cheered, their eyes turning brazen. Brothers, you had the woman last night first. This time it's my turn. Any objections? There were objections, of course. The woman last night was average-looking, nothing compared to this one. But Zhou was the leader of the group. Though they harbored resentment, they dared not speak. Besides, third brother was a paper tiger. They just had to wait 2 or 3 minutes. No need to argue among brothers. Third brother, go ahead. We'll wait outside. Huh. Then I won't be polite. Zhou grinned menacingly, advancing step by step. Su Min retreated awkwardly until she found herself backed into the fitting room. Ha ha, beautiful, I know you're shy, so you deliberately hid in the fitting room. Don't worry, third brother understands. With that, Zhou dropped his fire axe and lunged at Su Min. No. Su Min screamed. At the same moment, a sharp hellhound tactical knife sprang from the small flask. Su Min, having anticipated this, grabbed the hilt. As Zhou pounced, she stabbed swiftly. Having killed before her aim was precise, a direct thrust into the heart. In that instant her eyes turned cold and fierce. The previous fear was all a disguise. Like Carol, she always used her helpless appearance to deceive thugs, and Zhou had fallen for it. Su Min continued screaming. No, please don't. She screamed, but her hands did not stop. The razor-sharp dagger repeatedly plunged into Zhou neck. Help! No! She shrieked and stabbed frantically. Soon Zhou body was riddled with holes, yet Su Min kept crying out to lull the men outside. Simultaneously, she quickly stowed the knife into her spatial storage, raised her hands, and ran out of the fitting room, covered in blood. Help! He turned into a zombie. Go in and kill him. Su Min staggered out, raising her hands drenched in blood. Upon hearing that Wednesday had turned into a zombie, the thug holding the shield instantly raised it, while the other two hurriedly grabbed their weapons and took cover behind it. The shield's presence offered a slight sense of security. Only then did they react. Wait, third brother turned. He was only in there for a minute. How could he just turn? Let's go check it out. The three of them moved cautiously towards the changing room. They completely ignored Su Min. In her crop top and booty shorts, she couldn't possibly hide a weapon, and she had come out with her hands raised empty. The thug's attention was solely on Wednesday, thinking only of putting him down if he had truly turned. As the three walked past her, Su Min's spiritual sense had already extended into the wine flask. Seeing the thugs with their backs turned, she focused her will. An invisible hand formed from her spiritual energy within the flask, seized the dagger, and pushed it out. Su Min grasped it instantly. Her gaze turned icy as she swung the blade, plunging it into the neck of the nearest thug. A soft thud was heard. She wrenched the dagger free and swiftly drove it into the second thug, who, equally unprepared, was killed with a single blow. With two companions falling, the thug at the front holding the shield sensed the commotion behind him. His hair stood on end. He spun around just as a bloodthirsty dagger thrust towards his throat. Su Min's fierce eyes sent a jolt of terror through him. He instinctively raised his shield to block, but he was too slow. The dagger still pierced his carotid artery, though the shield's deflection saved his throat from a direct hit. Still, the thug was in grave trouble. Blood sprayed from the severed artery like a fountain, the gushing sound sending chills down one's spine. Clutching his spurting neck, he held his shield with one hand. Seeing he was still alive, Su Min kicked the shield. Her strength was meager, but the terrified thug was so weak that he toppled over. No, please don't kill me. I haven't hurt you. No. But Su Min was consumed by bloodlust. She pounced, aiming a stab at his neck, but he managed to block it with his hand. Even with his palm pierced, he found the strength to raise his shield, guarding his throat. Thinking that would protect him, she drove the blade deep into his abdomen. He screamed in agony, but Su Min showed no mercy, stabbing him repeatedly until he could no longer lift the shield. His throat was exposed. Die! The sharp hellhound tactical dagger, gleaming with a cold, murderous light, plunged into his neck. His legs kicked out once, and he was gone. Su Min twisted the blade before pulling it free, then sank to the ground, letting out a long breath. The fierce struggle had drained her strength. She rested for a moment before getting up, catching a glimpse of a figure in the doorway out of the corner of her eye. Who's there? She spun around, dagger held before her chest, her calm expression turning fierce again before returning to normal. Oh, it's you. It was Yuan standing at the door. Down in the basement, using the 3D map in his mind, he had seen Su Min ambushing the thugs from behind. He had rushed up as fast as he could, but by the time he reached the store's entrance, Su Min had already killed them all. Two had their throats slit with a single stroke. The last one, even in death, had his neck twisted by Su Min's dagger before she pulled it out. She certainly knew how to put on an act. Her ruthlessness rivaled Lu Ruyan's bloodthirsty madness. Damn, what kind of people am I gathering? It seems only Xiaofan and Xiaowan are somewhat normal women. Yi Yuan I was forced to. They were thugs they wanted to. I was so scared. Wah. I swear she's acting again. Stop your crying. I ought to beat you to death. Why the hell did you run off like that? Seeing that her act wasn't working on Yi Yuan, Su Min shot him a resentful glare thinking, I just wanted to pick out some nice stockings to wear for you, you idiot. You think I wanted to run into those thugs? But she couldn't say that. Whether he believed it or not, she had to be charming and alluring. That was the way to make him fall for her and grant her an ability. Oh, I know I was wrong. I won't run off again. Can you forgive me? Su Min's coquettish plea was enough to make one's skin crawl. But Yi Yuan was still furious. What if something had really happened? He'd lose 2 ability slots, and where would he find another beast tamer trait? Damn it. Forgive you. I'd rather beat you to death. Yi Yuan grumbled as he walked in to survey the scene. The 3 thugs on the floor were dead. He went to the changing room and found another one lying inside. This one was in a worse state. His neck, chest, and abdomen were riddled with stab wounds. The floor was slick with blood. He looked worse than the one at Su Min's place. He must have been stabbed dozens of times. Did she have to mutilate the corpse? Yi Yuan turned to look at Su Min. You and Lu Rian are 2 of a kind. Neither of you is any better than the other. Lu Rian was already a bound servant, so she wasn't a concern. But Su Min wasn't. Although she had reached 70 taming, she probably wouldn't try to harm him on her own, but he still had to be cautious. Give me the dagger. From now on, unless you're sleeping, you stay by my side. 247. To prevent her from causing more trouble. If I'm not sleeping, it's not 24 hours. And what about when I'm taking a shower? Should I stay with you then? What's with this attitude? What kind of attitude is that? You dare talk back to me? Ill. Before he could finish, Su Min cut and beat me to death. Oomph. Yi Yuan grunted heavily, took the dagger she offered, and stored it in his spatial warehouse. Let's go downstairs. I'm covered in blood. Let me change first. Hurry up. After waiting 5 minutes, Su Min emerged from another changing room, having cleaned the bloodstains with water from her spatial warehouse. She had changed into a white one-piece camisole. Yes, the kind that leaves little to the imagination, even with pants on. She had also discarded her old shorts, replacing them with a new ultra-short pair and sheer black stockings. Wow, elegant and refined, yet incredibly sexy. Well, do I look good? Good looking, my ass. In morning, you stay close and don't run off again, or, well, you know, let's go. We're going downstairs. Stupid man. I never dressed like this and I wore it just for you, and you treat me like this. So what if you have 3 beautiful women? I'm pretty too. I have long legs, a great figure, and I can kill zombies and thugs with a dagger. I'm no decoration. Go on, fall in love with me. You won't regret it. Silently, Su Min's taming level increased by another 5.